In a secluded cave nestled within the forest, a young bear cub boasted, "Humans, leave your backpack behind, or I shall awaken my father to deal with you." Upon hearing this, Suyu swiftly subdued the bear cub and absconded with the treasures contained within the cave. Perched upon a branch, a malnourished green caterpillar languidly observed the trainers passing below, its expression one of disdain. Zorua pondered, a group of short-sighted trainers. Little do they know that I am the precious Pokémon they yearn for. Alas, I lie right beneath their noses, yet they fail to see me. How infuriating! Suddenly, a Poké Ball fell from the sky and struck it, capturing the caterpillar. Chapter 1. Suyu in the Sinnoh region, in the town of Hongxia, within a hospital room of the Pokémon Center, a young man with striking features and tousled light blue hair lay upon a bed that a ray of sunlight filtered through the bright glass, casting a warm golden hue across the room. Upon regaining consciousness, Yiyun felt an excruciating headache, as if his skull might implode, accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue. His brow furrowed as his body convulsed, and suddenly he bolted upright, his gaze fixed on the pale ceiling, the sharp scent of disinfectant filling the air, and an empty bed. Beside him, where am I? He wondered. How did I end up in a hospital? As he surveyed his surroundings, Yiyun realized he was indeed in a hospital room. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing not a doctor in a white coat, but a plump, pink, egg-like creature. Jiggly. Upon seeing the unconscious young man awaken, the Jigglypuff was filled with joy and scurried away. Jiggly, Jigglypuff. Moments later, Nurse Joy rushed in, her face etched with concern. Suyu, are you all right? Hearing the name Suyu, a deafening roar echoed in Yiyun's ears, causing his head to spin. A torrent of memories flooded his mind, accompanied by a wave of pain that caused him to faint once more. After a half-hour of examinations confirming his well-being, Yiyun completed his discharge paperwork and exited the Pokémon Center. A two-story building with a small courtyard stood quietly before him. Pushing open the door and entering, he placed his backpack on the sofa and approached the mirror. Reflected back was a handsome youth clad in a pale blue short-sleeved shirt, with a face reminiscent of exquisite jade and sharp eyebrows that sparkled like stars. Anyone who beheld him would surely exclaim at his striking beauty. Gazing at the unfamiliar yet striking visage in the mirror, Yiyun realized he had traversed into a world from an anime he once knew, a realm filled with wondrous Pokémon. Yet, this world was not as idyllic as portrayed in the anime. Wild Pokémon were rife with aggression, capable of launching even adults into the air, even if they were mere newborns. The legally sanctioned age for embarking on a journey was not 10, but 15. In this world, most resources were monopolized by affluent families, whether they be exceptional Pokémon with the potential to elevate their abilities, evolution stones, or invaluable knowledge regarding Pokémon cultivation. For ordinary individuals to rise above the fray was akin to scaling a mountain, unless they were willing to dedicate themselves to the Pokémon League, the illustrious families, or various nefarious organizations such as Team Rocket. And what of Yiyun, who had grown up in a welfare institution of a league? But he should no longer be addressed as Yiyun from now on. He would be known as Suyu. It was precisely because Suyu refused to settle for an ordinary Pokémon that he sought to capture superior specimens from the wild, leading to his grievous injuries from a Pokémon attack, ultimately resulting in Yiyun's possession of his body. As Suyu was lost in contemplation, he perceived a faint voice lingering in his ears, echoing persistently. "Help! Help me!" Just when he thought it was merely a figment of his imagination, the cry grew increasingly clear. Following the source of the weak voice, he soon realized its origin. His backpack, resting on the sofa, emitted a faint glow, the sound emanating from within. He hastily opened the bag to reveal a Pokémon egg adorned with green patterns, flickering intermittently. Cradling the egg, he murmured, "Little one, is it you who is calling for help? Help me!" After a prolonged silence, a delicate, childlike voice resonated once more, confirming that the plea indeed originated from the egg in his hands. "Suyu, it is unfortunate this egg possesses a remarkably powerful lineage, yet it lacks the energy necessary for hatching. This egg, which he had nearly sacrificed his life to acquire, was of exceptional quality, but the inability to hatch it cast a pall over his expression. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he set the Pokemon egg down and dashed toward the door. No, these were not mere weeds, but valuable medicinal herbs such as ginseng, astragalus, reishi mushrooms, caterpillar fungus, and dodder. Yet, in the presence of these wondrous fruits, the precious herbs he had once cherished in his former life were treated like mere brush. He meticulously ground these herbs according to a specific formula, crafting a black ointment which he applied evenly to the surface of the Pokemon egg. Then, he began to wait in silence. This black ointment, known as solid ointment, was a recipe he had obtained from an elderly Taoist in his previous life, renowned for its ability to strengthen the body and enhance vitality. Though he had attempted its usage before, he had not observed any notable effects. Certainly, this could be attributed to the quality of the herbs in his past life. Wild and aged medicinal herbs were exceedingly rare, and he had only access to common, artificially cultivated varieties. Now, however, the various herbs he had gathered, though as common as weeds in this world, benefited from the rich environment of the Pokemon realm, their potency surpassing that of herbs aged for decades, even centuries in his previous life. Time passed slowly, and Suyu endured a torturous wait. Just as he began to doubt the effectiveness of the solid ointment, the black salve on the egg began to lighten in color. After half an hour, the ointment had transformed into a gray hue, fully absorbed by the creature within the egg. Witnessing this, Suyu's face lit up with excitement. This indicated a strong likelihood that the Pokemon egg could indeed hatch. At that moment, he would possess a Pokemon of outstanding quality. Thus, in terms of initial Pokemon, he would no longer lag behind the scions of powerful families or the League's elite, narrowing the gap, or even surpassing some of them. After all, in the current Pokemon world, there were virtually no remedies for eggs that were unable to hatch due to their excessively powerful lineage and insufficient energy. Unless one possessed exceedingly rare treasures, such resources were typically allocated to strengthening Pokemon rather than unknown eggs. Or perhaps, the legendary Pokemon could utilize their essence to replenish the energy of the egg. For instance, the 3 scorched Pokemon at the Bell Tower in Chengdu were revived through the intervention of Ho-Oh, breaking their limits and greatly enhancing their strength. Becoming the 3 sacred beasts, an unhatched Pokemon egg, with the capabilities of a legendary Pokemon, could indeed receive the energy it required. However, would a legendary Pokemon deign to appear for such a trivial matter? Thus, under normal circumstances, eggs rendered unable to hatch due to excessive lineage and insufficient energy were doomed to await their demise. Chapter 2. Procurement of Supplies. MK, a vibrant call echoed from outside the window as dawn gradually broke. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the gem-like, translucent spirit egg on his bedside, a smile inevitably gracing his face. "Is that you, MK?" Suyu recognized the familiar call, recalling some information about it. MK's ultimate evolution, the MK Eagle, is not only a formidable creature, but also remarkably handsome, embodying both charm and power. Moreover, MK Eagle is quite particular about its appearance, embodying the traits of a creature with an idol's burden. As the saying goes, one may lose their head or bleed, but their hairstyle must remain intact, ensuring the perfection of its feathered crown. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Initially, Suyu felt a twinge of desire at the thought of the magnificent and powerful MK Eagle, yet his thoughts quickly turned to his meager finances. With a silent sigh, he chose to abandon this impractical notion. To properly nurture a spirit requires resources that are akin to a bottomless pit given his financial situation. Sustaining even one spirit was a challenge, let alone 2. Furthermore, selecting an exceptional MK from a multitude of MK children posed a significant challenge as well. Except for seasoned breeders and researchers who could glean insight into a spirit's potential through years of experience, others could only rely on luck. Rather than gamble, it would be wiser to cultivate a single spirit with strength gained. He could earn more to acquire a superior spirit or exchange for one within the alliance. Rising promptly, he washed his face, devoured a few slices of toast, and gazed thoughtfully at the spirit egg in the incubator, which flickered with white light. "It seems this little one will hatch. Soon, I must prepare some supplies." Though uncertain of the spirit's species, the green, leaf-like stripes on the egg, coupled with Miss Joy's inspection, confirmed it to be a grass-type spirit egg without a doubt. With this in mind, Suyu grabbed his wallet, slung his beloved small backpack over his shoulder, locked the door, and rode his cherished bicycle towards the bustling commercial street of the town. Red Cloud Town is situated in the Sinnoh region, nestled in the northern part of the White Date Forest, with a coastal town on the left, gazing across the sea at Steel Island. Due to its proximity to the White Date Forest, the town has flourished, boasting a Pokémon Center, a Pokémon restaurant, a breeding house, and a vibrant commercial street. Arriving at a bustling high-rise building, Suyu secured his somewhat outdated bicycle and stepped inside, making his way to the third floor where Pokémon were sold. He soon reached a shop, the Maple Leaf General Store. This establishment sells Pokémon food, items, and various spirit eggs, and it was where Suyu once worked part-time. Since it was still early, the spacious room was quiet, and Suyu's footsteps quickly roused a drowsy middle-aged man behind the counter. "Ah, Suyu, what brings you here?" The man greeted with a smile, a scar running from his forehead to his chin, giving him a somewhat fearsome appearance. "Uncle Lee, I came to purchase some Pokémon supplies." However, Suyu found the man rather endearing, as he had been well cared for during his time as a part-time worker there. "Have you truly made up your mind to embark on a journey? Becoming a trainer carries risks. One misstep could lead to peril." Uncle Lee pointed to the scar across his face, speaking with a grave tone. Once, Uncle Lee was a trainer himself, but during his travels, he encountered a poaching gang. To protect him, his Pokémon met a tragic fate at the hands of the poachers, and he sustained injuries. Had it not been for a ranger's timely arrival, he might have perished. He even refrained from allowing his son to tread the dangerous path of a trainer, opting instead for a career in breeding. Suyu recalled his own experience of acquiring the spirit egg. Had he been stronger, he wouldn't have been pursued by a vicious bear-like creature, and it was only thanks to a passing ranger that he was saved. He understood that the world of Pokémon harbors many nefarious organizations, and even remaining in the city could present dangers. Only by becoming a trainer, armed with powerful Pokémon, could he protect himself. Moreover, how could he not aspire to become a Pokémon trainer, given the opportunity to enter this world? "Ah, since you've made your decision, I shall not dissuade you." Uncle Lee sighed, shaking his head. "You're familiar with the store. Choose what you need. We'll give you a 30% discount, as I hope for your success as a formidable trainer. Thank you, Uncle Lee." After expressing his gratitude, Suyu headed towards the Pokémon supplies section, swiftly and adeptly selecting the items he would need for his journey. A small space backpack, cooking utensils, a single-person tent, insect repellent spray, healing potions, and antidotes, among others. After a thorough selection process, Suyu quickly gathered the various supplies he required. Although they appeared somewhat worn, having passed through the hands of several trainers, he had meticulously checked them to ensure their quality. Cradling his chosen items, he approached the counter and said, "Uncle Lee, hayraced the payment for these items. Please count to confirm." Suyu placed 35,000 Alliance coins on the counter, fully aware of the prices for various items in the general store, having calculated them carefully while selecting. "Do you think I wouldn't trust you? Go on, I need to catch up on my sleep." Uncle Lee promptly tucked the money away into a drawer, waving his hand for Suyu to leave quickly. Suyu stowed his purchases in a small space backpack, donned it, and made his way to a shop on the third floor operated by Silver Company. Silver Company is a leader in the Pokémon manufacturing industry, known for its invention of Poké Ball technology and space backpacks, renowned throughout the Pokémon world. His purpose there was to acquire several Poké Balls and suitable Pokémon items, as well as some Pokémon food for the Sunhatch spirit. As for why he chose to buy secondhand items like space backpacks and tents at the general store instead of purchasing new ones at Silver Company's outlet, it boiled down to one word: poverty. Even the most skilled artisan cannot create without materials. Chapter 3. Waiting for the flowers to wither. It was not that he did not desire the latest space backpack or single-person tent, but rather that he was constrained by his finances, forcing him to be frugal. After all, the latest small space backpack sold at Silver Company's store cost a staggering 50,000 Alliance coins. In contrast, the second-hand small space backpack he purchased at Uncle Lee's general store was an outdated version, albeit still functional despite its age and previous ownership. This second-hand small space backpack was priced at only 7,000 to 8,000 Alliance coins, a significant reduction. Gazing at the rows of pristine Pokémon supplies, Suyu couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, yet he reminded himself of his purpose for being there. "Hello, I'd like to purchase a few bottles of Moo Moo milk And 3 Pokeballs, could you assist me? He preferred not to fetch them himself, fearing he might succumb to temptation upon seeing the beautiful, functional Pokemon items again. Good day, sir. Unfortunately, we are out of Moo milk out of stock. Suyu frowned. For newborn Pokemon, Moo milk is the finest source of nutrition. This tale unfolds with the nurturing of a large milk-producing creature, which, after absorbing sufficient nutrients, yields merely 20 liters of milk in a single day. This milk, rich in nourishment for both humans and elves alike, is sought after across numerous farms in the elven realm, and Suyu believes that Moo milk is the ideal sustenance for his Suntope-hatched first elf. Fortunately, the attendant continued, the next batch of Moo milk will arrive in 2 days. Sir, you may place a reservation now and provide your address, and we shall deliver it to your doorstep upon arrival. Could you please convey the entire message at once? If it weren't for your charming demeanor, I would have lost my patience by now, Suyu thought to himself, slightly exasperated. Very well, I shall reserve a case for myself. Please hand me 3 ordinary Pokeballs, he instructed. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. Sir, is it true that your first elf is about to be born? Would you like to prepare a gift for the Sunahatch creature? It's a splendid way to enhance your bond, the attendant said with a warm smile. Caught off guard by the attendant's question, Suyu hesitated as he prepared to make his payment. What clever tactic! If he were a novice, he would have dashed off to select a gift already. Ultimately, Suyu found himself accompanying the attendant to the display case of elven items, where he chose a singular item. Do not misconstrue this, it was not merely because the attendant was a sweet, gentle young lady in her 20s. Rather, he genuinely wished to procure a present for his hatching elf, a reflection of his true sentiments, devoid of any ulterior motives after all. He was an innocent soul. Mr. Suyu, your reserved Moo milk will be delivered to you at the earliest opportunity. The attendant smiled as she escorted him out of the shop. Touching his deflated wallet, Suyu felt as though his heart were bleeding, unable to accept the reality of his newfound impoverishment. Only through such experiences could he find solace. Upon returning home, he hurried to his room to gaze at the elf egg nestled within the incubator, pondering what kind of creature lay within and its appearance. 2 days later, clad in black trousers with his upper body bare, revealing a sculpted physique adorned with 6 defined abdominal muscles, Suyu transported the long-anticipated Moo milk from the delivery person into the hall. He was not exhibitionist nor eccentric. The exposure of his upper body was simply due to having just finished exercising and feeling warm. Upon opening the box, Suyu meticulously inspected the contents, and, upon noticing the Pokémon League's anti-counterfeiting seal on the bottle, he breathed a sigh of relief. In his recollections, there had been incidents where individuals surreptitiously sold inferior quality Pokémon food, leading to the demise of several trainers' Pokémon. In response, the Pokémon League had instituted specific anti-counterfeiting measures to prevent such deceitful practices from occurring. As he gazed at the glass bottle containing the pure, silken Moo milk, his throat involuntarily twitched, and he swallowed hard. Each bottle of Moo milk, comprising 250 milliliters, cost 500 league coins, and he had purchased an entire case, totaling 24 bottles at a cost of 12,000 league coins. To put this into perspective, the average worker in the Pokemon world earns only 4,000 to 5,000 league coins per month. This milk was exorbitantly priced. Having lived for 15 years, Suyu had yet to indulge in its flavor, which existed only in the tales of others. It was not that he lacked the desire, but rather that circumstances had not permitted it. Newly hatched Pokemon undergo a 7-day larval phase, and only upon surpassing this duration do they enter their growth stage, becoming eligible for training and battles. The nutritional needs of Pokemon during their larval phase must be met, otherwise even the most exceptional talent may falter without adequate nourishment. Typically, a larval Pokemon requires at least 2 bottles of Moo milk each day, with higher talents demanding even more sustenance. This particular egg in Suyu's possession boasted remarkable potential, and he wondered if this case of Moo milk would suffice for its needs. She could not afford to waste even a single bottle. With less than 3,000 league coins remaining, including his own food expenses, he realized that should he require more, he would have to suppress his desires for the time being. Once I have the means, I shall ensure my home is stocked full of Moo milk to the brim, enough to drink as water. Suyu resolved to set this modest goal for himself. The arrival of the moon milk was merely a prelude. He resumed his training regimen. Despite possessing Pokémon as a trainer, he would encounter various harsh environments during his travels, necessitating a robust physique. As another busy day concluded, Suyu finished his dinner and took a refreshing warm shower, feeling invigorated as he entered his room. He retrieved the elf egg from the incubator, having absorbed the nourishing liquid, and meticulously wiped away the residual slime with a damp cloth, placing it gently on a soft cushion atop his bedside table. Chapter 4. Incubation. The Pokémon incubator and nutrient solution create a conducive environment for the hatching of Pokémon eggs. However, this does not imply that the eggs must remain in the incubator at all times. The soon-to-be-born Pokémon possess a nebulous consciousness, occasionally sensing their external environment. Prolonged confinement within the confines of the diminutive incubator can lead to feelings of agitation and melancholy. Thus, it is imperative for the owner of the Pokémon egg to keenly observe its activity and, at designated intervals, remove it from the incubator. According to Suyu's observations, the egg he possessed did not resist being in the nutrient-rich incubator during the day. It was only at night that it exhibited signs of discomfort. Therefore, each night, he would take the egg from the incubator and place it upon his bedside. "Good night, little one. I hope to see you open your eyes at dawn." After conversing with the egg, Suyu, weary from the day's exertions, felt his eyelids grow heavy and succumbed to slumber. Unfortunately, he was unaware that, during the night, the egg at his bedside was shaking incessantly, occasionally emitting a soft white glow. A tender voice echoed in his mind, "Mei Mei." In his dreams, Suyu envisioned himself acquiring his first Pokémon, overcoming numerous challenges to reach the stage of the League Conference, where he vanquished a host of opponents and ascended to the champions podium alongside his Pokémon. He was courted by various regional leagues and esteemed families. No longer worrying about the resources required for Pokémon cultivation, he rapidly grew stronger, defeating the Elite Four and the champion, ultimately becoming the master and marrying a beautiful maiden. Then, the familiar cry of a Muku echoed in his ears, and the blinding sunlight streamed through the bright glass, striking his face. Just then, the Pokémon egg emitted a brilliant, dazzling white light, shattering Suyu's beautiful dream and rousing him from his stupor. He turned to gaze at the egg, which was slowly cracking open, a look of anticipation illuminating his face as he rubbed his hands together. After such a long wait, he wondered what kind of Pokémon would emerge. The white radiance gradually blossomed, stirring a tumult of emotions within Suyu. His dark eyes fixated on the egg, not daring to blink. With a heart full of trepidation, he finally heard a cracking sound. He felt the white light envelop his vision, and then all returned to tranquility. At this moment, only the white egg adorned with green leaf patterns remained, with spiderweb-like cracks narrating the tale of its emergence. "Come on, little one," Suyu murmured softly, fearful of disturbing the creature within the shell. He longed to pry open the cracks with his hands, to usher the small being into this world. Thankfully, despite his eagerness, he maintained a semblance of rationality and refrained from acting on his impulses. The Pokémon could only emerge through its own strength. Any interference from the outside could lead to its demise or the loss of its potential. Just as Suyu's heart raced with anticipation, accompanied by a tender cry, a smaller Pokémon emerged from the egg, curiously surveying its surroundings. The instant he laid eyes on it, excitement surged within him like a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelming him with emotion. The creature boasted a brown shell reminiscent of Earth, adorned with deep brown stripes and a prominent yellow jaw, with large, dark, profound eyes. Its emerald green head bore brown spots, and atop it sprouted a small seedling, supported by short, stout limbs tinged with yellow. Without a doubt, the Pokémon that had hatched was a grass-type starter, the Turtwig. So you had envisioned various Pokémon that could emerge from the egg cherry blossom Pokémon, Budew, Sharpedo, Snowy Umbreon, and other regional grass types like Oddish, Turtwig, and others, but he had never dared to dream that the egg would contain a grass-type starter. Fate had played a delightful trick on him, gifting him with a starter Pokémon, and he was nearly moved to tears. The newly hatched Turtwig was lively and curious, occasionally sniffing around the room. When Suyu smiled at it, the Turtwig waddled over, nudging him with its tiny seedling. "Haha, you finally hatched. I look forward to our journey together, Turtwig." Suyu chuckled, gently cradling the Turtwig in his arms. Newly hatched Pokémon perceive the first creature they see as a parental figure, and Turtwig was no exception. It seemed to recognize Suyu as its savior. To his surprise, the Turtwig, held in his hands, joyfully exclaimed, "Mei Mei, Mama." For reasons unknown, Suyu felt as if he understood the Turtwig's words once more, though this time it left him utterly bemused. He was neither a mother nor did he have a turtle son. Though you are adorable, do not mistake your parentage. Suyu silently lamented. Consequently, he gently set the Turtwig down and patiently explained, Turtwig, I am not your mother. You may call me Suyu. May. Mama. The newly hatched Turtwig, a cute little creature, could hardly comprehend Suyu's words but instinctively nodded and began to circle around his feet, feeling an innate fondness for him. As a newborn Pokémon, Turtwig still bore traces of egg fluid on its surface, necessitating a gentle wash with warm water. Suyu, well versed in the basic care of Pokémon, promptly led Turtwig to the bathroom, where he placed it in a basin filled with warm water, meticulously cleansing it of the remnants of its egg. The newly emerged Pokémon was naturally curious and quite active. Fortunately, Turtwig's gentle disposition, combined with Suyu's nurturing presence, encouraged cooperation. In no time, Suyu had thoroughly rinsed it off. He then carried Turtwig back to his bedroom, dried it off, and presented a gift he had procured for it, hanging it around its neck. Chapter 5. Turtwig. Suyu gifted Turtwig a light yellow, oval-shaped seed known as a miracle seed. This seed contained mild grass-type energy, and upon wearing it, Turtwig could not help but squint its eyes in delight. However, it is essential to clarify that the miracle seed Suyu purchased was a synthetic replica crafted by families, leagues, or corporate entities, vastly different from the authentic miracle seeds found in nature. True miracle seeds are treasures within the Pokémon world, rich in potent grass-type energy and invaluable as items. If Turtwig could absorb a genuine miracle seed, it would permanently enhance its grass-type abilities. In contrast, the synthetic seeds contained grass-type energy sourced from powerful Pokémon of at least semi-legendary status, offering only limited enhancement and being usable just once, a mere shadow of their natural counterparts. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that even if the grass-type energy within the artificial miracle seed were to be depleted, the light yellow crystal seed would remain as a keepsake. Thus, Suyu playfully took advantage of Turtwig's innocence, leading it to believe in the gift's grandeur. Before long, Turtwig suddenly sprang up, opening its mouth wide and playfully nibbling on Suyu's head. Turtwig, a gentle Pokémon, expressed its affection in this manner, not truly biting down hard. Upon awakening, Suyu was greeted by the sight of his beloved Chow Miao Gui, whose affection for him was already substantial. With the gift he had presented, their bond surged to its zenith, prompting the creature to express its love for him. Pokémon are beings of remarkable destructive potential. Although Chow Miao Gui had only just been born, its bite force was significant enough to cause harm. Had it bitten down with force, it could have easily burst Suyu's head, leaving a gruesome scene. Instead, the scene unfolded with playful laughter as Suyu exclaimed, Haha, Chow Miao Gui, please let me go, that tickles. Supporting the weighty creature with his hands, he noted how heavy it was for such a small body, while saliva dripped from its mouth onto Suyu's head, creating a sticky and unpleasant sensation. After expressing its affection for its trainer, Chow Miao Gui's curiosity ignited, leading it to explore the room with great enthusiasm. It nibbled at one item and pawed at another, quickly transforming the once tidy space into utter chaos, damaging several belongings in the process. Suyu, however, paid little heed to the disorder. Observing the creature's exuberance, he took the opportunity to explain the purpose of various objects in the room: the table, the mirror, the television, and the desk lamp. Witnessing Chow Miao Gui's joy brought him immense happiness, making him feel significantly younger, though he was merely in his teens. Who could resist the allure of youth? As a newly born Pokémon, Chow Miao Gui soon tired from its spirited play. At that moment, Suyu retrieved a bottle of moo milk, which he had prepared in advance, and poured it into the creature's feeding bowl. Come, Chow Miao Gui, after such a long play, you must be hungry. This is for you. Do give it a try. The rich, creamy aroma of the milk wafted through the air, enticing the young Pokémon, which displayed a look of eager anticipation and called out to Suyu. May, Mama, I'm drinking milk. You should join me. Despite its overwhelming urge to consume the milk, the little one restrained itself, nudging Suyu's pant leg and nodding an invitation for him to partake as well. Although Suyu could not quite comprehend how he understood Chow Miao Gui so well, he felt deeply moved. Gently placing the bowl of moo milk on the table, he lifted Chow Miao Gui into his arms, encouraging, This is prepared just for you. Now drink up. With that, Chow Miao Gui wasted no time diving into the bowl, drinking eagerly and exhibiting a look of bliss, punctuated by satisfied sounds. Before long, traces of the white liquid adorned its face. Take your time, little one. No one is competing with you. Suyu chuckled at Chow Miao Gui's adorable antics, pulling out a tissue to wipe its face. He too caught a whiff of the enticing moo moo milk, and it was indeed as tempting as rumored, stirring a desire within him to indulge. In no time, the entire bottle of moo moo milk had been consumed, and Chow Miao Gui lay on the floor, belly up, utterly content. After a hearty meal and a bout of play, the little creature began to show signs of sleepiness. While Suyu cleaned the milk bowl, he noticed that Chow Miao Gui had already settled down on the floor, snoring softly in slumber. With a resigned shake of his head, he picked up the little one and placed it gently in the cozy nest he had prepared, tucking it in snugly. With each soft snore, Chow Miao Gui's little sprouts bobbed up and down adorably, a sight that filled Suyu with delight. In that moment, he felt incredibly fortunate to have entered the Pokémon world and encountered such a charming creature. As Chow Miao Gui drifted into a deep sleep, Suyu knew he could not afford to be idle. With the knowledge that the Pokémon egg had birthed Chow Miao Gui, he needed to meticulously plan its training regimen to ensure its gifts were nurtured. Based on Chow Miao Gui's recent appetite, he estimated that during its juvenile phase, it would require 3 to 4 bottles of moo moo milk daily. This meant he would need to procure more milk to meet its needs. Additionally, in the days following the juvenile stage, he could supplement its diet with berries and meats, providing a balanced and nutritious intake to ensure Chow Miao Gui successfully navigated its early growth. After some contemplation, he realized that the funds in his wallet would barely suffice for both his own sustenance and Chow Miao Gui's training. Sighing, Suyu lamented his financial situation. Alas, I am still too poor. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that once Chow Miao Gui passed its juvenile phase, it would reveal its skills. With its innate talent, earning enough to support both of them would be a simple task. Just the thought of it plunged him back into the dream he had the previous night, from which he struggled to awaken. With a resounding slap to his own face, Suyu chastised himself for being so imprudent. This is the daytime. I must not linger in dreams. Suddenly recalling that he had just risen and had yet to eat breakfast, he understood why he felt so weak and lethargic. Quietly, he tiptoed out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. From the refrigerator, he retrieved noodles, eggs, and tomatoes, preparing himself a delicious bowl of tomato and egg noodles, which he savored thoroughly. As the 6th chapter of his journey unfolded, Suyu pondered the infamous motto of Team Rocket. What was it again? Something about earning lots of money and becoming a leader? Ah yes, that was it. His goal was to nurture Chow Miao Gui diligently, amass wealth, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Ah, no, what nonsense am I speaking? I am Suyu. And who among the champions dares to challenge me, aiding my quest to become a Pokémon master? All beauty shall fall within my grasp. While contemplating Chow Miao Gui's training, he succumbed to a bout of whimsical daydreaming, his thoughts spiraling into a silly grin. Chow Miao Gui's ultimate evolution. The sturdy two-tai Gui boasted dual grass and ground attributes, characterized by its immense size and ponderous nature, coupled with a lack of speed. Thus, as Suyu crafted Chow Miao Gui's training plan, he needed to keep this in mind. From the very outset, he must cultivate Chow Miao Gui's combat style to align with its future form. He could not allow it to mirror the foolish portrayal in the anime, where the initial form triumphed through agility, only to falter and lose heart upon evolution due to an inability to adapt to its newfound sluggishness. This failure was, of course, a reflection of its trainer's incompetence in devising an effective battle strategy tailored to the Pokémon. He resolved to learn from past mistakes and avoid repeating them. With pen in hand, he meticulously jotted down the skills Chow Miao Gui could learn, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of various battle systems, contemplating how they might integrate into Chow Miao Gui's combat repertoire. The pages filled rapidly with dense scrawlings. Time slipped by as Suyu immersed himself in thought, and soon midday arrived. While Chow Miao Gui remained in slumber, Suyu reheated the leftover noodles from breakfast. After finishing his meal, he dove once more into the intricate study of Chow Miao Gui's training methods, unable to extricate himself from the task. Ugh, my neck is so stiff. After an undetermined period, stuck in a single position at the table, Suyu felt his neck grow rigid. He began to massage it gently, gradually easing the tension. At that moment, Chow Miao Gui, still drowsy, lay with its shell pressed against the bed, its short limbs twitching as it struggled to turn over, creating a rather comical spectacle. With its limbs flailing in the air, it finally grasped the situation, shook off the sleepy haze, and opened its eyes wide in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? It seemed to wonder, blinking in bewilderment. As it surveyed its surroundings, it soon spotted Suyu. The two shared a moment of mutual curiosity, gazing at one another with wide eyes. May, upon encountering Suyu, the grass tortoise, without uttering a word, executed a swift leap, landing gracefully upon Suyu's shoulder, its mouth agape, aiming to nibble at his head. Mom. Suyu's expression darkened, and after a considerable effort, he managed to gently dislodge the drooling grass tortoise from atop his head. So, grass tortoise, have you had a good rest? He stroked the smooth, slightly damp shell on its back, noting its healthiness. Yes, the grass tortoise exclaimed energetically. It then turned its gaze to a bottle in the room containing half a bottle of moo moo milk, unable to resist extending its tongue in anticipation. Observing this, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. It truly was a little glutton. He pulled out a piece of paper to wipe the stray moo moo milk from the grass tortoise's mouth. Sated, the grass tortoise rubbed its claws together, ready to wreak havoc in the room once again. Noticing this, Suyu hastily intervened, gently saying, "Grass tortoise, let me show you something." The newborn Pokémon brimmed with curiosity. He was keen to divert its attention and prevent further chaos in the room. "What is it?" the grass tortoise queried, its eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Suyu swiftly retrieved a videotape from the drawer and inserted it into the player. The television flickered to life, displaying a scene where two colossal Pokémon were engaged in a fierce battle. One Pokémon was predominantly green, sporting a long tail and sharp leaf blades for arms, adorned with several yellow orbs on its back. The other was encased in a thick, brown shell, with two metallic cannons extending from its front. Robust blue legs, each boasting 3 toes, a cream-colored jaw, and triangular ears. These two Pokémon represented the starters from the Hoenn and Kanna regions, Lizard King and Blastoise. Suyu intended to show the grass tortoise the excitement of Pokémon battles. It was essential for a young trainer to cultivate an interest in battling. And since the grass tortoise had just hatched, it was the perfect time to foster that interest. Moreover, as Suyu aspired to be a trainer, it was crucial for his Pokémon to be engaged in battles, or at the very least, not averse to them. After all, Pokémon have their own preferences. Some may not be inclined towards battling, preferring instead to bask in leisure or pursue the grandeur of contests. Fortunately, it seemed that the grass tortoise, witnessing other Pokémon for the first time, was quite intrigued by the intense clash between Lizard King and Blastoise. It sat on the floor, eyes glued to the screen, captivated by the duel unfolding before it. On screen, a flash of light enveloped Lizard King as it charged towards Blastoise, a green aura surrounding it, gathering power in its arm, causing the leaf blades to swell and extend dramatically. It slashed towards Blastoise with incredible speed, the sharp blades slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Utilizing its rapid velocity and the destructive power of its leaf blades, Lizard King executed a surprise attack. Blastoise, however, was not to be underestimated. Realizing it could not evade the incoming strike, it transitioned from defense to offense, with its legs and head retracting into its shell. It spun wildly, creating a formidable vortex aimed at the descending Lizard King. The clash of Lizard King's piercing attack against Blastoise's unyielding defense resulted in a thunderous impact. Lizard King was sent flying by the force of Blastoise's rotation, but its impressive physique allowed it to regain its balance in midair and land gracefully, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blastoise, on the other hand, staggered from the recoil of Lizard King's fierce leaf blade assault, momentarily dazed. Lizard King was the first to recover from the shock, letting out a fierce cry as numerous green leaves swirled around it, forming a hurricane of foliage aimed directly at Blastoise. This was the grass type's ultimate move, Leaf Storm. Clearly, Lizard King was seasoned in battle, seizing the opportunity without hesitation to unleash its most powerful attack, aiming to defeat Blastoise while it was vulnerable. Boom! The whirlwind of leaves struck Blastoise before it could react, the blades slicing into its form like sharp knives. The residual force of the leaf storm also battered the area surrounding Blastoise. For a moment, the dust cloud obscured Blastoise from view. After some time, as the haze dissipated, Blastoise lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious and covered in wounds, while the previously neat terrain bore deep fissures resembling a spider's web, a testament to the might of Lizard King's strike, truly embodying the power of a grass type's ultimate skill. Seeing Blastoise down for the count, Lizard King, panting, wore a triumphant smile. Meanwhile, the grass tortoise, witnessing Lizard King's victory, leaped joyfully into the air, exuberant in its cheer for the victorious Pokémon. Its youthful innocence shone through as it dreamed of one day being as formidable as Lizard King. Grass tortoise, you're still small. When you grow up, I will train you to be as powerful as Lizard King, or even stronger. So you reassured it. The grass tortoise nodded eagerly, then urged Suyu to hasten and play the next battle video. Subsequently, Suyu showed it several more battle videos, all featuring grass-type Pokémon dueling against various other types, Venusaur vs Charizard, Servine vs Golem, and even the grass tortoise's final evolution, Torterra, battling against Infernape. Each video thrilled the grass tortoise, which danced excitedly, expressing its joy with jubilant cries whenever a grass type emerged victorious, and displaying frustration when they were defeated. Particularly vexing was witnessing its final evolution, Torterra, succumb to Infernape due to its type disadvantage, prompting an impulsive charge towards the television screen, nearly damaging it. In response, Suyu had no choice but to gently soothe the grass tortoise, expending considerable time to pacify its anger. Growing somewhat apprehensive of its reactions, he refrained from showing any more battle videos and opted instead to play Pokémon movies, Pikachu's Adventure, Pokémon, the movie, and Grass Tortoise and the Trainer's Journey to Glory. Watching movies not only consumed the grass tortoise's abundant energy, but also cultivated its interest. Particularly after viewing Grass Tortoise and the Trainer's Journey to Glory, the grass tortoise's enthusiasm was ignited, its face alight with longing, yearning to grow up quickly and embark on adventures alongside its trainer. This film narrated the journey of a trainer and their initial Pokémon, Grass Tortoise, as they traversed the land with aspirations of conquering the Pokémon League, capturing various Pokémon, and defeating gym leaders to ultimately become champions. Given that Grass Tortoise was one of the starters from the Sinnoh region, it was only natural that a series of films featuring it would be produced annually, serving to promote the strength of the starters and the various policies and events of the Pokémon League. Secondly, it is essential to encourage individuals to become trainers. For being a trainer is indeed a perilous profession. Each year, numerous trainers venture out into the world, and for various reasons, meet their untimely demise. The Alliance has a significant demand for trainers, as it requires fresh blood to ensure its continued prosperity. The essence of such films revolves around the adventures shared between Pokémon and trainers, depicting their mutual support, growth, and the forging of profound friendships. These serve as the enlightening tales for aspiring trainers. Gulyalu. Now, let us have a meal, Turtwig. Suyu turned off the television and warmed 2 bottles of Moo Moo milk for Turtwig to replenish its nutrition. After a hearty meal, Turtwig soon drifted into a deep slumber. Newly hatched Pokémon often require ample sleep, had it not been for its fascination with Pokémon battles and films. Turtwig would have struggled to stay awake. Indeed, it had just eaten and was already fast asleep. Suyu hastily finished his dinner and, after some time for digestion, resumed his physical training. Days passed in this manner, with Suyu either watching films with Turtwig or exercising at home. This time was precious and easily envied by others. Currently, devoid of combat prowess, Suyu resolutely declined any request for assistance. On the 8th day after Turtwig's hatching, it finally emerged from its juvenile phase and entered its growth stage. Turtwig, now visibly larger, was still smaller compared to its counterparts. Typically, Turtwigs in the growth stage stand at around 0.4 meters and weigh approximately 10.2 kilograms, while his Turtwig measured only 0.3 meters and weighed 9.8 kilograms. Suyu speculated that perhaps insufficient energy supply during its early development led to Turtwig's smaller stature. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that Turtwig was now ready to commence training. His finances had dwindled in the past few days, and it was only due to his part-time job while Turtwig napped that he managed to earn a meager sum to sustain himself for a few more days. He knew that soon, he would need to venture out with Turtwig to earn more money. During these days, he also discovered his unique ability, not to comprehend Pokémon's speech, but to eavesdrop on their innermost thoughts. Turtwig, would you like to be my lifelong companion? Suyu retrieved a red and white Poké Ball, gazing at Turtwig with eager anticipation. Turtwig, I would love to. Turtwig fervently nodded, its youthful voice resonating in Suyu's mind. After several days of bonding, their intimacy had skyrocketed, reaching its zenith. There was now a tacit understanding between them, and Turtwig could roughly comprehend Suyu's words. All right, Turtwig, please enter the Poké Ball. Suyu assured, do not worry, it will only take a brief moment. Observing Turtwig's agreement, he activated the Poké Ball, and a beam of red light shot towards Turtwig. In an instant, Turtwig's form diminished and was captured within the ball. It was truly astonishing that such a small Poké Ball could contain a creature of Turtwig's size. Unfazed by this thought, Suyu smiled and murmured, Turtwig, I have acquired my first Pokémon. Chapter 8, Exceptional Qualities. In the forest outside Hongxia town, dense foliage shielded the brilliant sunlight, Yet a few mischievous rays managed to pierce through the gaps, illuminating the forest floor. Beneath a towering tree stood a tall and handsome youth, accompanied by a quadrupedal creature, none other than Suyu and his initial Pokémon, Turtwig. Turtwig, are you ready? We are about to begin our arduous training. Suyu gently addressed Turtwig, who stood beside him, brimming with anticipation. Turtwig, I am ready. Let us go. Having entered its growth stage, Turtwig had become more sensible and realized how erroneous and embarrassing it had been to refer to Suyu as mother. Turtwig, how could the author bestow such a shameful label upon me? Fortunately, only Suyu was privy to this secret. What Turtwig did not know was that its trainer had already recorded everything, waiting for the opportune moment to tease him. All right, first demonstrate the skills you have mastered, so I can assess your abilities. It is essential to note that Pokémon in their juvenile stage are unable to unleash their skills due to insufficient energy, and only upon entering the growth stage can they perform them. Thus, Suyu had yet to discover what skills Turtwig possessed. Turtwig, all right, Turtwig called out, and shortly after, slender vines emerged from either side of its shell, snapping with a sharp sound as they struck a nearby tree, leaving faint marks. Upon witnessing Turtwig execute the Vine Whip skill, Suyu was momentarily stunned. He recalled that, due to its anatomical structure, Turtwig was not supposed to learn Vine Whip. Yet here it was, displaying the skill. Could this be the Pokémon egg that almost perished due to energy deficiency? How delightful. Turtwig's surprises were not yet over. He observed as seedlings on Turtwig glimmered, and several green leaves shot forth, swirling rapidly towards the tree trunk. However, mid-flight, the leaves veered off course, spiraling away. Turtwig. Instantly, the once proud Turtwig became disheartened, its spirits dampened. It's all right, you have just entered the growth stage. And it's normal to be unpracticed during your first attempt at using a skill, Suyu consoled, gently patting Turtwig's head. Suyu felt no surprise. Although Turtwig's talent might be remarkable, this was its inaugural use of a skill, and achieving this much was commendable. After all, talent alone does not translate into strength without time for development. Turtwig. Yes. Turtwig continued to exhibit its skills, withdraw, tackle, and growl. With each skill Turtwig demonstrated, Suyu's smile grew brighter. Have you finished? He called out to Turtwig. Turtwig, I feel like I have another skill, but I can't seem to execute it. Turtwig expressed, struggling to unleash another ability. Then we shall wait until your energy replenishes before attempting it again. Suyu casually replied. At that moment, his thoughts were entirely consumed by Turtwig's potential. Could it be that Turtwig possessed exceptional qualities? A wave of disbelief washed over Suyu's mind. Having grown up in the Alliance's orphanage, Suyu was well versed in the information regarding Pokémon qualities, which was accessible to the general public. According to his knowledge, Pokémon qualities are classified into 4 tiers: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and exceptional. Whether there exists a quality beyond exceptional was beyond Suyu's understanding. Of course, a Pokémon's qualities are not immutable. Various rare resources can enhance them. Moreover, each evolution of a Pokémon marks a leap in its life and a process of genetic reorganization. If a Pokémon is nurtured well and accumulates sufficient energy, there is a reasonable chance that its qualities will enhance during evolution, rendering it even more formidable. Hence, for most Pokémon, becoming stronger through evolution is an intrinsic choice rooted deep within their genes. In the realm of animations, those Pokémon reluctant to evolve are merely exceptions. Every year, youth who have turned 15 receive their starter Pokémon and Pokédex from professors across various regions, embarking on the path of trainers. Those who are fortunate enough to receive the esteemed initial Pokémon and Pokédex from the Pokémon Alliance, as bestowed by the esteemed Doctor of the Alliance, can be regarded as the direct lineage of the Pokémon League. In order to obtain the initial Pokémon, 2 prerequisites must be met. First, after reaching the age of 5, one must pay an annual fee of 100,000 Alliance coins to the Pokémon League. Second, one must belong to a family with no criminal records spanning 3 generations of their ancestors. The initial Pokémon distributed by the Pokémon Alliance are meticulously selected, ensuring that the Pokémon obtained possess exceptional qualities. In Suyu's recollection, these carefully chosen initial Pokémon, upon entering their growth phase, could typically master no more than 4 skills. However, his Turtwig had already learned the previously unattainable Vine Whip and had acquired a total of 6 skills, suggesting that Turtwig possessed extraordinary, if not superior, potential. Observing Suyu's beaming smile and foolish laughter, Turtwig let out a resigned sigh. It had grown accustomed to its trainer's whimsical nature, often lost in a sea of nonsensical chatter about energy ball strategies and fixed turrets, concepts it could hardly grasp. Thus, It patiently awaited its turn, determined to be a quiet, handsome turtle. The extraordinary potential of a Pokémon can be discerned through various indicators. For instance, a Pokémon with a keen intellect can swiftly comprehend a greater number of skills and exhibit a rapid growth rate, necessitating more energy during its developmental journey. These factors are all traceable. Very well, Turtwig, your potential is commendable, yet rigorous training is essential for you to become even more formidable. Are you ready? Suyu declared with a serious demeanor. While he indulged Turtwig in playful antics, he would not tolerate any slacking during training sessions. Moreover, given its remarkable potential, it was imperative not to squander such a gift. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Turtwig responded earnestly, its youthful voice still somewhat nascent but radiating determination and resolve through its large, expressive eyes. It was evident that Turtwig harbored a sincere desire to grow stronger. Witnessing this, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. However, upon catching a glimpse of Turtwig's inner thoughts, he felt several dark lines materialize above his head, left speechless. Once I grow stronger, I'll teach that fiery monkey a lesson, Turtwig mused with a sense of pride. Clearly, it could not forget the moment it witnessed the tortoise Pokémon's defeat at the hands of the fiery monkey in a battle video. Suyu could only hope for the best for the fiery monkey, wishing it would not suffer too harshly, even though he held a fondness for the elder brother. Nevertheless, his own child took precedence. Chapter 9, Commencing Training. Turtwig, do not falter. Persevere. In a secluded clearing beyond the forest's edge, Suyu led the way, with Turtwig trailing behind. He was conducting physical training, testing Turtwig's endurance to establish a foundation for its future workouts. After half an hour, Turtwig's pace gradually slowed, collapsing before Suyu. Turtwig, do not lie down just yet. You've just exercised. Stand up and continue walking. Following intense exertion, one must not immediately rest, otherwise, Turtwig's internal energy could become disordered, potentially leading to detrimental effects on its body, and in severe cases, energy backflow could harm the brain and diminish its potential. Hence, upon seeing Turtwig sprawled on the ground, Suyu promptly intervened, jotting down notes. Running, limit of 10 laps. Evaluation, excellent stamina, well done. A quarter of an hour later, after consuming a blue-orange fruit, Turtwig regained its vigor and became lively once more. Turtwig, have you recovered? We shall commence skill training now. Suyu called out to Turtwig, who was basking in the sun. Upon hearing Suyu's voice, Turtwig hastily approached. Very well, let us begin. Suyu drew a circle on the trunk of a large tree. Turtwig, use leaf blade to strike within this circle. The seedling atop Turtwig's head glimmered with white light, and with a confident toss of its head, several leaves shot forth in a straight line toward the circle. However, with a thud, the leaves fell short midway. A gust of wind swept through, carrying away the leaves that were still over half a meter from the circle. Initially brimming with confidence, Turtwig became disheartened with each successive failure. Do not lose heart, Turtwig, try again. In the secluded corners of the forest near the town, the sounds of Pokémon training and Suyu's encouraging shouts resonated. For Turtwig, the issues of the leaf blade either faltering suddenly or being blown away by the wind could be addressed by a different approach. Instead of unleashing multiple leaves at once, Suyu suggested starting with a single leaf, gradually increasing the number as Turtwig honed its skill. This method, transitioning from simple to complex, would yield better training outcomes and be more effective. Yet, Suyu refrained from voicing this strategy, harboring his own intentions. He wanted Turtwig to grasp this concept independently. After all, battles in the Pokémon world are ever-changing and often require Pokémon to confront unexpected situations, necessitating their own judgment and decision-making abilities. Thus, Suyu observed as Turtwig faced repeated failures and continued to attempt again. Whenever it felt like giving up, Suyu was there, constantly cheering and comforting it. Finally, after more than half an hour, Turtwig seemed to have an epiphany. The seedling on its head shone with white light once more, and a single vibrant green leaf spun forth, slicing through the air like a sharp blade, striking the center of the drawn circle on the tree trunk. With a thud, the leaf embedded itself firmly in the center of the circle, half of it buried deep within the bark. Turtwig blinked in disbelief at the leaf lodged in the white circle. Well done, Turtwig, Suyu exclaimed, kneeling beside it and gently patting its head in praise. Turtwig, still a child at heart, relished Suyu's commendation, narrowing its eyes with delight and nuzzling against Suyu's hand. Turtwig, you've trained diligently. Do you need a break? No. I want to train harder and master Leaf Blade as soon as possible. Very well, use Leaf Blade once more, but this time with just a single leaf. Thud, thud, thud. Time flowed steadily, and soon it was noon. Turtwig's talent was exceptionally remarkable. As it had progressed from 1 leaf to 3 leaves in just one morning, and the skill had begun to take shape. All right, Turtwig, it's lunchtime. Let us eat. Turtwig seemed so engrossed in training that it paid no heed to Suyu's call for lunch until he revealed his secret weapon. I've prepared your favorite moo milk. Only then did Turtwig scamper excitedly to Suyu's side, its large eyes wide with anticipation. All right, eat up. Suyu retrieved its bowl from his backpack and poured the moo milk from the thermos into it, accompanied by several blue-orange fruits. Though Turtwig had outgrown its infancy, the moo milk still provided essential nourishment, while the blue-orange fruits replenished its energy for the afternoon training session. Suyu's own lunch was far simpler, consisting only of a sandwich. After satisfying their hunger and resting for a while, Suyu urged Turtwig to resume training. To become a powerful Pokémon, relentless and arduous training day after day was indispensable. Suyu would not relax his standards simply because Turtwig was newly hatched. If it wished to catch up with the elite of the Alliance, it would need to strive even harder. The grass seed tortoise, having mastered the training techniques, is now ready to enhance its evasion skills. Next, I will throw pebbles at you, and you must evade them with minimal movement, Suyu announced. Gripping a handful of polished, round stones, he swiftly hurled them towards the grass seed tortoise. After testing the effects of solid ointment on the creature, Suyu would apply the concocted bomb after each training session to fortify its physique. At this moment, his physical capabilities had significantly improved. While still slightly inferior to a newly hatched grass seed tortoise, he was nearly at par. In this world, Pokémon are formidable beings. Even a newly evolved Magikarp could shatter an adult's skull with a single blow. One can imagine that Suyu's physique is quite robust, making him akin to a humanoid Pokémon, surpassed only by those with extraordinary powers or martial prowess. However, if a battle were to ensue between him and the grass seed tortoise, the latter would undoubtedly prevail, as Pokémon possess not only superior physicality but also an array of mystical abilities. As the pebbles were thrown, the grass seed tortoise adeptly dodged them. Yet Suyu's expression remained grim rather than pleased. The tortoise was evading the stones with wide movements, completely contrary to Suyu's expectations of using subtle shifts. It is worth noting that while the grass seed tortoise is swift in its current state, its final evolution, the Torterra, would not retain such speed. Suyu envisioned nurturing the grass seed tortoise's explosive power, utilizing the extraordinary strength of its limbs to maneuver its substantial form with slight deviations. It seemed that imparting a lesson to the grass seed tortoise was necessary, Suyu mused internally as he quickened his pace. The tortoise soon realized that the once easily dodged stones now required considerable effort to evade, draining its stamina rapidly. Before long, it was panting, dirted and disoriented from the barrage of pebbles. Chapter 10. Registering as a trainer. Seeing the tortoise in such a state, Suyu paused to instruct and correct its behavior. Grass seed tortoise, do you understand why you keep getting hit by my stones? He asked. It's because you are expending too much energy dodging too widely. The grass seed tortoise, with an indignant expression, asserted that it could surely evade the stones if given another chance. Observing its competitive spirit, Suyu provocatively suggested, shall we try again once you've regained your strength? Indeed, given the closeness between Suyu and the grass seed tortoise, Suyu could enforce corrections. But this could lead to a rebellious response from the tortoise, making it counterproductive. It was crucial for the tortoise to recognize its own errors for effective learning. After all, Pokémon are sentient beings with their own thoughts and feelings. On the grass, Suyu addressed the grass seed tortoise, now revitalized and eager to try again. I'm coming at you now, he declared. With increased speed, he launched another volley of stones. The impacts echoed as the stones struck the tortoise with relentless precision, leaving it dazed and confused. Who am I? What am I doing? The confidence built from earlier practice and the ease of evading stones was swiftly shattered by Suyu's merciless onslaught. Look, grass seed tortoise, you still failed to evade, Suyu remarked, stepping closer. Is it truly my evasion method that is flawed? The tortoise pondered. Would you like to try my approach? Suyu coaxed gently, resembling a cunning wolf luring an unsuspecting hare. All right, the grass seed tortoise agreed, unwittingly walking into Suyu's trap. Little did it know that Suyu was employing extraordinary strength in this round of stone throwing, making evasion nearly impossible. Yes, grass seed tortoise, just like that. Focus on the energy in your legs. You need explosive power, he encouraged. Rely on your leg strength to propel your body and dodge the stones. Through repeated attempts and corrections, the grass seed tortoise gradually began to find its rhythm. The training sessions became more intense and prolonged, incorporating skills such as withdraw, leaf blade, and Vine Whip. The grass seed tortoise was steadily growing stronger, and Suyu's guidance left a profound impact, laying the groundwork for its future prowess. Basking in the gentle spring breeze, Suyu rode his dilapidated bicycle, with the grass seed tortoise perched in front, soaking in the morning light that symbolized hope. As they journeyed toward the Pokémon Center, Suyu's aim was to register the grass seed tortoise's identity and establish himself as a Pokémon trainer. Pokémon are powerful beings. A single mishap could lead to significant dangers, hence they are subject to regulation within towns. The Pokéballs produced by the Pokémon League contain devices for transmitting and recording information, consolidating data at the Pokémon Center. Captured Pokémon must be registered at the Pokémon Center within a month of entering a town. Failure to do so could result in expulsion, fines, or being treated to a complimentary meal. Registering as a trainer is the essential first step to participating in gym battles in the Pokémon League Conference. Only trainers sanctioned by the Pokémon League may enroll in these grand tournaments, which serve as a vital pathway for talent selection across various regions. After more than 10 minutes, Suyu and the grass seed tortoise arrived at the Pokémon Center. The grand building, adorned with the iconic red and white Pokéball emblem, greeted them. "Welcome to the Pokémon Center." A voice resonated as the automated doors slid open. As the most pivotal structure in the town, combined with the influence of the Joy family, the Pokémon Center exuded opulence. With obsidian floors gleaming under the light and exquisite crystal chandeliers illuminating the space, the array of high-tech devices dazzled Suyu, making him feel like a rustic bumpkin, albeit a feeling rooted in reality. The grass seed tortoise, experiencing such a bustling and brightly lit hall for the first time, eagerly scanned its surroundings from Suyu's arms. "Hello. What service do you require at the Pokémon Center?" A staff member in uniform approached with a sweet smile. This attendant was not Joy, whom Suyu had encountered recently. The Joy family, a prominent lineage in the Pokémon world, has representatives in every Pokémon Center, but they are not easily accessible. Suyu had met Joy only because he was severely injured and she happened upon him. Especially since the Joy in Red Cloud Town had never encountered an energy-depleted Pokémon egg before and had come to his aid. In the animated series, the Pokémon Center serves merely as a place for healing Pokémon and providing meals. However, in reality, it is one of the most crucial buildings in a town, functioning as a hospital, a task assignment hall for trainers, an identity registration area, and a battle arena, among other facilities. "I wish to register as a trainer." "Very well. The registration area is on the left." Suyu, cradling his Turtwig, approached the trainer registration counter and said, "Hello, could you please assist me in registering as a trainer?" "Certainly. Please present your identification and Pokéball." The sound of rapid typing on the keyboard and the beeping of the scanning machine filled the air. Suyu successfully became a registered trainer of the Alliance and received 3 healing vouchers generously provided by the Pokémon Center, allowing him to receive treatment 3 times free of charge. This generosity has led the Joy family to forge connections with many powerful trainers, making them one of the most formidable families in the Pokémon world. After all, one can never ascertain how many strong trainers have benefited from the Joy family's kindness. Provoking them could invite retribution from countless powerful allies. Chapter 11. Accepting tasks, of course, after utilizing the 3 treatments. Any further healing at the Pokémon Center would require personal funds. Trainers of the Alliance possessing a Pokédex can enjoy a 50% discount at the center. The stronger the trainer, the higher their status, and the better the treatment they receive at the center. After completing his registration, Suyu made his way to the Pokémon Alliance Task Hall. Several days had passed since Turtwig had transitioned from its juvenile stage, and he needed to begin accepting tasks. Otherwise, he would lack funds to provide nourishment for Turtwig. Although Turtwig could sustain itself through photosynthesis under the sun or by foraging for berries in the wild, such methods would not support the rigorous training required. Specialized energy cubes were necessary for nutritional replenishment, and occasional visits to the Pokémon Center were essential to treat any potential hidden injuries sustained during training. The Pokémon Alliance Task Hall was established for trainers under the Alliance, allowing employers to post tasks and providing trainers with opportunities to earn money, assisting them in overcoming the initial challenges of nurturing Pokémon. These tasks were generally not very difficult and posed minimal risk. However, the rewards for completing them were also modest. In stark contrast, the Bounty Hunter Guild offered tasks with significantly higher danger levels, accessible only to elite trainers. The risks were commensurate with the rewards, as the compensation for bounty tasks was exponentially greater than that of Alliance tasks. Yet, there was one advantage that Alliance tasks offered that the Bounty Hunter Guild could not. Upon completing a task issued by the Alliance, trainers would earn Alliance honor points. elevating their status within the organization. These honor points could also be exchanged for various treasures collected within the Pokémon Alliance, making them highly sought after by many trainers. The task hall was conveniently located to the left of the Pokémon Center, not far from the registration counter. After a brief walk, you arrived. The walls were adorned with LCD screens displaying a continuous stream of task information, allowing interested trainers to clearly see each opportunity. Below each screen, there was a recognition device. Trainers wishing to accept or post a task simply had to place their identity card in the device's slot. It was early morning, and the number of trainers accepting tasks was sparse. Each one paused beneath the LCD screens, perusing the available tasks. Task 1. I am the owner of a farm in North Star Town, and I will be away for a few days and half a month. I am seeking a trainer of ordinary rank to care for the fruit trees and ensure their safety. A water-type Pokémon is preferred for watering. Reward, 5,000 Alliance coins. Task 2. Assist in capturing a Spinarak. Reward, 1,000 Alliance coins. Task 3. Ghost-type Pokémon are causing chaos on Route 215. Nearby residents have jointly published a request for a trainer with excellent level Pokémon to drive them away. Reward, 10,000 Alliance coins. Task 4. Seeking to purchase honey from 3 bee drills. Price negotiable. Task 10086. I am the owner of a villa on Route 216. My son has just become a trainer and needs to battle a trainer of ordinary rank. Price negotiable. Upon glancing at the myriad of tasks on the LCD screens, you shook his head, bemused by the oddities presented. It was astonishing that someone would offer 5,000 Alliance coins for a sharp beak, a precious item that enhances the power of flying-type moves. Even the lowest quality would require a flying-type Pokémon of excellent rank to obtain, worth at least 30,000 to 40,000 Alliance coins. It was audacious for someone to make such an offer. After some contemplation, you decided to accept the tasks of capturing a Spinarak, driving away a pesky Bibarel from the farm, and the final battle task. The routes for these 3 tasks aligned perfectly, and he had ample time. Turtwig's strength was sufficient to handle them. Failing to complete these tasks would result in a deduction of trainer credibility. Accumulating 3 points would lead to penalties. A measure designed to prevent trainers from carelessly accepting tasks and wasting the time and energy of task issuers. You placed his identity card on the computer's recognition device and selected the tasks that piqued his interest. Trainer Suyu, you have successfully accepted tasks 100 and 10,086. After a series of operations, a mechanical voice announced the successful acceptance of the 3 tasks. Since he was already in the town center, Suyu decided to take Turtwig for some leisure, hoping to find a worthy opponent for a battle. After all, the tasks he accepted required Pokémon battles, which would provide Turtwig with valuable combat experience. With this thought in mind, Suyu continued on his way, soon arriving at the backyard of the Pokémon Center, which featured several battle arenas. Despite the early hour, a considerable number of trainers had gathered there, and many were engaged in battles. The ability to observe battles within the Pokémon Center for free was a privilege granted to registered trainers. Suyu presented his trainer card, granting him access to the battle room. To participate in a battle, a rental and maintenance fee for the arena was required. It is noteworthy that due to the immense destructive potential of Pokémon, battles were not permitted in the town itself. Trainers could only engage in duels in the wilderness or designated battle arenas within the Pokémon Center and recognized battle clubs, unless faced with an emergency. Violations would result in fines or, in severe cases, detention. Suyu stood outside the battle arena, holding Turtwig, watching with keen interest. Although he had previously viewed numerous battle videos, this was his first time witnessing a Pokémon battle live, and Turtwig shared his enthusiasm, wide-eyed with curiosity. However, after a short while, both Suyu and Turtwig were left disappointed. The Pokémon of the trainers battling inside had only recently transitioned from their juvenile stages and lacked training. Their skills were clumsy and their power mediocre. This could hardly be considered a true Pokémon battle. It was more akin to a mere scuffle. The trainer skills were equally unimpressive, resorting to shouting, "Dodge quickly. Go for it. Stand up. I believe in you." After lingering for a while longer, feeling that the battling skills of these newly minted trainers were painfully subpar, Suyu, along with his dejected Turtwig, prepared to leave. Chapter 12. The first Pokémon battle. At that moment, with a chime, the door to the battle room swung open. A fair-skinned youth with a fresh, neat brown haircut and a prominent nose, adorned with black-framed glasses, entered with an air of vitality and enthusiasm. Accompanying him was a monkey-like Pokémon, its back ablaze with flames and primarily orange in hue. Hey, who are you? I see you have one of the starter Pokémon. Let us battle. He had spotted Turtwig in Suyu's arms and swiftly approached, extending a challenge for a duel. A battle? Suyu cast a glance at the small flame monkey at his feet, its muscles slack and clearly lacking in training. The newcomer exuded a youthful aura. And amidst the shouts echoing from the arena, wow, it's young Master Yusuji. Are they going to battle? Who will emerge victorious? The consensus was evident, naturally. It would be young Master Yusuji. But why? The gazes of several youths on the battlefield were drawn to a slender boy clad in a linen shirt, sporting glasses. Young Master Yusuji's Pokémon was a fire-type flame monkey, which held an advantage over the grass-type Turtwig that the boy in the white short-sleeve shirt cradled in his arms. Clearly, his Turtwig was smaller than the average, indicating it was likely acquired from the black market rather than through official channels. The outcome of the battle was all too predictable. Furthermore, the most crucial point was that young Master Yusuji was renowned for his prowess. Defeat was hardly an option. As he spoke, the boy adjusted his glasses, which glimmered in the sunlight with a self-satisfied air. Truly impressive, as expected of George. It's no wonder my Caterpie consistently falls short against your Patrat. His confident discourse, coupled with that familiar gesture, almost led Suyu to believe he had been transported to another world. Yet, upon hearing his analysis, Suyu could only chuckle inwardly. And as for that Caterpie of yours, and your command skills, do you not have any self-awareness? It is not just anyone who can defeat you, is it? Nevertheless, this was precisely what Suyu wished to witness. His own Turtwig appeared malnourished, easily sparking assumptions of its acquisition from the black market. After all, while the starter Pokémon were precious, they could also be obtained through various channels, including wild captures, Pokémon hunters, or the black market. However, Pokémon acquired through such means typically had lower potential and were not significantly cheaper than those obtained through legitimate channels. It was precisely because Turtwig appeared undernourished and of poor quality that he flaunted it so ostentatiously, aiming to create an impression of having purchased it from the black market. I refuse to battle you. Why? Don't you know that declining a Pokémon battle is a disgrace for a trainer? The boy, identified as young Master Yusuji, flushed with indignation, pointing a trembling finger at Suyu. I have to complete my league tasks and support my family. I don't have time to play with you. Very well, if that is the case, let us engage in a customary battle between trainers. Suyu was well aware of the implications behind the training challenge posed by the trainer of the flame monkey. This was a common practice among novice trainers, wagering a certain sum of league currency in battle, with the victor claiming the stakes, a practice quite popular among trainers. However, some unscrupulous trainers had impersonated novices to swindle them out of their money. Thus, the league instituted a regulation stipulating that only battles held in designated arenas could have stakes involved. Prior to combat, league officials must verify that both trainers' Pokémon were of comparable strength, with no significant disparity, before allowing the wager to proceed. This regulation particularly applied to novice trainers engaging in battles within towns. Very well, how much league currency can you wager? Seeing the boy finally take the bait, Suyu secretly rejoiced and inquired. I have plenty of money. Just name your sum. All right. If you lose, you owe me 10,000 league coins. But if I lose, I will cover the cost of repairing the battlefield. Suyu proposed a figure he believed would be acceptable to the boy, fearful of scaring him off. Let me break it down for you. Since you wish to battle me, you must increase your wager. That makes sense, does it not? Furthermore, your flame monkey has an advantage over my Turtwig, putting me at a disadvantage, so it is only reasonable for me to demand a higher stake. Besides, do you truly believe you will lose? Of course, I cannot possibly lose. Young Master Yusuji confidently shook his head, radiating self-assurance. Then it stands to reason. Since you believe you will not lose, is there really a difference between wagering 10,000 league coins and a few thousand? It is merely a formality. Suyu skillfully led young Master Yusuji into the trap he had laid. Yusuji was momentarily speechless, unable to refute Suyu's assertions. At that moment, the other youths on the battlefield offered their unsolicited support to Suyu. Yusuji, agree to his terms. Indeed, you are the champion of our battlefield. There is no way he could defeat you. Defeat him and show him what for. Amidst the encouragement from the crowd and the eager anticipation of the flame monkey at his side, Yusuji began to waver. Surely, you are not afraid of losing to me under type advantages? The youthful bravado in Suyu's taunting words ignited Yusuji's fury, prompting him to roar. Fine. I accept your challenge. Both trainers fetched their Pokémon and approached the arena staff to confirm that their Pokémon had just recently graduated from their infancy stage. After which a battle arena was prepared for them. Now, we commence the battle between young Master Yusuji and, see you. The bespectacled referee announced at the edge of the battlefield. This will be a one-on-one match. Both parties, please present your Pokémon. Flame Monkey, it's your turn. Teach that Turtwig a lesson. Young Master Yusuji commanded the Flame Monkey with a disgruntled expression. Chirp. The Flame Monkey bared its teeth and scampered into the arena. Hey, Turtwig. This is your first battle. You must give it your all. Chirp, chirp. Turtwig thought to itself, I've long held a grudge against that Flame Monkey. Let us teach it a lesson in this initial form, and later, I will truly unleash my fury upon it. Upon hearing Turtwig's thoughts, so you could not help but facepalm. It seemed Turtwig could not forget the moment when its predecessor was defeated by the Flame Monkey. Chapter 13. The wealthy dog in the face of young Master Yusuji, who brimmed with confidence and rage, so you remained composed and unruffled. The starter Pokémon distributed by the League to novice trainers had just recently passed their infancy stage. While they could immediately participate in battles, the bond between Pokémon and trainer was limited. It would not compare to Pokémon that had just hatched from their eggs and first laid eyes on their trainers. Moreover, the Flame Monkey had not undergone any serious training, having only participated in a few lackluster battles. So he was entirely confident that Turtwig would emerge victorious in this encounter. The 10,000 League coins would be akin to a windfall. As both Pokémon took their positions on the battlefield, the referee raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, the match begins now. Flame Monkey, use Ember. Turtwig, dodge and use Growl. Even though his Pokémon had a clear advantage over Suyu's, young Master Yusuji did not underestimate the situation. As soon as the match commenced, he promptly commanded the Flame Monkey to attack. While Suyu was confident of victory, he simultaneously issued a command to Turtwig, prompting it to move several steps to the right, its feet glowing with green energy. As a Fire-type Pokémon and one of the starters, Suyu was certain that Yusuji's first command would be to use Ember, a move that would be effective against Turtwig. Sure enough, the Ember was unleashed from the Flame Monkey's mouth, showering down upon Turtwig's original position. Unfortunately, Turtwig was no longer there. Chirp. A piercing sound erupted from the mouth of the Turtwig, a shriek so high in decibels that it seemed poised to rupture eardrums. Unlike the realm of reality, the animated world and games wield sound-based skills that, while intended to lower the target's attack by one level, do not enforce such effects in actual combat. Instead, they resonate with overwhelming volume, disrupting the opponent's senses. The Chimchar was immediately affected, ceasing its fiery assault, its furry hands clasped over its ears. A look of distress etched across its face. Yusuji was evidently unprepared for the tactical synergy and unspoken understanding between Suyu and Turtwig, catching him off guard. With Chimchar now hindered, Suyu seized the opportunity, issuing a command. Turtwig, use Razor Leaf. The young leaves on Turtwig glimmered with a bright light, spinning green blades whistling through the air toward the dazed Chimchar. The sound of the Razor Leaf jolted the Chimchar back to awareness, only to be met with the onslaught of swirling leaves, which instilled panic in it. As the blade struck, it felt as if it were being shredded. In response, Chimchar employed its scratch attack to obliterate the leaves. Under Yusuji's guidance, Chimchar regained its composure, enduring the cutting assault as it wielded two white claws, successfully tearing apart the third and fourth leaves. The force of the impact pushed it back a few steps, leaving it panting heavily. Onlookers, including a boy officiating the match and others by the fence, were taken aback by the unfolding events, utterly surprised, gazing at the scorched, glowing rocks beneath, and feeling the intense heat in the air ahead. Suyu wore a grave expression. He hadn't anticipated that the recently evolved Chimchar would possess such scorching power. It appeared that this Chimchar had consumed an item that amplified its fire-type abilities. Recognizing this, Suyu resolved to keep Turtwig at a distance, periodically launching Razor Leaf attacks toward Chimchar. He employed a kite-flying strategy, meticulously draining Chimchar's stamina. Aside from its spark attack, which posed a significant threat to Turtwig, Chimchar's other physical strikes and speed paled in comparison, and soon it found itself at a disadvantage, its energy rapidly depleting. Yusuji, not lacking in intellect, discerned Suyu's strategy but realized that aside from the spark, Chimchar's other attacks had little effect on Turtwig. If this continued, Chimchar would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. In desperation, Yusuji clenched his teeth and issued another command, which made Suyu envious. Chimchar used Dig. With a swift motion, Chimchar began furiously burrowing into the ground, quickly creating a dark, deep hole. Incredible, Suyu thought, taken aback by Yusuji's willingness to invest. The Dig move was a ground-type skill that Chimchar could only learn through a technical machine. a costly investment that rivaled the value of the item that enhanced its fire attacks. Shaking his head to suppress his envy, Tsuyu redirected his focus to the battle. Yusujiyu's decision to have Chimchar use Dig was a grave error, as Turtwig prepared to unleash a powerful vocal attack aimed at the hole's entrance. Hurry, Chimchar, get out. Yusujiyu's face paled as he realized the impending danger, shouting frantically. But it was too late. With an explosive surge of strength, Turtwig lunged toward the hole, unleashing a deafening sound attack into the confined space. Turtwig was primed and ready, a vibrant green aura enveloping its limbs as it erupted forth, sending Chimchar hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the spectator's view. Moments later, as the dust settled, Chimchar lay unconscious, its eyes swirling, having expended all its internal energy, a self-protective mechanism that manifested as swirling eyes, indicating it had lost the will to fight. This protective mechanism prevents gruesome scenes of injury in battles. However, the appearance of swirling eyes also meant that Chimchar was incapacitated and a subsequent attack could end its life. Thus, attacking a Pokémon that had lost its fighting capability was strictly forbidden. Chapter 14. Energy Cubes. With Chimchar incapacitated, Turtwig emerged victorious. The bespectacled boy officiating the match announced the end of the battle with a loud proclamation, initially reluctant to stake a wager of 10,000 alliance coins. He fell prey to Tsuyu's encouragement and the flattery from several others, especially considering Chimchar had recently absorbed a fragment of charred wood, significantly boosting its firepower and learning the dig skill. Facing a malnourished Turtwig seemed a surefire victory. Little did he know, this was a trap laid by Tsuyu, which explained his current displeasure. Ah, a lesson learned? Isn't it? Money alone isn't sufficient. Extensive training is essential to unlock a Pokémon's potential, Tsuyu imparted sagely, wearing an expression that suggested he had bestowed a great gift upon Yusujiyu. This left Yusujiyu puzzled, wondering if he should be grateful. To make matters worse, Tsuyu leaned in, mischievously inquiring, "So, when will you honor your bet, Yusuji?" His fingers rubbed together suggestively, the implication clear. With a scowl, Yusujiyu tossed down an anonymous alliance card, hastily departing, fearing that lingering would only further agitate Tsuyu. His incessant chatter, twisting words, and presenting a false facade of concern for Yusuji's well-being, was infuriating. Turtwig, observing Yusujiyu's retreat, shared a look of disdain, thinking to itself that this trainer was truly insufferable. A shadow loomed over Turtwig, followed by a massive fist crashing down onto its shell. "Turtwig, you've changed. You used to call me Mommy. How could you think of me this way? I'm doing this for your food expenses. It's not easy for me." Turtwig, in its mind, protested. "I never called you that. It wasn't me." Tsuyu led Turtwig to the payment hall to settle the venue fees. Turtwig suffered no injuries and required no healing. A few berries would suffice for recovery. Although he fed Turtwig cultivated berries, they were still adequate for replenishing its strength. If one wasn't enough, two would do, as they were not particularly valuable. After settling the fees, Tsuyu pushed his battered bicycle away from the Pokémon Center, grumbling, 500 alliance coins for 2 holes? They should be robbing instead. Why didn't you dig more, Turtwig? Why did you defeat it so quickly? Turtwig, internally exasperated, thought, "Hey, that was your command. How can you blame this on me?" At that moment, it truly felt a sense of frustration. The more Tsuyu pondered, the angrier he became, his frustration reaching a boiling point. Confronting the grass turtle in the front basket, I sternly instructed, "Next time you see a little fire monkey, give it a thorough beating." The grass turtle eagerly responded, "I relish this task." Having earned over 10,000 coins, my financial strain was alleviated, making this a day worth celebrating. It was high time to reward my diligent grass turtle, for I was not a trainer who merely exploited my Pokémon with this newfound wealth. "I can treat you to some delectable food. Speak, what do you desire?" Riding my bicycle along the bustling streets of town, I spoke with grandeur. "Really?" The grass turtle's eyes sparkled with joy, its sprout bobbing excitedly as it exclaimed, "I want green tea puffs, vanilla candies, and chocolate." "What are you thinking? Given our current financial situation, we can only choose one." "Stop dawdling and tell me your top choice," I interrupted its daydreaming. "What? No way. This is my hard-earned money. I want it all." "Child, wake up. Our finances do not permit such indulgence. We must be frugal." "Then, just one more." The grass turtle pleaded pitifully, hoping for permission to acquire an additional treat. "Only one. The remaining funds will be allocated for nutritional supplements. Once you grow stronger, you can have whatever you desire," I explained. "Is that so?" The grass turtle pondered, filled with questions. "Of course. If you hadn't trained so diligently, could you have defeated the little fire monkey?" "No. The grass turtle recalled its initial attempt at using Leaf Blade, shaking its head. So, would you like to practice more? The more you train, the faster your strength will grow, and you can earn more money for Pokémon treats. Absolutely. Under the temptation of food, the grass turtle immediately acquiesced. Once again, I had outsmarted it. This devious trainer truly had no regard for its feelings. I paid no mind to the grass turtle's thoughts as I eagerly headed toward a shop selling pocket puffs. I had long been tempted by Moo Moo milk, but had never allowed myself to indulge. Now that I had earned some money, treating myself to a pocket puff made from Moo Moo milk seemed reasonable. Hurry up, grass turtle. What will you have? If you don't decide, we're leaving, I urged, watching the grass turtle's conflicted expression. The grass turtle glanced at the chocolate shop, the Moo Moo milk shop, and various other Pokémon snack shops, ultimately choosing a vanilla ice cream. On a sweltering summer day, each bite was pure bliss. Though it was a grass-type Pokémon and not easily affected by the heat, it still savored the cool treat. Observing the grass turtle relish its ice cream, I felt a twinge of desire myself. Hey, grass turtle, let me have a bite. Just a single bite, I implored with a smile. It's all gone now, the grass turtle replied, stuffing the remaining ice cream into its mouth with a look of resignation. It gestured that I was too late. It had finished, and it wasn't to blame. After all, I shared some pocket puffs with you, and this is how you repay me? You greedy grass turtle. After relishing our meal, I took the grass turtle to procure energy cubes. Berries are extraordinary products in the Pokémon world, and using a berry mixer, various ingredients are blended, decomposed, and concentrated to create energy cubes. The grade of energy cubes varies based on the degree of fusion of the berries and the energy contained within them, categorized into 4 classes: basic, intermediate, advanced, and finally, gem level. Chapter 15. The journey begins. Energy cubes are rich in nutrients and energy, accelerating a Pokémon's growth. For a Pokémon to evolve into its final form solely through self-effort in the wild might take over a decade or even more. However, with the right energy cubes in a trainer's hands, a Pokémon can achieve its final evolution in just a few years, or even less. Besides restoring a Pokémon's stamina and extending training time, advanced energy cubes can subtly enhance a Pokémon's abilities. Some can increase a Pokémon's stamina limit, while others boost attack power or speed, among other attributes. Thus, energy cubes come at a premium. Many powerful trainers typically feed their Pokémon specific energy cubes aligned with their training direction. Champions and elite trainers even have dedicated breeders who formulate custom energy cubes for their Pokémon. Just a single ordinary advanced energy cube may cost several hundred alliance coins, let alone those specially tailored for Pokémon. One cannot expect a Pokémon's abilities to improve drastically from consuming a single energy cube. It requires long-term and substantial consumption, representing a significant expenditure. This is a primary reason many trainers embark on annual adventures, as nurturing Pokémon is indeed a costly endeavor. However, this was not a concern for me at the moment. I merely sought to purchase basic energy cubes, which would not deplete my funds significantly. After all, with my grass turtle currently at an ordinary level, consuming a high-tier energy cube could overwhelm its body with excess energy. Only when it reaches elite status can it withstand the energy contained in advanced energy cubes. Perhaps I could attempt to craft energy cubes myself, I contemplated. The reason behind my inclination to create energy cubes stemmed from my past life. My mental prowess was formidable. With concentrated focus, I could perceive the trajectories of swiftly moving objects. The principle behind the berry mixer involves rapid rotation to separate incompatible energy impurities, from the berries and other materials, allowing the remaining energy essence to merge and crystallize. Many breeders rely on their expertise to gauge the fusion process of berry essences, often lacking the precision I possess due to my heightened dynamic vision, which enables me to adeptly discern the separation of energy impurities and the merging of berry energy essences. This was another reason for my desire to create energy cubes. Moreover, if I succeeded in crafting energy cubes, I could produce those specifically suited for my grass turtle at a lower cost. Additionally, I could sell them for alliance coins, allowing me to purchase better items to cultivate my grass turtle. Of course, this was merely an idea. Due to time constraints, I had not yet acted on it, planning to wait until I completed the alliance tasks before attempting to create energy cubes. After acquiring the necessary energy cubes, I passed by the Pokémon Paradise. Noticing the grass turtle's envious gaze, I ultimately withdrew a handful of shiny alliance coins and spent the entire day indulging in fun. Later, we dined at a unique Pokémon restaurant in town. That night, I did not schedule any training, opting to watch a movie with the grass turtle instead. Initially, the grass turtle was captivated by the adventures of various Pokémon on screen, engrossed in the delightful journey. However, halfway through, it succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. I engaged in my usual exercise routine and devised some training plans before drifting into slumber. Time flew by. The gentle morning breeze swept away the summer's heat, heralding the dawn's soft light. A splendid day was about to unfold. 3 days had elapsed since Suyu had accepted his mission, and today marked the day of their departure to Jike Town for its completion. Amidst the rhythmic chimes of the Mewtwo alarm clock, Suyu awoke punctually, his gaze falling upon the sun-kissed Sprout Tortoise perched on the windowsill. "Oh, Sprout Tortoise, you are quite an early riser today," Suyu jested. He was somewhat taken aback. Typically, the Sprout Tortoise would linger in bed for at least 10 minutes before stirring. Yet today, it was eager to dash out the door upon noticing Suyu had awakened. "All right, Sprout Tortoise, no need to rush," Suyu chuckled, managing to coax it back a little. It was unexpected for the Sprout Tortoise to be so impatient for its first journey. After all, having watched numerous films depicting Pokémon trainers and their adventures, such enthusiasm was only natural. With the Sprout Tortoise's eager gaze upon him, Suyu completed his morning routine and breakfast before heading out with his companion. Jike Town lay at the lower right corner of Hongxia Town, not far from the right entrance of Baidai Forest, and it was a bustling little town. Originally named Jike Town, it was renamed due to its geographical location, which attracted a multitude of trainers venturing into Baidai Forest for adventures. "Mr. Winnow, I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long," Suyu said as he and the Sprout Tortoise arrived at a bus station in the southern part of the town after a half-hour journey. He was there to catch a ride with Winnow Hirakawa to Jike Town. At that moment, a chubby middle-aged man in a gray short-sleeve shirt and a patterned sun hat leaned against an old jeep. "Haha, not at all. I just arrived myself," Winnow Hirakawa chuckled, waving his hand. "Now that you're here, let us embark." "Absolutely." The journey from Hongxia Town to Jike Town spanned approximately 20 to 30 kilometers, taking about half an hour. Occasionally, they encountered wild Pokémon from other regions, which could pose some dangers. Therefore, whenever Winnow Hirakawa made the round trip between Hongxia Town and Jike Town, he would graciously offer rides to trainers in need, ensuring mutual safety. The old jeep rumbled along, accompanied by the excited calls of the Sprout Tortoise, gradually leaving the vibrant town behind as Suyu commenced his inaugural journey into the unknown. Chapter 16. Honey's Lure. Despite the relatively short distance of just over half an hour between Hongxia Town and Jike Town, Winnow Hirakawa's old vehicle roared loudly, potentially attracting wild Pokémon, prompting them to reduce their speed. After about an hour, they finally arrived in Jike Town. Of course, even then, the various Pokémon food and items in the vehicle drew the attention of some wild Pokémon, leading to unavoidable disturbances. Fortunately, the attracted Pokémon were relatively weak, and the Sprout Tortoise quickly chased them away. Upon reaching the designated meeting point, Suyu spotted a stout, affable middle-aged man anxiously waiting alongside a youthful boy with chestnut hair. "Mr. Qingfeng, I apologize for my tardiness. Shall we depart now?" Suyu approached the honest-looking man and presented his trainer card. "Let us set off immediately. We aim to capture a Pokémon today." Before Mr. Qifeng could respond, the eager boy chimed in. "Just as June said," Mr. Qifeng affirmed. "Very well, let us begin our journey." Without any hesitation, they set forth toward Baidai Forest. The Pokémon Suyu was tasked with capturing was the thorny caterpillar. However, he was merely there to oversee the process. The actual capturing would be executed by Qifeng Jun, utilizing Mr. Qifeng as Pokémon for battle and capture. After all, if he attempted to capture the Pokémon himself, the defeated creature would only acknowledge his strength and would not heed Qifeng Jun's commands. "By the way, Mr. Qifeng, since you wish for your son to capture a thorny caterpillar, you must be aware of its habitat, correct? It is worth noting that the thorny caterpillar primarily inhabits the Hoenn region, with its final evolutionary form being the hunting butterfly. A graceful and beautiful Pokémon adorned with azure compound eyes and vibrant patterned wings. Although its combat prowess is modest, its exquisite appearance makes it a favorite among trainers. This has led to many Pokémon hunters illegally capturing thorny caterpillars and trafficking them to other regions for sale. Conversely, the thorny caterpillar's other evolutionary form, the poison powder butterfly, lacks aesthetic appeal, leading some trainers to release them back into the wild. Thus, the thorny caterpillar has established a population in the Sinnoh region, which did not surprise Suyu. The thorny caterpillar population is located in the central area of Baidai Forest, Mr. Qifeng stated sheepishly, scratching his head with an honest smile. "The central area?" Suyu's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. It is well known that while the Bidai Forest is rich in resources, it harbors significant dangers, with numerous trainers perishing within its depths each year. The forest can be divided into 3 zones: the outer zone, the central zone, and the inner zone. As one ventures deeper, the resources become more abundant, and naturally, the Pokémon residing there grow stronger. Pokémon in the central zone are typically of excellent and elite levels, and given that the Sprout Tortoise is merely of ordinary strength, entering the central area would be akin to courting death. Should they encounter a ferocious Pokémon, it would not hesitate to disregard the Pokémon League's authority and eliminate them. Noticing Suyu's grave expression and his inclination to withdraw, Mr. Qifeng hastily assured him, "Mr. Suyu, fear not. The thorny caterpillar population I discovered resides at the boundary between the outer and central zones. We have not ventured deep into the central zone. As long as we exercise caution, we should face minimal danger." Upon hearing this explanation, Suyu relaxed his brow and his expression softened considerably. "Very well. If matters unfold contrary to your words, I shall take my leave." Suyu resolved that if circumstances proved as Mr. Qifeng had described, he would overlook the concealed information. However, should danger arise that exceeded his capacity, he would prioritize his own escape rather than concern himself with the duo's fate. The Pokémon League would not hold him accountable for the task issuer's misfortune, as it stemmed from Mr. Qifeng's withheld information, not his own. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of Bidai Forest. Suyu also encountered Mr. Qifeng's Pokémon, a rather slender poison powder butterfly. "Let us proceed." Suyu released the Sprout Tortoise to lead the way. After all, since they were being compensated, it would be remiss to have the employer face all the dangers alone. The morning forest exuded a refreshing atmosphere, a stark contrast to the clamor and vibrancy of the city. Within Bidai Forest, the only sounds were those of various wild Pokémon rustling about in search of food. Upon entering, they encountered a startled Bidoof, which, seeing the group, swiftly darted into a bush and vanished. Wild Pokémon, having adapted to life outdoors, are quite astute and, aware of their natural predators, rarely initiate attacks. Additionally, with 2 Pokémon accompanying Suyu's party, their strength was not to be underestimated. The wild Pokémon in the outer zone, merely disturbed by their presence, hopped away from the trio. They traversed the outer zone for quite some time, encountering no threats, and smoothly crossed most of the outer region. Before long, they reached the boundary between the outer and central zones, advancing further into the heart of the forest. Thus, after walking cautiously for about a quarter of an hour, the trio carefully passed through a gathering of large beavers and a cluster of doves. With only minor scares, they ultimately arrived at a dense forest near a small slope on the right side of the outer and central area. There, various, with bodies adorned in red and white, their red backs bristling with sharp spines resembling caterpillars and boasting large eyes, rested on different spots along the tree trunks. A few even exuded the aura of hunting butterflies. "We have arrived, Mr. Suyu. Please assist us in maintaining the formation while we lure out the for capture," the commoner Qifeng said with a look of delight, speaking softly to Suyu. "Certainly." Soon, the 3 moved a short distance from the gathering of. The commoner Qifeng retrieved a pot of sweet honey he had prepared in advance and smeared it on a sturdy tree trunk to entice the. Under the irresistible allure of the honey, it wasn't long before several, in pairs, began to weave their silky threads, swaying their bodies as they approached the honey-coated trunk to lick the sweet treat. Occasionally, they would glance around, displaying a keen sense of alertness. Indeed, in such a harsh wilderness, a moment's inattention could render one prey to other creatures, and it was no wonder these were so vigilant. They likely bore the scars of past experiences, having witnessed the grim fates of their companions. Chapter 17. Surrounding way to rescue Zhao, which one catches your eye? The commoner Qifeng inquired of his son, Qifeng Jun. Although Qifeng Jun was filled with excitement, he hesitated in choosing among the before him. Suyu, too, noted his indecision. Judging the innate qualities of wild spirits based solely on their appearance was no easy feat. Reflecting on this, Suyu couldn't help but envy trainers equipped with spirit encyclopedias. For a mere glance could reveal the skills a spirit had learned, sparing them from such arduous deliberations. This was Qifeng Jun's first spirit, and he naturally wished to capture one with superior qualities, lest he fall behind in strength as he progressed. However, now was not the time for hesitation. Delaying could attract even more spirits, for sweet honey was not solely a delight for the tribe. Since we cannot decide which to choose, let us engage in battle and observe the skills that can master. The ones capable of executing skills are likely to possess decent potential, Suyu suggested. Father and son deliberated and agreed that Suyu's proposal was indeed the optimal solution. following Jun's command. Streams of energy converged on either side of the poisonous butterfly's wings, which then beat rapidly, unleashing a fierce gale. In an instant, the violent wind struck the that were licking the honey, knocking them all to the ground, rendered powerless. Clearly, they were no match for Jun's choice. Subsequently, Suyu instructed the grass turtle to hide the incapacitated in the underbrush, and father and son reapplied the sweet honey to continue enticing them. After several attempts, a few exhibited satisfactory performance, demonstrating the skills of collision and silk spinning, though their overall display did not impress Jun. It wasn't until they stirred the nearby population that he finally found one that piqued his interest. This particular appeared somewhat plumper than the others, though it also bore signs of slight malnutrition, being smaller in size. Its eyes sparkled with a hint of vitality, and its spines, polished to a sheen, glimmered under the sunlight filtering through the forest canopy. When it was struck by the poisonous butterfly's fierce wind, it did not panic. Instead, it employed its silk spinning skill, quickly weaving a web of silk between the tree trunk and branches, mitigating the damage from the gale. Then, with a piercing cry, it attracted the nearby, continuing to use its silk spinning skill in an attempt to escape. "Aha! You are the one!" Jun exclaimed joyfully. "Poisonous butterfly. Use your poison needle skill to sever its silk." Upon hearing Jun's delighted voice, the poisonous butterfly blossomed with a fond smile. As Jun's spirit, it had watched him grow over the years. A decade had passed since the snot-nosed boy had played with it, and now he was on the cusp of embarking on his journey. Jun's desire for as his initial spirit stemmed not only from family finances, but also from the deep bond they shared. It would not let him down. A swirl of purple light converged in its mouth, forming elongated purple poison needles that shot forth like a torrential downpour. In response, attempted to use its poison needle skill, but it was a mere shadow of the butterfly's prowess. The deluge of poison needles from the poisonous butterfly instantly severed the silk, causing it to plummet from the air. Following this, the sound of 1,000 birds chirping echoed throughout the area as golden currents of electricity, manipulated by the poisonous butterfly, ensnared the midfall. This was the electric net skill mastered by the poisonous butterfly of the commoner Qifeng. The violent currents coursed through rendering it incapable of further resistance. "Go, Poké Ball!" Jun hurled a red and white Poké Ball, successfully capturing the within. As the emitted its cry, Suyu, accompanied by the grass turtle, retreated to the nearby thicket, not far from the clan. Indeed, a beautiful hunting butterfly was gracefully fluttering in response to the insect cries. Upon leaving its resting place, the hunting butterfly noticed its kin under attack by the human trainer, and it became furious. With currents of air swirling around its wings, it prepared to soar like a beam of white light towards the fray. It was time for Suyu to act. With a swift motion, several leaves spun like flying daggers, slicing through the air and striking the hunting butterfly, interrupting its advance. The hunting butterfly, caught off guard, let out an angry cry, seemingly expressing its wrath while also signaling to other hunting butterflies in the vicinity. Simultaneously, its vividly patterned wings flapped fiercely, conjuring a storm that swept toward the grass turtle. Naturally, the grass turtle dared not withstand the blow directly. It merely needed to stall for time. In a flash, it transformed into a beam of white light. Evading the attack, this was a skill it had inadvertently grasped while training for explosive speed. At the same time, the grass turtle unleashed its leaf blade skill once more, obstructing the hunting butterfly to prevent it from interfering with Jun's capture battle. Amidst the cacophony of chirping birds and the flicker of golden lightning, a hearty laugh echoed, signaling Suyu that Jun had successfully completed his capture. Without a moment's pause, he prepared to deal with the hunting butterfly before him. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of the clan, a fate his slight frame could scarcely endure. Whizzing through the air, silver steel balls shot from Suyu's hand with relentless speed. The white dye forest was fraught with dangers, and Suyu had specially crafted these steel ball projectiles, honing his throwing skills in anticipation of such moments. The steel balls, propelled by tremendous speed and force, struck the hunting butterfly entangled with the grass turtle. Clearly, the hunting butterfly had not anticipated such a shameless ambush from a human trainer. Caught off guard, it faltered, emitting a mournful cry as it plummeted from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu prepared to capitalize on its moment of vulnerability. Without the need for Suyu's command, 2 green vine whips shot forth from the grass-seed tortoise, ensnaring the hunting butterfly and forcefully smashing it into the ground, rendering it incapable of further combat. At that moment, 2 other ordinary advanced hunting butterflies from the thorntail insect swarm arrived. Suyu bellowed, grass seed tortoise. Aim. Understanding his intent, the grass seed tortoise hurled the incapacitated thorntail insects from the thickets into the sky in all directions. Chapter 18. Let us go to ransack the home. Faced with Suyu's fierce maneuver, the two hunting butterflies, drawn by the sound of the insects, did not dare to hesitate and sprang into action. Some unleashed a violent gust to gently lower the thorntail insects to the ground, while others used silken threads to pull them down. They could not afford to chase after Suyu and the grass seed tortoise, who were seizing the opportunity to escape. It was critical to note that these thorntail insects had been rendered incapable of fighting, their protective mechanisms triggered. Without that layer of protection, a fall from such heights could turn them into mere pulp. Thus, the two hunting butterflies could only watch helplessly as the duo departed. Although at a distance, Suyu caught sight of Qingfeng's process of subduing the thorntail insects, realizing that the one he had captured seemed to possess commendable qualities. After all, that particular thorntail insect appeared quite astute compared to its companions, having learned skills such as insect calls, silk spinning, and poisonous spines, and perhaps even an impact skill not yet revealed. Judging by these few abilities, the thorntail insect he had captured was likely of mid to even high quality, which explained the urgency of both individuals. Well then, let us depart. Suyu nodded. Shortly after they began their journey. Upon reaching the boundary between the outskirts and the central area, a cacophony of intense insect calls, bear roars, and fervent battle sounds erupted from the location where they had captured the thorntail insects. The resounding battle cries and the familiar bear roars immediately captured Suyu's attention. He decisively retrieved a pair of binoculars from his backpack and gazed towards the source of the commotion, only to find a circle bear engaged in combat with a swarm of hunting butterflies. It was clear to him that the circle bear had been lured by the sweet honey smeared on the trees, coinciding with the furious thorntail insects and hunting butterflies, which led to the ensuing conflict. Fortunately, although Suyu was no longer with them, Qifeng had previously demonstrated the ability to discover the gathering place of the thorntail insects, indicating he possessed the strength to safely depart from the outskirts of the Baidai forest. Before entering the Baidai forest, Suyu had already sealed his abilities to avoid being disturbed by the myriad thoughts of the spirits within. At this moment, in order to locate the circle bear's den, he required the assistance of these spirits, thus he reopened his powers. Instantly, a curious spirit remarked, "Heh. That mad bear has encountered the crazed thorntail insect swarm. This will be entertaining." Another, roused from slumber, complained, "How annoying, that circle bear is disturbing my dreams again. Seems it's time to move." A spirit accustomed to being bullied by the circle bear chimed in, "Let them fight. It would be best if they chased that circle bear away. It's always stealing my food." The chorus of voices threatened to overwhelm Suyu's mind. Fortunately, after a bit of effort, he finally gleaned information about the circle bear's den. Subsequently, with a thud, a large beaver hiding in the grass was subdued by the grass seed tortoise, yielding and leading Suyu to the circle bear's lair. Naturally, Suyu did not forget to spray some insect repellent to drive away any wild spirits. After all, while the circle bear's cave was not particularly deep within the Baidai forest, there was still a possibility of encountering some spirits of notable strength, and it was better to minimize danger and trouble. After swiftly advancing for over 10 minutes, Suyu arrived at the entrance of the circle bear's den. Guided by the beaver, the den was situated within a massive ancient tree, hollowed out at its core, with a wooden door crafted from planks bearing the imprints of a large and a small bear paw. Suyu remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from approaching the tree hollow, and instructed the grass seed tortoise to carefully open the door with its vine whips. He then picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the hollow. Thud, thud, thud. After a few sounds, silence ensued. Before long, Suyu heard a series of childish voices in his mind. Huh? Why is the door open? Didn't Daddy just go out? A rustling sound followed, and the wooden door was closed once more. Hearing this, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. The owner of that innocent voice was indeed the bear cub. After rewarding the guiding beaver with several tree fruits, Suyu sent it away and proceeded with the grass seed tortoise towards the tree hollow. Creak. The creaking of the door startled the bear cub awake, and it rubbed its bleary eyes, peering towards the entrance. It was then that the blinding sunlight streamed in, revealing two shadows, one large and one small, casting a pall over the cub's mood, akin to a cloud overshadowing the sun. Wah, Daddy, where are you? A human trainer has come to steal our home. Despite a twinge of fear, the bear cub steeled itself, puffing out its chest in a fierce demeanor, attempting to let out a roar. However, its juvenile voice, coupled with the crescent-shaped white mark upon its head, rendered its fierce display somewhat comical and endearing. Paying no heed to the bear cub's attempts to intimidate, Suyu scanned the interior of the tree hollow and quickly spotted numerous treasures obscured by dry branches. Just as he had hoped, this bear cub possessed a gathering trait, leveraging the circle bear's influence to amass such a trove of items from who knows where. Now, it fortuitously benefited Suyu. Blue-orange berries, 0 left berries, apple wild berries, a golden bead, perhaps a gold pearl, a black stone, possibly hardstone, alongside soft sand. Bird Pokémon claws and feathers, Suyu's expression transformed into one of delight, based on his knowledge of certain Pokémon items. This fiery red crystal appeared somewhat akin to a firestone, yet the fire energy within seemed markedly diminished, leaving him uncertain if it truly was a firestone. Nevertheless, it appeared to be a remarkably precious fire-related treasure. My hand warmer. Upon seeing Suyu clutching the treasure, the bear cub grew anxious. This was its favorite possession, essential for warding off the cold in winter. However, glancing at the grass seed tortoise, which was glaring at it with a fierce demeanor, and recalling the sting of the vine whip moments earlier, the bear cub could only watch helplessly as Suyu stuffed the hard-earned treasures into his backpack. Chapter 19. Silk Vest. Despite the bear cub's helpless and pitiful appearance, Suyu was not to be trifled with. Beneath its adorably explosive exterior lay a truly fierce spirit. Even though the bear cub had just barely reached the ordinary initial stage of strength, gathering such treasures with the aid of its gathering trait was no simple feat. Most of these items were likely acquired by the bear cub brazenly asserting the circle bear's dominance in the vicinity, seizing them from other wild spirits. At this moment, Suyu could distinctly perceive the unabashed malice emanating from the cub's heart. With narrowed eyes and a subtle smirk playing upon his lips, he resolutely commanded, "Grass seed tortoise, knock out the bear cub." Upon hearing Suyu's words and witnessing his stern expression, the bear cub felt a sudden chill of foreboding. No longer willing to conceal its intentions, a fierce gleam appeared in its eyes as its right palm surged with 3 beams of white light, preparing to launch an attack on Suyu. However, it was no match for the grass seed turtle, which charged forward with a ferocious assault, followed by a swift leaf blade that left the bear cub dazed, its eyes swirling in confusion. By the time the bear cub regained consciousness, Suyu had long departed from the tree hollow, leaving it ensnared by the grass seed turtle's vine whips, swinging from a tree like a pendulum. This humiliation was unbearable for the bear cub, a notorious tyrant of the outer white dye forest, accustomed to dominating wherever it roamed. Now, it found itself disgracefully suspended by an audacious trainer. It sensed the mocking gazes of onlookers, a situation it had never experienced before, and vowed to track down Suyu and exact a merciless revenge. Unbeknownst to Suyu, the bear cub harbored such thoughts. Having just secured justice, or rather, reclaimed what was rightfully his, Suyu had received rewards from the numerous Pokémon victimized by the bear cub's bullying, allowing him to purchase an abundance of supplements for the grass seed turtle. With its potential and diligent training, coupled with the training plans he devised, the grass seed turtle's strength was destined to soar. At that point, not even the bear cub's father, the circle bear, would stand a chance against it. As Suyu departed the circle bear's tree hollow, he remained vigilant along the way, opting to circumvent encounters with Pokémon by taking more secluded paths to avoid battles. Alas, fate had other plans. Mere minutes from the exit of the white dye forest, he encountered a common high-tier Meowth, on the brink of evolving into an exceptional tier. While merely pausing to replenish the grass seed turtle's energy with energy cubes from his backpack, Suyu's actions were detected by the Meowth's keen senses, which lurked in the bushes, poised for an ambush. Fortunately, despite his haste, Suyu maintained his vigilance and quickly noticed the impending threat. With the grass seed turtle's considerable strength and Suyu's occasional use of his signature skill, they managed to drive the Meowth away, albeit with some difficulty, and safely exited the forest. Furthermore, given that Suyu had thwarted an attack from a hunting Butterfree, Chi Fengjun would not have been able to capture the excellent quality Caterpie otherwise. Out of concern for Suyu's safety, Chi Fengjun casually suggested, "Mr. Suyu, it's nearly noon. Why not have lunch here before continuing your journey?" "No, thank you." Suyu waved his hand. "Please hand over the mission certificate so I can proceed to the Pokémon Center." After scavenging so many treasures from the circle bear's lair, including some unfamiliar items, he was eager to report back to the Pokémon Center and lacked the time for a prolonged stay. Upon hearing Suyu's response, Chi Fengjun continued, "Very well. I shall promptly provide you with the mission certificate." After which, he handed Suyu the certificate along with a white, silk-like vest. "What is this?" Suyu inquired, puzzled. "This is a silk vest I crafted myself. It is my only skill." So consider it a token of apology for concealing aspects of the mission and a gesture of gratitude towards you. Mr. Suyu, Qingfeng Jun replied with a beaming smile. He owned a silk shop in Jike Town, specializing in crafting garments from the silk produced by bug-type Pokémon. This vest was made from the silk of his Venomoth. Although it was not particularly lucrative, it afforded him the means to purchase a Pokémon egg from the Alliance's breeding facility. Given the dangers faced by trainers, he hesitated to let Qingfeng Jun become one, but with his son determined to embark on a journey, there was little he could do. The Caterpie's rapid growth and potential would provide Qingfeng Jun with the strength needed for protection. Then I shall graciously accept this gift from you, Mr. Qingfeng. Ziyu replied politely, accepting the silk vest. Beyond their formidable destructive capabilities, many Pokémon materials also serve practical purposes for humans. For instance, the shed skin of Arbok can be used as medicinal material, while the spores from Paras can be utilized in longevity potions. And the stingers of Beedrill can be fashioned into defensive poisons. The silk vest, composed of various bug-type Pokémon-esque threads, was known for its thermal regulation properties, warm in winter and cool in summer. However, this was contingent upon normal temperature fluctuations, expecting it to provide protection in extreme conditions, such as volcanoes or frigid mountains, would be unrealistic. Additionally, the vest could offer some degree of protection against harm, but given Suyu's extensive training and enhanced physique, he found it unnecessary. After bidding farewell to Qingfeng Jun, Suyu arrived at the Pokémon Center's mission hall, where he successfully reported his mission and received a reward of 1,000 Alliance coins. Hello, could you please assist me in identifying these treasures? Suyu inquired, recalling the vast array of items he had collected from the Circle Bear's lair, as he approached the identification counter in the side hall. Of course. Please place the items you wish to identify on the device, a sweet-faced young lady in a blue uniform gestured. This device had recorded extensive information about various treasures. As long as they were not relics from legendary Pokémon or artifacts from ancient times, it could identify them. Suyu, confident that the treasures he had gathered from the Circle Bear's den would fall within the device's capabilities, complied. Beep, beep. As the machine chimed, the red light faded, and a list of identified treasures slid from the printer. Mr. Suyu, here are your identification results. The list included a collection of berries, golden pearls, hardstones, soft sand, fire energy crystals, and the feathers of a Murkrow. As Suyu held the list, he murmured to himself, his expression brightening with delight. While he was indifferent to the other items, the fire energy crystals and other materials piqued his interest. The fire energy crystal, gleaming like a ruby, was about the size of a thumb and contained an abundance of fire energy. When held, a warm current radiated through his body, akin to basking in a gentle sun. This crystal was formed from energy dissipating from the Firestone vein, accumulating over time. It contained a wealth of fire energy, which could enhance the internal fire energy of fire-type Pokémon upon refinement. Though it lacked the miraculous evolutionary properties of the Firestone, its value was still considerable. The hard stone from an onyx of exceptional strength could slightly amplify the power of rock-type moves when refined. The soft sand could enhance ground-type moves, while the feathers of a Murkrow, when ground into powder and combined with various flying-type materials and berries, could be used to create energy cubes suitable for flying-type Pokémon. Despite not knowing where the bear cub scavenged such precious treasures, Suyu was aware that his strategic maneuver had yielded immense rewards. As long as the grass seedling tortoise had not yet reached the elite level of strength, he no longer needed to worry about resources. While Suyu was perusing the treasure appraisal list, the glass doors of the Pokémon Center swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman dressed impeccably in a custom-tailored high-end suit, his hair neatly styled yet graying at the temples. Upon noticing the radiant red glow emanating from the appraisal counter, a flicker of brilliance flashed in his murky eyes as he approached Suyu with hurried steps. "Good day, sir. May I take a look at your fire-type crystal?" he inquired. The crystal was rich in color, devoid of any impurities, and exuded a vibrant energy that suggested it was imbued with the essence of a mid-grade firestone. The old man scrutinized the fire-type energy crystal with great care, and after a moment's contemplation, his serious demeanor softened, a smile gracing his lips. "Sir, I shall offer you 100,000 Alliance coins for this fire-type energy crystal," he declared earnestly, holding the crystal firmly. 100,000? Suyu was taken aback. Not because the price was low, but rather because it was exceedingly high. Typically, low-grade firestones were valued at around 130 to 140,000 Alliance coins in various markets or on the Alliance's exchange list. The worth of this fire-type crystal should only be half that of the Firestone, fetching a maximum of 70 to 80,000 alliance coins. The old man's opening bid of 100,000 suggested he was a man of considerable means, which Suyu found quite appealing. Unable to decline, he promptly agreed. And they completed the transaction on the spot. With one hand exchanging money and the other delivering the crystal, both parties were immensely satisfied. Good sir. Might you be interested in the hard stone left by the onyx or the soft sand? I could offer you a discount, so you continued to promote his other treasures. No, my young master is only interested in fire-type Pokémon. Other items are of no use to him. The elderly gentleman waved his hand dismissively. He then produced a small purple card, handing it to Suyu. This is my contact information. Should you acquire any fire-type Pokémon items in the future and wish to sell them, do not hesitate to reach out. As he declined, the old man made sure to provide Suyu with his contact details and address. Clear Spring Manor? Suyu mused, recognizing the name on the card. Specializing in fire-type Pokémon. It seems a formidable battle awaits. Watching the old man retreat, Suyu thought to himself, this is indeed beneficial. The grass seedling tortoise has had a smooth journey thus far, with little adversity. A challenging experience would serve it well to temper its pride and confidence. However, he also knew he needed to train the grass seedling tortoise intensively to learn more skills, as he certainly did not wish to taste the bitterness of defeat. But first, he needed to manage the treasures before him. Regaining his focus, Suyu addressed the young woman responsible for appraising the treasures. Miss Chuan, please sell these treasures to the Pokémon Center and calculate their total worth for me. The remaining items, aside from the berries he decided to keep for crafting energy cubes in the future, were all sold to the Pokémon Center, including the soft sand that enhanced ground-type moves. After all, the grass seedling tortoise could only utilize it upon evolving into the final form, the ground tortoise. And at this moment, it held no benefit for it. By the time the grass seedling tortoise evolved, it would likely possess elite-level strength, while the soft sand was only effective for Pokémon below excellent level. Thus, there was no necessity to retain it. Selling it for funds to procure other nutrients was far more practical. With a flurry of keystrokes, Chuyan's voice chimed in again. The total comes to 89,000 alliance coins. Do you agree? Let it be as you say. Although the price was lower than the original value by 20%. One must consider that the Pokémon Center provided appraisal services, which required a fee equivalent to 10% of the item's worth. Selling to the Alliance negated this appraisal fee. Thus, in essence, the treasures had been sold for 90% of their value. Even if he attempted to sell them in the black market or other shops, the price would hardly differ, unless he encountered a trainer in dire need, which could yield a higher price. This would undoubtedly be time-consuming. Thus, selling to the Pokémon Center was indeed more advantageous. Chapter 21. Special training in the Pokémon Center. Within a closed training room, the temperature was exceedingly high. Even though Suyu was shirtless, sweat streamed down his body, pooling at his feet before evaporating in the intense heat. Before him stood the grass seedling tortoise, its leaf-like head wilting from severe dehydration, beside a furnace radiating intense heat. Suyu had accepted a task to battle the son of the owner of Clear Spring Manor. From the words of the manor's butler, who had sold him the fire-type energy crystal, it was clear that the young man was a fire-type Pokémon trainer. Given his background and the task's description, it was evident that he had defeated many trainers of ordinary strength, prompting the manor's owner to seek someone to temper his youthful arrogance. Clearly, the young man's prowess was formidable, far beyond that of Yasujiyu. At this moment, the grass seedling tortoise remained at the pinnacle of the intermediate ordinary level, just grazing the threshold of the high-level ordinary tier. Faced with an opponent of superior strength and a type advantage, defeat was inevitable. Thus, Suyu had specifically rented a training room at the Pokémon Center to subject the grass seedling tortoise to rigorous training, hoping to facilitate a breakthrough in strength and mastery of additional skills before undertaking this battle task. Currently, he was conducting resistance training, not expecting the tortoise to fully withstand fire-type moves, but rather to enable it to endure a bit during the upcoming battle. Ding ding ding. The sound of an alarm rang out as Suyu turned off the furnace, allowing the heat to dissipate, and the grass seedling tortoise let out a sigh of relief. Come, grass seedling tortoise, eat these. Immediately after the training session, Suyu presented several energy-boosting grass-type energy cubes and a few bottles of moo milk. As the energy surged throughout its body, accompanied by the sweet aroma of the milk, the grass seedling tortoise couldn't help but squint its eyes in bliss. In this moment, it felt utterly content. Unfortunately, such indulgence could only be savored after enduring arduous training. Of course, it did not resent the training, for it understood that soon it would face a powerful opponent who might have a type advantage over it. Moreover, its time in the growth phase had been brief, and its current strength still left much to be desired. Thus, it sought to compensate through rigorous training in hopes of achieving a breakthrough before the battle. It was a fiercely competitive Pokémon, and having witnessed the ground tortoise narrowly lose to a fire monkey due to a type disadvantage had ignited a deep-seated resentment within it. Naturally, it could not tolerate losing due to such a disadvantage. Though exhausted, it relished the challenge. It vowed, as long as it could endure, it would train relentlessly. After an hour, once the grass seedling tortoise had rested adequately, it was time for skill training. The grass seedling tortoise had mastered 8 skills: growl, tackle, withdraw, leaf blade, vine whip, quick attack, toxic, and one move it could not yet utilize due to insufficient energy. The skill lightning flash was acquired by the Turtwig after insightful physical training, while the move toxic was learned from a skill disc purchased in the marketplace following Turtwig's sale of certain treasures. With less than half a month remaining for Suyu to complete this task, it was already commendable for Turtwig to have transcended the ordinary high ranks. Learning additional skills would be a race against time, thus concentrating its efforts on mastering just one more skill became paramount. After much contemplation, Suyu opted for the formidable toxic move. As Turtwig prepared to battle a fire-type Pokémon, it became evident that among the skills available for learning, few were effective against fire types. Victory would necessitate an element of surprise. Hence, Suyu considered toxic, a move that Turtwig could learn via the technical machine. Poison-type moves are notoriously troublesome, and in a previous life, Suyu had heard of a particularly insidious and underhanded strategy known as the substitute poison tactic. This tactic, as the name suggests, involves the application of 3 moves: substitute, protect, and toxic. The goal is to inflict severe poison on the opponent's Pokémon while using substitute and protect to evade their attacks, thereby exhausting the opponent's stamina and rendering them unable to fight. Another comparable strategy is the seed poison or seed protect, which merely substitutes the protect move with leech seed, a move that siphons the opponent's energy. Although these strategies are indeed devious, they align perfectly with Turtwig's capabilities. However, due to time constraints and Turtwig's lack of mastery over moves like substitute, protect, and leech seed, learning them on the fly was unfeasible, prompting Suyu's choice of toxic. Notably, Turtwig possessed a unique ability that allowed it to master the vine whip move, which other Turtwigs could not. This unexpected maneuver, in Suyu's vision, would become a lethal combination of toxic and vine whip, creating a venomous vine whip. When this toxin-laden whip strikes the opponent, it carries a chance to poison them. Once poisoned, during the intense battle, the toxins would spread rapidly, depleting the opponent's vitality. At that moment, Turtwig could rely on its speed and endurance to outlast the opponent and secure victory. Alright, Turtwig, do you understand my plan? Suyu conveyed his training strategy, indicating that if Turtwig executed this tactic successfully, the chances of triumph would significantly increase. Turtwig nodded confidently and patted its chest with its vine whip, assuring Suyu of its commitment to accomplish the task flawlessly. I believe in your capabilities, Suyu encouraged, recognizing the importance of confidence. Now, let us practice the toxic move, aiming for proficiency and swift execution. Although the Pokémon world is graced by the miraculous technical machines that imprint moves into a Pokémon's instinct, it does not guarantee flawless execution. These machines merely engrave the energy pathways of the moves into the Pokémon's mind. Continual practice is essential for the Pokémon to form muscle memory, enabling them to unleash the moves swiftly and effectively in battle, while also enhancing their power. Thus, Turtwig diligently followed the training regimen devised by Suyu, striving to master this combination of tactics. Suyu, not one to be idle, utilized the training facilities to sweat and hone his physique alongside Turtwig's training. Chapter 22. The Pokémon Battle Restaurant. In the days that followed, both Suyu and Turtwig engaged in a repetitive training routine. Each day commenced with fire-type resistance training, followed by practice with toxic, and culminating in various skill combination drills. Given Turtwig's natural aptitude, the progress was commendable, and it gradually began to grasp the nuances of training, reducing the time required to execute various moves while consistently enhancing their power. A week later, thank you, Nurse Joy. Suyu expressed his gratitude as he received Turtwig, now healed from its injuries, from the cart pushed by the Chansey. No need for thanks, it is my duty. However, you should refrain from further resistance training for Turtwig in the coming days. While its body is robust, it has reached its limits, Nurse Joy advised gently, though her expression turned serious as she cautioned him. During this week of specialized training, Turtwig had, in its eagerness to excel, neglected its own physical limits, resulting in burns from the intense heat of the training room's furnace. Moreover, the extreme training within such a short time frame had also taken a toll on its body, leaving behind some hidden injuries. Thus, it frequently visited the treatment room, becoming a regular at the Pokémon Center. This situation drew Nurse Joy's attention, leading her to suspect that Tsuyu was mistreating Turtwig, prompting her to investigate. It was only upon discovering that Turtwig was pushing itself to the limit that she realized the truth, recognizing the strong bond between Tsuyu and Turtwig. Along with Turtwig's exceptional talent, Nurse Joy took great care in its treatment, ensuring that each session was personally attended to by her. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for Tsuyu to meet her. Alright, without needing your reminder, I am aware that Turtwig's resistance training has reached its peak. To continue would only be feasible upon breaking through to the next level. As they exited the Pokémon Center, Tsuyu suggested, "Let's go get something to eat as a reward for your hard work." "Really? I want to go to the Pokémon Battle Restaurant," Turtwig exclaimed, its eyes brightening with excitement. A few days prior, while dining at the food street, it had seen the advertisement for the newly opened Pokémon Battle Restaurant, boasting exquisite dishes like scallion duck, Quintero steak, steamed crab, and giant wing soup, all of which made its mouth water. However, as expected, Tsuyu burst Turtwig's bubble, stating, "The prices there are exorbitant. A single meal costs several thousand. Do you think money grows on trees? But didn't you take some treasure from the bear Pokémon?" Turtwig retorted, slightly offended. "What a harsh word. I call it seeking justice. It was a reward." Tsuyu playfully pressed down on Turtwig's head, muttering, "That should count as my contribution." Turtwig protested. "What contribution? Would we have obtained such rewards if I hadn't orchestrated the plan?" Tsuyu chuckled at Turtwig's navet, realizing he had to counter its arguments. "I heard the battle restaurant is having an event where Pokémon battles can lead to discounts," Turtwig suggested, confident in its ability to participate and reduce the expenses. "Really? That sounds promising. Let us hurry." Tsuyu called to Turtwig, quickening his pace. Left behind, Turtwig found itself in disarray, initially anticipating a lengthy negotiation to persuade Tsuyu, but the reality was quite different. "Little one, you think you can outsmart me? You still have much to learn," Tsuyu thought to himself with a smirk. Indeed, a couple of days prior, while dining at the food street, Tsuyu had noted Turtwig's anticipation, suspecting its cravings for the culinary delights of the Pokémon Battle Restaurant. Today, he aimed to treat it to a lavish meal. Although this feast might cost several thousand Alliance coins, they had ample resources at the moment, should they run low. They could always return to the bear Pokémon for another round of treasure hunting, thus accepting the situation with a smile. He acknowledged that it was not exploitation of his Pokémon, but rather a sign of Turtwig growing up, becoming more sensible, and learning the value of saving. As Tsuyu pondered silently, he meandered along the winding streets. Before long, he arrived at the Battle Restaurant for Pokémon Battles, a towering, luxurious hotel emblazoned with the golden characters Hope Star. Upon entering with his grass tortoise, a well-dressed server approached, bowing with one hand. "Welcome," he said. "Hello. I understand there is a discount event for battles here?" Tsuyu inquired directly. With a slight smile, the server replied, "Yes, sir. Would you like to participate in this event? Please make the arrangements for me." Tsuyu nodded confidently. "This way, sir. Please hold on a moment while I arrange that for you." The server couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety at Tsuyu's self-assured demeanor. It was evident that Tsuyu had recently become a trainer, and the server doubted his ability to win. If he lost after such a confident display, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. Nevertheless, he could not refuse the request of a customer. He led Tsuyu to a private room, confirmed the Pokémon he intended to battle with, and tested the grass tortoise's strength with a device. After providing some snacks for them to enjoy while they waited, he hurriedly departed. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man, dressed impeccably in a suit, entered the room. "Haha, young lad, you're here to battle, are you? What commendable courage." He boomed with laughter, slapping Tsuyu's shoulder with a hand as large as a fan. "Winning offers a discount, and losing isn't a complete loss either. It allows the Pokémon to gain battle experience. What could be better?" Tsuyu shrugged, indicating he was merely a novice eager to try his hand. Under the server's guidance, they proceeded to the battle arena. The battling room in the restaurant bore little difference to that of the Pokémon Center. It was merely a more spacious venue. "Are both of you ready?" The server, taking on the role of referee, inquired formally as he approached the judging table. "Let's begin. Young lad, show me your strength." The middle-aged man, Qing Shui Guangyuan, chuckled heartily as he released his Pokémon. As he did, a wave of heat surged forward. The Pokémon he summoned was an evolved form of Eevee, a fire-type Pokémon, with striking red skin and a large, fluffy yellow tail, adorned with fur on its neck and forehead. Observing the fire-type's somewhat lackluster fur and its evident strength, Suyu shook his head in disappointment. This fire-type was underwhelming. When a Pokémon evolves, it typically sees a significant increase in strength, yet this fire-type remained at the mid-level of the ordinary tier. This indicated that Qing Shui Guangyuan had allowed EV to evolve prematurely using a fire stone, without fully exploring its potential. Otherwise, the fire-type's strength would have surely reached at least the excellent tier. This is a common issue among many wild Pokémon, given the harsh survival conditions in the wild. Many Pokémon face natural enemies and may opt for early evolution, thus squandering their potential. Consequently, it is rare for wild Pokémon to reach the pinnacle level. Flamethrower. Though Suyu was momentarily lost in thought, he quickly issued a battle command to the fire-type. With its mouth agape, the Pokémon gathered energy, unleashing a jet of red flames towards the grass tortoise. However, the flames surged forth rapidly and intensely, yet the grass tortoise's response was even quicker. With a powerful push from its limbs, it effortlessly evaded the fiery assault. Quick attack followed by tackle. As Suyu's command echoed, the grass tortoise transformed into a streak of white light, dashing forth with lightning speed, arriving before the fire-type in an instant. Just as Qing Shui Guanyuan attempted to instruct the fire-type to dodge, the grass tortoise collided with it, sending the fire-type crashing against the wall, leaving a web-like crack in its wake. Though the fire-type retained some awareness and slightly dodged to avoid a head-on collision, the sheer force of the quick attack combined with the tackle's impact inflicted severe injury to its side, causing it to wince in pain. I concede, Qing Shui Guanyuan exclaimed hastily, rushing to the injured fire-type's side to check on its condition. Seeing this, Suyu paused, realizing that Qing Shui Guangyuan bore much of the responsibility for Eevee's premature evolution and squandered potential, leaving it at a mere ordinary level. Evidently, Qing Shui Guangyuan was not a suitable trainer. The moment his Pokémon was harmed, he could not contain his distress. One might question how such a person could bear to train Pokémon. The Firestone, when applied to Eevee, could forcibly trigger its evolution, bypassing the need for its internal energy to meet the standard for evolution, rapidly enhancing its strength. For someone like Qing Shui Guangyuan, purchasing a Firestone and using it to boost Eevee's power was a no-brainer. Yet, it was a pity for Eevee to encounter such a trainer. One could only wonder if it was a stroke of luck or misfortune. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and the door swung open. A tall female trainer with a high ponytail, exquisite features, and a graceful figure entered, walking over to Qing Shui Guangyuan's side. Uncle Qing, the fire type can still battle. You shouldn't interfere with its fight, the newcomer chided, her expression a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Qing Shui Guanyuan, a burly man, stood meekly, unable to retort against the reprimand from the seemingly frail girl. This battle had been thoroughly observed via the surveillance cameras in the battle room. Originally, Suyu's opponent was not Qing Shui Guanyuan, but a dedicated trainer within the restaurant. However, coincidentally, the girl, Shanchuan Lailai, had just returned from a break at Qifeng Academy and witnessed Qing Shui Guangyuan's unchanged approach to training Eevee, treating it like a pet, refusing to let it train, and even hastily evolving it using a firestone. This infuriated her immensely. When she stumbled upon Suyu, a newcomer to the world of trainers, she seized the opportunity to have Qing Shui Guanyuan face him, hoping to provide him with a taste of Pokémon battles and shift his perspective on treating Pokémon solely as pets. Fearing their training and battles would result in injury, little did she expect Suyu to be no pushover, swiftly delivering a heavy blow to the fire type and shattering Qing Shui Guangyuan's newly restored confidence. With a stern expression, Lailai approached Suyu, her eyes narrowing as she addressed the jubilant grass tortoise beside him. Young man, your grass tortoise exhibits commendable strength. I, Shanchuan Lailai, a student of Tian Crown Academy, challenge you to a battle. What do you say? Tian Crown Academy? Suyu expressed surprise. He was well aware that it was a prestigious training school located atop Tian Crown Mountain, the pinnacle of trainer education in the Sinnoh region. The area was perpetually blanketed in ice and snow, rendering it exceedingly frigid. Graduates from Tian Crown Academy were typically elite trainers, and though Lailai had yet to graduate, her prowess was undoubtedly formidable, far beyond the capabilities of someone like Suyu, who had only recently embarked on his journey as a trainer. With her demeanor suggesting ulterior motives, Suyu was resolute in his refusal. He was no fool, unwilling to subject himself to a brutal defeat. Shanchuan Lailai Zi was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, she spoke again. You have lost, so according to our previous agreement, I shall give you a 50% discount. However, if you win, I will cover all your expenses today. What do you think? She was confident that Suyu would be tempted by such an offer. If he lost, he would incur minimal loss, but if he won, it would mean unlimited food for them at the restaurant, as long as they could eat their fill. The nearby waiter couldn't help but smile ruefully, though he dared not voice his thoughts. After all, Shangchuan Lai was the daughter of the restaurant's owner, and if she was determined, no one could oppose her. He had a nagging feeling that she might indeed lose to Suyu, but then again, she was a student of the prestigious Tianguan Academy. Surely, she would not lose to someone who appeared to be an inexperienced trainer, right? He hoped it was merely his own misjudgment. Chapter 24. A web of intricacies. Suyu was not prepared to acquiesce, and just as he was about to decline again, his grass tortoise sprang into action. Does that mean we can indulge ourselves? It seemed to express an excitement. The grass tortoise had been deliberating over which dishes to choose, knowing its trainer had limited resources. Although they had made a fortune from the bear cub, that money was earmarked for future training expenses and could not all be squandered on gourmet food. Now that there was an opportunity for a complimentary feast, how could it not be thrilled? The grass tortoise fixed its eager gaze on Suyu, conveying its desire for a grand meal. Understanding the grass tortoise's intentions, Suyu could only sigh in resignation. The female trainer before him was a student of the esteemed Tianguan Academy, known as a top institution in the Sinnoh region. Any trainer who could enter such an academy would not be of ordinary caliber. Even the most average student would possess exceptional abilities, and this girl, who owned a battling restaurant, was likely even more formidable, far beyond what the grass tortoise could withstand. The allure of delectable food was truly captivating, and the grass tortoise, driven by hunger, was fearless. Did it truly believe that the world offered free lunches? Standing on the battlefield, the grass tortoise began to accumulate energy, its eyes burning with fervor as it fixated on the opposing field. Meanwhile, after a brief preparation, Shangchuan Lai released her Pokémon, a small creature cloaked in a cape. Phew, that's a relief. After sensing the Pokémon released by Lai, Suyu let out a soft sigh. Although Lai intended to teach the grass tortoise a lesson, she still had a semblance of dignity and had only summoned a standard high-tier snow girl. The snow girl, a snow-capped Pokémon, resides in frozen caves and can withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. The female snow girl can evolve into a snow queen using an awakening stone, mastering skills such as powder snow, iron head, and double team. Information about the snow girl quickly flashed through Suyu's mind. Unlike the fire Pokémon of Qin Shui Guangyuan, the snow girl was stronger than the grass tortoise and had an advantage over it. Suyu swiftly issued a command, Leaf Blade. As his words fell, the grass tortoise suddenly whipped its head, unleashing a flurry of green leaves that sliced through the air, hurtling toward the snow girl's face. Faced with the rapid, dart-like assault of the spinning leaves, the snow girl concentrated intently. Following Lai Zi's command, it swayed slightly, deftly evading the grass tortoise's attack. Suyu voiced his surprise. Although the snow girl had evaded the leaf blade due to its superior strength, he discerned a flaw. It hesitated while executing Lai Zi's orders. The bond between them was not particularly strong. Perhaps it had only recently been captured? Suyu pondered. Wild Pokémon, accustomed to freedom, often held their own opinions. When confronted by an attack from a weaker opponent, they might view it as a provocation and would rather retaliate with a stronger move than dodge. The snow girl's momentary hesitation testified to this notion. Nevertheless, it was prudent to probe further. Suyu thought to himself and commanded, Grass Tortoise, use Leaf Blade again, but this time, increase your speed. Following Suyu's directive, the Grass Tortoise reduced the number of leaves by half, significantly quickening the speed of the Leaf Blade. The snow girl managed to dodge the first and second leaves, but ultimately, bang, bang. The third and fourth leaves struck the snow girl, sending it tumbling to the ground. Did you notice that? What keen observation? Lai chuckled, stating, in that case, let us try this move. Snow Girl used double team followed by Iron Head. The Snow Girl performed a quick maneuver, regaining its footing. And then a white light enveloped it, creating numerous illusory copies that filled the battlefield. In a flurry, the multiple Snow Girls surged from various directions, hurtling toward the Grass Tortoise. With the rapid movement of the figures, the Grass Tortoise found it impossible to discern the real from the fake. Retreat into your shell, Suyu shouted, waving his hand. Just as the Grass Tortoise withdrew into its shell, it was violently struck by the true Snow Girl, sending it flying backward. Seizing the moment, Lai prepared to command the Snow Girl to unleash another Iron Head. Grass Tortoise, use Vine Whip to capture the Snow Girl. Suyu's sudden instruction left her in shock. How could the grass tortoise possibly know Vine Whip? While she contemplated whether this was part of Suyu's strategy, she witnessed two green tendrils, tinged with purple, extend from the grass tortoise's shell, swiftly ensnaring the snow girl. Pull it in and use tackle, Suyu ordered once more. Just as the snow girl's head began to glow white, preparing to teach the grass tortoise a lesson, it found itself immobilized by the Vine Whip. Meanwhile, the grass tortoise landed on the ground, and with a forceful pull, it drew the snow girl close, ready to strike. Having survived in the wild for a considerable time, the snow girl instinctively responded to this perilous situation without waiting for Lily's command. It gathered a white energy in its mouth, and a surge of blue ice crystals erupted forth, enveloping the grass tortoise like a cascading blue galaxy. Bang! The grass tortoise was also affected, struggling to shake off the chilling impact of the powder snow, which struck it at close range, causing it to tremble in an attempt to dispel the cold. As the dust settled, the snow girl emerged unscathed, yet it was intermittently engulfed in a purple haze, indicating it had succumbed to poisoning. Poisoned? When did that happen? Lily shot a puzzled glance at Suyu, but then seemingly recalled something, confidently asserting, Leaf Blade, Vine Whip, and the final tackle? Indeed. Suyu nodded. While training the combination of Vine Whip and Toxic, the grass tortoise had seemingly discovered a knack for blending the Toxic into its Leaf Blade attack. Coupled with the toxin carried by the Vine Whip and the final application of tackle that also delivered the Toxic, the three combined effectively poisoned the snow girl. Chapter 25. The Power of a Glutton. What an impressive rookie. Lily couldn't help but applaud Suyu's meticulous strategy, her face breaking into a smile. However, how will you respond to this situation? At that moment, the area on the grass tortoise's back, struck by the snow girl's powder snow, radiated an icy chill. The powder snow skill had a 10% chance of freezing the target, and the grass tortoise had unfortunately triggered this probability, finding itself frozen in place. Status ailments can hinder a Pokémon's actions and expedite the depletion of its stamina. After all, a status condition is a form of injury. Suyu noted the grass tortoise's current state, but felt little regret. There is no denying that although the snow child has recently been tamed by Lily and retained some wild spirit habits, it is inherently stronger than the seedling tortoise, which is at a disadvantage in attributes. Lily, being an outstanding student from the Tian Crown Academy, possesses formidable skills and knowledge as a trainer. In this battle, for the seedling tortoise to secure victory, it must inflict a poisoning status on the snow child, gradually wearing it down through attrition. However, the seedling tortoise is not well versed in the combination of Leaf Blade and Poison Sting moves, nor in that of Vine Whip and Poison Sting, to ensure that the snow child succumbs to poison. So you refrained from having the seedling tortoise use Vine Whip to slam the snow child to the ground when it was caught. Instead, he executed a feint and unleashed Poison Sting at close range. As anticipated, this strategy successfully poisoned the snow child. However, the seedling tortoise was not fortunate either, as it encountered a freezing effect with a 10 chance. In light of this, let us engage in a fair fight. Seedling tortoise, execute a flash, and then a tackle. Excellent. This is the kind of battle Lily yearns for. A true warrior should engage in a straightforward clash. What is the point of resorting to underhanded tactics? Lily, not one to shy away, laughed heartily and clenched her fists, shouting, Snow child, do not falter. Let us unleash our spirited headbutt. In a flash of lightning, the snow child and seedling tortoise clashed repeatedly with their headbutt and tackle moves. Amidst the swirling dust, both little spirits were sent sprawling, battered, and breathless. Speed was the seedling tortoise's advantage with its flash, yet its overall strength lagged behind the snow child's. Moreover, it found itself succumbing to the freezing effect, an icy chill enveloping its body, gradually encasing it in a thick layer of ice, which added to its burden and hastened its exhaustion. At this moment, the seedling tortoise collapsed, shivering from the cold, while the snow child, though still panting heavily, was poised to deliver one final headbutt that could secure victory. Haha. It seems I am on the verge of winning this match. Lily exclaimed with glee, commanding, Snow child, show respect to your opponent and conclude it with one final headbutt. With tiny steps, the snow child approached the seedling tortoise, moving more like a stagger than a run. Losing, however, might not be entirely negative. Yet, Suyu appeared to have an epiphany. No sooner had he spoken than the seedling tortoise, seemingly frozen in place, appeared to be stimulated by something. A vibrant green light emanated from the sprout atop its head, and a surge of grass-type energy flooded in from all directions, enveloping its entire being. The thick ice on its back shattered, and in an instant, the seedling tortoise's aura surged. Could it be that the overgrow ability has been activated and a breakthrough achieved? Suyu could hardly contain his excitement. The seedling tortoise was already at the brink of a breakthrough, and with just a few days of consuming grass-type energy cubes, it could smoothly ascend to the next ordinary high tier. Unexpectedly, triggered by his words, the seedling tortoise harnessed the overgrow ability just as its stamina was waning, absorbing a wealth of grass-type energy from the air, thus completing its breakthrough. Is this the power of belief, or rather, the strength of a foodie? After the breakthrough, the seedling tortoise regained some stamina, and under the influence of the overgrow ability, the potency of its grass-type moves increased significantly, illuminating Suyu with the glimmer of victory. Leaf Blade, he commanded without hesitation. With a resounding crack, green leaves surged forth, striking the Snow Child directly in the head, locking them in a stalemate. Snow Child, give it your all, charge forward, Lili urged, her fists clenched in determination. She could hardly believe that the seedling tortoise had managed to survive against all odds, achieving a breakthrough and activating its overgrow ability. It is important to note that while abilities are innate to a Pokémon, they are not easily triggered, generally. Only those Pokémon that reach an exemplary level of strength can faintly sense such special capabilities. To truly master and activate their abilities at will, one must attain elite status, a hallmark of elite Pokémon. Ultimately, the seedling tortoise proved superior. The last few leaves of Leaf Blade sent the Snow Child tumbling away. Just a step away, the Snow Child collapsed heavily to the ground, its eyes swirling in a daze. It was so close to colliding with the seedling tortoise and winning. Yet this small step felt like an insurmountable chasm, a gulf between victory and defeat. You understand, this is my own money, all mine. Do not try to take it from me. Soon after, it too succumbed, its eyes swirling as it lost its fighting capability. This poignant glance elicited a wry smile from Suyu. Was he truly the sort to pilfer from his Pokémon's hard-earned efforts? What an absurd lack of trust. What an exhilarating battle it was. You emerged victorious. Lili approached, stating, "Let me treat your Pokémon first. Come forth, Roserade." A humanoid figure adorned with a mask and cloak, reminiscent of a masquerade, appeared on the battlefield. With a blue flower in its left hand and a red flower in its right, Roserade unleashed sweet scent in grassy terrain. A delightful fragrance wafted from Roserade's hands, while rich green light points emanated from its form, continuously flowing into the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, an abundance of grass burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, reaching the height of Suyu's knees in an instant. A vibrant green luminescence spread across the grassy expanse, infusing the incapacitated Snow Child and seedling tortoise with a rejuvenating life force. Before long, the seedling tortoise shook off its frozen state, regaining some stamina and bouncing back to life. Chapter 26, Recruitment Awakened. The seedling tortoise shot a triumphant glance at the defiant Snow Child, then turned its gaze expectantly towards Suyu, its intentions clear. Rest assured, Suyu replied calmly. I, Su, am a man of my word and will not default. He had a firm grasp on the seedling tortoise's sentiments as a foodie. You two have such a wonderful rapport. Lili remarked with admiration, then inquired, by the way, will you be participating in this year's Lily of the Valley Conference? The Lily of the Valley Conference? Suyu pondered for a moment, responding uncertainly, perhaps. Currently, he had only the seedling tortoise as his sole Pokémon. And to reach the finals in the Lily of the Valley Conference, possessing 6 elite-level Pokémon is merely the minimum standard. He was still far from that goal, making it unlikely he would participate in this year's conference. After all, if he were to compete in the Alliance Conference, he must aim for the championship. Otherwise, what differentiates him from a mere bystander? Of course, should fortune smile upon him, and he were to encounter some unexpected opportunities to train 6 elite or even gym-level Pokémon before the Lily of the Valley Conference commenced, then perhaps his participation could be reconsidered. Very well, I shall await you at the Lily of the Valley Conference. I will showcase my true strength then, Lili declared, hastily departing with the Snow Child. Losing to a newcomer was quite the blow to her pride. She must rigorously train the Snow Child henceforth. Mr. Suyu, this way, please. A nearby attendant beckoned, leading Suyu to the dining area, wearing a complex expression and harboring quiet concern. Their young lady had been defeated. And to make matters worse, it was by the seedling tortoise, which had an inherent disadvantage in attributes and was weaker in strength, albeit having inexplicably learned the Vine Whip move. However, defeat is defeat. With a furrowed brow, he pondered how to report the situation to the boss and how to convey this predicament. Dinner is served. The Turtwig urged Suyu to hurry. Take your time, Mr. Su. The rounded glass table was adorned with an array of exquisite and aromatic dishes. The fiery shrimp from the scorching desert, vibrant red and only the size of an adult's thumb, could be enjoyed raw after being shelled, washed, and chilled for half an hour in the refrigerator, accompanied by a dash of vinegar. A burst of icy sensation would explode on the palate, while a warm current coursed through the body, creating a delightful contrast of temperatures. The black truffle mushroom soup, made from a rare black fungus sourced from the black pine forest, was not only nutritious but also enhanced the immune system, making it a favorite among the wealthy. There were also cream puffs made with moo milk, truffle ice cream, and blackberry juice, among other delicacies. The enticing aromas made the Turtwig's eyes gleam with delight, and drool flowed freely. As soon as the waiter stepped out, it seized the opportunity to grab plates and devour the food. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, a plump middle-aged man in his 40s reclined in a lounge chair, a suction cup doll massaging him from behind. He hummed a tune, his right hand stroking the soft fur of his beloved cat. With the battle restaurant finally on track, he took a moment to relish his leisurely life. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Hearing that familiar ring, he sighed, recognizing it was a call from the restaurant. Surely, it couldn't be another troublesome matter? Hey, suction cup doll. The phone flew from the table to his ear, controlled by the doll's abilities. The voice of the restaurant manager came through. Boss, the young lady. What happened to Lizzie? He bolted upright, alarmed. Lizzie was his precious daughter. Something must have gone awry. However, wasn't she studying at the Tianguan Academy? Why was there news from the battle restaurant? The restaurant is running a battle discount event, the manager explained. I know that. What's the matter? The manager continued. The young lady came to the restaurant and coincidentally encountered a trainer who challenged her. She participated in the battle. The manager's voice was filled with trepidation as he revealed the reason for the call. Oh, his eyes lit up. Who possesses the ability to make Lizzie falter? Intrigued, he wondered who could defeat his daughter, an exceptional student at the Tianguan Academy. It's a newly registered trainer. The manager replied with a wry smile. What? He nearly spat out his tea, astonished. How could a novice trainer possibly defeat Lizzie? Are you joking? Fortunately, the manager quickly relayed information about Suyu before he could lose his temper. A Turtwig that can use Vine Whip, and it's activated its overgrowth ability? The middle-aged man stroked his chin, revealing a look of interest. After pondering for a moment, he said, have Guan Yuan try to recruit that boy. Though Suyu's strength may not be formidable at the moment, he has already demonstrated remarkable potential. As long as he doesn't falter, it won't be long before he becomes an elite trainer, perhaps even a gym leader. It is said that Kanno's Ice King, Kona, displayed considerable talent before becoming a champion, receiving support from Twin Islands to ascend to that position. As a champion, she returned the favor, becoming a prominent figure for Twin Islands and significantly contributing to its prosperity. Yes, boss, came the reply, followed by the sound of a dial tone. In a private room of the Star of Hope Battle Restaurant, the Turtwig patted its belly contentedly, a sly glint in its eyes. Next to it was a towering stack of empty plates. Chapter 27. The beginning of production. What a scheming Turtwig. Looking at the lengthy bill, Suyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, gritting his teeth. Although he was unaware of the restaurant's costs, he certainly felt taken advantage of. While it was true that the meal was complimentary, he had promised the Turtwig that half of the savings would be for its own use. Little did he expect that after feasting, the Turtwig would indulge in 5 colossal cakes specially prepared for it, leaving it round and sprawled on the ground. What a glutton! The more it ate, the more money it could ultimately claim. So you couldn't help but feel both clever and foolish. However, there was no turning back, and he had to bear the consequences. Thankfully, the Pokémon he raised wasn't a gluttonous Snorlax. Otherwise, he would have been the first trainer in the Pokémon world to go bankrupt from a Pokémon debt. Regrettably, Suyu glared at the Turtwig, which was secretly reveling in its gluttony, knowing it would take time to digest. Frustrated, he chose not to carry it, but instead locked it in a small dark room. After all, once it evolved into a Torterra, it would need to spend considerable time in there, so this would serve as a fitting prelude. Ignoring the Turtwig's complaints, Suyu placed it in the small dark room and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the restaurant, a familiar voice called out to him. Mr. Su, may I have a word? Turning around, he saw the honest face of Shimizu Guang Yuan. Sure, Suyu shrugged, nonchalantly responding. Although he was unsure of the purpose behind Guang Yuan's visit, it was pleasant to walk off the meal with a few steps. Mr. Su, your performance today was outstanding. You hardly seem like a newcomer who has just become a trainer. Guang Yuan spoke with a hint of admiration and envy. The path of a trainer is arduous, and nurturing Pokémon requires vast resources. You don't have many advantages, Mr. Su. After a pause, he glanced at Suyu and continued. I wonder if you would be open to accepting an investment from our Star of Hope restaurant? Guang Yuan wasted no time, directly revealing his intentions. Su Yu understood that the owner of the Star of Hope Battle restaurant saw potential in him and wanted to invest resources to help him grow before he became prominent. This was a common practice in the Pokémon world, and many renowned trainers had experienced similar situations, of which Su Yu had heard. However, while he appreciated the sentiment, he felt he wasn't at a stage where he needed to rely on others to nurture his Pokémon. At this moment, he was confident in his ability to take good care of the Turtwig. Moreover, his journey as a trainer had just begun. He didn't want to impose limitations on himself. He also had his advantages. He could generate enough funds for nurturing Pokémon by successfully creating energy cubes without relying on anyone else. I apologize. I'm quite accustomed to my leisurely pace. Thus, Su Yu politely declined Guan Yuan's offer. In the span of merely a meal, they had thoroughly investigated Su Yu's background, discovering his origins from the Alliance Welfare Institute. To their surprise, Su Yu managed to resist their temptations, leaving Qing Shui Guang at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, the two had arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. We shall not disturb you further, Mr. Su Yu, Qing Shui Guang said with a smile. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to come to us. By the way, as a reward for being a successful challenger, our restaurant is pleased to offer you a 50 discount membership card. Please accept it. As he spoke, Qing Shui Guang presented Su Yu with a black, gilded card inscribed with the words Hope Star. Su Yu did not refuse this time. It felt rather awkward to decline a second offer after having turned down the first. After all, it was merely a membership card. Should he choose not to use it, it would not be a significant loss, as he was not particularly concerned about the discount. After they parted ways, Su Yu entered the Pokémon Center, while Qing Shui Guang made a phone call. Boss, how did it go? Asked Shang Chuan Juanxiong lazily. The young man has dreams and does not wish to be constrained. He turned us down, Qing Shui Guang replied. Shang Chuan Juanxiong nodded in understanding before hanging up the call. The attempt to recruit Su Yu was merely a whim born from hearing of Su Yu's victory over his daughter. A rejection posed no problem. How many gifted trainers could truly make it to the end, becoming gym leaders or even champions? As for the conversation that followed, Su Yu was oblivious, or perhaps he simply did not care. More than 10 minutes later, within the confines of the Pokémon Center, the Turtwig lay sprawled on the sofa, digesting the food it had been force-fed. Meanwhile, Su Yu was tinkering with a device, excitement etched on his face. Indeed, it was the small berry mixer he had just rented from the Pokémon Center, and he was preparing to attempt the creation of energy cubes. The prospect of energy cubes had lingered in Su Yu's mind for quite some time. Now that Turtwig had successfully evolved and he had some extra funds, it was the perfect opportunity to pursue this long-cherished endeavor. After all, being able to transform some relatively inexpensive berries into highly nutritious energy cubes that would greatly benefit his Pokémon was an exhilarating thought. He did not aspire to create high-grade, gem-like energy cubes that would bring him instant wealth. Even crafting mid-level energy cubes for his Pokémon would adequately address the issue of training resources. Returning to the task at hand, Su Yu composed himself, reminding himself to remain calm. He would wait until he had successfully created the energy cubes before getting overly excited. After all, this was his first attempt, and he should not let his hopes run high only to face disappointment. A few basic recipes for energy cubes surfaced in his mind, and soon he settled on one. The low-tier energy cube, the blue-orange energy cube, as its name suggests, was primarily made from blue-orange berries, combined with pineapple berries, vanilla, and water, and was known for restoring a Pokémon's stamina. Blue-orange berries could be consumed directly to restore a Pokémon's energy, and Su Yu had a supply readily available in his space backpack. Vanilla enhanced the flavor of both food and energy cubes, and he had purchased a significant quantity from the cafeteria at the Pokémon Center. As for the pineapple berries, they were spoils from Turtwig's previous battles. With all the materials gathered, the moment of creation had arrived. Su Yu's excitement was palpable as he began the process of making the energy cubes. The first step involved washing the berries thoroughly and cutting them into small pieces while removing the pits. With a swift motion, he tossed the berries into the air, deftly wielding a knife, showcasing his culinary skills as he quickly extracted the pits without wasting a single morsel. He then poured the berries into the mixer. Following the instructions, he added the prepared berries into the machine and activated it. The sound of whirring filled the air as the machine quickly shredded the berry flesh, mixing the juices into a slurry. Su Yu hastily pressed the stop button, opened the lid, and added the already ground vanilla, followed by an appropriate amount of water. Restarting the machine, He turned the speed to maximum, his gaze fixed intently on the berry puree within. As the speed increased, the temperature within the mixer rose, transforming the mixture from a slurry into a gelatinous substance. Over time, this gelatinous mass began to lose impurities and became increasingly translucent. Suyu watched intently, not daring to blink. At the moment he noticed the substance becoming clear, he decisively pressed the stop button once more. Then, he activated the final function to cool and set the gelatinous mixture. With a puff of steam escaping from several small vents on the mixer, the process gradually ceased, and a small, square object plopped out. Suyu gazed at the half-black, half-blue mass before him, instantly rendered speechless. Clearly, this was not an energy cube. Even the most basic energy cubes should resemble pure, transparent crystals. Although their appearance might not be striking, they were far more visually appealing than the oddity he now held. Indeed, this was a culinary disaster. However, since part of it had already taken on the semblance of an energy cube, it seemed that it was not entirely a failure. Perhaps I should taste it to discern the issue, Suyu contemplated, glancing at Turtwig, who was lounging on the sofa. While human trainers could consume energy cubes, this particular creation did not seem successful enough for him to risk it. It would be safer to let Turtwig try it. After all, Pokémon were robust creatures, and he was confident it would be fine. Ahem. Suyu cleared his throat to capture Turtwig's attention. Approaching the Pokémon, he poked its round belly and presented the half-black, half-blue energy cube. Here, I made you a special energy cube to aid in digestion. Turtwig regarded him with suspicion, but seeing the calm expression on Suyu's face, it hesitantly opened its mouth. With a swift and precise toss, the energy cube was sent soaring into Turtwig's throat. Swallowed in an instant, Turtwig was left bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. Moments later, it felt a sharp pain in its abdomen, and in an instant, it sprang up and dashed toward the restroom with remarkable speed, entirely forgetting its previous lethargy. Indeed, Pokémon were extraordinary beings. Suyu mused silently, but then he realized he might be focusing on the wrong aspect. Just then, a sound of flushing echoed from the bathroom, and Turtwig emerged with an expression of fury, questioning Suyu indignantly. Turtwig, Turtwig, it exclaimed, clearly incensed, feeling wrong that it had merely overeaten and lost a little money. Yet Suyu had seemingly given it a concoction to induce discomfort. But look, didn't I help you digest? Suyu replied calmly, gesturing to Turtwig's now flat belly. Ah, indeed. Turtwig lifted its feet and examined its belly, which had returned to its normal state. No longer burdened, it could move freely. Per Turtwig, what it had experienced was not digestive relief, it was merely the aftermath of its indulgence. Moreover, Suyu had crafted those energy cubes for Turtwig's future consumption, not to cause it distress. Thus, with just a few words, Suyu had managed to pacify Turtwig. The wrath of the sprout tortoise has been perfectly quelled. Suyu poured out the remaining fruit pulp from the fruit mixer, cleaned the machine once more, and commenced the production of the second energy cube. One failure is hardly significant. It is well known that every trainer must undergo countless attempts before successfully crafting an energy cube, so you had never anticipated instant success. If it were that simple, energy cubes would not be so costly. Half an hour later, after reflecting on his previous attempts, Suyu began the second round of energy cube creation. In this second attempt, he failed again, but the blue portion dominated more than half, while the black took up a third. The third attempt also ended in failure, yet the black segment was now reduced to just over half, indicating he was drawing ever closer to success. As he continued to utilize the tree fruits, Suyu seemed to gradually grasp the secret, with each energy cube produced showing improvement over the last. Ultimately, just as his vision began to blur, a resounding thud signaled the conclusion. A pure, translucent blue energy cube fell from the machine. Suyu held it in his palm, feeling a refreshing chill emanate from it. Under the sunlight, the gel-like substance shimmered, its pale blue surface exquisitely smooth. A faint, pleasant aroma wafted from it. Undoubtedly, Suyu had finally succeeded in creating his first energy cube. Though it was merely the most rudimentary form, this initial achievement marked the difficult beginning of his journey. It suggested that, should he persist, the creation of higher-tier energy cubes was surely within reach. Chapter 29. The Delinquent Youth's Blockade as the soft light of dawn bathed the land. It reflected two figures, one large and one small, belonging to Suyu and the sprout tortoise. Having completed his rigorous training objectives, there was no reason for Suyu to linger in the gathering town. He checked out of the Pokémon Center early, preparing to tackle the remaining two alliance tasks. A gentle breeze rustled the dry leaves lining the asphalt road, and in the distance, several beavers scurried about, their audacity evident as they moved with ease. Soon, Suyu crossed the Alliance-cleared road, veering towards a secluded, tranquil path. Not far into his journey, a group of youths with vibrantly dyed hair, black earrings, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, and adorned with circular bear tattoos leapt from the bushes, their defiant expressions fixated on the sprout tortoise at Suyu's feet. "Oh, the sprout tortoise, one of the starter Pokémon," remarked the leader, Yufeng, clad in a brown short-sleeved shirt, sunglasses perched atop his head, whistling with a greedy glint in his eye. "Kid, you seem rather well off. Leave your backpack and Pokémon behind, and you can walk away. Otherwise, in this desolate wilderness, don't blame us for being ruthless. Training as a Pokémon trainer is a costly endeavor. Skill discs, Pokémon food, energy cubes, healing supplies, all require substantial investment." Suyu's first Pokémon, the sprout tortoise, boasted exceptional aptitude, bolstered by his training and resources pilfered from the bear cub, affording him a temporary financial cushion. However, many average trainers struggle due to their initial Pokémon lacking strong potential, rendering the early costs of growth burdensome. Although the Alliance occasionally offers numerous tasks to assist trainers in overcoming these initial hurdles, not every trainer diligently undertakes various assignments to earn rewards. Many rely on their strength or band together, finding alternative means to acquire funds. Compared to the perilous routes of hunting or capturing Pokémon for sale, they prefer to rob novice trainers who have recently begun their journey and possess considerable wealth. This method is not only safer but also yields substantial rewards. Suyu, mindful of potential injuries to the sprout tortoise during training, often opted to recuperate at the Pokémon Center, making him a prime target for this group. "So kid, have you made up your mind?" asked a scarred youth on the left, a cruel grin spreading across his face as he observed Suyu's prolonged silence. The Pokémon in front of them, a Beavern, a Rattata, and a Zubat, spread out in a triangle, encircling Suyu and the sprout tortoise, cutting off their escape. The Black Bear Youth Gang was no stranger to robbing trainers, and they had no intention of letting Suyu slip away. Once he surrendered his Pokémon, he would likely meet a grim fate in the wilderness. "Get lost." Suyu shot a cold glare at their Pokémon, and then raised his head defiantly. "Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Yufeng's expression darkened at Suyu's audacious demand. He commanded his Pokémon, Rattata, use Quick Attack. Zubat, Sonic Boom. Beavern, use Tackle. The other two youths, seeing their leader's orders, also commanded their Pokémon to attack Suyu and the sprout tortoise. In their eyes, Suyu was merely an inexperienced trainer, and even with the sprout tortoise at his side, its strength was no match for their trio's combined might. Defeating Suyu would be child's play. Sprout Tortoise, use Leaf Blade on Zubat, then Quick Attack on Rattata and Beavern. Suyu commanded swiftly, his eyes betraying nothing but disdain as he observed the oncoming Rattata and Beavern, alongside the Zubat gathering its sonic wave. Though he was puzzled as to why this Rattata had evolved so quickly, its aura suggested it was only of average intermediate strength, while the Beavern and Zubat were mere novices. Compared to his meticulously nurtured sprout tortoise, they were no challenge at all. With a swift whoosh, the powerful leaf blade struck the Zubat as it coalesced its attack, sending it crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, the sprout tortoise, glowing with white light, charged at Rattata. The lean Beavern trainer shouted, "Beavern, redirect your attack towards the trainer." In an instant, the sprout tortoise collided forcefully with Rattata, sending it flying with tremendous force. Yufeng, the delinquent leader, merely grinned maliciously, for at that moment, the Beavern was already upon Suyu, poised to strike. However, the next moment, Suyu's actions astonished them. Rather than evade, he advanced boldly, raising his right foot to deliver a powerful kick. "Haha, you fool. You dare to attack the Beavern with your bare body? Have you lost your mind?" The gang erupted in laughter and derision at the sight. In the meantime, the sprout tortoise executed a swift leap, incapacitating Rattata. "What? Who are you?" The gang, having never witnessed a trainer engaging in such a direct clash with Pokémon, stood frozen in shock, murmuring to themselves. Without further ado, Suyu approached them, delivering precise strikes that rendered them unconscious. "Sprout Tortoise, bind them with Vine Whip." Suyu harbored a deep disdain for such delinquent groups that obstructed and robbed trainers. He was well aware of how many fledgling trainers had fallen victim to their schemes, and now it was time for them to experience the consequences of their actions. Chapter 30. Underlying currents. As for the potential dangers these delinquents might encounter, Suyu felt no concern. Due to the proximity to the bustling town of Jike, Miss Junsha, known for her diligent work ethic, would undoubtedly respond promptly to any emergency call she receives. However, should those reckless individuals encounter the ferocity of wild spirits and face peril, they would have only themselves to blame. Having committed numerous acts of robbery against trainers, it is conceivable that some trainers may even meet their demise at their hands. Even if they were to perish at the hands of wild spirits, it would remain a consequence of their own actions, a fitting retribution for their misdeeds. According to the laws of the Alliance, Suyu, as a victim of robbery, would bear no responsibility for their unfortunate fate. Instead, capturing them could be seen as a commendable act, potentially earning him a reward. Ah, what treasures these delinquent youths possess. As Suyu strolled along the path, he absent-mindedly tossed an unremarkable oval stone in his hand. This stone, known as the Everstone, while not a mythical treasure that enhances a spirit's strength, possesses the unique ability to suppress a spirit's energy, preventing it from evolving. It is indeed a rare gem, valued at approximately 30 to 40,000 Alliance coins. Particularly for trainers in need of such an item, evolution represents a significant transformation in a spirit's life, and wild spirits, upon reaching the threshold for evolution, will not suppress this instinct. Rather, they will evolve immediately. After all, the substantial enhancement in strength post-evolution is a boon for spirits that dwell in the wilderness, constantly threatened by natural enemies. Thus, they would not inhibit their innate drive. Many trainers, however, often choose to delay the evolution of their spirits that meet the criteria, opting to establish a solid foundation beforehand. This approach ensures that the benefits gained during evolution are maximized. As an aspiring trainer, Suyu shared this sentiment. Wishing to cultivate a perfect foundation for his Chow Miao Gui, Turtwig, he initially intended to purchase an Everstone once his Turtwig exhibited signs of evolution. But he was surprised to find one presented to him unexpectedly. Was it fate that he, having stood up for the bullied spirits by the bear cub, would now bring these miscreants to justice? Perhaps fortune favored him. Shaking off these thoughts, Suyu safely stowed the Everstone and continued on his journey towards his destination. Within the town of Jike, shortly after he made the emergency call, Miss Junsha rushed forth, accompanied by a herdier, towards the location Suyu had mentioned. In a corner of a street, two young men clad in camouflage stood facing each other, whispering conspiratorially. "Captain, why is Miss Junsha mobilized? Has she discovered our activities?" One man, bearing a scar across his face, muttered nervously. "I don't know, but we are merely a few lackeys. Even if she has noticed something, we are unlikely to face any serious consequences," replied a younger man with a dismissive tone. "Still, let us keep a low profile. By the way, didn't you mention discovering a trainer with a Turtwig that knows Vine Whip? We should steal his spirit. A Turtwig with Vine Whip is unheard of and should fetch a good price." The younger man inhaled deeply, his face betraying a greedy glint. "All right, Captain. I'll have someone track this kid down." Minutes later, the scarred man spoke again. "Captain, this kid left the town not long ago, but we don't know where he has headed." "Useless. You can't even handle such a trivial task." The young captain berated, his temper flaring. "Calm down. I'll find out where he has gone," the burly man reassured him, though he too felt a surge of anger at Suyu for not remaining in the town and causing him to be scolded. He had learned of Suyu's movements from a waitress at the Star of Hope just days prior, hoping to curry favor with the young captain. Who would have thought that, in a moment of carelessness, they would lose track of Suyu? At this moment, Suyu remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger closing in on him, as his single call had summoned wolves and tigers intent on seizing his Turtwig. Deep within the Baidai forest, the interior region was a stark contrast to the outskirts, with grass towering to heights of nearly a human waist. The trees loomed larger and more robust, creating a verdant canopy that enveloped the area. The resources here were far richer, including various fruits such as sand-sliced fruit, tong-tong fruit, and others that could be used to concoct advanced energy blocks, enhancing the energies of poison, ground, and flying-type spirits. Naturally, the spirits residing here were more formidable and fierce, constantly engaged in battles to secure precious fruits and challenge one another, honing their skills and increasing their power. At this time, a group of over a dozen human trainers in camouflage, equipped with modern high-tech gear and accompanied by powerful spirits such as Snorlax, Pidgeot, Charizard, and Arcanine, traversed the forest. Each spirit emitted a strong aura, ensuring their safety by deterring many wild spirits drawn by their presence. "Hey boss, look over there. Sand-sliced fruit," exclaimed a young man wearing sunglasses, spotting 5 fruits on a distant tree. He immediately rushed towards the tree, eager to claim the fruits for himself. However, their actions had already awakened the guardian spirit of the sand-sliced fruit tree, a massive purple centipede, which regarded the group with grave concern. "Stop. We have important matters to attend to. Let us not provoke trouble," the one-eyed leader said in a tone that brooked no argument. "But, boss," one of the young men began to protest, but the icy glare from his leader silenced him, causing him to shrink back. While the others were also tempted by the sand-sliced fruit, they dared not provoke the leader's ire. Thus, the centipede narrowly avoided a confrontation. The group continued to weave through the Bidai forest, gradually making their way deeper into its heart. Chapter 31. Encounter on the return more than a day later. At the intersection of Route 216, Suyu emerged from the dense underbrush in a disheveled state, panting heavily. "Turtwig, it's all your fault for insisting on going after that honey from the bee drill." Suyu gasped, still fuming at his Turtwig. "How can you blame me? That honey was simply irresistible." Turtwig replied, expressing its innocence, lamenting that the delicious honey had ensnared its feet. Ever since entering the wilderness, Turtwig seemed to have unleashed its wild instincts, darting about in search of food, occasionally pilfering from wild Pokémon. Initially, Suyu had not minded, recognizing that these encounters would bolster Turtwig's battle experience. However, when Turtwig brazenly ventured into the bee drill's nest to steal honey, it stirred up a hornet's nest. Fortunately, Suyu had quickly noticed the situation and made a hasty retreat, finding refuge in the territory of a Gardevoir, which he cleverly used to instigate a conflict between the two parties, allowing him to escape unscathed. Observing the situation with a sense of disdain, Suyu remarked fiercely, "Since you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing, do not blame me for what follows. I shall confiscate 2,000 alliance coins as a warning." This declaration infuriated the grass turtle, exclaiming indignantly, "How dare you lay your hands on my funds?" However, Suyu was not one to coddle it. He promptly returned it to its Poké Ball for confinement, allowing it time to recuperate in preparation for the impending Pokémon battle. Half an hour later, Suyu leisurely arrived at the location of his final quest, the Springwater Mansion. Rather than merely a lavish residence, it resembled an expansive castle. Through the grand entrance, one could glimpse a garden sprawling over 100 square meters, with the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers wafting through the air, accompanied by several colorful Pokémon resembling blossoms. Madame Flower, a garden Pokémon, possesses the remarkable ability to transform land into a garden, leading many castle owners of Yore to invite her to cultivate their estates. She draws energy from the flora, converting it into her own power, and can manipulate the very flowers she nurtures. Although she appears to be of the grass type and wields many grass-type abilities, she is, in fact, a fairy-type Pokémon. As if sensing the presence of strangers, two Pokémon resembling large canines emerged from either side of the entrance. One, a majestic wind speed dog, boasted fluffy, flaxen fur adorned with tiger-like black and orange stripes, exuding an air of justice and nobility. The other, a fearsome-looking black Lugia, sported large, curved horns, an orange snout, and a gray-black body, surrounded by pale gray, bone-like structures, with a long, triangular tail. While the wind speed dog exuded charm and grace, the black Lugia's demeanor was menacing, historically deemed a messenger from the underworld, embodying both dark and fire types. Additionally, the courtyard housed several other intriguing Pokémon, including Beedrill, Golem, Nidoqueen, and Nidoking. Goodness, what wealth! Suyu couldn't help but express his envy at the sight of such rare Pokémon. Upon the wind speed dog and black Lugia detecting the presence of a stranger, the suited gentleman he had previously encountered in Jike Town, Sato Heisei, approached, recognizing Suyu. "Ah, Mr. Suyu, what brings you here?" Sato inquired, momentarily taken aback, as he restrained the two Pokémon and invited Suyu into the courtyard. "Good to see you again, Sato," Suyu greeted cheerfully. "I wonder if you recall the training quest I posted at the Pokémon Center?" "Training quest?" Sato pondered for a moment before realization dawned. "Could you be the trainer who accepted that task?" Suyu nodded affirmatively, producing the task certificate from his pocket and presenting it to Sato. After a thorough examination, Sato confirmed its authenticity, then displayed an apologetic expression. "Mr. Suyu, your timing is rather unfortunate. Just a few days ago, my young master's Pokémon reached an exceptional level of strength, and I fear this task." Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression fell. An exceptional fire-type Pokémon would present a formidable challenge, even for a fully evolved grass turtle, likely resulting in a one-sided defeat. It appeared that his journey had been in vain. However, Sato's next words reignited his spirits. "This is our responsibility. We neglected to cancel the task in a timely manner, resulting in your wasted trip." Although the task cannot be completed, we shall still honor the reward, though disappointed by the lack of a battle. So you found solace in the prospect of receiving a reward without having to engage in combat. Naturally, without an actual battle, the reward would not be substantial. The amount discussed was merely a symbolic 10,000 alliance coins. Yet for Suyu, this was a remarkable gain. And it was evident that the wealthy family was not hesitant to part with such a sum. In a dense forest, two young men clad in camouflage directed their Pokémon to assault a swarm of bee drills. Swimmy, use water gun. Stinky, deploy acid bomb. One Pokémon, adorned with a yellow swimming ring and blue fins, unleashed a powerful jet of water toward the frenzied bee drills. Meanwhile, another emitted a burst of green, acidic substance, incapacitating several of the attackers. Despite their efforts, the relentless bee drills continued their assault. Captain, these bee drills have gone mad. What should we do? Exclaimed a scar-faced youth, fear evident on his face. Damn it, why are they attacking us? The other youth cursed, saying, we can't afford to linger. We need to retreat. Unbeknownst to them, so you had inadvertently disturbed the bee drill colony while collecting honey, provoking their aggression and causing significant losses among their ranks. Now, confronting these two trainers, the bee drills assumed they were again under threat from honey thieves, launching an all-out assault. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the scar-faced youth wasted no time. Under his command, Stinky unleashed a cloud of black smoke, obscuring their figures. By the time the bee drills dispersed the smoke, the two trainers had vanished without a trace. After escaping the swarm, the camouflage-clad youth, now panting heavily, supported himself on his knees. Captain, that's the guy. A voice rang out with excitement. He looked up, following the direction indicated by his companion, and beheld a young man clad in a pale blue short-sleeved shirt, accompanied by a well-cared-for grass turtle. While Suyu was preoccupied with his disgruntled grass turtle, he overheard the voices ahead and turned to see the two camouflaged figures staring intently at him. More specifically, their gaze was fixated upon his grass turtle, their eyes gleaming with unrestrained desire, as if they had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. With a Swimmy that boasted superior strength and a Stinky comparable to his grass turtle at their side, Suyu instantly sensed their ill intentions and immediately called for his grass turtle to flee. Swimmy, block their path with water gun, the youth commanded, and a powerful jet of water surged forth, obstructing Suyu and his grass turtle's escape. Pray tell, what is the meaning of this? Suyu asked, his brow furrowed in concern. You there, I've heard your grass turtle has mastered Vine Whip. The youth controlling Swimmy, I'd see you with malice. Upon hearing this, Suyu's heart stirred, yet he maintained an air of indifference, replying nonchalantly, you two jest. How could a Chow Meow turtle possibly learn Vine Whip? He was acutely aware that the only Chow Meow turtle capable of such a skill was the one he possessed, and he had been exceedingly cautious, rarely revealing its Vine Whip ability in public. Aside from assisting Qing Fengxuan in restraining the hunting of the phoenix butterfly, there was also that instance in the battle dining hall. During that occasion, Qing Fengxuan was somewhat distant, and both he and the commoner's gaze was fixated on the thorny caterpillar, thus oblivious to the turtle's capabilities. It seemed the source of the leak was indeed the battle dining hall. In an instant, Suyu grasped the crux of the issue, suspecting that the battle dining hall had betrayed his information. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. If the battle dining hall coveted his Chow Meow turtle, they could have easily eliminated him beyond the outskirts of Jike Town and seized the turtle without waiting until now to act. At that moment, Suyu found himself in a quandary. The fact that we found you means we've already acquired your information. No need to play the fool, the scar-faced youth sneered, recognizing Suyu's pretense. Since they had come to confront him, regardless of the veracity of the information, they would not let Suyu escape. For even a starter Pokémon could fetch a handsome sum. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Suyu acknowledged that escape was implausible today. The path leading out of the dense forest was obstructed by the two men, forcing him to venture deeper into the white dye forest. Yet, these two would likely not stand idly by as he fled, compounded by the predatory presence of the formidable aquatic weasel and the ordinary high-tier skunk, making his escape exceedingly difficult. In this perilous moment, Suyu remained composed, his mind sharpening. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had conceived a rudimentary escape plan. Resolutely, he declared, Chow Meow Turtle, Leaf Blade. The bond between Suyu and his Chow Meow Turtle was profound. Upon receiving the command, the turtle fiercely swung its head, sending dozens of razor-sharp leaves hurtling toward the youth with the aquatic weasel. The attack of the sprite was formidable, and in trainer battles, it was strictly prohibited to command sprites to attack their trainers. However, Confronted by adversaries intent on seizing his sprite, Suyu showed no mercy. Before the youth could issue a command, the tail of the aquatic weasel before him glimmered with brilliant light, indicating its training had imbued it with the instinct to protect its master. An invisible shockwave erupted from its tail, colliding with the incoming leaf blade. With a resounding explosion, the leaf blade was shattered, and the sonic boom attack from the aquatic weasel was nullified. "What a decisive little brat. I underestimated you," the youth remarked, surprised that the newly minted trainer Suyu exhibited such boldness and decisiveness in commanding his sprite to attack him. It appeared he had indeed misjudged Suyu. However, given their numerical and strength advantage, they had no reason to fear Suyu's Chow Meow turtle. Yet, Suyu was acutely aware of the peril he faced and understood that his Chow Meow turtle was weaker than the aquatic weasel. Thus, he did not harbor any illusions that this leaf blade would suffice. His contingency plan was still in place. Chow Meow turtle, continue using leaf blade to attack him, and simultaneously utilized Vine Whip. Suyu commanded without hesitation. The leaf blades surged forth again toward the youth, while two poisonous, violet-hued Vine Whips lashed out toward the skunk. Indeed, it is Vine Whip. The youth and his scar-faced accomplice rejoiced simultaneously. They promptly commanded their sprites to intercept the Chow Meow turtle's assault. Silver, star-shaped energy attacks obliterated the leaf blade, continuing their momentum toward the Chow Meow turtle. The skunk ignited with radiant light, its claws extending to deftly tear the Vine Whip asunder. However, at the very moment the Chow Meow turtle prepared to launch its next strike, Suyu also made his move. Unbeknownst to them, he had already grasped two silver steel balls, which he swiftly propelled toward the youth and his scar-faced companion. Chapter 33, The Battle Within the Forest. Whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the opportune moment, Suyu launched his attack just as the adversaries were preoccupied with their sprites defending against the Chow Meow turtle's onslaught. The two steel balls hurtled forth like cannonballs, striking the pair with tremendous force. Despite the scar-faced youth's extensive combat experience, he was unable to evade Suyu's assault, resulting in a grievous injury to his arm, causing blood to spill. The camouflaged youth captain fared somewhat better, although taken aback. His aquatic weasel, being of excellent initial tier, swiftly intercepted the steel ball aimed at him, suffering no harm. This startled both adversaries, who hastily took refuge behind their sprites, wary of a subsequent ambush from Suyu. "You little brat. I didn't anticipate you possessed such strength, but let us see how you handle this next," the youth captain sneered, commanding the aquatic weasel to launch an attack against the Chow Meow turtle and Suyu. Meanwhile, the skunk remained in position, acting as a bodyguard to prevent another surprise attack from Suyu. In their estimation, the aquatic weasel's strength slightly surpassed that of the Chow Meow turtle, and even with a minor type disadvantage, it would be sufficient to subdue them. However, this was precisely Suyu's strategy. His ambush was intended to instill fear in his opponents, thereby restraining the skunk in place. Otherwise, under the combined assault of the aquatic weasel and the skunk, the Chow Meow turtle would scarcely endure. "Aquatic weasel, water gun attack," commanded the camouflaged youth captain directly. Under Suyu's guidance, the Chow Meow turtle did not yield, fiercely retaliating against the aquatic weasel. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Deep within the white dye forest, the group of trainers clad in camouflage had arrived at the vicinity of several waste fruit and tong-tong fruit trees. The waste fruit enhances the power of ground-type moves and sprites, while the tong-tong fruit boosts the potency of poison-type moves, significantly benefiting the growth of sprites. Consequently, this area was dominated by a Nido King, a formidable monarch of the region, with a Nido Queen on the brink of attaining similar legendary status serving as its guardian. "Let us move," commanded the one-eyed camouflaged youth, his gaze fixed on the precious fruit trees. At his command, his comrades dispersed, retrieving firearms from the boxes they carried and unleashing beams of white light. These powerful projectiles obliterated the trees and rocks in their path, hurtling toward the mouth of a nearby cave. A furious roar erupted, and a devastating beam of destruction surged forth from the cave entrance, instantly obliterating the incoming attacks while maintaining its relentless trajectory toward the group of camouflaged trainers. Charizard, unleash flamethrower. Snorlax, unleash the beam of destruction. The group similarly commanded their sprites to employ their skills to counter the oncoming assault. Waves of attacks clashed, generating massive gusts of wind and swirling clouds of dust that obscured the sky. As the dust settled, a towering purple beast emerged from the cave. The reigning king of the region, Nido King. In response to its summons, the nearby Nido family, including Nidoran and Nidorino, gathered around their sovereign. Is it only Nido King? It seems the intel was accurate. The one-eyed youth exclaimed with delight, murmuring to himself. This one-eyed youth was the leader of a gang of sprite poachers, and their presence here stemmed from news that the Nidoqueen in the White Dye Forest had recently given birth, rendering her vulnerable and significantly weakened. Their objective was to acquire the sprite eggs laid by the Nidoqueen. To understand, Nidoking is a celestial-level Pokémon with extraordinary strength, while Nidoqueen possesses near-celestial capabilities. Both share a remarkable lineage, ensuring that the Pokémon eggs they produce are of exceptional quality, significantly increasing the probability of yielding a Pokémon of supreme pedigree. With ample resources, such a Pokémon stands a high chance, around 70 to 80%, of ascending to celestial status. At the very least, one could expect to acquire a gym-level Pokémon. Thus, it is this very allure that drives them to dare the risk of provoking Nidoking's ire. Nidoking let out a furious roar. Possessing both formidable power and keen intelligence, it quickly realized that these intruders were not merely passing by but had come with intent. Consequently, it showed no mercy. With its mouth agape, it unleashed a devastating beam of destruction, incinerating an unfortunate hunter in an instant. However, the remaining hunters were undeterred by the display of power, firing white energy beams from their weapons to thwart Nidoking's assault. Enraged, Nidoking lifted its foot and stomped down with great force. The ground trembled violently, cracking open as countless stones were swept up like a tempest. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the sky. In tandem, Nidoking harnessed the power of the earth, manipulating the debris at its feet into sharp projectiles that it hurled at the encroaching humans. Yet, rather than engage in a direct confrontation, the hunters summoned flying-type Pokémon, soaring high to evade Nidoking's onslaught. They turned their weapons towards Nidorans and Nidoqueens, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that proved far too potent for the Nidorans to withstand. One by one, the Nidorans succumbed, their eyes swirling before they were reduced to ashes under the relentless assault. Nidoking, now in a frenzy, gathered a tremendous amount of energy, causing massive boulders to plummet from above, crashing down upon the hunters. In response, a one-eyed youth issued commands, and two individuals clad in camouflage stealthily maneuvered to the sides, using the descending rocks to obscure their movements as they sought to breach Nidoking's defenses and advance towards the cave. Meanwhile, on another front, swim gas mice summoned a torrent of water that saturated the ground, transforming it into a quagmire that hindered the movements of the grass tortoise. In a swift motion, it lashed its tail, sending sonic waves hurtling toward the grass tortoise. Nevertheless, the grass tortoise countered by striking the ground with its vine whip, leveraging the recoil to launch itself high and evade the incoming sonic blasts. Subsequently, a flurry of leaves spiraled outward, retaliating against swim gas mice. Chapter 34. Uprising and Escape. The moon hung high, stars twinkling. Under the shroud of night, the Bidai forest had lost its erstwhile tranquility. The earth trembled, echoing the roars of subterranean beasts. In the distance, hurried footsteps could be heard, accompanied by cries of anguish that darkened the atmosphere. Suyu, alongside the grass tortoise, fled across the boundary between the outer and central regions of the Bidai forest, pressing deeper into the woods. Close behind were two relentless pursuers, nearly closing the gap on several occasions. Yet, enshrouded in darkness, Suyu's steel pellets provided him with fleeting moments of respite. Nonetheless, the grass tortoise was nearing its limits, its stamina almost depleted. Reaching his anticipated destination without hesitation, Suyu hurled a smoke bomb. The black smoke billowed, enveloping the area in darkness so thick that one could not see their hand in front of their face. Still struggling, are we? The camouflage-clad leader scoffed. The two pursuers, not far behind, observed Suyu's actions. This was the third smoke bomb he had deployed in the past hour, and regrettably, once the smoke cleared, they swiftly caught up to him. They remained patient, akin to hunters savoring the desperate struggles of their prey in its final moments. Yet, fate had other plans. Before long, the earth reverberated with the sound of galloping hooves, alerting the youth to an imminent threat. Within the depths of the Bidai forest, in the territory of the Nidoking, the once lush and towering trees lay in ruins, the area a chaotic scene. The ground was littered with Pokémon stripped of their fighting spirit, teetering on the edge of extinction. Nidorans, Nidoqueens, and various other Pokémon, including Mytuna, Houndoom, and Espurr, had gathered to assist the Nidoking, drawn by the tumult. After half a day of fierce battle, even Nidoking, despite its immense strength, bore the signs of fatigue. Their dwelling, a cave, lay in ruins, and Nidoqueen, cradling 3 Pokémon eggs, nestled against Nidoking, having thwarted the hunter's designs. Yet, they were merely delaying the inevitable. Surrounded by a cadre of Pokémon hunters, Nidoking and Nidoqueen found themselves besieged, while a few hunters unleashed a torrent of Pokéballs upon the incapacitated Pokémon. Since they had come this far, they would not let these Pokémon slip away. Selling them would yield a considerable fortune. Witnessing its kin being captured, Nidoking's eyes turned crimson, and with a mighty roar, it conjured spheres of earthy yellow, launching them like cannonballs at the hunters who sought to subdue its brethren. Even in your own peril, you show such compassion? The one-eyed youth mocked. He activated his energy gun once more, firing searing white beams that shattered the mud projectiles Nidoking hurled. The hunter's Pokémon unleashed a barrage of attacks against Nidoking and Nidoqueen, further aggravating their plight. In retaliation, Nidoking summoned massive stones with rock slide to block the onslaught. The hunters, unwilling to confront Nidoking directly, opted to wear it down, only striking when it attempted to rescue its kin or break free. Within the central region of the Bidai Forest, Pokémon with eyes ablaze surged toward the outer boundaries, inciting chaos. In another part of the central region, as the camouflage-clad leader commanded swim gas mice to disperse the smoke, the sight before them left them astounded. Countless Murkrows flocked through the air, their eyes glowing red as they charged toward the duo. On the ground, hordes of beavers, round wizards, diglets, and other various Pokémon seemed to have lost their sanity, rushing frantically toward the edge of the Bidai Forest. Trees and enemies alike fell before their path. Trouble! The Pokémon have gone berserk. Run! The two abandoned their pursuit of Suyu, turning to flee toward the outer regions. Suyu and the grass seed tortoise concealed themselves within, sensing a sudden cacophony of noise that soon faded into the distance. The pair exchanged glances, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. The question of how Suyu and the grass seed tortoise managed to avoid damaging the ancient tree while creating a small sanctuary within it leads us to a particular skill possessed by the grass seed tortoise, the power of secrecy. This ability had been ingrained in the tortoise since its birth, yet it could not be utilized until it transcended its prior limitations and achieved a higher level of power. Suyu recalled that, in the game, the power of secrecy could only be activated in specific locations such as haystacks, trees, or mountains to establish a secret base. However, in the tangible realm of the Pokémon world, no such restrictions existed. As long as a Pokémon had mastered this skill, it could create a secret base at any time and place. For a trainer, having a Pokémon capable of establishing a secret base was an invaluable asset for both home and travel. When Suyu discovered that the grass seed tortoise could create a secret base, he was filled with exhilaration. This revelation meant that during his future journeys, he could reside in the tortoise's secret base, significantly enhancing his accommodations and safety while traveling. However, he had not anticipated that the inaugural use of this ability would be for evading pursuers rather than on an adventure. His initial escape plan involved using smoke bombs to confuse his two assailants, then relying on the grass seed tortoise to carve out a secret base amidst the trees, allowing them to hide and elude detection. Yet, while devising their escape route, he inadvertently activated his ability to eavesdrop on the thoughts of Pokémon, discovering a plethora of them filled with terror, fleeing from the depths of the White Dye Forest. It seemed that a significant event had transpired within the forest, prompting their exodus. Chapter 35. Coping consequently, Suyu, utilizing the whispers of the fleeing Pokémon in his mind, gauged their distance and continuously adjusted his escape plan and route, ultimately establishing a secret base before their pursuers could close in. By harnessing the power of those fleeing Pokémon, he managed to drive away the two who were tracking him. This escape plan proved remarkably successful, as his pursuers were repelled. However, Suyu's face bore no trace of joy following his escape. Instead, it was etched with gravity. He could acutely sense in his mind that the fleeing Pokémon had lost their sanity, their thoughts overtaken by a savage consciousness filled with hatred for humans, charging towards human settlements. Moreover, it appeared that an even greater chaos was unfolding deeper within the forest. Grassy Tortoise quickly consumed this energy cube. "We must leave this place," Suyu urged, unwilling to linger any longer, as he produced several gleaming intermediate blue-orange energy cubes to offer to the grass seed tortoise. These were among the few intermediate quality energy cubes he had painstakingly crafted through numerous attempts. Now, to swiftly restore the tortoise's condition, he felt compelled to overlook any potential waste. Under the shroud of night, a stout, bearded man with a canvas backpack ambled along the path leading from the White Dye Forest to the gathering town, a deep green crystalline object in hand and a look of joy on his face. This rotund mountaineer was an outdoor adventurer, a Pokémon trainer whose profession involved exploring perilous locales within the Pokémon world in search of treasures. Beside him rolled a rough gray stone sphere with 2 pairs of arms of varying lengths and stout legs. This was his initial Pokémon, the Rolycoly. Rolycoly, a rock and ground-type Pokémon, enjoyed rolling down steep slopes, colliding with obstructive trees and boulders in a wild frenzy. "Hey, Rolycoly, do you hear something?" the mountaineer inquired, sensing an unusual sound. His expression shifted from confusion to alarm. "This is bad. A Pokémon riot is occurring. Rolycoly, we need to run." Despite his stocky build, years of outdoor survival had honed his speed. He also remembered to call Miss Junsha. "Hello, is this Miss Junsha? It seems there's a Pokémon riot occurring just outside Gathering Town in the White Dye Forest. Are you certain?" Miss Junsha, clad in her uniform at the town's police station, stood abruptly, her demeanor serious. The mountaineer, panting as he ran, replied, "I saw it clearly." They came rushing out of the White Dye Forest, their eyes glowing red. "This is bad, Rolycoly. They're gaining on us. Use rock throw." As he uttered these words, the call ended abruptly. Miss Junsha recognized the gravity of the situation and began assembling her subordinates and local trainers to intercept the rampaging Pokémon outside the town. Meanwhile, Rolycoly, in the midst of its frantic escape, heard the mountaineer command. It abruptly halted, pivoting, and summoned sharp stone shards that began to whirl around it. Then, with a powerful shove of its arms, the shards hurled towards several nearby Venipedes and Munchlaxes, knocking them to the ground. Although this did not stop the frenzied Pokémon, it provided a brief respite as they continued their desperate dash toward Gathering Town. Inside Gathering Town, the Pokémon Center's lights shone brightly as usual, with trainers milling about in the lobby. Suddenly, the alarm blared, jolting the trainers into a state of panic. "What is happening? Why is the alarm sounding?" asked a trainer seated on a bench, awaiting the treatment of his Pokémon. Another novice trainer speculated, could it be an attack on the Pokémon Center? Impossible. Who would dare to have such audacity? The center erupted into chaos. Fortunately, at that moment, Miss Junsha, accompanied by several officers, burst through the doors. "Everyone, it seems there has been a Pokémon riot in the White Dye Forest. All trainers must accompany me immediately to fend off these rampaging Pokémon." As her words echoed, the commotion in the Pokémon Center intensified, cries of alarm erupting even more fervently than before. "A Pokémon riot? Isn't that a death sentence for us? Isn't it the responsibility of your security team to protect the town?" "Silence." Miss Junsha's voice cut through the clamor, her frustration palpable. "The number of rampaging Pokémon is overwhelming, and we lack sufficient manpower, so we require your assistance." After a brief pause, she continued, "Rest assured, this call to action will be compensated with ample alliance contribution points based on your efforts. You will not be assisting in vain." Upon hearing this, some trainers in the lobby began to reconsider. If there was a reward involved, it could be worthwhile. The alliance possessed countless treasures, yet redeeming them typically necessitated substantial contribution points, which were notoriously difficult to acquire. Only specific alliance missions could yield such points. The Pokémon riot presented an excellent opportunity to amass a considerable amount of contribution points. After a moment's contemplation, a trainer spoke up, "Miss Junsha, my Abra is quite strong. Count me in. Add me as well." "Me too." After Miss Junsha announced the reward, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with trainers eagerly clamoring to participate in the operation. "Very well, you shall set off at once." Miss Junsha instructed one of her subordinates, Yui, lead them to provide support. "Understood," replied Sakata Yui from the escort team, turning to guide the eager trainers away. Chapter 36, Ranger Marichi. "Miss Joy, the matters concerning healing are entrusted to you." Miss Junsha addressed the already prepared Joy Tong. "No problem. It is our duty," Joy Tong responded. Surrounding her were the staff from the Pokémon Center, accompanied by their beloved Pokémon, including Chansey, Snorlax, and others. These Pokémon possessed various healing techniques, which were crucial in battle, enabling them to promptly restore their companion's health. Now, haste is of the essence, so please depart promptly. Without further pleasantries, Junsha commanded Joy Tong to lead the Pokémon Center personnel to the outskirts of Baidai Forest. At the edge of Baidai Forest, approximately 1 kilometer from Jike Town, a dozen members of the escort team, clad in uniform, established a lengthy barricade. Before them surged a throng of rabid Pokémon, including Bidoof, Abra, Butterfree, and Teddy Ursa, their eyes ablaze with fury as they launched an assault. An unremarkable escort team member directed his Maitaiana to defeat an Abra, throwing a Poké Ball and turning to a middle-aged man with a square face in his 30s. "Captain, when will reinforcements arrive? I can barely hold on." With swift precision, he captured the Abra before another rampaging Rattata could charge, preventing it from being crushed or perishing amidst the chaos. However, just as he finished speaking, a heavy thudding echoed from the exit of Baidai Forest, followed by a terrifying aura and a blinding light illuminating the night sky. Kawasaki Toshihiko's expression darkened as he bellowed, "This is bad. It's the destruction beam." The newly emerged Teddiursa was capable of unleashing such a formidable attack, indicating its elite-level strength, possibly even at a mid-tier elite level. Should this strike connect, few among them would likely survive, and their defenses would collapse, allowing the rampaging Pokémon to surge into Jike Town. In a moment of desperation, he could only command his newly promoted elite-level Talonflame to intercept the blow. Talonflame, use Brave Bird. Instantly, Talonflame appeared as though clad in golden armor, transforming into a streak of gold that surged toward the rapidly approaching white beam. An explosion of violent energy erupted, creating shockwaves that radiated outward. Dust and debris filled the air, and the nearby rampaging Pokémon were knocked unconscious by the residual force, alleviating some of the pressure on the team. Yet, as the dust settled, Talonflame emerged, its body marked with injuries, struggling to maintain its altitude. Though it had successfully thwarted the destruction beam, it had sustained significant damage. While Teddiursa was momentarily immobilized by the aftermath of its own attack, once it regained its composure, no one would be able to stop it. "Talonflame, are you all right?" Kawasaki called out, then swiftly issued another command. "Talonflame, use quick attack followed by a close-range strike." Clearly, Kawasaki recognized that only the elite-level Talonflame stood a chance against Teddiursa, disregarding Talonflame's injuries as he pressed on with his orders. Responding to the command, Talonflame suppressed its pain and shot forth as a flash of white light. Its entire form seemed to transform into a myriad of weapons, relentlessly striking Teddiursa. The fighting-type close-range attacks were particularly effective against the normal-type Teddiursa, inflicting severe damage and distorting its bear-like visage. However, due to the disparity in strength and Talonflame's own injuries from the destruction beam and the recoil from Brave Bird, it failed to defeat Teddiursa. Instead, after a series of relentless strikes, Teddiursa regained its mobility. With a thunderous roar, Teddiursa raised its powerful arm, its palm glowing with white light as it executed Hammer Arm. The forceful blow sent Talonflame hurtling backward, leaving a long gouge in the ground. But this was not the end. Teddiursa, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, retaliated with a ferocity that shook the earth, swinging its heavy fists downwards, sending rocks flying in all directions. It began hurling stones with astonishing strength, catching everyone off guard. In an instant of chaos, trainers scrambled to command their Pokémon to defend against the onslaught. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, cries rang out from behind. Corviknight, use Shadow Ball. Steelix, Metal Claw. Witnessing the incoming stones being obliterated by various attacks, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with renewed hope as reinforcements arrived. Above Baidai Forest, a colossal avian Pokémon soared through the air, heading towards the tumultuous scene within the forest. As it passed over a grove of birch trees, a slight gasp escaped its beak, and it altered its course to descend below. In the birch grove, Siu cautiously traversed alongside his Turtwig. Ahead of them were two young men in camouflage, bound and captured, the very ones who had been tracking him not long ago. Their misfortune was palpable. As they had spotted the rampaging Pokémon, they attempted to flee but were soon overtaken, with their Pokémon, Weasel and Skuntank, incapacitated in the scuffle. Fortunately, they possessed a bottle of insect repellent spray, which they used to ward off the aggressive Pokémon, allowing them to escape into the underbrush. However, their luck ran out when they encountered Suyu and Turtwig, who were also making their way to the outskirts of Baidai Forest, leading to their capture. After detaining the two, Suyu subjected them to intense interrogation, finally uncovering their motives for tracking him and the reason behind the Pokémon riot. "Kid, what are you doing here?" A powerful gust swept by, casting a massive shadow over Suyu, accompanied by a familiar voice. Chapter 37, Interrogation Looking Up. Suyu beheld a magnificent, imposing Pidgeot descending gracefully from the sky, from which a middle-aged man clad in green uniform leaped down. Recognizing the familiar face, Suyu gasped in surprise. "What a coincidence, we meet again." The newcomer was Marichi, the ranger who had once rescued him from wild Pokémon and brought him to the Pokémon Center. "Marichi, what brings you here?" Suyu inquired, the realization dawning upon him that, as a ranger, Marichi would undoubtedly investigate the cause of the Pokémon riot. Indeed, Marichi had noticed the disturbance and was on a mission to discover the source of the upheaval and resolve the situation. Yet, He had not anticipated encountering the reckless youth he had once saved, nor the two bound young men that had led to his pause. Intuition guided him, suggesting that it might unveil certain clues. Upon hearing Sinny's inquiry, Su was forthright, revealing the reasons for his presence and the backgrounds of the two individuals in a stream of words. Are you certain that they know the cause of the Elven uprising? Sinny's face lit up with excitement. According to my interrogation, it appears to be incited by a poaching group, but I cannot ascertain the truth of their words. Su pondered briefly before addressing Sinny. In that case, let me clarify. With that, Sinny released a night owl. What is this? Watching his actions, Su felt a flicker of realization. Indeed, as he anticipated, the night owl employed its hypnotic abilities. With an ominous coo, the night owl emitted a purple glow from its eyes, casting a spell of hypnosis upon the two individuals. The camouflaged youths struggled desperately, attempting to avert their gazes from the mesmerizing light, but to no avail. Soon, under the night owl's formidable psychic influence, they succumbed to hypnosis, entering a realm of mental intrusion. Sinny then began to inquire about their origins, their purpose in the Bidai forest, and the reasons behind the elven upheaval. After completing the interrogation, Sinny was left in bewilderment. Elven eggs? He murmured to himself. After a moment of contemplation, without any clear leads, Sinny relinquished his thoughts and said to Suyu, "All right, this place is too perilous. You take them outside. I will venture deeper into the forest." After issuing this command, Sinny departed, pressing further into the depths of the forest, while Suyu led the two individuals towards the forest's exit. Outside the Bidai forest, with a host of trainers supporting them, they had finally managed to hold back the rampaging elves. What could possibly be the reason behind this elven riot? Miss Jusha from Jiketown inquired of her assistant, Kondo Shirlong. "I'm not sure. It seems the magnetic field in this area is disrupted, making it impossible to contact our personnel on the ground." Kondo Shirlong replied with a wry smile, gesturing at the static-laden communication device in his hand. "Then hurry up and send someone in to investigate the malfunction," Miss Junsha exclaimed in frustration. Yes. Kondo Shirlong hastily rushed off to organize a team. Faced with Miss Junsha's ire, Kondo Shirlong bore no grudge, for he was merely a worker. If the cause of the elven uprising was not discovered promptly, leading to greater losses, Miss Junsha's familial connections would likely shield her from repercussions, but those like him would bear the brunt of the blame. Thus, regardless of the dangers lurking within the forest, he felt compelled to enter and uncover the reason behind the turmoil. However, shortly after they entered the Bidai forest, a twist of fate occurred. "Captain, look!" A voice filled with excitement called out. Following the direction of the voice, they spotted commotion in a nearby thicket. A turtwig was valiantly defending itself against a swarm of bee drills, while three figures dashed about, two of whom were bound at the wrists. As their eyes met, so you also recognized them, shouting, "Help!" Despite the turtwig's ability to establish a secret base in the trees, its low strength rendered it incapable of sustaining the effort for long, ultimately leading to its discovery by the frenzied bee drills. They relentlessly pursued, but fortunately, Suyu had prepared numerous medicinal supplies, enabling them to reach just outside the entrance of the Bidai forest. "Houndoom, unleash your flames." A searing pillar of fire swept through, incinerating a multitude of bee drills and allowing Suyu and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Without waiting for questions, Suyu declared, "Call them. They may know the reason behind the elven uproar." Upon hearing this, a smile of hope spread across Kondo Shirlong's face. They had unexpectedly struck fortunate, completing their task almost immediately upon entering. "Let South leave this place." Observing the continuous influx of elves, Kondo Shirlong beckoned the others and led the two captured youths away. Before long, Kondo Shirlong returned with the bound camouflaged youths and Suyu before Miss Junsha. "Miss Junsha, I have discovered the cause of the elven uprising," Kondo Shirlong exclaimed with excitement. "They belong to a poaching group, and they have been stealing elven eggs from within the forest." "Are you certain?" Miss Junsha inquired sternly. "Absolutely." Kondo Shirlong nodded emphatically. "This is Suyu. He recently encountered Ranger Sinyi, who has already interrogated them and proceeded deeper into the forest." "Very well. Take them down and use hypnosis for further questioning," Miss Junsha instructed, then turned to Suyu, saying, "As for you, I must ask you to remain here for the time being and not leave." Miss Junsha adopted an official demeanor, not easily swayed by Suyu's words. "Understood." Suyu replied without objection, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the two poachers. They had just undergone the ordeal of hypnosis, and now they would face it once more. It is known that the use of hypnosis can inflict some damage on humans, and excessive use within a short time can cause irreversible harm to the brain. Chapter 38. A visit. After confirming the identities of the two poachers through hypnosis, Suyu was no longer restricted. He did not linger at the defense line. After allowing Nurse Joy to tend to the Turtwig, he made his way toward Jike Town. Given the Turtwig's limited capabilities, it would not contribute significantly to the situation. His presence was neither crucial nor detrimental. As for the subsequent developments, such a significant event would surely prompt an official communique from the League, and he could glean the truth from the news later on. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "See you, big brother." Turning around, he saw Chi Feng Jun waving at him from around the street corner. "Why are you wandering around here so late instead of resting?" Suyu approached and asked. Upon hearing Suyu's inquiry, Chi Feng Jun hesitated before stammering, "I heard that a large number of elves have surged out of the Baidai forest, including mini-bee drills. Is that true?" The influx of trainers into the Pokémon Center, coupled with the distant sounds of explosions from near Jike Town, had already informed the townsfolk of the situation. Fortunately, they retained faith in Miss Junsha and her team, preventing any chaos from erupting. Suyu was not surprised that Chi Feng Jun had caught wind of some rumors. Could it be that the bee drills and hunting butterflies are acting out because we stole their companions? Chi Feng Jun asked nervously, looking at Suyu. "So that's what you're worried about," Suyu chuckled. "What are you thinking? It's merely a bee drill. In the wild, countless of its companions fall prey to natural enemies every day. How could they possibly incite a riot and attack the town?" "Rest assured," Suyu gently reassured him. Hearing Chi Feng Jun's words, Suyu understood his concern. It seemed that over the past few days, he had developed a clear understanding of his bee drill's potential, hence his unease. "Your bee drill has great potential. You should nurture it well," Suyu advised, glancing at the shiny bee drill perched on Chi Feng Jun's shoulder, which had already begun showing signs of evolution after only a few days of being caught. Although the nurturing of a trainer may accelerate the growth of certain Pokémon, it is evident that bug-type creatures possess their own unique developmental pace. It is no wonder that the anime features numerous young bug catchers. Indeed, for some ordinary individuals, the rapid growth of bug-type Pokémon can swiftly translate into formidable battle prowess. Wouldn't you agree, Xiao Hong? The Caterpie affectionately rubbed against Chi Feng Jun's neck. "Haha, Xiao Hong, stop it. That tickles." Suddenly, Suyu exclaimed, "By the way, let's give you a name, Grass Tortoise." With a spark of inspiration, he began. The grass tortoise lifted its head, regarding its trainer with curiosity, wondering what scheme he was concocting this time. "Since Caterpie has a hint of red and is called Xiao Hong, how about we name you Xyle for the touch of green on your head? Or perhaps Shachin?" The grass tortoise chuckled softly, well aware that its trainer's intentions were not entirely innocent. Although it did not fully comprehend, its sixth sense warned it against accepting the trainer as suggestion. Thus, it chose to remain a silent, handsome companion. Noticing the grass tortoise's lack of response, Suyu continued, "Given your gluttonous nature, how about calling you Foodie? Or Greedy Tortoise?" The grass tortoise remained unfazed, leisurely continuing its journey forward. Despite Suyu's attempts at coaxing, the grass tortoise was unyielding, leading him to abandon the idea of teasing it further. After placing an order for dinner through his phone, Suyu prepared to watch a movie with the grass tortoise while waiting for their meal. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Oh, is the delivery here already?" Suyu exclaimed, somewhat surprised. "Grass tortoise, could you please open the door?" Upon hearing that it was the food delivery, the grass tortoise leapt off the sofa and dashed towards the entrance. What a foodie, Suyu thought, exasperated, noticing how much more eager it was for food than for training. "What are you doing, grass tortoise?" After a prolonged silence without a response, Suyu approached the door. To his astonishment, he found a somewhat portly middle-aged man staring wide-eyed at the grass tortoise. The grass tortoise looked back at Suyu, its expression filled with confusion. "Is this chubby man the delivery you mentioned?" "Excuse me, is this Mr. Suyu?" the plump man inquired from outside. "And you are?" Suyu responded, puzzled by this unexpected visitor. "I am Yusuji Juinxiong, the owner of Hope Star Restaurant and the father of lazily." Suyu suddenly recalled that the reason the two youths from the poaching group had targeted him was due to the grass tortoise having learned the vine whip move. This information had leaked from their restaurant staff, and he had intended to confront them about it, only for the principal to come knocking at his door. Isn't the news rather swift? Suyu thought. Before he could voice his inquiries, Yusuji Yuanxing spoke, his tone tinged with regret. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Suyu. Due to a lapse in our restaurant's management, one of our employees inadvertently leaked information about your grass tortoise. I hope this has not caused you any trouble." Although Suyu was initially angered by the breach of his Pokémon's information, he soon reflected that, given the circumstances, It was inevitable that the grass tortoise would be exposed in public when using its moves. Furthermore, since it was an employee's drunken slip, he did not hold Hope Star Restaurant accountable. Unexpectedly, the owner himself had come to apologize. As the box was opened, Suyu was enveloped by an invigorating energy that seemed to heal him. Inside lay a green crystal, a familiar sight to Suyu. Being akin to the fire-type energy crystal he had previously acquired, yet this one was a grass-type energy crystal. Clearly, this grass-type crystal was of a higher caliber, likely beneficial even to elite-level Pokémon. Initially, Suyu had been displeased that his Pokémon's information had been leaked. But he soon realized that such exposure was inevitable if he allowed the grass tortoise to use its moves publicly. The leak was merely an unfortunate consequence of an employee's drunkenness, and he bore no ill will towards Hope Star Restaurant. To his surprise, the owner had come to apologize. Before Suyu could express his thoughts, the grass tortoise called out, fixating intently on the grass-type energy crystal in Yusuji Juinxiong's hands. Had it not been for the presence of Yusuji's imposing feline companion, the grass tortoise would have likely lunged for the crystal. Realizing the grass tortoise's eagerness, Suyu chuckled heartily. Haha, since this was an unintentional act by a restaurant employee, I shall not pursue the matter further. I hope your establishment avoids such errors in the future. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Suyu. I assure you I will manage my staff diligently. With Suyu accepting his apology, Yusuji Juinxiong visibly relaxed, relief washing over his face. After all, he was merely a novice trainer, not on the same level as Suyu. Yet, in the defense line outside Jike Town, there were trainers employed by Hope Star Restaurant. Yusuji Juinxiong had witnessed Suyu emerging from the Bidai forest with two youths clad in camouflage, and the news had quickly reached him. To operate such a large battle restaurant required significant connections, and upon investigation, Yusuji realized the gravity of the situation. He was astonished that Suyu had uncovered the cause of the Pokémon disturbance in the Bidai forest. With his timely information, Suyu had become a local hero in Jike Town, earning the admiration of Miss Junsha. Yusuji Juinxiong could not contain his concern. If this information were to spread, Hope Star Restaurant's reputation in Jike Town would be severely tarnished. This urgency was what brought him to apologize. However, Suyu remained unaware of these dynamics. Moreover, the two members of the poaching group were unlikely to emerge from their predicament, and by the time they did, Suyu would have undoubtedly grown stronger. Thus, he was not particularly worried about the exposure of the grass tortoise's information. To him, it felt as though he had fortuitously gained a grass-type energy crystal without consequence. And so, both individuals harbored their own thoughts, each believing they had gained from the encounter. Half an hour later, Suyu called out, "Grass tortoise, it's time to eat." Reluctantly, the grass tortoise set down the grass-type energy crystal. It was rather amusing, as the grass tortoise had always been the most eager to eat. Yet now it took its time to approach the dining table. However, it was understandable. The energy crystal was intoxicating, radiating rich grass-type energy even before Suyu could grasp it. As a grass-type Pokémon, the allure and benefits of the crystal were immense, stemming from an instinctual pull ingrained in its very essence. Absorbing the energy from the crystal would significantly enhance its own power. It was no wonder the grass tortoise had displayed such unusual behavior. After all, simply resting would allow it to gradually amplify its strength. Of course, excessive reliance on the grass-type energy crystal could lead to a shallow foundation, necessitating rigorous training to master the absorbed energy. Suyu was determined to forge a solid foundation for the grass tortoise and would not overlook this crucial aspect. Let us allow the grass tortoise to absorb the grass energy crystal for an entire night, and by the following day, we shall assign it a task to expedite the absorption process, thereby enhancing its strength. After all, its current capabilities remain rather feeble. It nearly lost its life to merely two peripheral members of a poaching organization. 3 days later, within a training room at the Pokémon Center, the grass tortoise was fervently sprinting on a treadmill, occasionally turning its head. Meanwhile, Suyu sat nearby, toying with the grass energy crystal. Enough of the distractions. Focus on your training, Suyu instructed. If you fail to complete your training, I shall absorb the energy from this crystal myself. Upon hearing this, the grass tortoise redoubled its efforts in training. At that moment, the television in the room broadcasted a news report, capturing the grass tortoise's attention. Today, a riot of Pokémon occurred in the White Dye Forest, launching an assault on Jike Town. Fortunately, the local police responded swiftly, aided by numerous trainers, successfully quelling the Pokémon uprising. Reports indicate that this riot was instigated by a poaching group attempting to steal the offspring of a Nido-king residing within the forest. Most members of this poaching group have been subdued by Mr. Lu, one of the Elite Four. Only the leader of this group managed to escape and remains at large. The police urged the public to report any sightings of this individual. Goodness. How audacious these poachers are, daring to provoke even an elite-level Pokémon. Upon hearing this news, so you understood the motive behind the Pokémon riot. It was indeed an attempt to steal the offspring of a formidable Nidoking. This realization sparked a sense of urgency within him. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Suyu opened it to find Miss Junsha from Jike Town standing there. Could she be here to deliver rewards? As it turned out, she was. Mr. Suyu, thanks to your information, we were able to capture the entire poaching group and protect the Nidoking lineage along with many Pokémon in the forest. In recognition of your contributions, the League has 2 rewards for you. What are those 2 rewards? Suyu exclaimed, rubbing his hands in anticipation. The first reward is a category reward, and the second permits you to become a direct trainer of the League, Junsha revealed without delay. Although Suyu had apprehended 2 peripheral members of the poaching organization and the police had gleaned information from them to thwart the operation, the knowledge they possessed was rather vague. They merely knew the poachers sought to steal Pokémon eggs, without specifics regarding which Pokémon or lineage. The precise details were gradually deduced by the police, thus Suyu's contributions were acknowledged, albeit not to a significant degree. Nevertheless, the rewards offered by the League were exceedingly generous. It is essential to note that the tiers of item rewards from the League correspond to the classifications of Pokémon treasures, divided into 3 categories: A, B, and C, ranked from highest to lowest. Category A items include exquisite evolutionary stones capable of enhancing a Pokémon's potential, as well as high-grade Pokémon eggs. While it is true that a Pokémon may improve its potential upon evolution, the probability is merely 20. In contrast, exquisite evolutionary stones guarantee a 100 enhancement of potential during evolution, albeit only for those Pokémon that evolve through such stones, rendering them exceptionally valuable treasures. A Pokémon meeting the criteria for high-grade potential, when utilizing an exquisite evolutionary stone, is assured to elevate its potential to the exquisite level, which signifies the acquisition of a Pokémon with at least gym-level combat capability. Category B items comprise those that amplify Pokémon's skill potency or powerful skill learning machines, such as items that enhance the power of ground-type moves or machines for learning destructive light techniques. Category C items are more abundant, encompassing League contribution points, cash rewards, and the like. Of course, these rewards are strictly for trainers below the elite level. For those above elite, there are even higher-tier rewards, such as high-grade quasi-divine Pokémon eggs or treasures that aid Pokémon in advancing to the elite level. Such matters are beyond Suyu's current understanding. The 3 categories of rewards from the League correspond to the 3 task levels of the League, aligned with trainers capable of undertaking tasks of gym level, elite level, and distinguished level. Only trainers meeting the standards for their strength can complete the corresponding tasks to receive rewards of the equivalent tier. If a trainer possesses ample League contribution points, they may also exchange them, albeit at double the cost. Thus, the first category reward granted to Suyu is exceptionally substantial, equivalent to what an elite-level trainer would earn for completing a League task, not to mention the privilege of being recognized as a direct member of the League. While the Pokémon world is rife with various nefarious organizations, such as Team Rocket and Team Aqua, none have been known to operate openly under the League scrutiny. Hence, the League stands as the unequivocal leading force in the Pokémon realm. Suyu's initial ambition before becoming a trainer was to become a direct member of the League. Previously, had he wished to apply for direct membership, he would have had to wait until attaining elite-level status. Now, however, he can enjoy the privileges of a direct League trainer ahead of schedule, including a monthly stipend of 10,000 League coins, free accommodation and healing at the Pokémon Center, and the authority to exchange for various Pokémon treasures held by the League. Otherwise, he would only have been able to redeem some commonplace items, lacking the access to rare treasures. This bodes well for his future development. Thus, when Suyu heard Junsha's words, he could hardly contain his joy. Here is a Pokémon wristwatch, a privilege of direct League members. It comes with an instruction manual. Simply follow it, Junsha said, handing him a wristwatch-sized device. As for your category reward, you will need to log into the League's website to select your items. Once chosen, the League will dispatch them to your Pokémon Center within 7 days. After bestowing Suyu's rewards, Junsha did not take her leave, but instead produced a small booklet and handed it to him. What is this? Suyu questioned, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Noticing his confusion, Junsha felt compelled to explain further. Although they had successfully thwarted the poaching group this time, Both she and the forest rangers of White Dye Forest had indeed been somewhat remiss in their duties. Otherwise, they would not have allowed so many individuals to infiltrate the forest unnoticed. Had it not been for the timely presence of one of the Elite Four, Mr. Lu, the poaching group might have succeeded. Thus, Junsha faced significant repercussions for the oversight. Fortunately, Suyu's timely intervention in capturing the two peripheral members of the poaching group enabled them to deduce the group's intentions, averting potential disaster. Therefore, Suyu had inadvertently assisted Junsha. Additionally, having learned about the grass tortoise from her friend Joy Tong, this also constituted a small investment in Suyu. Young man, this is a personal reward from me to you, Junsha said, patting Suyu's shoulder. I hope it proves beneficial to you. With that, she departed. An intermediate breeder's manual? Suyu flipped through the pages, revealing a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. By that time, only mid-tier energy blocks would be beneficial for the seedling tortoise. However, Suyu had only obtained a low-tier breeding manual from the Welfare Institute and was planning to purchase a mid-tier manual later. Unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself, saving him a considerable sum. After safely stowing the breeding manual, Suyu began to familiarize himself with the operation of the Pokémon wristwatch. Unable to resist the urge to check the Alliance's treasure vault and redeem his rewards. After a series of operations, Suyu successfully authenticated his Pokémon wristwatch and logged onto the Alliance's website, gradually exploring the lowest tier of treasures. He encountered low-grade evolution stones, various primary energy blocks, and skill learning machines, among others. To his delight, he also discovered the option to exchange for a Pokémon encyclopedia. Within the lowest tier of treasures, he found the exchange price for the encyclopedia set at 100,000 Alliance coins. It was not exorbitant, perhaps even a bargain, yet Suyu decided against it. At that moment, he had no need for such an item and deemed it unnecessary to spend his funds in that manner. Furthermore, once the seedling tortoise achieved excellence, the costs would undoubtedly increase significantly. It was wiser to reserve his money for its training. Chapter 41. The Breeder. After perusing the exchange list on the Alliance's internal website, Suyu was dazzled by the plethora of options, nearly drooling at the sight. Treasures such as Tide Essence, Flame Pearls, Charred Charcoal, and Heart Drops, all capable of enhancing Pokémon strength, were abundantly available. Truly, the Alliance, as the foremost power in the Pokémon world, boasted an overwhelming inventory, rendering his choices quite challenging. Though he considered saving this opportunity for future exchanges, he ultimately selected a skill disc inscribed with the Move Guard technique. As an Alliance reward, this skill disc provided 3 uses, allowing it to be utilized by 3 Pokémon. Moreover, skill discs exchanged within the Alliance were of far superior quality compared to those sold externally, with clearer energy operation methods for the moves. Having redeemed his reward, Suyu exited the exchange list. Watching the multitude of treasures while being unable to redeem them was a torment. Meanwhile, as the seedling tortoise continued its training, he delved into the mid-tier breeding manual he now possessed. The essence of a breeder encompasses a wealth of knowledge. It requires an understanding not only of Pokémon's living habits and preferred food flavors, but also the intricacies of energy block production. It entails a comprehensive awareness of a Pokémon's health status and the ability to tailor breeding methods and growth routes based on the Pokémon's evolution characteristics, ultimately unlocking their potential. An exceptional breeder can discern the quality of a Pokémon's upbringing merely by observing its appearance, fur, and physique, thereby assessing its strength. Among trainers and breeders, a saying is often recited within the Alliance: top breeders are inevitably top trainers, yet top trainers are not necessarily top breeders. Why is this so? In fact, long ago, trainers and breeders were inseparable, representing a singular concept. This can be traced back to the era prior to the establishment of the Pokémon League, when Pokémon were not fully embraced by humanity and were referred to as monsters. At that time, Pokémon wielded remarkable powers, such as water jets, fire breath, and earth-shattering abilities, while humans occupied the lowest tier of existence. Only a select few possessed extraordinary abilities, like psychic powers or aura manipulation, enabling them to contend with Pokémon. These individuals were known as beast tamers or Pokémon tamers. Some ordinary humans, dissatisfied with mediocrity, invented various tools to control Pokémon, successfully subjugating some and harnessing their powers. This led to escalating tensions and conflicts between humans and Pokémon. After all, Pokémon are sentient beings with feelings, and the act of enslaving them as instruments of war was bound to incite their wrath. Eventually, a divine beast hidden from the world emerged, and those ambitious individuals who sought to control Pokémon with magical apparatuses were turned to dust beneath the wrath of the summoned meteors. This event prompted the surviving humans to grasp the true extent of Pokémon's power, igniting their desire to explore it. Thus, a group of dreamers set forth on a journey to uncover the mysteries of Pokémon's strength. During their quest, they discovered Pokémon's astonishing evolutionary capabilities. Evolution stones like fire stones and water stones, and treasures that could amplify Pokémon's skills, such as flame pearls, charred charcoal, and heart drops. More importantly, these explorers found that the extraordinary berries growing in the wild, when mixed and refined through a series of processes, could form a crystalline substance, the modern energy block. Through experimentation, they discovered that energy blocks had a far greater effect on Pokémon than simple berries, accelerating their growth rates. Consequently, they devoted their efforts to the production of various energy blocks. After countless failures, they created an increasing number of energy block recipes. Coupled with their expanding knowledge and experience regarding Pokémon, trainers among humanity rapidly evolved. They forged profound bonds with their Pokémon, and with this new generation of trainers, humanity began to gain the means to contend against the divine beasts at the pinnacle of the Pokémon world. Through prolonged battles and negotiations, the divine beasts ultimately acknowledged humanity's position. With the improvement of human attitudes toward Pokémon, no longer viewing them solely as tools, an agreement was reached, allowing for peaceful coexistence between the two. The initial trainers tirelessly advocated the idea of Pokémon as human companions, promoting harmonious coexistence, which eventually led to the establishment of the Pokémon League, the greatest human faction in the Pokémon realm. It can be said that the original trainers were not only the most powerful, but also possessed exceptional breeding capabilities. Their exploration of breeding knowledge, methods, and experiences enabled them to ascend to the ranks of elite trainers. Thus, the early Pokémon trainers could indeed be regarded as Pokémon breeders. This is why it is asserted that top breeders are invariably top trainers. The two are complementary and inseparable. After all, top breeders can craft bespoke energy blocks for Pokémon, ensuring that, nurtured by an abundance of energy blocks, the Pokémon's strength would be formidable. As for why top trainers are not necessarily top breeders, this distinction arose with the gradual separation of the Pokémon League. Breeders and trainers evolved into two distinct concepts. Trainers focus primarily on enhancing Pokémon's strength and commanding them in battle, while breeders specialize in nurturing Pokémon and managing their health. While trainers may possess some knowledge of breeding, their emphasis lies more on training and combat, resulting in a lack of expertise in breeding. In comparison to the low-tier breeding manual he acquired at the Welfare Institute, the mid-tier breeding manual is undoubtedly more comprehensive and detailed, encompassing a broader array of breeding knowledge and energy block recipes. For instance, while the low-tier manual provides a general introduction to handling Pokémon afflicted by burn status, the mid-tier offers a more thorough approach. The state of burning is indeed nuanced. The burn inflicted by the Fire-type Pokémon using the Flare Blitz move differs significantly from that caused by the Ghost-type Pokémon employing the Will-O-Wisp technique. The treatment for each is distinct. The burn from Flare Blitz is a result of sheer ferocity and the extreme temperature of a Fire-type move, while the burn from Will-O-Wisp is imbued with the corrosive energy of the ghostly realm. To remedy the burn from Flare Blitz, one need only crush a berry, extract its juice, and mix it with a powder made from lychee leaves and frost grass to concoct a healing potion. Conversely, the burn inflicted by Will-O-Wisp cannot be treated so directly. Otherwise, the ghostly energy might seep into the Pokémon's body, causing secondary damage. One must first use a combination of Buddha's hand fruit and powdered evil gem to eliminate the corrosive ghostly energy, followed by the application of juice from crushed berries mixed with powder from frost grass for healing. Naturally, the treatment methods vary slightly among Pokémon of different attributes. A knowledge reserved for the Advanced Breeder's Manual. Chapter 42. The obstructive Geodude as dawn broke. The voices of the Muckaroo echoed in the air, soaring gracefully on the gentle breeze. Early in the morning, Suyu roused his sleeping Chikorita, freshened up, and set off for the station in Keiki Town. Today marked the day when Suyu and Chikorita intended to travel to Baidai City to participate in the monthly breeder assessment. The impetus for this decision lay in Chikorita's recent ascension to the excellent tier, which had significantly increased their daily expenses. To avoid financial depletion, Suyu had procured a substantial quantity of berries to craft energy cubes, which he planned to sell on the Alliance's website. It was then that he abruptly recalled a crucial oversight. To sell energy cubes through official channels, he needed a breeder's certification. This realization brought an uncomfortable predicament. The surplus energy cubes consumed his funds, and without a means to liquidate them, both he and Chikorita would face dire straits. Thus, he hastily consulted the internet, confirming that the breeder examination had yet to commence this month, and swiftly purchased a ticket to Bidai City. Although it was still early, the bus to Bidai City was already bustling with travelers when Suyu arrived at the station. Noticing he had some time to spare, he reluctantly acquiesced to Chikorita's fervent request and ventured to a nearby food street, brimming with various delicacies such as cacturn pizza, Snorlax tail skewers, and Magikarp sushi. Given Chikorita's insistence and its current role as Suyu's benefactor, he found it hard to refuse, especially since the expenses for the journey and accommodation in Bidai City rested on Chikorita's funds. After all, while he could enjoy complimentary lodging and meals at the Pokémon Center, the offerings there were merely adequate in taste and nutrition. With newfound wealth, both he and Chikorita had developed a more refined palate. Since they had the means, it seemed only fitting to indulge themselves, as sustenance is paramount for both humans and Pokémon. Bidai City lies to the right of Bidai Forest, separated by Route 205. Keiki Town is situated near the northern edge of Bidai Forest, and the distance to Bidai City is not extensive. A straightforward journey along Route 205 would see them arrive by afternoon. On the bus, Suyu gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, occasionally interrupted by various Pokémon startled by the vehicle's horn. Gradually, he began to feel drowsy. To shake off the fatigue, he turned to Chikorita and apologized. "Excuse me, could I have a grapefruit coconut milk ice cream, please?" he requested from the attendant. "Certainly, sir." Despite its modest appearance, the bus was well equipped, offering a variety of beverages and snacks with attentive service. Chikorita's Poké Ball was persistently shaking. "This dog trainer is definitely doing this on purpose, flaunting in front of me because he knows I can't come out," Chikorita complained. "Enough, Chikorita. Just enjoy the view outside," Suyu replied, ignoring its protests and turning the Poké Ball to face the window. The bus smoothly traversed the Alliance's designated roads. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech erupted from the rapidly moving bus, followed by a sudden halt, leaving long black tire marks on the ground. Bang! Ouch! Suyu, who had been dozing off, was jolted forward, colliding painfully with the seat in front of him. A half-finished drink spilled onto him, soaking his shirt. "That hurts," he exclaimed, clutching his reddened forehead, instantly wide awake. He bent to retrieve the Poké Ball that had fallen from the edge of the window, standing up to peer through the windshield ahead. There, 3 round Geodudes with arms were blocking their path. The bus driver, in an attempt to clear the obstruction, released a Servine to confront the Geodudes. "What should we do? There are too many Geodudes. Surely, the driver can't handle them." A nervous woman with long blue hair voiced her concern from the seat in front. "Don't worry, mister. Jack has traveled this route countless times. He is well acquainted with dealing with wild Pokémon. He'll resolve it soon enough. We just need to wait here calmly," a middle-aged man reassured her. At that moment, Suyu felt compelled to act. He left his seat and made his way toward the door. "Young man, don't go out. It's too dangerous," a passenger cautioned him. Ignoring the warning, Suyu hastened his steps and exited the bus to stand beside the driver. "Jack, stop," Suyu called out. "I believe these Geodudes mean no harm." Suyu had come down because he sensed the Geodudes' intentions. He understood their purpose in obstructing the road. Geodude 1 exclaimed, "We can't let them pass. The tunnel is about to collapse." Geodude 2 added, "Big Onyx is struggling to hold it up. If only these humans could help." Geodude 3 lamented, "Ouch, this is so painful. These Geodudes are blocking the road. How could they not have ill intent? Move aside," the bus driver shouted. "Servine, use Poison Tail to knock those annoying Geodudes away." Despite Suyu's attempts to intervene, the driver ordered Servine to attack the Geodudes, who were merely dodging and had made no offensive moves. Servine obeyed, swiftly advancing towards one of the Geodudes, raising its razor-sharp tail glinting with a purple toxin, preparing to strike. Just as Suyu was about to summon Chikorita to shield the Geodude from this lethal blow, a voice called out from behind him. Chapter 43, Observer Shimu Silkun, Spin Your Silk. As Suyu turned his head, he was momentarily blinded by a flash of white light. Before him appeared a sprite, cloaked in garments woven from leaves, which exhaled several delicate white threads, swiftly ensnaring the sharp tail of a spoon snake. With a thud, the unprepared spoon snake lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Hissing, it quickly regained its composure, furiously glaring at the caretaker bug that had ambushed it from behind. Were it not for its training under Driver Jack, who had instilled a sense of obedience, it would have lunged at the caretaker bug with ferocity. The newcomer was a tall young man dressed in a black shirt, seemingly in his 20s, and like Suyu, he was also a passenger on the bus. As he disembarked, he too stepped off to investigate the reason behind the blockade caused by the small fist stone. His companion spoke rightly. The small fist stone bore no ill intent. Nonetheless, their presence on the road necessitated their removal, otherwise, passage would be impossible. Driver Jack, with a discerning eye, recognized the caretaker bug was no pushover and refrained from a direct confrontation. Feiyan City, Sinyu, the young man nodded towards Suyu, inquiring, "May I ask your name?" Ignoring the increasingly agitated Jack, he turned to greet Suyu. "Feiyan City?" Suyu echoed in surprise. If you recalled correctly, Feiyan City was the largest city in the Unova region, a core metropolis. Sinyu smiled, accustomed to the astonishment in Suyu's tone. Understanding that for many who had never ventured beyond the Sinnoh region, Unova was both distant and unfamiliar. "Oh, I am Suyu from Hongxia town in the Sinnoh region." Suyu replied, "From what you mentioned earlier, it seems you understand the reason behind the small fist stone's obstruction." Sinyu affirmed, "Indeed. The small fist stone must have encountered some trouble or perhaps sensed danger ahead. It wishes to alert us." Sinyu nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment." "Enough of this chatter. How long will you two continue?" Jack interjected, feeling overlooked as the two engaged in conversation as if he were invisible. He yearned to resolve this predicament swiftly and reach Baida City without further delay. "Let us first address the issue at hand," Sinyu remarked, realizing the urgency of the situation. As did Suyu. Approaching the small fist stones, Suyu retrieved several blue-orange energy cubes to nourish them. Sinyu observed this with keen interest. "May I see those energy cubes?" he asked, drawn by Suyu's offering. Though unsure of Sinyu's intent, Suyu had no qualms about granting his request. The cubes were vibrant and translucent. Sinyu examined one closely before breaking off a small piece to taste. Deliciously sweet and richly infused with energy, this is an intermediate energy cube, he exclaimed, his expression one of delight. "So, you are an intermediate cultivator? No wonder you discern the small fist stone's predicament." Suyu modestly replied, "Not at all. I am still not even a novice cultivator. My purpose here is to participate in the upcoming cultivator examination in 2 days." His true thoughts were quite the opposite. Intermediate cultivator? What nonsense. I'm merely an unlicensed novice, a fledgling in the world of cultivation. Really? You're not even a novice cultivator? Sinyu marveled. It seems that a place among the elite cultivators awaits you in the future. He introduced himself formally. I am a Pokémon observer. Suyu, growing increasingly perplexed by Sinyu's extravagant claims, felt as if he were being exalted beyond measure. Yet, he found himself intrigued by the mention of an observer. His mind drifted to the anime, recalling Ash's companion, Ken, who was the first Pokémon observer introduced during his journey through the Orange Islands. Like Pokémon trainers and cultivators, observers constituted a profession dedicated to the observation and study of Pokémon, encompassing those captured by trainers, wild Pokémon inhabiting nature, and one's own Pokémon. It made sense that Sinyu could identify the small fist stone's anomaly if he were indeed an observer. As Sinyu prepared to speak further, Suyu promptly interrupted. "Let us resolve the small fist stone's issue first. Other matters can wait until we are en route to Baida City." Without further delay, the two followed the small fist stones into the dark tunnel ahead. The tunnel was vast and dimly lit, an atmosphere that felt somewhat oppressive, causing Suyu's grass turtle to cling to his pant leg in trepidation. As they progressed, they encountered more sprites, including Zubat and the evolved form of small fist stone, the Boldor, among others. The tunnel's sides were riddled with uneven pits and scattered debris, clear remnants of the sprite inhabitants. Suyu was hardly surprised. Route 205's tunnel had long been a gathering place for sprites. During its construction, these creatures had once rioted. But the might of the Pokémon League had quelled their rebellion, forcing them to seek new habitats. The League did not forcibly expel all sprites. Instead, they periodically cleared away those that posed a threat to the tunnel's stability, while also providing resources to cultivate and protect the sprites residing there. Over time, it had become a sanctuary for them. Many trainers would pause here, selecting and capturing their desired Pokémon. As they ventured deeper, Suyu and Sinyu were suddenly met with the sound of rapid breathing. "What is that noise?" Sinyu whispered, glancing at Suyu. "Perhaps it is the sound of Onyx." Suyu speculated, quickening his pace towards the source of the noise. As they turned a corner in the tunnel, they discovered the owner of the sound. Illuminated by the light streaming through a break in the tunnel above, they saw that indeed, as Suyu had surmised, there was an onyx, half reclining, with its rocky head braced against a massive boulder. Its tail was buried beneath a pile of rubble, and the area was in disarray. tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. It appeared that a fierce battle had recently occurred, leading to the tunnel's collapse. The Onyx, in a valiant effort to prevent the boulder from falling, was using its body as a support. It had also directed the small fist stones to ward off any humans attempting to pass through the tunnel. So you scanned the surrounding environment, envisioning the chaotic scene that had unfolded. Noticing the Onyx's distress, Sinew instinctively moved to assist, which only provoked the two boulder nearby, who bared their teeth and growled menacingly. With a palpable sense of vigilance, the two Rumble Stones regarded their visitors with suspicion. Rumble Stone, we mean no harm. We are here to assist you. Shimu attempted to assuage their hostility. Yet, Rumble Stone's anger only intensified, casting a fierce glare at the three small punch stones nearby, as if blaming them for bringing the duo to this place. Onyx, your condition is dire. It seems you cannot hold on much longer. We have come to help you. It was evident that the great serpent's body trembled silently, clearly at its limit from bearing such a massive boulder. Onyx exchanged a quiet glance with Suyu and Shinmu. And after a moment's hesitation, its gaze flickered to the caretaker worm beside Shinmu, gradually easing its wariness. As the apex predator of this tunnel region, Onyx could sense the elite-level aura emanating from the caretaker worm, recognizing that even at its peak, it would not have been an easy adversary. This indicated that the two indeed bore no ill intentions. With a commanding roar, Onyx instructed the two Rumble Stones to cease their hostility and clear the path. Observing this, Suyu and Shinmu approached cautiously to examine Onyx more closely. They noted the numerous wounds adorning its body, including a deep gash on its back, as if cleaved by some sharp object. Moreover, traces of toxins lingered at the site of the injury. Fortunately, Onyx's sturdy, stone-like physique, combined with its elite-level strength, had allowed it to endure thus far. While the injuries on Onyx's body were concerning, the true issue lay with the massive boulder atop its head. Mr. Shinmu, do you have any solutions? Suyu inquired. He carried antidotes and healing salves in his backpack that could treat Onyx's wounds, but if the boulder could not be secured, it would inevitably fall, obstructing their passage through the tunnel. Thus, Suyu turned his attention to Shinmu. Leave the boulder to me, Shinmu declared after assessing the situation. The caretaker worm can produce sticky silk. Perhaps we can use it to temporarily adhere the boulder, allowing Onyx to be freed. With that, he instructed the caretaker worm to commence its task. After a considerable effort, the caretaker worm exuded a copious amount of adhesive silk, weaving it into the cracks of the boulder and the edges of the tunnel opening, successfully securing the stone. At last, they could attend to Onyx's injuries. However, the sheer size of the boulder proved to be beyond the capabilities of the caretaker worm's silk, indicating a miscalculation on Shinmu's part. Just as they had begun to treat Onyx, an ominous sound erupted from above. Clearly, the adhesive silk had lost its efficacy, and the boulder resumed its perilous descent. Seeing this, Onyx's prone form prepared to rise again, determined to shoulder the boulder once more. Enough, Onyx. Your injuries are not yet healed. Do not exert yourself, Shinmu interjected, producing a luxurious Poké Ball adorned with black and golden red patterns. With a flash of white light, a Pokémon materialized, composed of a massive core surrounded by 4 deep azure rocks, intricately covered in sharp orange crystalline formations. Suyu recognized this Pokémon well. It was the Golem, a creature from the Unova region. Golem could harness the power of the orange crystals on its body to absorb sunlight, generating energy within its core for explosive reactions capable of monumental force. Golem, it is your turn, Shinmu commanded with a wave of his hand. Use earth power to merge the boulder with the surrounding rocks. A deep voice resonated through the tunnel as the command was given. Instantly, Suyu observed the orange crystals on Golem glowing brightly, illuminating the entire tunnel. Subsequently, a yellowish energy coalesced around Golem's limbs, propelling itself toward the boulder above. Under the influence of this energy, the boulder appeared to seamlessly merge with the tunnel's ceiling, rendering its previous fractures nearly indistinguishable. What is this? Suyu mused, noting Golem's orange crystals dimming as it panted, evidently drained from the exertion. He turned to Shinmu, perplexed. This is the manifestation of earth power. Under Golem's energy, the boulder has temporarily fused with the tunnel ceiling, effectively repairing and securing it for now. If Golem possessed champion-level strength, this earth power could restore the boulder to its original state. Alas, my Golem lacks such power and can only forcibly secure it with the amplification of its orange crystals. Nevertheless, this will suffice. As long as no external force disrupts it, it should hold for a day or two. Chapter 45, The City of Vanished and Forgotten Histories. After a lengthy explanation from Shinmu, Suyu grasped the essence of his words. In the mythology of the Pokémon world, Groudon is revered as the creator of the land, possessing formidable control over light and heat, capable of evaporating floods or triggering volcanic eruptions to create land. Shenmue aimed to convey that Golem's use of earth power bears a striking resemblance to Groudon's land creation. However, Golem's insufficient strength meant that the energy it released could only exist temporarily. To achieve a permanent restoration of the fractured boulder and the tunnel's ceiling akin to Groudon's capabilities, one would require a Pokémon of champion-level prowess. From his words, Tsuyu gleaned insights into some lesser-known abilities possessed by champion-level Pokémon. He was tempted to inquire further to delve deeper into this information, yet given their recent acquaintance, the knowledge regarding champion-level Pokémon was undoubtedly precious, making it difficult to broach the subject. With Golem's earth power successfully resolving the boulder issue, the two tended to Onyx's wounds, receiving expressions of gratitude from the Pokémon within the tunnel before departing. The bus traversed through the tunnel, resuming its journey toward Bidai City. After much of the day had passed, the bus finally arrived at Tsuyu's destination as evening descended upon Bidai City. Bidai City? An ancient metropolis showcasing the remnants of a fading and forgotten history, also houses one of the top 8 gyms within the Sinnoh League, renowned throughout the Pokémon world. Nestled in a prime location, it is flanked by the evergreen Bidai Forest on one side and the snow-capped Tian Crown Mountain of the Sinnoh region on the other. Consequently, the region's breeder association is situated here. As soon as you disembarked, the grass-type Turtwig, confined within its Poké Ball for an extended period, could no longer contain its excitement and immediately leaped out, as if yearning for freedom. After parting ways with Shenmue, Tsuyu strolled through the streets of Bidai City. Towering glass skyscrapers adorned with vibrant neon lights illuminated the silhouette of the colossal Bidai Tower at the city's heart, casting reflections upon the water. At first glance, one could sense the vibrant pulse of an affluent city. Yet simultaneously, an echo of historical remnants whispered through the air, a subtle pressure lurking beneath the surface of prosperity, evoking a strangely unsettling sensation. Before long, he arrived at the Breeder Association. Is this the Breeder Association? Tsuyu marveled at the grand and opulent edifice before him, taken aback by its magnitude. Despite having gathered information from various sources and possessing memories from a past life, he was still taken aback by the grandeur of the Breeders' Guild. Indeed, the energy cubes represented a lucrative business. Upon entering the guild, one could observe the lavish decor within. Numerous Pokémon were present, and breeders were diligently taking notes, observing, and documenting the information of the creatures. Tsuyu approached a counter in the hall, ready to submit his personal details and confirm his eligibility for the examination. It was evident that the staff, having endured a day of labor, bore visible signs of fatigue, yet there lingered a trace of joy. After all, the busy workday was drawing to a close, giving way to the vibrant nightlife ahead. He was also handed a pamphlet detailing the breeder examination information. Being a direct descendant of the Alliance, Tsuyu was granted a complimentary entry to his first breeder exam, saving him $1,000 in registration fees. After receiving his examination credentials, Tsuyu, feeling financially constrained, made his way to the Pokémon Center to secure a complimentary room, completing the necessary check-in procedures. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Tsuyu set out with his Turtwig to explore the bustling city of Bidai. As one of the most prosperous cities in the Sinnoh region, Bidai boasted several renowned attractions. Their first stop was the Bidai History Museum. However, upon his enthusiastic arrival with Turtwig, he was informed that all visiting slots for the month had been fully booked. Currently, the museum was closed, and if he wished to visit, he would need to make an online reservation for the following month. The receptionist, a charming young lady clad in athletic wear, recited this information with practiced ease, indicating that Tsuyu was not the first to make such an oversight. Although disappointed that he could not visit the museum, Tsuyu did not dwell on it too long. With the museum visit off the table, he decided to explore other points of interest. Besides the museum, 2 additional sites piqued his curiosity: the Bidai Tower and 2 colossal statues located in the eastern part of the city. In the game, Bidai Tower was one of the headquarters for Team Galactic. Although intrigued, Tsuyu did not wish to venture inside, content to admire the exterior. Thus, he and Turtwig made their way to the 2 enormous statues situated in the eastern part of Bidai City. Perhaps no one had ever truly witnessed the forms of Dialga and Palkia, for the metallic statues bore little resemblance to Tsuyu's mental image of them. It was a stretch to say they resembled each other. They appeared to have no connection whatsoever. It was also possible that someone had glimpsed the true appearances of Dialga and Palkia at some point, Yet those accounts had faded into oblivion over the ages. Presently, people could only reconstruct the likeness of the two statues based on ancient carvings and records. Consequently, what stood before him was a rather peculiar rendition. The location of the Dialga and Palkia statues once served as the epicenter for various celebrations in Baida, but with the passage of time, those festivals and cultural practices had gradually dissipated. Upon Su Yu's arrival, he found the place eerily quiet, with only a scant few figures in sight. Chapter 46, Written Examination. The birth of Dialga grants us time. Whether we laugh or weep, time flows equally for all thanks to Dialga's gift. The birth of Palkia creates boundless space. Regardless of our existence or our return to dust, we dwell in the same space, all due to Palkia's creation. Between the two statues stood a stone tablet inscribed with these two phrases. As Su Yu's fingers brushed against the weathered surface of the tablet, the faded inscriptions, blurred by the passage of time, stirred his thoughts. Compared to the inhabitants of Baida or even the Sinnoh region, Su Yu possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding Dialga and Palkia. Yet, even so, it was difficult for him to believe that merely two Pokémon could have created the Pokémon world, let alone the residents of Baida. It was no wonder that the once celebrated statues, once the heart of Baida's cultural celebrations, now stood in such desolation. Are these Pokémon truly so extraordinary that they could create a world? Turtwig curiously circled the statues, looking up at his trainer for an answer. At that moment, a short, unremarkable youth clad in extravagant clothing sauntered by, overhearing Su Yu's musings, and mockingly retorted, there are indeed fools who believe in such trivial legends. Hearing the boy's derisive tone nearly compelled Su Yu to confront him, but he ultimately refrained. The reason was simple. The boy was accompanied by a Blaziken, and Su Yu did not wish to provoke a confrontation with such a formidable partner. He could only watch as the boy strutted away, wearing a look of disdain. It was understandable why the youth would scoff. In the realm of Pokémon, legendary creatures existed solely in tales. While the higher-ups of the Pokémon League might encounter these legendaries, for ordinary people, they were merely distant myths. Such a belief was quite natural. Young man, do you also believe in the existence of these legendary Pokémon? A deep, resonant voice interrupted Su Yu's thoughts. Startled by the unexpected presence, he turned to find an elderly man with graying hair, scrutinizing him intently. Of course, Su Yu replied, relaxing his shoulders as he spoke calmly. Given that these legends and the information regarding them have persisted, they cannot be mere fabrications. Moreover, if such wondrous Pokémon exist in this world, it is not far-fetched to consider the existence of the deities of time and space. Indeed, such a simple truth. Yet it seems the people of Baida are less enlightened than even you, an outsider, the old man murmured, his tone tinged with a hint of regret and disappointment. Can you discern that I am from outside? Su Yu inquired with curiosity. The elder shook his head. There are hardly any locals who would come here aside from those like you. With that, he departed. After exploring the statues of the deities of time and space, Su Yu spent the remainder of the morning wandering through Baida City. By afternoon, he found himself at the local snack street, indulging in a hearty meal. Breeders' Guild. First floor hall, room 101. This was the venue for Su Yu's breeder examination. Despite living a second life, he could not escape the rigors of testing. Fortunately, after a day of exploration, he had alleviated his exam-related tension and felt at ease. The examination was scheduled for 9 o'clock, and there remained half an hour until it commenced, yet candidates were already trickling in. Unlike the strict requirement for trainers to be at least 15 years old for registration, the Alliance had relaxed the criteria for breeders. One only needed to be 10 years old to register for the breeder examination. Thus, at 15, Su Yu was not particularly remarkable amidst the crowd of examinees. Yet he did notice a few older individuals participating as well. Room 101. Su Yu glanced at the door number, presented his examination credentials, and entered the room. Inside, approximately 10 candidates were already seated. Su Yu scanned the room and found his designated spot, settling in. As time inexorably passed, the number of assessors within the room gradually increased until 10 minutes prior to the examination, all candidates had gathered. I am Joy Sean, the supervising examiner for this assessment. At that moment, a woman with pink hair entered. A member of the Joy family. Su Yu was not particularly surprised. After all, the Joy family is widespread throughout the Pokémon world, and it is not unusual for them to oversee examinations. In these last 10 minutes, Joy Sean elucidated the pertinent regulations of the examination. These guidelines were also detailed in a brochure provided during the registration process, so all participants had some knowledge of them. Before long, The 10 minutes elapsed amidst Joy Shan's explanations, and the examination commenced. The papers were swiftly distributed, and Suyu took a cursory glance at the entire test, instantly feeling a sense of reassurance regarding the written portion. The examination duration was set for 2 hours, with questions categorized into multiple choice, fill-in-the-blank, and essay types. The total score was 100 points, 10 multiple-choice questions worth 3 points each, 30 points allocated to fill-in-the-blank questions, consisting of 10 questions also worth 3 points each, and the remaining 2 essay questions, each worth 20 points. Achieving a passing score of 60 points in this initial written test would allow candidates to advance to the next stage. The questions appeared exceedingly simple. After thoroughly reviewing the test items, Suyu commenced answering. The first question was essentially a gift. Which of the following is not a trait of the Pokémon Mytena? Intimidate, blaze, justified, sturdy. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu confidently marked his answer. The second question asked, what is the secondary type of the Pokémon Monferno? Aside from fire, ground, psychic, fighting, dark. The third question inquired about the effects of Lumberry, detoxify, restore stamina, thaw, or relieve paralysis. Suyu's pace was rapid. Within mere seconds of reading each question, he marked the correct answers. Soon, he completed the multiple-choice section. As Suyu prepared to tackle the fill-in-the-blank questions, Joy Shan's cold voice resonated through the classroom. Candidate number 33, your examination eligibility has been revoked. Please leave the examination venue immediately. The sudden announcement startled Suyu and the other candidates, prompting them to look up. They observed a purple glow emanating from the floating bell next to Joy Shan, followed by the confiscation of the paper from a candidate seated to Suyu's left. You can't do this. Candidate number 33 is just a 16-year-old boy, he exclaimed. His face flushed as he stood defiantly. Before he could continue, Joy Shan called out once more. Under the bell's command, a mobile phone floated from the boy's grasp, displaying lines of text. It was evident he had been caught cheating. With his means of deceit exposed, the boy left the classroom in shame. The penalties for attempting to cheat in a formal assessment are severe, including a 2-year ban from taking breeding examinations and a hefty fine. Suyu, reflecting on the situation, returned his focus to the examination. If the multiple-choice questions allowed for educated guessing with a 1 in 4 chance of success, the fill-in-the-blank questions truly tested the candidate's knowledge. The first question described the Pokémon Torterra. Torterra is a Pokémon with sexual dimorphism, characterized by a tree and 3 rocks growing on its shell. When still, it appears to be part of the ground rather than a sleeping Pokémon, often attracting smaller Pokémon to gather on it. This question seemed almost too fortuitous. Suyu suspected the examiner might have intentionally made it easy, as Torterra is the final evolution of the popular starter Pokémon Turtwig from the Sinnoh region. Many trainers would be well acquainted with its characteristics, particularly Suyu, whose own starter was Turtwig. He easily secured the 3 points. The second question addressed the regional variations of Pokémon. Some Pokémon exist in different regions, leading to variations in their types. For instance, the Geodude of Kanto in Johto is rock ground, while in Alola, it is rock electric. What are the types of Alolan Sandshrew, and why do these variations occur? This question was not particularly challenging, as the differing types are largely due to environmental adaptations. In Alola, the prevalence of water and grass-type Pokémon necessitated Sandshrew's adaptation to survive. Additionally, there are unique cases such as the rare shiny Pokémon, which are often marginalized within their species but highly coveted by trainers due to rumored special abilities. However, this notion remains unverified, as few trainers who obtain shiny Pokémon share their discoveries, opting instead to keep them secret for personal gain. After completing the second fill-in-the-blank question, Suyu proceeded to tackle the remaining questions with ease. As he answered the third, fourth, and fifth questions, it became evident that his prior knowledge was invaluable. While some candidates were still pondering the answers, Suyu rapidly progressed, comfortably finishing the remaining fill-in-the-blank items. Regarding the written test, Suyu felt little concern. In addition to the solid foundation he built in the orphanage, his formidable mental acuity provided him with not only exceptional dynamic vision but also a powerful memory. The knowledge requiring rote memorization was firmly entrenched in his mind, akin to an encyclopedia. Beyond the straightforward questions, certain items contain subtle traps. For example, while Zubat, Golbat, and Noivern are all capable of emitting ultrasonic waves, many might incorrectly assume they all produce them through their mouths. In reality, only Zubat does so. Golbat generates ultrasonic waves through rapid wing flaps, while Noivern uses its ears. Although these questions may seem obscure, they effectively gauge a breeder's foundational skills. Ultimately, The multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections did not consume much of Suyu's time. Within just over 10 minutes since the examination began, he had completed the earlier questions and arrived at the final 2 essay questions. Despite the test totaling 100 points, the strict scoring system allocated only 80 points, with each essay question worth 10 points requiring knowledge that extended beyond the basic level expected of novice breeders. Thus, the final essay questions serve as the critical evaluation to identify exceptional breeding talent. How can one enable a fire-type Pokémon to master the following techniques? Flamethrower, Flame Wheel, Fire Punch, Heat Wave, Inferno, Fire Spin, and Smokescreen? The essence of a Pokémon breeder is encapsulated within the very term breeding. Beyond nurturing the dietary needs and health of Pokémon, the cultivation of skills is paramount, forming one of the foundational competencies for both breeders and trainers. This inquiry does not limit itself to a specific fire-type Pokémon or technique. However, it assesses the candidate's breadth of knowledge concerning fire-type creatures and their respective abilities. It is essential to avoid fundamental errors, such as attempting to teach Fire Punch to a cold turtle. Moreover, when selecting various fire-type techniques for discussion, it is evident that skills like Fire Spin and Inferno would yield higher scores than Flamethrower if elaborated upon with equal depth. After careful consideration, I have opted to elaborate on Flamethrower for its simplicity as an advanced technique stemming from Ember, a skill that many fire-type Pokémon can inherently learn shortly after birth. Chapter 48. The young assessor commencing with the evolution form of EV known as Flareon, I began to pen my thoughts. Ember, as the most rudimentary fire-type skill, exhibits characteristics of dispersed, cluster-like flames. In contrast, Flamethrower, also referred to as Fire Blast, encompasses a sustained emission of intense flames, representing a more concentrated and ferocious manifestation of fire energy. To facilitate Flareon in mastering Flamethrower, 2 primary approaches can be employed. Firstly, rigorous training is essential. One can have Flareon devote considerable time to condensing and concentrating the flames emitted by Ember to meet the requirements of Flamethrower. This training could be optimally conducted in the vicinity of a volcano, rich in fire energy, which would allow Flareon to better comprehend the potency of flames and expedite the training process. Secondly, dietary adjustments can enhance the learning curve. Flareon possesses a fire sac, which serves as its source of power. Utilizing this sac, the flames it generates can reach temperatures of up to 1,700 degrees Celsius. By modifying the energy cubes that Flareon consumes daily, specifically the fire source energy cubes, by increasing the proportion of spicy berries, one can heighten the spiciness of the cubes, thereby stimulating Flareon's fire sac. This would provide an influx of fire energy in a short period, thereby extending the training duration. The integration of both methods would enable Flareon to master Flamethrower in a significantly reduced time frame. Upon completing the first essay question, I swiftly turned my attention to the final query. Over the years, the breeder examinations have established a pattern, and I have diligently studied numerous past questions, familiarizing myself with the examiner's methodologies. The image of a Bizel appeared, its face tinged with a pale blue hue, indicating distress. After considerable contemplation, I began to write. The expression of pain undoubtedly suggests it is experiencing an abnormal status, such as paralysis, burns, or poisoning, or perhaps it has sustained an injury. Initially, I was inclined to assert that Bizel had been attacked. However, upon further reflection, the pale blue hue on its beige face likely indicates an external substance affecting its health. This leads to a higher probability that Bizel is suffering from poisoning rather than injury. The questions in a novice breeder's assessment are not particularly challenging, primarily revolving around common Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. Bizel, being a water-type Pokémon, predominantly inhabits rivers and lakes in forested areas. Therefore, the first candidates that come to mind for Pokémon capable of inflicting poison are bug-type and grass-type Pokémon. My initial thought was to consider the series of Burmy. However, I quickly dismissed that idea. The image of Bizel showed no visible wounds, indicating it was not poisoned by direct attacks like bug bites or poisonous needles. Thus, it is more plausible that Bizel inhaled toxic spores. Consequently, the culprit behind Bizel's poisoning can be narrowed down to a grass-type Pokémon, specifically Shroomish. Although the poisoning symptoms caused by Shroomish's toxins may not perfectly align with Bizel's condition, Shroomish is known to release toxic spores. Furthermore, Shroomish thrives in damp forest environments, feeding on the decaying leaf litter that accumulates, which overlaps with the habitats of Bizel. Having identified the nature of Bizel's poisoning, the task is only half complete. It is equally crucial to determine how to alleviate the toxins within Bizel's body and restore its health. Many might hastily write about using antidotes or giving Basil a pecha berry. However, the optimal remedy lies not in a generic antidote or pecha berry, but rather in a specific herb known as calm watergrass that grows along riverbanks. While pecha berries have some efficacy for all Pokémon, calm watergrass is particularly effective for neutralizing poison in water-type Pokémon. At this juncture, the treatment can be deemed nearly complete, as the majority of toxins would be effectively expelled from Basil's system, although residual toxins may linger within its energy. Basil's robust constitution will naturally eliminate them over the next few days. Should there be lingering concerns, Basil can continuously utilize water-type techniques to expel any remaining toxins alongside its energy. Having concluded my final sentence, I let out a sigh of relief. With half an hour remaining before the examination's conclusion, I meticulously reviewed my paper, ensuring no errors persisted before officially completing the written test. Looking around, I noticed several young candidates had already finished their answers and, bound by the rules against early submission, were languidly resting their heads on their desks. As time slipped away unnoticed, some candidates yearned for more time to complete their examinations, but alas, it was not to be. The bell tolled, resonating through the room as a psychic wave emanated from the wind chime, collecting all the examination papers. All right, the exam is over. All candidates please exit the classroom and wait outside. Results will be announced in half an hour. Only those achieving a score of 60 or above will qualify for the subsequent practical examination. Joy's cool voice reverberated in the quiet classroom. As her words settled, everyone rose and made their way toward the exit. A few sighed, clearly disappointed at not having completed the entire exam. These questions were exceedingly difficult. I guess I'll have to wait for the next opportunity, one lamented, shaking his head. What's there to fear? If I fail, I can always try again. I didn't even look at the novice breeder manual before coming to the test, another replied calmly, clearly an optimist. You seem happier than a carefree spirit. Someone remarked. By the way, how did Basil get poisoned in that last essay question? Some candidates, unable to contain their curiosity, directly inquired about the answers. How could you not know such a simple thing? It's clearly the toxic spores from Paris. One candidate confidently asserted. Ah, you've made an error. It's the toxic spores from Shroomish, I thought to myself, maintaining a stoic expression. Chapter 49. Evaluation of Energy Cube Production. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the results were announced. With a loud exclamation. The large screen in the hall of the Breeders' Guild displayed a list of names alongside their examination scores. The 90th contestant scored 60 points. My goodness. I finally passed the written examination, exclaimed an elderly man with graying hair, tears of joy streaming down his face. I missed passing by just 1 point with a score of 59. After all this preparation, it feels like I've drawn water with a basket. Lamented a man in his 30s who quietly turned away, leaving behind a desolate silhouette. I glanced at my own score, 72 points, placing me 53rd. After the results were revealed, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others despaired, showcasing the myriad facets of life in this moment. See you, seated in the hall, also heard the commotion and raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on the screen as the scores continued to appear. Finally, he saw his own result. Suyu, with a remarkable score of 95 points, claimed the third position. Above him were 2 scores. The first was Joy Xia from the Joy family, achieving a perfect score of 100. The Joy family monopolizes the healing business within the entire Pokémon world, and their prodigies, even at the tender age of 11, have managed to score full marks in the breeder assessments. Suyu was not particularly surprised by this. However, the second-place contestant, Shanchuan Ikumu, who scored 98 points, was someone he had never heard of, which piqued his curiosity. Just then, a familiar, arrogant voice rang out from behind him. Who would have thought that a fool like you would place third? But alas, you still fall beneath me. Turning around, Suyu recognized his rival from the previous day, the one who had mocked him in front of the statues of Dialga and Palkia. Youthful arrogance, indeed. But this lad's bravado seemed more a sign of a lack of intellect, clearly in need of a reality check. Who is this guy? Just because he scored second, does he really need to act so cocky? Remarked someone nearby, visibly annoyed by Shan Chuan's arrogance. However, a companion quickly interjected, Brother, be cautious. This kid is favored by Master Chuyuan and might soon become his apprentice. Suyu then understood why Shan Chuan carried himself with such arrogance. As a top-tier breeder, Master Chuyuan's influence among all breeders is akin to that of the Elite Four's impact on trainers. To be a potential apprentice of Master Chuyuan is a commendable feat. Hence his inflated ego. Shortly after the results were announced, The examiners entered the hall to lead the successful candidates to the next phase of the examination. All right, those who passed the written test, follow me. Those who did not may leave and await the next opportunity. With that, they turned and walked towards the examination classroom. Soon, over 90 successful candidates found themselves in a room filled with apparatus. CU was familiar with the equipment on the table. It was the berry mixer. It seemed the second part of the examination would assess the candidate's proficiency in energy cube production, a task CU felt confident about, as he could produce intermediate energy cubes with ease. As the staff announced the details, his assumptions were confirmed. This was indeed a standard and popular test item. Many aspiring breeders primarily sought to obtain the breeder's certification to legitimately sell energy cubes for substantial profits. Moreover, as the number of aspiring trainers increased, so too did the demand for energy cubes, leading to stricter regulations in that regard. Thus, the final practical examination focused on the production of energy cubes, a scenario that did not catch most breeders off guard. Furthermore, there was another reason for this focus. With the discovery of an increasing variety of Pokémon, the Alliance had amassed more information about them. Various antidotes, burn medications, anesthetics, and healing potions had been researched and developed, ensuring that even if a Pokémon sustained injuries in the wild, having these supplies on hand generally sufficed until they could be transported to a Pokémon center for treatment. Additionally, many Pokémon possessed healing moves, leading to the gradual phasing out of practical assessments that simulated the treatment of injured Pokémon in the wild. Of course, for breeders aspiring to work at Pokémon centers, the ability to produce energy cubes was secondary to mastering the healing of various Pokémon ailments. Without further ado, once the staff directed each candidate to their respective positions, the assessment commenced in earnest. The energy cube required for this assessment was not a common type found in the market, but rather a new public energy cube developed by a master breeder from the guild. Suitable for all types of Pokémon, it could slightly accelerate their growth. The raw materials for crafting the energy cubes, namely the berries, were supplied in unlimited quantities by the Breeders Guild. The candidates were required to create a satisfactory energy cube within 1 hour. Notably, in addition to a mid-level breeder, the panel of examiners included Pokémon. Each candidate randomly drew a Pokémon to create an energy cube tailored to its preferences. Suyu's luck was neither particularly good nor bad. He drew the electric-type Pokémon, Pikachu. Upon receiving Pikachu's Poké Ball, Suyu released it, choosing not to start crafting the energy cube immediately, but instead allowing it to select berries from the table. Despite the fact that all released Pokémon had been bred by the guild's breeders, Pikachu emerged from its Poké Ball appearing timid. After a considerable wait, Pikachu finally mustered the courage to select an Electra berry and a sweet peach berry, happily consuming them. Suyu attempted to approach for a closer look, but Pikachu remained skittish, clearly not ready for human interaction. Is Pikachu timid by nature? Suyu pondered quietly. Being an electric-type Pokémon, it was entirely normal for Pikachu to choose the Electra berry, which boosts internal electricity levels. However, its timid demeanor combined with the selection of the sweet-tasting peach berry led Suyu to an epiphany. It was essential to enhance the sweetness in the energy cube he would produce. Chapter 50. Awakening and Exploitation. After meticulously observing for a while, Suyu finally began preparing to craft the energy cube. As he surveyed the room, he noticed many candidates had already commenced their crafting, seemingly oblivious to the personality traits of their Pokémon, which were crucial for determining their flavor preferences. It appeared they had entirely overlooked these subtle traps, instead becoming ensnared by the allure of the newly presented energy cube recipe. After all, this was indeed a novel energy cube formulation. It was well known that many breeders kept their unique energy cube recipes tightly guarded, rarely sharing them. To have participated in an assessment and inadvertently acquired a recipe was understandable, yet forgetting such a critical detail in their excitement was somewhat regrettable. He hopes that they will come to their senses in due time. Otherwise, their ability to pass the assessment may be in jeopardy. Of course, there are some breeders, like Suyu, who do not rush into production but instead observe meticulously, confirming the Pokémon's characteristics without being misled. Suyu had previously created numerous energy cubes and was already well-versed in the steps involved, although it was his first time crafting the energy cube from this particular recipe. After several attempts, he successfully produced the energy cube according to the fruit ratios specified in the formula. However, that was just the beginning. This was merely the original version of the energy cube, which, while beneficial for Pikachu, still required adjustments to its flavor. The true test of a breeder's proficiency in crafting energy cubes was about to commence. The original energy cube recipe called for a blend of Huanli fruit, Chinching fruit, Jiaxin fruit, and Taodao fruit in the proportions of 1:3:2:1, combined with ground vanilla powder. Deviating from this ratio could result in a lack of energy fusion within the energy cubes, leading to failure in production. After much contemplation, Suyu finalized the revised energy cube recipe. The Huanli fruit, essential for balancing the various energy types, could not be substituted. Additionally, the Chengcheng fruit, known for its stamina-restoring properties, was irreplaceable. Meanwhile, Jiaxin fruit seemed to serve no significant purpose, making it suitable for replacement with a fruit aligning with Pikachu's electric attributes, such as the electric berry. Consequently, Suyu determined the final version of the energy cube recipe would consist of Huanli fruit, Chengcheng fruit, electric berry, and Taodao fruit. The precise proportions of the fruits would need to be adjusted during the crafting process based on the outcomes of the revised energy cube. With the recipe established, Suyu commenced his attempts. Within a few minutes, he produced his first revised energy cube. Its color appeared somewhat dull, and when he placed it before Pikachu, the latter promptly knocked it aside without hesitation. The first attempt ended in failure. The second attempt also resulted in failure, although the quality of the output showed slight improvement. Undeterred, Suyu continued to modify the ratio of Taodao fruit. The third attempt similarly ended in failure. As an hour passed, Suyu lost count of how many times he had tried, yet he still could not reach the threshold of success. The product consistently fell short of the original energy cube's quality. He found himself trapped in a cycle of frustration. Fortunately, upon sensing the discord in his emotions, he paused, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to calm his mind. General-purpose energy cubes, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his thoughts. This was merely the assessment for novice breeders. It could not possibly be this challenging. Thus, he realized he had strayed from the correct path from the outset. Substituting the non-specific Jiaxin fruit with electric berry was indeed correct, yet the error lay solely in the proportions within the recipe. The optimal ratios had been derived from countless experiments conducted by breeding masters, and it was clear he had been hasty. To enhance the sweetness of the energy cube, the adjustment could not be made through the Taodao fruit ratio. Hence, there remained only one solution: to modify the vanilla powder. In an instant, a torrent of ideas surged through Suyu's mind. He restarted the energy cube crafting process, adhering to the original proportions and steps. But in the step of adding vanilla powder, he judiciously incorporated juice from the sweet peach fruit to balance and improve the flavor of the energy cube. The first attempt ended in failure again. However, when he presented this failed product alongside the original successful one to Pikachu, although the latter ultimately chose the original energy cube, it hesitated for a considerable time before making its choice. This indicated that Suyu's approach was indeed on the right track. With subsequent attempts second, third, and fourth, he continued to refine his process. Finally, with only half an hour remaining before the examination concluded, Suyu successfully crafted an energy cube that was even more appealing to Pikachu than the original recipe. Upon completing his creation, he did not leave. For the quality of the energy cube he had produced was still the lowest tier, and the final assessment would factor in this quality. The higher the quality of the energy cubes, the better the final score would be. Additionally, since the fruits used in this assessment were covered by the Breeding Association, the guidelines did not prohibit taking the energy cubes produced during the evaluation. Thus, after conferring with Pikachu, Suyu embarked on a scheme to maximize the quality of energy cubes, aiming for a higher score. The proctor overseeing the examination, initially smiling as he watched Suyu be the first to complete the assessment, could not help but twitch his mouth when he overheard Suyu and Pikachu's whispered conversation. Aided by the nearby suction cup doll, he wished to intervene, yet with time still remaining, Suyu's actions were deemed normal, leaving him with no justification to stop him. Forced to watch as the fruits on Suyu's table were continuously consumed. Neatly stacked on the table were cubes of energy, each a testament to his efforts. As time passed, other breeders began to complete the assessment as well. Some noticed the growing pile of energy cubes before Suyu. "What is that fellow doing?" one queried, observing Pikachu's evident satisfaction with the energy cubes he had crafted. "He has already passed. Why does he keep making more? Perhaps he aims to create intermediate energy cubes," another breeder suggested. "But it seems to me he is merely taking advantage of the situation." A hesitant voice echoed in the classroom. "Indeed, why didn't I consider that? What a miscalculation." Suddenly, those who had been glancing around began to realize, joining in on the scheme as well. Chapter 51. Rising Fame to the Followers Among the Breeders. Suyu merely smiled serenely. While he indeed harbored thoughts of taking advantage of the breeding association, he also aspired to create energy cubes of higher quality. It is essential to note that the breeding examination garnered considerable attention from the league. If he could produce intermediate energy cubes during the assessment, it would not only demonstrate his talent, but also elevate his reputation. Otherwise, as merely a novice breeder who had just passed the assessment, parting with the numerous energy cubes he had would require a significant investment of time. Others saw only the surface, perceiving Suyu as exploiting the situation. Yet, he had a purposeful intent, aiming to enhance his crafting skills and strive to produce intermediate energy cubes before the assessment concluded. Time continued to flow slowly, and ultimately, with just 5 minutes remaining in the examination, the square fruit mixer in Suyu's space ceased its rotation, emitting a cloud of white smoke. Beneath the machine, an enticing energy cube lay quietly, exuding a fragrant aroma, crystalline and alluring. Pika, Pika. As Suyu grasped the energy cube from the machine's outlet, the worn-out Pikachu sprang to life, calling out eagerly. Seeing the completed energy cube, a glimmer of surprise illuminated Suyu's fatigued eyes. Wait, not so fast, he quickly urged, halting Pikachu's movements. The energy cube, both in hue and fragrance, could almost certainly be identified as an intermediate energy cube. However, given the examination context, it required verification through specialized instruments. Without hesitation, Suyu placed the energy cube into the nearby detection apparatus. Beep. The energy cube detection machine illuminated with a vibrant green glow, capturing the attention of every cultivator in the classroom. They were astonished that within 2 hours of the novice cultivator assessment, someone could actually produce an intermediate energy cube. Remarkable. A true prodigy. A seasoned examinee in his 30s remarked, expressing his admiration. He had been studying cultivation for 5 or 6 years, and it was only during this assessment that he managed to create an energy cube. In contrast, Suyu, so young and having only just received the formula for the energy cube, was able to produce an intermediate one, showcasing his extraordinary talent. The surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. What an intriguing young genius. The examiner on the podium also noticed the commotion from the detection machine and smiled. All right. The practical assessment for the energy cubes is concluded. The 26 successful cultivators, please follow me to complete the formalities. He promptly announced the final results and led the successful candidates away. The remaining examinees, who had not passed, seized the opportunity to exchange insights on cultivation. Naturally, Suyu, having created the intermediate energy cube, became the focal point of admiration among the other successful cultivators. After all, with such displayed talent, he could very well become a master cultivator in the future. Establishing connections now would certainly be beneficial. Suyu, welcoming their camaraderie, recognized that these successful cultivators might possess hidden depths, and cultivating these relationships would pose no harm. Each had their own intentions as they engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Shan Chuan, who had initially mocked Suyu, saw him surrounded by admirers and turned green with envy. After ridiculing Suyu following the written exam results, he found himself alone in the back, having witnessed Suyu claim first place in the subsequent assessment. Congratulations to all of you on successfully passing the assessment and becoming officially recognized novice cultivators. Your information has been updated and can be checked at the Pokémon Center's computers or on your personal wristwatches. I hope that in the days to come, you will ascend to become intermediate, advanced cultivators, or even master cultivators, contributing to the development of the Alliance. With that, he departed. After bidding farewell to the numerous cultivators, Suyu made his way out. However, before reaching the Pokémon Center, he was approached by several trainers clad in suits who surrounded him. Young man, I am the owner of the Bai Bird Cultivation House in Baidai City. I would like to invite you to be our energy cube manufacturer. The price is negotiable, said a middle-aged man in his 30s, sporting a slight baldness with a friendly smile. Don't listen to him. His cultivation house is small time. You would be better off joining our department store in Weimu City. It was astonishing that mere moments after the assessment, news had already spread, prompting others to seek him out. Nonetheless, Suyu politely declined their offers. He was content in his current position as an official member of the Alliance, with no need to bind himself to a family or organization. Young man, here is my business card. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. The doors of the Bai Bird Cultivation House will always be open for you. And me. Seeing Suyu refuse, the others persisted, handing him their business cards before taking their leave to pursue other successful cultivators. Suyu continued on towards the Pokémon Center. Despite his formidable mental strength, After crafting so many energy cubes, he was utterly exhausted. Who is this guy? Why are so many representatives from major companies and families trying to recruit him? A male trainer named Hai Yin observed this scene and inquired of his companion. I just saw the news on the Cultivator official website. He seems to be Su Yu, a candidate who participated in today's assessment. It said he produced an intermediate energy cube. His companion gazed enviously at Su Yu's departing figure. No way. Isn't the formula for the practical assessment something candidates encounter for the first time? How could he possibly produce an intermediate energy cube on his first try? Hai Yin expressed disbelief. The official Cultivator website just released the news. It can't be false. As the information about Su Yu's achievements spread, he quickly became a notable figure. His goal of establishing a reputation had been successfully realized. Chapter 52. Gym Open Battle Competition in a Room at the Pokémon Center. Su Yu let out a sigh of relief after sending off the visitors. Following the explosive news of Su Yu's crafting of an intermediate energy cube during the assessment, trainers seeking to commission him or purchase energy cubes were practically overwhelming the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Under such circumstances, the stockpile of energy cubes he had amassed soon sold out. Although energy cubes were available for sale in shops across various towns or through the Alliance, the sheer number of trainers far exceeded the limited supply of intermediate-level energy cubes, which were snatched up almost instantly. While Su Yu was a novice cultivator, his ability to produce an intermediate energy cube within just 2 hours of acquiring the formula indicated his exceptional skill. Thus, it was reasonable to assume he could also create intermediate energy cubes from other common recipes on the market. Furthermore, as a novice cultivator, the cost of commissioning him for intermediate energy cubes would be significantly lower than that of mid-level cultivators who could produce the same. Given this advantageous opportunity, trainers flocked to his residence in a frenzy. Su Yu's aim in obtaining his novice cultivator certification was to sell energy cubes and earn a substantial income to nurture his grass tortoise. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for him. Hence, he could only accept this situation, both joyfully and reluctantly, as he became a tool for financial gain. Now that I have money, shouldn't I pay off my debts? The grass tortoise called out a couple of times, its round black eyes fixated on Su Yu. Su Yu understood the message behind that gaze. It was demanding its share of the earnings from the sales of the energy cubes. Oh, grass tortoise, let me keep your money for you. You won't have any use for it. Just tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you. Su Yu implored, hoping to dissuade the grass tortoise from this notion. He certainly did not wish to hoard the grass tortoise's money. Rather, he preferred to keep it, allowing him to maintain some control over the grass tortoise. Otherwise, after completing its daily training, the grass tortoise would become utterly lethargic. That simply wouldn't do. Grass tortoise, haha, do you think I'm a fool? The grass tortoise displayed a look of disdain, seemingly having learned this attitude from somewhere. Su Yu felt an urge to give it a good thrashing, but his frail physique prevented him from doing so, forcing him to abandon the thought. Fine. I'll give you your money, but where should you hide it? Su Yu posed his question. May. The grass tortoise called out, urging Su Yu to follow it as it turned and headed into the room. Upon entering the room, the grass turtle pointed at the computer screen with its vine whip, signaling Su Yu to take a look. As Su Yu leaned in for a glance, his expression immediately darkened. Is this what you wanted me to see, grass turtle? He glared at it fiercely, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring it whole. He never anticipated that during his diligent efforts to craft energy cubes, the grass turtle was secretly plotting against him. Confused, the grass turtle wondered what was so infuriating. It hopped onto the desk to view the computer screen, only to realize that the content was not what it intended to show Su Yu. The red text on the screen was enough to provoke ire. How to outwit your clumsy trainer. What to do when your trainer consistently mugs you. Misunderstanding. This was all a misunderstanding. The grass turtle panicked and quickly closed the web page, revealing what it truly wished to show Su Yu: a smartphone, a bank card, and a picture of a delivery from a mook bird. Clearly, the grass turtle sought to persuade Su Yu to procure a card, transfer money into it for its use, and then buy a smartphone so it could order delectable food online. With a phone in hand, it would no longer need to rely on the outdated computer. After much back and forth with the grass turtle, Su Yu ultimately acquiesced to its request, albeit deducting 1/5 of its debt for the covert scheming against him. Naturally, the grass turtle was reluctant, throwing a tantrum, yet under Su Yu's insistence to withhold the money for the smartphone. It had no choice but to endure the harsh exploitation by its trainer. Urged by the grass turtle, Su Yu took it to the Baidai City department store, where he purchased the latest model smartphone and a bank card, the latter acquired using his identification. However, he did not apply for a new phone card. leaving the grass turtle's smartphone usable only in areas with network coverage in town. In the wild, should it wish to access the internet, it would need to coerce Suyu into granting it access through his phone. Despite the grass turtle's struggles, it remained firmly within Suyu's grasp. Hurry up. The gym battle is about to commence. Two trainers brushed past Suyu, leaving behind those words. Wait, is there a gym battle to watch today? Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately called out to the two who had not yet departed. The open gym battle meant that, with the challenger's consent, spectators could purchase tickets to watch the confrontation between trainers. This also served as a source of income for various gyms. Rewards included, but were not limited to, various skill discs and insights on Pokémon breeding. Naturally, only trainers confident in their abilities would agree to such public battles. However, elite trainers and above often declined public contests, as their participation was geared toward the league conference, preferring to keep their Pokémon strengths concealed until the grand event. They were not concerned with such trivial rewards. Chapter 53. The 16 strong contestants. After tirelessly crafting energy cubes day and night, Suyu had grown weary. The prospect of witnessing the gym battle was thus appealing, and he was eager to observe the contest between gym trainers. Let us go, Grass Turtle. After calling out, Suyu headed towards the direction of the Bite-Eye gym. Seeing Suyu gradually walk away, the Grass Turtle could only bite its smartphone and hastily follow. Upon arriving at the Bite-Eye gym, the viewing area was already teeming with spectators. People were frequently seen on their phones, inviting friends to join the viewing. For many citizens of Bite-Eye City, this was a rare opportunity to witness a match. Alongside a multitude of trainer spectators, there were also some Pokémon released, such as Pikachu and Rattata. Of course, only smaller Pokémon could be released. Larger ones like Onix, Nidoking, and Tyranitar were strictly prohibited from being let out. It was the Grass Turtle's first experience seeing such a multitude of Pokémon, causing it to momentarily neglect its new smartphone in favor of gazing around in excitement. Little did it know that once it evolved and grew larger, its days of carefree existence would come to an abrupt end. As time passed and the match drew closer, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly lively. Who is the trainer challenging Mist Saijong this time? I don't know, but I've heard that he is an elite peak-level trainer, and he even ranked 16th in last year's Bellflower Conference. Ah, the Bellflower Conference. I wish I could make it to the top 16. You're a novice who just obtained your Pokémon 2 months ago, and couldn't even pass the preliminary rounds. Stop dreaming. Amidst the chatter of numerous trainers, Suyu gradually gleaned information about the challenger in the upcoming match. Soon, the battle commenced. Gym trainer Saijong and the challenger Ishikuro Tetsuhira took to the battlefield. The rules dictated a 3-on-3 format, with Saijong sending out her Pokémon first, followed by the challenger. Begin the battle, commanded the referee. As the battle commenced, Saijong tossed out a Poké Ball, releasing her first Pokémon, a Giant Vine. The Giant Vine, primarily deep blue, sported 3 finger-like tendrils and stout, short legs. Is the first Pokémon Giant Vine? Ishikuro Tetsuhira mused, releasing a Fire Mouse in response. Comparing the two Pokémon, it was evident that the Giant Vine exuded a stronger aura. However, the staff had measures in place for instances where a gym trainer's Pokémon was significantly stronger than that of the challenger. The referee produced a remote control and pressed a button. Instantly, the energy emanating from the two Pokémon became balanced. This was the gym's mechanism to regulate Pokémon strength, ensuring that the Giant Vine's capabilities matched that of the Fire Mouse. This was reasonable, as the challenger only possessed elite-level strength. If Saijong unleashed her full power, it would be unfair, rendering the match meaningless. Nonetheless, despite the Giant Vine's strength being diminished from elite peak to elite mid-tier, the device could only suppress the energy it could utilize. The Giant Vine's stamina and battle experience remained at elite peak level and could not be curtailed. Yet, the challenger held an advantage as well. Given that the strengths of the gym leader's Pokémon were publicly available on the league's website, challengers could prepare accordingly. In this light, the two sides were relatively evenly matched. The outcome of the match would ultimately hinge on the trainer's command, experience, and ability to control the battle situation. Once the referee issued the command to begin, Ishikuro Tetsuhira decisively ordered, Fire Mouse, unleash a flamethrower. A robust column of fire erupted from the Fire Mouse, swiftly racing toward the Giant Vine on the opposite side of the battlefield. It was an enthusiastic greeting. The speed of the flamethrower was tremendous, and given the Giant Vine's bulky form and short legs, evading the attack would prove quite challenging. Ishikuro Tetsuhira had issued a sound command. However, being trained by a gym trainer, The Pokémon were well acquainted with such rapid assaults. Without the need for a seed to issue commands, the Colossal Vine, utilizing its Rock Slide ability, caused a massive boulder to plummet from the air, effectively blocking the fiery onslaught. However, even though the boulder shielded the Grass-type vine from the threatening flames, it also obstructed its line of sight, making it difficult to gauge the movements of the Fire Rock Mouse on the battlefield. As anticipated, the Fire Rock Mouse seemed to have predicted the actions of the Colossal Vine. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, it frantically dug into the ground, employing its dig ability to traverse to the opposite side of the arena. Yet, as the Fire Rock Mouse emerged from its burrow, it was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Instead of confronting an unsuspecting Colossal Vine, it was met by a dozen identical Colossal Vines, all grinning mischievously at it. Colossal Vine. Use Vine Whip. Thick vines extended from the Colossal Vine, lashing toward the Fire Rock Mouse. The tide of battle swiftly turned, with offense and defense exchanging roles. Fortunately, Shigehira Zenpai, being an elite trainer, was not to be underestimated. He quickly commanded the Fire Rock Mouse to utilize its Shadow Clone skill, creating several illusory duplicates that evaded the assault. However, the Vine Whip, though missing the Fire Rock Mouse, struck the massive boulder in the arena with tremendous force. The boulder shattered into countless fragments, sending debris flying and annihilating the Fire Rock Mouse's clones, revealing its true form. Ah, rocks are flying toward us. Some spectators in the front rows screamed in alarm as the debris headed their way. Yet, their concerns were unfounded. Before the stones could reach them, a transparent barrier materialized, shielding the audience. Miss Seishin is truly remarkable, exclaimed an admirer of hers. Shigehira Zenpai is no slouch either. Another trainer chimed in. Meanwhile, the cautious probing from both Seishin and Shigehira had concluded, and the fierce battle commenced. Flamethrower. Earthquake. Shigehira Zenpai opted for a fire-type move that would be particularly effective against the grass-type Colossal Vine. However, Seishin altered her strategy. Instead of evading, she chose to engage in a trade of damage. The searing flames engulfed the Colossal Vine, eliciting a cry of pain. Yet, the Colossal Vine gritted its teeth, its bulky body stomping heavily upon the battleground. The ground trembled. The immense force caused the arena floor to shatter into a web-like pattern centered around the Colossal Vine. The violent tremors also affected the Fire Rock Mouse, which was struck by flying debris, causing it to cry out in pain. In this exchange, neither side gained an advantage. Yet, the raw intensity of the confrontation ignited the spirits of the spectators. This is the allure of Pokémon battles. Shigehira Zenpai roared passionately, Fire Rock Mouse. Use Fire Spin. With a mighty cry, the Fire Rock Mouse rallied its spirit. It exhaled scorching flames while rolling forward, creating a fiery wheel that surged toward the Colossal Vine like a blazing sun. The challengers, brimming with fervor, inspired Seishin, the Grass-type gym leader, to rise to the occasion. Despite the Fire-type's inherent advantage over Grass-types, she resolutely commanded the Colossal Vine to withstand the attack. Colossal Vine, Seed Bomb. Seeds erupted from the Colossal Vine's mouth, their velocity surpassing that of a machine gun, relentlessly bombarding the Fire Rock Mouse's fiery wheel. Although the flames enveloping the Fire Rock Mouse offered some resistance against the seed bombs, the seeds detonated before being incinerated, resulting in significant explosive force that quickly diminished the Fire Rock Mouse's speed. What is happening? In the audience, Suyu exhibited a look of astonishment. His keen perception discerned that as the seeds exploded, glimmering powder dispersed and was rapidly consumed by the flames. If he was not mistaken, the Colossal Vine had mastered the art of fusing powder-based moves with the seed bomb technique. Had the opponent not been a fire-type Pokémon, it would have surely fallen victim to this combination. However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Though the seed bombs had slowed the Fire Rock Mouse, the fire spin struck the Colossal Vine with tremendous impact, the searing flames wreaking havoc upon its form and inflicting great agony. Subsequently, the Colossal Vine, resembling a hefty figure, swelled even further, becoming rounder and resembling a deep blue sphere. Watch out, Fire Rock Mouse. Shigehira Zenpai shouted in alarm. Before he could finish his warning, Seishin issued her command. Colossal Vine, it's time to retaliate with a powerful whip. With the Fire Rock Mouse's fire spin just having collided with the Colossal Vine, the distance between the two Pokémon was minimal, leaving little room for evasion. In that moment, the Colossal Vine extended its robust tendrils, delivering a fierce lash that rendered the Fire Rock Mouse dazed and unable to continue fighting. Outside the arena, the referee declared, "The Fire Rock Mouse has lost its fighting capability. Colossal Vine is the victor. Shigehira Zenpai, please send out your next Pokémon." The audience erupted into a thunderous applause. "Bravo, Miss Sation. What an exhilarating battle. Miss Sation, I love you." A strange voice amidst the cheers caught Suyu's attention, as he seemed to hear the fervent declarations of admiration from Sation's fans. Within the battlefield, when did it use the growth move? The colossal vine's sudden increase in size was due to its use of the growth move. It was this very technique that amplified the power of its vine whip, combined with the fire rock mouse being too close, which ultimately led to its defeat. This transpired the moment the colossal vine first endured the flamethrower attack. Sation did not withhold her explanation. Now, as an elite trainer at the pinnacle of her career, Shigehira Zenpei had presumed that his fire-type Pokémon would easily overcome the challenge due to its type advantage. Yet, experience proved invaluable, despite the type disadvantage. The gym leader imparted a valuable lesson. Had he detected the colossal vine's intentions earlier and instructed the fire rock mouse to employ a kite-flying strategy, it might have avoided such a defeat. "Shigehira Zenpei, please send out your second Pokémon," the referee urged. Shigehira Zenpei stood frozen in thought, contemplating his shortcomings. Only when the referee spoke did he release his second Pokéball. His next Pokémon was a psychic and flying type, an elite-level natural bird. Another type advantage? Sation mused. She promptly commanded the Colossal Vine. "Colossal Vine, use Sunny Day." With the opposing Pokémon not being a fire type, Sation's battle strategy shifted to implement the grass-type synergy. A white sphere of light formed in the Colossal Vine's mouth and shot into the sky. In that moment, the sunlight intensified, and the temperature within the gym soared dramatically. Shigehira Zenpei did not attempt to thwart the Colossal Vine's actions. Instead, he commanded the natural bird to execute a move that would absorb the Colossal Vine's enhancement, effectively turning it to his advantage. This was a psychic-type move known as Power Swap. This was precisely why he had chosen to deploy the natural bird earlier. A beam of violet light emanated from the natural bird, striking the Colossal Vine, causing the expression on Saizhong's face to shift dramatically. Without hesitation, she commanded the Giant Vine. "Giant Vine, use grassy terrain." Unfortunately, Shigi Zhiping had no intention of granting the Giant Vine another opportunity. At his behest, the natural bird's white wings unleashed a fierce blade of air. "Unleash your allure, Rose Raid." With a mask and cloak, holding a rose, the cool and enigmatic Holiday Rose Raid made her entrance. Ah, it's Miss Saizhong's Holiday Rose Raid, simply magnificent. The fans erupted in cheers, rallying, "Go, natural bird, defeat that Rose Raid." Shigi Zhiping's performance also garnered him a few supporters, though most were trainers who had previously suffered defeats at the hands of the Bidout Gym. Chapter 55: The Natural Bird. A psychic and flying-type Pokémon held a distinct advantage over grass types, and given the troublesome nature of psychic Pokémon, so you held little hope for Saizhong in the second battle. While a specialist trainer possesses a mature cultivation system and experience, allowing for the swift development of powerful Pokémon with equal resources, their specialization also presents vulnerabilities to type disadvantages. Take the Kanto Region S champion, Yulongdu, for instance, who repeatedly sought the title only to be thwarted by Kina, ultimately retreating to Chengdu to claim victory there. As Suyu observed the Pokémon on both sides, their battle resumed. Magical Leaf. Saizhong initiated her attack. Under her command, Rose Raid conjured dozens of glowing azure leaves, slicing through the air toward the natural bird. The magical leaf move is infallible, and Shigi Zhiping made no error in ensuring the natural bird evaded this strike. Instead, he commanded the natural bird to use air slash once more. The natural bird flapped its wings, creating blades of air that shattered the magical leaves into fragments. Realizing the dire situation, Saizhong opted not to confront the natural bird head-on. After Rose Raid launched its magical leaf attack, she directed it to utilize grassy terrain. With hard power being countered, she resorted to a war of attrition, a strategy she had honed against flying-type Pokémon. Rose Raid skillfully unleashed tender green grass from the ground, a vibrant glow radiating forth. On the other side, Zhiping was unwilling to let the grassy terrain establish itself. With another flap of its wings, the natural bird unleashed a fierce air slash, striking Rose Raid, who was unable to evade due to its use of grassy terrain. Instantly, the battlefield echoed with Rose Raid's cry of agony, its face contorted in pain, its body marked with wounds. Clearly, this blow had not been without consequence. Thankfully, Rose Raid successfully completed the grassy terrain move. A rich green light surged from the tips of the grass, enveloping Rose Raid and replenishing its energy. Damn. I was a moment too late, Zhiping mused inwardly. Before Saizhong could issue another command, he swiftly ordered the natural bird to use the move Roost. Transforming into a streak of light, the natural bird darted behind Roserade at breakneck speed, colliding forcefully with it. However, Roserade was already encased in a blue protective shield, causing the natural bird's roost to merely ripple against it. Seed bomb. At this moment, Roserade launched a green seed, which swiftly sprouted countless roots, attempting to ensnare the natural bird. Yet, in a critical moment, a ripple of space emerged as the natural bird utilized teleport to evade the impending strike. Before the natural bird could regain its footing, a searing white beam shot forth from Roserade's blue petals, knocking the natural bird from the sky. This was the grass type's ultimate move, Solar Flare. Under the bright sun, Roserade could unleash this attack without the need to gather power. Fortunately, as a grass-type move, its potency against the flying-type natural bird was somewhat diminished, allowing it to endure. As a psychic-type Pokémon, the natural bird excelled in psychic moves. Zhipping had initially sought to defeat Roserade with flying-type attacks, but this had proven to be a misstep. Realizing this, he decided not to pursue a purely aerial strategy. Instead, he unleashed the natural bird's most adept psychic move, Psychic. A tangible wave of psychic energy surged forth toward Roserade. Pin Missile. Just as the psychic attack approached, sharp needles erupted forth, colliding with the potent psychic energy, creating a stalemate where neither attack managed to overpower the other before dissipating into nothingness. Surprise attack. At that moment, the natural bird had stealthily approached, taking advantage of Roserade's unguarded state to strike fiercely. Only able to evade a fatal blow, Roserade was sent reeling, crashing into the ground multiple times before regaining its stance. Once again, the green light from the grassy terrain surged, enveloping Roserade and rejuvenating its strength. Final impact. In the next instant, the natural bird was enveloped in a sphere of white light, diving from above with a velocity beyond Roserade's response, crashing into it with tremendous force. Roserade rolled several times before managing to dissipate the overwhelming impact, just as it sought to capitalize on the natural bird's moment of vulnerability to counterattack. A solidified milky white beam descended from the sky, striking Roserade and rendering it unable to continue fighting. Unbeknownst to them, the natural bird had employed the move Future Sight, successfully defeating Roserade. With Roserade incapacitated, Saizhong was prompted to send forth her third Pokémon. After a prolonged and fierce battle, Shiggy Zhipping emerged victorious in the second match, just one step away from defeating Saizhong. Her final Pokémon was her starter and ace, the formidable Torterra, which boasted mid-tier gym strength. Stealth Rock. Go. Both trainers issued their commands simultaneously. Saizhong opted for Stealth Rock, which would inflict damage upon Zhipping's next Pokémon, while Zhipping chose to transfer the natural bird's boosted state to his next combatant, the Ice Ninetales. As Ice Ninetales appeared, massive rocks began to rain down upon it. Simultaneously, hail the size of thumbs began to fall from the sky, causing the temperature within the gym to drop sharply. Clearly, this Ice Ninetales possessed the Snow Cloak ability. Ice Beam. Zhipping immediately initiated an attack. However, before Ninetales could strike, Torterra roared, forcibly ejecting Ice Ninetales from the arena, causing the mid-air ice pillars to vanish. The natural bird reappeared on the battlefield, only to be bombarded by the rocks. Damn it! Zhipping's face turned pale with frustration. He had not anticipated that Torterra could also learn Roar, forcing Ice Ninetales out and causing both Pokémon to suffer the brunt of the Stealth Rock damage. Chapter 56. A brilliant white light illuminated the battleground, the dazzling radiance enveloping the entire gym. Fortunately, Siyu reacted swiftly, shutting his eyes tightly to avoid being blinded. However, for the spectators who remained unwavering, fixated on the fierce battle between the ground turtle and the Ice Ninetales, it was nothing short of an ordeal. The blinding white light nearly brought tears to their eyes. On the battlefield, seizing the moment when the dazzling skill illuminated the arena, the ground turtle launched another assault on the Ice Ninetales. A flurry of sharp stones came cascading down, and the Ice Ninetales, just regaining its vision, had no time to react before being struck by the jagged projectiles. The piercing stones dug deeply into the Ice Ninetales' body, leaving it with several wounds and gasping for breath. Clearly, the damage inflicted by the ground turtle's attack was significant. Fortunately, a barrier of auroral light enveloped the Ninetales, mitigating the physical damage from the stone assault. Otherwise, the tremendous force could have inflicted severe harm. After all, the ground turtle had mastered its rock-type abilities to perfection, demonstrating considerable power. Even the natural bird could not withstand the onslaught of the ground turtle's numerous rock-based moves, succumbing quickly and losing its fighting capability. Having endured an attack, the Ice Ninetales quickly retaliated. Gathering a chilling azure light in its mouth, it unleashed an ice breath attack targeted at the ground turtle. Although the ice breath was of moderate strength, it aimed for a critical hit, prompting the trainer, Kaizhong, to hastily command the ground turtle to employ the rock shield technique, summoning a stone to block the incoming strike. Ice Ninetales unleashed Blizzard. But that was not the end. Taking advantage of the lingering hail, Shurhasia ordered the Ice Ninetales to execute its ultimate move. The Ice Ninetales' fur glimmered with an icy blue aura as its 9 fluffy tails swirled, emanating waves of intense cold that rapidly lowered the temperature of the battlefield. In the next moment, the fierce blizzard coalesced, swirling around the arena under the influence of the hail. Faced with the inevitable blizzard, Kaizhong had no choice but to command the ground turtle to activate its defensive move. Naturally, Kaizhong had previously attempted to seize control of the weather, but regrettably, against the Ice Ninetales' snow affinity and mastery of hail, the ground turtle stood no chance. A blue barrier formed around the ground turtle's massive form as the biting blizzard battered against the shield, creating ripples as if the barrier might shatter at any moment. Thankfully, the defensive move proved effective, successfully absorbing the Ice Ninetales' lethal attack. In a flash of lightning, the Ice Ninetales was enveloped in a radiant white light, transforming into a streak of electricity that instantaneously appeared before the ground turtle. With 3 furry tails raised, glinting with a metallic sheen, it struck down towards the ground turtle. Endure it. Use brute force. At Kaizhong's command, the ground turtle disregarded the Ice Ninetales' actions, allowing the 3 iron tails to collide forcefully with its body. This was due to the Ice Ninetales being in close proximity, making it impossible for the ground turtle to evade, unless it were to use the guard technique once more. However, having already employed it once, the success rate of a second attempt was not guaranteed, leaving room for failure. This was the reason Kaizhong opted to sacrifice defense for a counterattack. The impact of the Ice Ninetales' iron tail struck the ground turtle in the same spot, inflicting considerable pain, yet it did not interrupt the ground turtle's movement. The immense weight of the ground turtle sent the Ice Ninetales crashing backward onto the ice. Ice Ninetales, use Protect, Shurhasia shouted anxiously. Before the Ice Ninetales could rise, the ground turtle seized the moment to attack. The ice beneath the ground turtle shattered, and thick roots surged forth like earthworms, roaring toward the Ice Ninetales. The Ice Ninetales exerted all its strength to activate the Protect skill. But the protective barrier was only half formed when the ground turtle's final desperate onslaught overwhelmed it. Boom! The Ice Ninetales was propelled backward with great force, a loud crash echoing as it shattered the protective barrier and slammed into the wall beneath the audience seats. Crack! The tremendous impact left a fine crack in the wall. Fortunately, the construction of the Bidai gym was not of subpar quality, and the buffer of the barrier prevented complete destruction. Nevertheless, the entire gym fell into stunned silence. But in the next moment, a wave of excitement erupted. As expected of Miss Kaizhong, that was splendid. Indeed, this match was truly exhilarating. As they witnessed the ground turtle standing resolutely in the arena, having decisively defeated both the natural bird and the Ice Ninetales, Suyu's grass seedling turtle also let out a frenzied cheer. On the battlefield, the referee promptly announced the outcome. The challenger, Shurhasia, has had all of his Pokémon rendered incapable of battle. This challenge is won by the gym leader, Kaizhong. I'll have to earn the right to challenge the gym again next time. With that, Shurhasia bid farewell and hurriedly departed. After the battle concluded, the audience began to disperse. This gym battle was absolutely thrilling. The ticket was worth every penny, exclaimed a male trainer in his 20s. I wonder when the next public challenge at the gym will be? All right, the match is over. Let us go, grass seedling turtle. Suyu called out to his grass seedling turtle, intending to leave. However, despite his calls, the grass seedling turtle remained rooted in place. Don't disturb it. Just as Suyu was about to reach out to touch the grass seedling turtle, a voice came from behind. The grass seedling turtle is in the process of comprehending a skill. If you touch it, it might fail. Kaizhong explained, her gaze fixed intently on the grass seedling turtle. Comprehending a skill? Suyu echoed, his eyes brightening with delight. I merely came to watch a match, yet unexpectedly found a serendipitous gain. Chapter 57. Selecting berry seeds. After a brief half hour, the grass seedling turtle finally awakened from its trance-like state. The sprout atop its head began to glow, and beams of sunlight converged upon it. Is this photosynthesis? Seeing the skill exhibited by the grass seedling turtle, Suyu's expression brightened. However, before he could fully revel in his joy, a green seed was ejected from the sprout, transforming into several tendrils. Parasitic seed. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon realizing that the grass seedling turtle had also comprehended the parasitic seed skill. Of course, amidst his elation, he harbored some speculation. It was likely that the grass seedling turtle gained insight from Kai Zhong's grass-type Pokémon, but more importantly, it might have resulted from its own absorption of energy from the grass-type energy crystals. Perhaps these skills were on the brink of mastery, combined with its exceptional comprehension. Drawing inspiration from the battle to truly grasp these two techniques. You've done well in training your grass seedling turtle. Kai Zhong smiled upon witnessing the grass seedling turtle showcase its two skills. Oh, it's merely its diligent effort. Suyu replied nonchalantly. By the way, here is something for you. I hope it aids your grass seedling turtle. Kai Zhong retrieved a small booklet from her pocket and handed it to Suyu. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, she departed in a flurry. This. Looking at the grass seedling turtle cultivation manual in his hand, Suyu was momentarily taken aback before coming to a realization. Could it be that I'm so handsome that Kai Zhong has taken a liking to me? Suyu thought, somewhat self-indulgently. But he quickly dismissed it, reasoning that it was unlikely. Clearly, Kai Zhong had already recognized his identity as the breeder who crafted intermediate energy cubes during the cultivation assessment. Moreover, the grass seedling turtle's talent had impressed her, prompting her to invest early. I remember that Kai Zhong's ground turtle is female, right? To facilitate more communication between the grass seed tortoise and its peers, Suyu mused quietly within himself. A sense of foreboding crept in. It felt as if someone were targeting him. The grass seed tortoise looked up in confusion, scanning its surroundings, but finding nothing amiss. It cast a glance at Suyu, who was deep in thought, and then joyfully began to fiddle with its newly acquired mobile phone. Had Suyu lowered his gaze at that moment, he would have certainly seen rows of text displayed on the screen, pondering how to persuade its trainer to prepare gourmet meals for his Pokémon. After departing from the 100 Generations gym, Suyu ventured into the breeding street of 100 Generations City, intent on purchasing berries. As vital raw materials for energy cubes, berries are an immensely significant resource, akin to the strategic resources of oil, coal, and natural gas in a past life. Every town boasts dedicated trading venues. And 100 Generations City, positioned advantageously between 100 Generations Forest and Tian Crown Mountain, serves as the headquarters for the Breeders' Guild. Here, one can find a variety of berries, both wild and cultivated. Excuse me, do you have any berries? Suyu inquired at a stall branded with the image of a green pine tree. This berry brand, known as Green Pine, is quite renowned within the city. It is the result of a collaboration between the brand and the Blackwood Research Institute from the Sinnoh region, known for its decent quality and reasonable prices. However, the selection is somewhat limited, catering primarily to grass, water, and fire-type Pokémon. Berries, you say? The stall owner, a genial middle-aged man, promptly retrieved a wooden crate emblazoned with the Green Pine logo from the back. With a deft hand, he pried open the box, revealing an entire assortment of blueberries adorned with green leaf patterns before Suyu. My friend, I have been in this business for over a decade. I assure you of the quality. You can rest easy, he boasted heartily, extracting a berry. Observe the green patterns on this blue skin. It has been meticulously cultivated. You see, the Blackwood Research Institute. Stop. Suyu interjected, cutting off the stall owner's self-promotion. He picked up a berry from the box and scrutinized it closely, toying with it in his hands. As an entry-level breeder, Suyu possessed the ability to assess the quality of berries. Indeed, this box of berries could be considered a premium selection. Yet, he still wished to sample one. May I taste one? Suyu inquired politely. Of course. The middle-aged man replied with a smile, handing him a small knife. Suyu carefully sliced the berry open, revealing its deep green flesh, and took a piece into his mouth. The texture was rather firm, accompanied by a bitter taste. Ugh! He spat out the chewed remains, tossing the remaining berry to the grass seed tortoise, which eagerly awaited. Based on his experience, while the flavor, color, and appearance were satisfactory, it did not rank among the finest berries but was rather middle tier. How much for this box of berries? Suyu directly asked. Let us see, each berry is 500 alliance coins, which is quite reasonable considering the meticulous cultivation and quality, the stall owner replied. Reflecting on the grass seed tortoise's daily energy cube consumption, Suyu continued. How many boxes do you have? 3 boxes. Then I shall take all of them. Suyu declared. Please wait a moment, sir. I will fetch them for you right away, the owner exclaimed, his face beaming with delight as he dashed back to retrieve the goods. This was a significant sale. 3 boxes totaling 45,000 alliance coins meant a commission of 1/10 for him, as a seller of the green pine berries. This amount could represent nearly a month's income for families facing economic hardships. Suyu paid in full and left his room number for delivery. instructing them to send it to the Pokémon Center for signature. He then resumed his exploration of the breeding street. This was intended for the grass seed tortoise. But he also needed to procure other types of berries to fulfill orders from trainers for energy cubes. Naturally, the berries used for creating energy cubes did not require the high-quality specimens cultivated by major research institutes. A lower grade would suffice. The berries at these stalls were not inexpensive, so he opted to venture into the wild berry areas for selection. The quality of wild berries varied significantly, with some surpassing even those cultivated in research institutes, although most were of poor appearance, barely sufficient for wild Pokémon to sustain themselves, let alone meet the standards for energy cube production. After spending over 2 hours meticulously selecting berries at the stalls, Suyu finally gathered the required quantities. He continued to wander along the breeder street, determined to make the most of his visit and broaden his horizons. Beyond berries and energy cubes, the breeder street offered a plethora of useful items for Pokémon. At several stalls, he encountered various potions crafted by breeders, such as those that temporarily enhanced a Pokémon's attack power or boosted their stamina. The variety was immense, with prices ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. So you couldn't help but marvel at the wealth-generating prowess of breeders. Before energy cubes became widespread, these potions dominated the market for Pokémon training resources. Yet, as energy cubes gained popularity, many began to forsake these potions. Nevertheless, no one dared underestimate the status of potion makers. It was said that a master potion maker once concocted an extraordinarily powerful potion capable of allowing Pokémon below the champion level to glimpse the secrets of that echelon. Although the side effects meant that the Pokémon would be forever trapped at the champion level, unable to advance further, many trainers were nonetheless drawn to it. After all, achieving the champion level was no simple feat. Without extraordinary fortune, breaking through to that level was immensely challenging for their Pokémon. Moreover, possessing a champion-level Pokémon would ensure an abundance of resources, allowing them to invest time in nurturing another promising Pokémon. Yet, while he held some interest in these potions, Suyu had no intention of spending excessive time on that front, as his role as a breeder kept him quite occupied. Were it not for the substantial profits energy cubes brought him, coupled with his shortcuts in their production, he might not have invested effort into the breeding profession. More likely, he would wait until the grass seed tortoise's strength increased before undertaking alliance missions to acquire resources. Oh, what is this? After passing several stalls, Suyu halted at a particular one that caught his attention. The items on display were several fragrant, stove-like artifacts. He had only seen such items in books before and was now encountering them in real life for the first time. Flower incense, designed for grass-type Pokémon. It enhances the power of grass-type moves. If energy cubes are products affordable to ordinary trainers, then incense is a luxury for affluent trainers. Similar to treasures like charcoal and miracle seeds that enhance a Pokémon's move power, incense can temporarily boost move effectiveness but is a consumable item. It cannot be used in official Pokémon battle venues. One thing is certain, although incense is costly, its prolonged use can significantly enhance a Pokémon's perception and mastery over corresponding energies, thus aiding in the comprehension of various techniques. The art of incense making is said to have been inspired by the fragrances of perfumes. Among the most renowned of this craft is Eliga, the gym leader of Rainbow City in the Kanto region. She is a veritable genius in the creation of incense, having extracted essential materials for perfumery from the extraordinarily pungent nectar of her Pokémon, Stunky, leading to the invention of a remarkable series of perfumes. For Suyu, the allure of incense was minimal. He merely glanced at it before deciding to depart. Just then, his Pokémon, Turtwig, exclaimed, "Mei, this smells delightful. Buy one for me. It's far too expensive and requires long-term use. You should forget it." Suyu firmly declined Turtwig's request, as his finances were not limitless. Simultaneously, he remarked, "But you still have over $10,000. You could purchase it yourself." Suyu secretly hoped Turtwig would spend its own money on the floral incense, believing that running low on funds might motivate it to train harder. However, Turtwig pointed to the artificial miracle seed adorning its chest, protesting, "But look at this. This was a gift from you." Suyu replied, "Are you sure your training period hasn't been too short for your brain to catch up?" With that, he began to drag Turtwig away. "How could you deceive a newly hatched Pokémon with a counterfeit? Are you even human?" Turtwig threw a tantrum on the ground, attracting the attention of several other trainers and Pokémon. Though Suyu was indifferent to their gazes, he recognized his fault and accepted the need for accountability. Ultimately, he relented and purchased the floral incense as a form of atonement for his earlier deception. If only he had known better than to buy such a counterfeit. He could have opted for a few Pokémon dolls instead. Yet, since Turtwig chose to revisit past grievances, Suyu felt no remorse. He recalled that he still possessed a video of Turtwig calling for its mother, which could serve as a leverage if necessary. Turtwig, blissfully inhaling the verdant aroma of the floral incense, wore a joyful expression, oblivious to the fact that its secrets were still in someone else's hands. The Breeder's Street was not particularly extensive, and Suyu's keen observation allowed him to traverse it swiftly. Before long, he reached its end, where a tattered, yellowed piece of parchment caught his eye at a nearby stall manned by a young boy. The stall displayed several small trinkets, all appearing quite worn and lacking descriptions, with few individuals approaching to inquire. "Hello, may I take a look at this parchment?" Suyu inquired as he approached the stall. "Feel free," the boy replied lazily, his youthful voice suggesting he was a year or two younger than Suyu. As Suyu examined the yellowed parchment, he noticed it was densely inscribed with unfamiliar characters and formulas, seemingly ancient script. "What do these writings signify?" Suyu asked directly, not hesitating to engage the boy. With the prospect of genuine interest in his wares, the boy perked up, glancing around before responding. "Sir, you truly have an eye for treasures. I don't disclose this to just anyone. This is a formula that can enhance a Pokémon's strength." Chapter 59. The library. Seeing the boy's expression of delight at being recognized for his wares, Suyu felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. "Aside from this intact parchment, everything else at your stall is mere junk, devoid of value. Surely, this is apparent to any discerning eye." Without indulging the boy's theatrics, Suyu asked, "How much for this parchment?" 5,000. The boy declared, setting an exorbitant price. Upon witnessing Suyu's impassive demeanor, he nervously added, "How about 3,000 instead?" As the boy fidgeted, contemplating further reductions, Suyu scrutinized him and said, "All right, let us settle on that price." "Thank you, sir." After Suyu completed the transaction, the boy hastily packed up his stall and departed at a speed that even his Pokémon, Herdier, could not match. Soon, the stall stood empty, devoid of its former occupant. "Young man, you've been swindled, haven't you?" an elderly gentleman remarked as he approached, noticing the familiar parchment in Suyu's hand and shaking his head. "Oh, why do you say that?" Suyu inquired, his curiosity piqued. "The boy's name is Kohei Yoichi. The items at his stall are all discarded goods he scavenged, hoping for a stroke of luck. I believe they belong to a family known for their expertise in potion making." The old man mused, then added, "What was it called again? My memory fails me in my old age." After the old man departed, Suyu pondered the implications of the parchment's origins. He left Breeder's Street, heading toward the local library, which housed a wealth of historical documents and knowledge pertaining to Pokémon. Following his conversation with the elderly man, he felt certain that the parchment contained information about potions. The library of Baidai City spanned 3 floors and was impressively spacious, lined with countless shelves brimming with assorted tomes. In addition to historical texts, it held a plethora of literature concerning breeders and trainers. However, accessing the books within posed a significant challenge. As a member of the Alliance's core, Suyu had the privilege to consult ancient historical documents, an advantage many trainers aspired to attain. After an extensive search, illuminated by the library's bright lights, Suyu finally located a book on a shelf in the corner that appeared relevant to his parchment. Titled An Analysis of the Development, Differences, and Connections Between Ancient and Modern Scripts, it was authored by the esteemed researcher Zheng Hui, who would later become Dr. Zheng Hui. Despite its grandiose title, it was essentially a dictionary for referencing ancient and contemporary scripts. Relieved to have found a suitable resource, Suyu proceeded to the borrowing desk. "Hello. I would like to borrow this book." However, he was promptly met with refusal. "This book may only be consulted within the library. It cannot be taken out." The tome was thick, and deciphering the symbols to uncover the parchment's contents would require a considerable investment of time. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of decrypting it for the moment. Yet, upon reaching a secluded area where surveillance cameras could not capture him, a staff member approached. "While this book cannot normally be taken out, if you are willing to pay a certain fee, I can assist you in obtaining a printed copy," the staff member whispered. Clearly accustomed to such dealings, Suyu found the staff member's proposal difficult to refuse. Spending a bit of money to bring convenience to oneself, in his view, is certainly worthwhile. After conversing for a while and agreeing on the remuneration, Suyu left with the Sprout Turtle, having exchanged contact information. The amount he spent was somewhat considerable. After deducting the costs of printed books, a significant sum remained. This leftover amount was naturally the worker's hard-earned fee. Otherwise, without any benefits, Why would he take the risk to kindly assist Suyu? Of course, this was also the book that Suyu needed. Since it was still early, Suyu did not sleep nor continue crafting energy cubes. Instead, he took out the cultivation manual for the sprout turtle and examined it carefully. As he opened the manual, a picture of the sprout turtle appeared, looking quite adorable. Within this manual, it meticulously detailed the skills that the sprout turtle could learn autonomously. For example, it described the understanding of the absorption move, progressing to the advanced technique of super absorption and culminating in the ultimate absorption, all with great specificity. From the optimal hours for photosynthesis to how to train skill proficiency, as well as dietary combinations, everything was exceedingly thorough. Truly, as a grass-type gym leader, the knowledge of grass-type Pokémon was profound. In addition to the training methods for grass-type moves, there were also techniques for the sprout turtle to learn the biting and crushing moves, accompanied by personal suggestions and lessons learned. One key piece of advice was to enhance its strength during the sprout turtle stage, allowing it to evolve only when it was overflowing with energy and could no longer accumulate it. According to the seedling, this would significantly increase the chances of improving its qualifications during the evolution process. As for each Pokémon's limits, that was up to the trainer's control, as each Pokémon had different ultimate states. Naturally, Suyu had similar plans. He intended to elevate the sprout turtle's strength to the elite level before allowing it to evolve, thereby taking advantage of the vast absorption of natural energy during evolution to achieve a significant breakthrough in power. After meticulously reviewing the cultivation manual until fatigue set in, Suyu carefully stored it away and lay down to sleep peacefully. Chapter 60. Yamabuki Research Institute. A scream pierced the tranquility of the woods. White mist enveloped the area, revealing a vague humanoid figure. One could also hear a plaintive cry. Mei. This person and Pokémon were none other than Suyu and the sprout turtle, who were on their way to Masago Town. Don't blame me, is it my fault? Suyu glared fiercely at the sprout turtle, which wore an innocent expression. This unexpected situation cannot be my fault. The sprout turtle was not intimidated by Suyu's fierce demeanor. Instead, it emitted a sound of helplessness. Be quiet, Suyu, somewhat regretting letting the sprout turtle lead the way, said irritably. Stay close to me. Do not stray even a step away, or I will confiscate your phone. Having said that, Suyu chose a direction and walked straight ahead. How wonderful it would be if there were a flying-type Pokémon right now. Suyu thought to himself, glancing at the sprout turtle, which was looking around. Given the sprout turtle's personality, it seemed likely that troubles would arise in the future, indicating that the issue of acquiring a flying-type Pokémon should be resolved sooner rather than later. At this moment, if there were a flying-type Pokémon, even if they got lost, they could soar high into the sky to find their way. They wouldn't be stranded without a signal on their phones, unable to discern the direction. Or perhaps he could learn a superpower and fly himself. Wasn't it said that those with strong mental prowess possessed exceptional psychic abilities? However, after some contemplation, Suyu decided against it. After all, he had no means to acquire a manual for practicing superpowers. It had been a week since Suyu obtained the parchment on the breeding street of Baidai City. 2 days ago, he discovered a mission posted by the Yamabuki Research Institute, accessible only to elite members of the Alliance. He casually signed up, only to be unexpectedly accepted. Consequently, he traveled by high-speed train with the sprout turtle to Shuqing City, rather than taking the bus along Route 202 that connects Shuqing City and Masago Town. He opted to trek through the wilderness on foot. After all, as a trainer, the adventure in the wild was filled with joy. However, due to the sprout turtle's erratic movements in the woods, attracting wild Pokémon, they lost their way. Half an hour later, the white mist in the forest gradually dissipated, revealing a glaring light in the distance. We're almost there, sprout turtle, hurry. Seeing this, Suyu called out to the sprout turtle and quickly moved forward. Before long, Suyu emerged from the dense forest, only to be met not by his intended destination but by a lake, with an island at its center. See, I told you I should choose the route. The sprout turtle displayed a knowing expression. Suyu ignored the sprout turtle's jest, pulled out his phone, and checked the already downloaded map. After carefully comparing the surroundings of the lake, Suyu finally confirmed that this was indeed Lake Acuity, one of the 3 great lakes of the Sinnoh region, marked on the map. It is said that the legendary Pokémon of emotion, a Zelf, resides here. Of course, for the people of the Sinnoh region, this was merely a legend. However, Suyu knew it to be true. This lake was the homeland of his elf. Originally, he had planned to complete his task at the Yamabuki Research Institute and then return here to try his luck at encountering his elf. Unexpectedly, by chance and misdirection, he had arrived here. Could it be that fortune was smiling upon him? With this thought in mind, Suyu decided to linger, beginning a thorough search in the vicinity. Yet after a considerable search, there were no signs of his elf, nor even any Pokémon. May, what are you doing? The sprout turtle looked at Suyu, who seemed to be engaging in a battle of wits with the air, with a look of bewilderment. I heard that a brick to the head can make one smarter. Should I give it a try? The sprout turtle pondered, its gaze fixed on a nearby stone, restless with anticipation. Sensing the sprout turtle's thoughts, Suyu's expression darkened immediately. After lingering for a while longer without discovering any trace of his elf, he set off with the sprout turtle along Route 201 on the right side of Lake Acuity, heading towards Masago Town. What Suyu did not realize was that not long after he and the sprout turtle had departed, a strange wind swept across the lake. Thick white mist rising. The surface of the lake rippled, revealing a small figure. It was a petite, gray fairy-like Pokémon with two tails, each adorned with a red gem at the tip. On its purplish-red forehead rested another red gem, accompanied by four naturally drooping purplish-red appendages. Had Suyu still been present to gaze upon this Pokémon, he would undoubtedly recognize it as a Zelf, the very legendary Pokémon he sought. The Zelf watched the direction in which Suyu had departed, a glimmer of interest flickering in its eyes. It was the first time it had encountered such an intriguing human. Unbeknownst to Suyu, at the moment he unlocked his latent powers, the waves emitted drew his elf's attention. The next instant, the mist dissipated, and his elf vanished from sight. As the sun began to set, Suyu finally arrived, weary from travel, at his destination, Masago Town, renowned for its sandy shores and oceanic atmosphere. Masago Town's most notable landmark, the Yamabuki Research Institute, was visible just beyond the western entrance of the town as Suyu stepped inside. Sprout Turtle, did you remember what I said? Suyu instructed. Within the Yamanashi Research Institute, all Pokémon belonging to trainers from Shinase Town are stored, including many formidable creatures. Suyu aspired for his Turtwig to greet the Pokémon within the institute, hoping to learn some skills from them. However, Turtwig regarded its trainer with disdain, thinking this was rather stingy. Ignoring the ungrateful Turtwig, Suyu, who had no idea how hard it was to earn money, proceeded. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Shortly after, a young man in his 20s, clad in a white lab coat with a green hedgehog hairstyle, opened the door. You must be Suyu. I am Korizaki Junsuk, a researcher at the Yamanashi Institute. Greetings. After exchanging pleasantries, Junsuk led Suyu into the institute. As a Pokémon professor in the Sinnoh region, Dr. Yamanashi's research facility was vast, occupying nearly a third of Shinase Town. Following Junsuk, Suyu was captivated by the sight of various Pokémon. He observed a flock of Murkrow soaring in the sky, Shroomish dancing in the sunlight, and Snorlax napping on the ground, among others. Suyu was truly amazed. Although he had previously seen images of these Pokémon, witnessing them up close stirred his emotions. Chapter 61. Daily Life at the Institute in the Early Morning. The backyard of the Yamanashi Research Institute resembled a grand mountain rather than a mere garden, truly befitting an Alliance professor. The institute featured an artificial volcano constructed from fire stones, a glacier formed from millennium-old ice, and an electrified area abundant with electric stones, among other habitats suitable for various types of Pokémon. The sheer extravagance was undeniable. As dawn broke, Suyu took Turtwig to the back mountain to prepare breakfast for the Pokémon at the institute, fulfilling one of his responsibilities. Having spent several days at the Yamanashi Research Institute, Suyu learned why he had been selected for this task. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. Originally, this task was a perk arranged by Dr. Yamanashi for the Joy family and Master Akawara, intended for their kin or disciples, including Joy Xiao and Takumi Yamakawa, who were also candidates in the same breeding exam as Suyu. By sheer luck, Suyu stood out during the breeding assessment and, through his timely information, saved the Pokémon in the 100 Generations Forest. Dr. Yamanashi formed a favorable impression of him, with the thought that one more person would not matter. He decided to include Suyu in the arrangement. Once all the Pokémon had finished their breakfast, Suyu, adhering to the training plans left by their trainers, facilitated their autonomous training. This granted him some free time. He retrieved a piece of parchment and a printed dictionary, preparing to translate the ancient scripts on the parchment. Through relentless effort, he managed to decipher a significant portion of the text, discovering that it contained information about a potion capable of enhancing Pokémon's attack power. In comparison to energy cubes that required prolonged and substantial consumption to increase attack power, this potion yielded quicker results. However, it had its limitations. Each Pokémon could only consume the potion a limited number of times, determined by their inherent potential. Higher potential allowed for more usages and stronger effects. Undoubtedly, this potion was a means to swiftly elevate a Pokémon's strength compared to energy cubes. Similarly, the materials required to concoct this potion were exceedingly rare. Before Suyu could fully translate the recipe, he noted several extremely precious ingredients needed, such as vital roots, dragon's bloodgrass, and daffodil shells. Among them, vital roots were small segments of ancient trees over 1,000 years old, possessing a bitter taste. Dragon's bloodgrass was a rare herb cultivated through the continuous irrigation with the blood of dragon-type Pokémon at gym-level strength. As for daffodil shells, they could only form in deep-sea areas abundant with water energy. The information regarding these precious materials was gathered from the library within the Yamanashi Research Institute. As an Alliance professor, the library housed an extensive collection of books, encompassing a myriad of resources, including Dr. Yamanashi's research on Pokémon evolution, surpassing even the 100-generation city library in scale. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu visited the Research Institute's library daily, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. Naturally, he sought to understand more about Pokémon, yet regrettably, he could not find any text concerning Pokémon breaking through the elite level. Perhaps these books were not accessible to him, or maybe such knowledge was too valuable to be documented in written form, instead passed down orally. Before long, the sound of footsteps broke his concentration. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted the audacious youth, Takumi Yamakawa. He bore a grudge against Suyu for achieving first place in the energy cube crafting assessment by creating intermediate energy cubes. Believing that Suyu had merely benefited from his age, he mused that had he been Suyu's age, he would undoubtedly have become a high-level breeder. Ever since Suyu arrived at the Yamanashi Research Institute, Takumi had persistently sought to challenge him again. However, Suyu, uninterested in the boy's bravado and competitive spirit, chose to ignore him. Shoo, don't bother me. Before Takumi could utter a word, Suyu waved his hand dismissively, attempting to shoo away the bothersome youth. He then turned in another direction, resuming his reading. Are you afraid, Suyu? Not daring to compete with me? Takumi Yamakawa lingered, incessantly whispering in Suyu's ear. If you're too scared, just admit that you're inferior to me. Regardless of Takumi's provocations, Suyu remained unperturbed, treating him as a mere fly buzzing in his ear. Competing with him held no merit. It would be a waste of time. Winning would lead to rumors of bullying a child, while losing, well, that was an impossibility for Suyu. He was not concerned about that. Humph. Observing Suyu's indifference, Takumi launched another verbal attack. Is this all you've got? You truly shame the title of trainer, not even daring to accept a challenge. He then attempted to turn away. Hearing this, Suyu could no longer contain himself. He could concede that Takumi might have superior knowledge in areas outside energy cubes. But to say he had shamed trainers and question his identity as a trainer was an affront. Wait. Suyu closed the book in his hands, calling out to the departing Takumi Yamakawa. Since you claim I have brought shame to trainers, let us battle and see. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Takumi stood frozen in place. He had only intended to provoke, never expecting Suyu to accept the challenge. However, he was merely a breeder, and battling Suyu as a trainer would be sheer folly. Moreover, he was only 11 years old, below the minimum age to become a trainer. Of course, the scions of prominent families had their ways around this rule. They could have their offspring acquire Pokémon early on without capturing them in Pokéballs, thereby sidestepping the league's regulations. In his 10th year, Takumi Yamakawa obtained his first Pokémon, yet it remained unregistered under his name. Consequently, he could not formally accept any battle challenges from Suyu, which left him in a rather precarious situation. You still wish to contest with me? Suyu teased, his eyes twinkling with mischief as he observed Takumi's discomposure. Chapter 62. The solitary and stubborn figure feeling the heat rise in his cheeks, Takumi stammered. But his words were abruptly interrupted by a clear, ringing voice. Suyu, something's wrong. It was Xiao from the Qiao family, rushing in with an anxious demeanor. What is it? Why such a flurry? Suyu questioned, puzzled by her urgency. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something. Could it be? Indeed. Suyu, the Chikorita got into a scuffle. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately understood. It was yet another incident caused by the Chikorita. Just 2 days after arriving at the Yamanashi Research Institute, the Chikorita had initially obeyed Suyu, learning skills alongside the grass-type Pokémon residing in the Research Institute's back mountain. However, it soon forgot Suyu's instructions, gathering a group of equally mischievous Pokémon from the back mountain, secretly venturing out to bully wild Pokémon under the pretense of training to level up. Unfortunately, they encountered an unsuspecting Abomasnow, nearly meeting a dire fate. Fortunately, the vigilant Murkrow, tasked with guarding the area, discovered their escapade and intervened just in time. Following this incident, Suyu had lured a Heracross from the back mountain with honey, instructing it to keep a close watch on the Chikorita. "Let us go and see," Suyu declared, following Xiao as they hastened toward the location of the Chikorita. Before long, the three of them, including the curious Takumu, arrived at a slope adorned with crimson rocks. There, they beheld a fire-type Pokémon with orange fur, a light yellow face, external ears, abdomen, palms, and soles, and a tail ablaze with flames, the Chimchar from the Sinnoh region. It was fiercely swinging its fiery fist toward the Chikorita. A row of spectators, including Piplup, Piku, and Magnemite, all of whom had been charmed by the Chikorita, cheered and clapped in encouragement. The Chimchar stumbled, its fiery punch dissipating into nothingness. Undeterred, it quickly regained its footing, gathering energy once more, this time channeling a thunder punch infused with blue arcs. The Chikorita, however, did not resort to using Vine Whip again. Instead, it flicked its head, sending forth a flurry of green leaves to strike the Chimchar. As the leaves descended like blades, the Chimchar retaliated, swatting them away while closing the distance to the Chikorita. Yet, several leaves flew back, striking it hard and causing it to tumble once more. Rising again, it summoned a stream of brown energy in its fists. "What is that? Power-up punch?" Suyu exclaimed in surprise. For a fire-type Pokémon to engage a grass-type Chikorita without using fire-type moves, could it be aiming to become a champion fighter? Suddenly, realization dawned on Suyu. He was there to ascertain the situation, not to spectate. He swiftly intervened, halting the battle between the Chikorita and the Chimchar, casting a stern look at the Chikorita. "Hey, why do you look at me like that?" It was the little monkey that attacked first. The Chikorita protested, feigning innocence while retreating. Suyu dismissed its excuses, retrieving its Poké Ball and sealing it away, ensuring it would reflect on its actions in solitude. As for the Chimchar, upon witnessing the Chikorita's capture, it dissipated its energy and turned away. "By the way, Xiaoyi, do you know where this Chimchar came from?" Suyu inquired, perplexed as he had not encountered a Chimchar during his time at the Research Institute. The reactions of Piplup, Piku, and others indicated they were familiar with it, yet its origin remained a mystery. "I don't know," Xiao replied, shaking her head as she moved toward the direction the Chimchar had departed. Not far into her path, a voice called from above. "Cack." A Heracross landed before Suyu, its expression apologetic. It had been instructed to keep an eye on the Chikorita and prevent any mischief, but after observing the Chikorita for a while, it deemed it harmless and wandered off to battle a Tauros. "Don't worry, Heracross," Suyu reassured it. He understood the Chikorita's nature if it truly wished to cause trouble. Even a diligent Heracross would struggle to keep it in check. "By the way, Heracross, could you take me to the Chimchar we just saw?" In a brief moment, the Chimchar's whereabouts had become a mystery. "Cack." Heracross clapped its sturdy shell, signaling its readiness. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of a sweltering valley. As they approached, a series of rhythmic thuds reached their ears. Upon entering, they found the very Chimchar they had encountered earlier, alone and diligently practicing its punches against the stone wall. Each blow utilized a different technique: fire punch, thunder punch, power-up punch, and even vacuum wave. Had it not been for energy conflicts, it might have mastered ice punch as well. The Chimchar continued its monotonous training, landing blow after blow, bang, bang, bang. With each strike, the energy of its fighting-type moves cracked the stone, sending debris flying. While its attacks boasted impressive power, the Chimchar seemed dissatisfied, persistently channeling energy and pounding against the rock. Chapter 63. A connection with me? Fortunately, the absence of other Pokémon spared the Chimchar from retribution for its disruptive behavior. After observing its relentless training for half an hour, Suyu decided to depart. The Chimchar glanced at Suyu's retreating figure before returning to its rigorous practice. Intrigued by this solitary creature, seemingly ostracized by Piplup, Piku, and others, and appearing wild without a trainer, Suyu felt compelled to learn more about it. Drum. Suyu? What brings you here? Upon seeing Suyu, researcher Junjie set down his instruments and inquired. After surveying the various apparatuses in the room, Suyu spoke. Researcher Junjie, "I wish to inquire about the Chimchar in the valley behind the mountain." "The Chimchar?" Researcher Junjie paused, momentarily taken aback before responding. "Suyu, you don't mean you intend to capture that Chimchar, do you?" The back mountain of the Yamanashi Research Institute was vast, and aside from the Pokémon belonging to other trainers and those designated for research, wild Pokémon occasionally wandered into the area. As the fiery little monkey, a starter Pokémon of the Sinnoh region, caught Suyu's eye. It was understandable that he harbored such thoughts. However, after some contemplation, researcher Junjie continued, saying, "To put it bluntly, I would advise against capturing that little fire monkey." "Why?" Suyu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Is that little fire monkey a Pokémon of the research facility, or perhaps a Pokémon belonging to the Institute?" With a bitter smile, researcher Junjie clarified. "That little fire monkey is a wild Pokémon, but it was once owned by a trainer who abandoned it." Junjie then recounted the circumstances surrounding the little fire monkey. It had been the initial Pokémon of a trainer who had just turned 15 months ago. Shortly after acquiring the little fire monkey, the trainer discovered that its fiery energy was gradually dissipating. For an entire week, the little fire monkey was unable to unleash even the spark of a fire-type move. Naturally, the trainer could not accept such a situation. For a fire-type Pokémon to be incapable of using fire moves was a disgrace. Following an investigation by the League, it was confirmed that the issue was not caused by the trainer. Consequently, the League provided him with another starter Pokémon, leaving the little fire monkey abandoned at the Yamanashi Research Institute. While there were trainers who coveted the little fire monkey upon learning about its plight, they each abandoned the idea of capturing it. The little fire monkey, witnessing wave after wave of Pokémon finding their trainers within the Institute, remained solitary. Fortunately, with the care of the Institute staff, it had not suffered any emotional scars. This nurturing over just a few months had allowed the little fire monkey to evolve from a novice to an average level of strength. Of course, the daily rigorous battles it engaged in had rendered it somewhat of an outsider among the other Pokémon in the back mountain. No wonder, Suyu mused, realizing why the little fire monkey refrained from using fire-type moves during its battle with the Turtwig. The flames of its flame punch flickered sporadically. He had initially thought the little fire monkey possessed the heart of a champion. "Junjie, you continue with your work. I shall take my leave," Suyu remarked. Having gathered the information about the little fire monkey, he promptly bid farewell to researcher Junjie and departed. Watching Suyu's retreating figure, Junjie hesitated, then shook his head, returning to his research. After learning about the little fire monkey, Suyu found himself wavering on the decision to capture it. However, upon reflection, he considered that although the little fire monkey's fire-type potential seemed diminished, it had successfully mastered several fighting-type moves. Clearly, its aptitude for fighting was quite remarkable. If he were to utilize the solid paste in his possession to enhance its physical strength, specializing in fighting could yield fruitful results. Thus, it appeared that he and the little fire monkey shared a unique bond. Time slipped away swiftly, and half a month passed. Suyu had been at the Yamanashi Research Institute for nearly a month. On the grassy plains of the back mountain, after enjoying lunch, Suyu and Turtwig, along with its little companions, were resting. In the shade of a tree, the little fire monkey diligently practiced its punches without pause. "Turtwig, look at how hard the little fire monkey is working," Suyu exclaimed, feeling a sense of admiration, before glancing at the lazily lounging Turtwig. "It's truly a case of Pokémon surpassing Pokémon, infuriating indeed." Turtwig replied, "Goodness, how delighted I was when I first discovered its promising potential. And now, how little time has passed, and you are already looking down on it." It mused, "The words of trainers are merely tricks to deceive Pokémon. Truly, one cannot help but love a new encounter." With that in mind, Suyu slowly approached the shaded area where the little fire monkey was. "Little fire monkey," he called. The arrival of Suyu made the little fire monkey halt its punches and look up at him with curiosity. "What do you think about me becoming your trainer?" Suyu inquired, gazing intently at the diminutive creature. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the little fire monkey gradually fell silent. Turning its gaze towards Turtwig and the other playful Pokémon, it exhibited a glimmer of envy. It understood Suyu's intentions but, reflecting on its own condition, ultimately shook its head, declining the proposal. "Please don't be so hasty in your refusal," Suyu continued, unfazed by the little fire monkey's rejection. "In truth, you possess remarkable talent." "Oh, me?" The little fire monkey hesitated, pointing at itself with a look of disbelief. "Indeed, consider this. Although you cannot utilize fire-type moves, the fact that you have mastered numerous fighting techniques demonstrates your prowess in that realm." Noticing the flicker of intrigue in the little fire monkey's expression, Suyu gently proposed an alternative. Chapter 64. Do you wish to become the great sage equal to heaven? A week swiftly passed. In the valley where the little fire monkey trained, a resounding crash echoed as stones shattered beneath the force of its enhanced punches, debris scattering. Indeed, the solid paste had proven to be highly effective for the little fire monkey. After only a few days of use, its strength had significantly increased. and its physical condition continued to improve, resulting in considerable progress. How about it, little fire monkey? Am I not correct? You are not a failure. You possess great talent. The little fire monkey opened its palm, staring at its own hand in disbelief. Is this the extent of my power? In just a week, its strength had surged. The stones that had once proven insurmountable could now be shattered with a single punch. Could it be that Suyu was right? It was not a waste, but rather a fighting genius? Seeing the little fire monkey begin to believe in its potential, Suyu decided to unleash his most potent weapon, his persuasive charm. Little fire monkey, do you know of the great sage equal to heaven? The great sage equal to heaven? What is that? The little fire monkey looked at Suyu, utterly perplexed. Suyu proceeded to recount the tale of a Pokémon that emerged from a stone, initially weak, but through great trials and tribulations, it became a legend. Next, Suyu spun a new narrative, transforming the story into one of an ordinary Infernape who soared to the ozone layer, wreaked havoc on Giratina, and conquered the depths of the sea. The tale of Infernape's strength and legendary life captivated the little fire monkey, filling its eyes with admiration. Outside, Turtwig and its companions had gathered near the valley, listening to Suyu's lengthy monologue. Turtwig wore a disdainful expression, thinking, only a Navi little fire monkey would fall for Suyu's tales. Having surfed the internet, I've never heard of such an extraordinary monkey. Continue spinning your yarn. It thought, a monkey that can fly and dive? What a daydream. If it doesn't get crushed or drowned, it would be lucky. Moreover, Suyu had once promised Turtwig that when it became strong enough, he would take it to catch a Doraemon, granting it access to a door that could lead to culinary delights from any region. Is there really such an impressive monkey? Turtwig wondered aloud. A monkey that can traverse the heavens and the seas is truly astounding. Beside Turtwig, its companions echoed their astonishment, captivated by the tale. If what Suyu stated is indeed true, he would eat his own phone on the spot. The grass sprout tortoise glanced at his companions, who were also deceived by Suyu, and secretly thought to himself, this is how bold I am. I have set such a precedent. It was only when Suyu gradually realized this series of events that the grass sprout tortoise regretted its earlier naivety, shedding tears of anguish. Such folly stems from youth and ignorance. One should not make hasty declarations. Is it really possible? Can I truly become so powerful? The little flame monkey gazed at Suyu with admiration. The little flame monkey anxiously looked at Suyu. Suyu cast a serious glance at the eager little flame monkey and said, the great sage Chi Tian is a legend. If you wish to become a monkey as formidable as he is, you must endure countless hardships and rigorous training. Are you prepared? I am ready. The little flame monkey declared resolutely. Very well, your first objective is to defeat the grass sprout tortoise, striving for achievement as the first step towards becoming the great sage Chi Tian, henceforth known as the little sage Chi Tian. At this moment, Suyu unveiled his intentions. To be candid, although the little flame monkey did not understand why it could not harness the fire energy within, its extraordinary talent in martial arts, coupled with Suyu's solid ointment, made it a suitable candidate for nurturing as a combat-type Pokémon. Of course, Suyu also had a fondness for the little flame monkey, which played a part in his decision. Moreover, this was an instinct of a seasoned trainer. Furthermore, finding a companion for the grass sprout tortoise was also crucial. The little flame monkey's relentless efforts would provide the grass sprout tortoise with a much-needed motivation. It was believed that under the continuous pursuit of the little flame monkey, the grass sprout tortoise would shed its previous lethargy and strive to improve. Competition breeds ambition. The little flame monkey was unaware that it also served as a catalyst to ignite the grass sprout tortoise's drive. At this moment, its eyes seemed to blaze with fervent fire, ready to engulf the grass sprout tortoise. The grass sprout tortoise, belatedly realizing Suyu's intentions, thought to itself, goodness, this was all premeditated, waiting for me. This wretched trainer truly does not act like a human. He once said he would have me beat the little flame monkey to a pulp. Now, it seems I have become the formidable adversary destined to be vanquished by the little flame monkey. However, it was not afraid. After all, this little monkey? Dream on if it thinks it can keep pace with me. The grass sprout tortoise asserted that with a single hand, it could crush the little flame monkey. Very well. From now on, we shall be companions. Suyu clenched his fist and extended it towards the little flame monkey. The little flame monkey was momentarily startled, then broke into a grin, extending its own fist to meet Suyu's. Grass sprout tortoise, why don't you come over and meet your companion? Suyu called out loudly to the grass sprout tortoise, who was lingering at the valley's entrance. The grass sprout tortoise hesitated for a moment before finally approaching the little flame monkey at Suyu's urging. It extended its vine-like appendage to poke the little flame monkey and said, Hey there, little monkey. If you wish to defeat me, you might as well wait for 500 years, though its tone was somewhat arrogant. The grass sprout tortoise showed no resistance to the idea of the little flame monkey becoming Suyu's companion. It thought, having a little monkey around means I can bully it anytime, anywhere. It certainly had forgotten the scene from that battle video where it lost to the little flame monkey. The little flame monkey lowered its head, glancing at itself. Then at the grass sprout tortoise and Suyu, a thought blossoming in its mind. Do I now have a companion? Although it was perplexed by the grass sprout tortoise's inexplicable hostility, it felt elated. For from this day forth, it too would have a comrade. No longer confined to solitude in the valley. Chapter 65, The Speculation of Evolution at the Yamanashi Research Institute, on the back mountain. The grass sprout tortoise's sharp teeth were enveloped in dark energy as it bit down fiercely on the little flame monkey's left hand. This was the infamous biting technique. Meanwhile, the little flame monkey's right hand radiated brown fighting energy, and its enhanced punch struck the grass sprout tortoise's shell with a resounding bang. A tremendous roar echoed across the back mountain of the research institute. After enduring the little flame monkey's assault, the grass sprout tortoise merely panted lightly, feeling some fatigue. While the little flame monkey succumbed to the grass sprout tortoise's biting attack, its eyes swirling as it collapsed to the ground. Piku! Hooray! Grass sprout tortoise has triumphed again, cheered some of the watching Pokémon, celebrating the grass sprout tortoise's victory. Although the little flame monkey had shed its solitary demeanor after being captured by Suyu and gradually began to interact with some of the juvenile Pokémon in the research institute, it still could not match the bond forged through shared hardships with the grass sprout tortoise. After all, they had endured beatings together, been punished in the darkroom, and bullied wild Pokémon, establishing a solid friendship. Grass sprout tortoise versus little flame monkey. Grass sprout tortoise, 100 wins, little flame monkey, 100 losses. Not long after, having consumed a peach fruit, the little flame monkey regained consciousness. Its eyes sparkled not with disappointment but with determination. It had been over half a month since Suyu had captured the little flame monkey, and under the training regimen he devised, coupled with the effects of the solid ointment, the little flame monkey's strength had steadily increased. From initially being easily defeated by the grass sprout tortoise to now being able to make it take the battle seriously. The little flame monkey was now capable of causing some trouble for the grass sprout tortoise. Naturally, this was because Suyu had prohibited the grass sprout tortoise from employing long-range attacks, allowing only close combat with the little flame monkey. Otherwise, it could easily wear the little flame monkey down with long-range tactics. The little flame monkey's strength had grown amidst the grass sprout tortoise's relentless beatings, its face brimming with excitement. If it weren't for Suyu setting a small target for the little flame monkey, one might have thought it harbored some dubious vices. For the grass sprout tortoise, however, this little fire monkey had become somewhat bothersome. Although the little flame monkey was still weaker, its continuously improving strength and fervent training regimen instilled a sense of urgency within the grass sprout tortoise. It no longer dared to be so lazy, fearing that it might be surpassed by the little flame monkey if it let its guard down. Suyu was exceedingly pleased with the grass sprout tortoise's transformation. And one could only say, well done, little flame monkey. As a tool monkey, charge ahead and keep up the effort. Defeating the grass sprout tortoise will make you the successor of the great sage Chi Tian, the little sage Chi Tian. In the treatment room, the grass sprout tortoise and the little flame monkey were recovering from their injuries. Suyu sat on the steps outside, pulling out a book borrowed from the Research Institute's library to read on how to stimulate Pokémon potential during evolution to significantly enhance strength. Dr. Yamanashi, as a specialist in Pokémon evolution, had numerous research accomplishments, and this book was among his esteemed works. Suyu felt fortunate to be at the Yamanashi Research Institute, as he was eager to absorb this knowledge that was typically difficult to access. While the two Pokémon healed, he diligently enriched his own understanding. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, the two Pokémon emerged from the treatment room in good condition, just as researcher Junjie approached Suyu. Suyu, so this is where you are. Researcher Junjie panted slightly, glancing at the restless grass sprout tortoise and little flame monkey beside him. I didn't expect the little flame monkey to improve its strength so rapidly after you captured it. Not at all. It's all due to its innate talent. Suyu smiled. Researcher Junjie, it seems you have urgent business with me? Suyu's remark reminded Junjie of his purpose for coming. Oh, right. I found someone suitable for your potion formula. Really? Suyu exclaimed in delight. The formula inscribed on that parchment, capable of enhancing attack power, had been completely translated by him. This potion was considered top tier among advanced potions, with a very high level of difficulty in its production. He was not acquainted with any pharmacists and felt somewhat troubled regarding the potion formula. However, he managed to establish a rapport with researcher Junjie by utilizing his knowledge of fairies. During their discussions about fairy-related information, he sought Junjie's assistance. Junjie nodded. There is a master alchemist who has expressed interest in the potion formula you possess, but he has certain stipulations. What stipulations? Suyu inquired. The requirements are quite simple. Junjie smiled. He can provide potions for your fairies free of charge, but the formula will belong to him. Is that all? Suyu was taken aback. He had anticipated something more significant. This arrangement was indeed a windfall for him. Although the formula was his, the materials required were exceedingly rare and could only be crafted by a high-level alchemist or above, unless Suyu intended to create them himself. It was impossible to keep the potion formula confidential when entrusting others to produce it, thus being able to exchange a formula without any material costs. For ample potions for each of his fairies was a lucrative deal he could not refuse. I agree to that stipulation, Suyu affirmed directly. However, I hope to receive sufficient attack potions for both the Turtwig and the Chimchar as soon as possible. Understood. I will relay your request to the Master Alchemist, Junjie replied. By the way, I am quite intrigued by your mention of a Phoeba that supposedly evolves into Milotic without relying on the beautiful scales. Where did you encounter such a creature? Do tell me. Phoeba? Upon hearing this, Suyu was momentarily stunned. The established method within the fairy realm for Phoeba to evolve into Milotic involves the beautiful scales, which are exceedingly precious and said to be derived from a Milotic after its demise. Consequently, trainers possessing a Milotic are exceedingly rare. While there have been sightings of wild Milotic, the notion that there may be alternative evolutionary methods for Milotic has never been substantiated. However, Suyu was aware that this speculation held truth. Besides evolving through the beautiful scales, Phoeba could also evolve into Milotic if its beauty reached a threshold of 170 or above. Chapter 66. Dr. Yamamori to capture Junjie's attention. Suyu had feigned a keen interest in fairy research, deliberately proposing the hypothesis of Phoeba evolving without the beautiful scales. He even claimed to have seen a Phoeba that had not evolved through the beautiful scales. At the time, Junjie merely chuckled, not giving it much thought, as such rumors had circulated widely on the Alliance's website. Now, Junjie seemed to ponder whether a discovery had been made. I spotted that Phoeba while passing by Lake Shinchi on my way to the Yamamori Research Institute. It resembled the other Phoeba, yet at first glance, it exuded an air of confidence and nobility, completely devoid of the typical self-doubt associated with Phoeba. Suyu suddenly hinted at the conditions under which Phoeba could evolve into Milotic. Lake Shinchi? Junjie murmured. Could it be the power of emotions? As a researcher at the Yamamori Institute, Junjie was familiar with the legends surrounding Lake Shinchi, located not far from Jinsan Town. Unlike many who dismissed such tales, he believed in the existence of the deity Ame-Ito, being the birthplace of Ame-Ito, the god of emotions. It was plausible that there were unique capabilities allowing Phoeba to evolve without the beautiful scales, a notion he did not doubt. After all, no one could definitively ascertain the abilities of legendary Pokémon. Meanwhile, Turtwig observed Junjie being captivated by Suyu's words, momentarily taken aback. The divine Suyu had witnessed the evolution of Phoeba, yet Turtwig had been by Suyu's side the entire time. How had it missed this? Turtwig felt an overwhelming urge to splash Junjie with milk to rouse him from his reverie, gaining a deeper understanding of its trainer's audacity. The audacity of fabricating tales was truly remarkable. It seemed it had yet to measure up to its trainer's prowess and needed to continue refining its skills through online experiences. While Suyu noted Junjie's quiet musings, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Hey, could you please focus? The attention has strayed. Observing Junjie lost in thought, nodding occasionally. Suyu contemplated awakening him but ultimately dismissed the idea. Suyu's decision to mention the alternative evolution of Phoeba was strategic. Although he was aware that EV had more than 3 evolutionary forms, including fairy-type Pokémon and other information, he could not disclose this knowledge. Desiring to keep the discovery to himself, people in the fairy world were not naive. Why had so many researchers and doctors been unable to confirm the alternative evolutionary form of Phoeba or EV's other evolutions after extensive study? How could a trainer who had only recently emerged and hailed from an Alliance welfare institution arrive at such conclusions? What about their research methodologies? Where were the data? Such aspects were indispensable. Publishing research papers on the Alliance's academic forum was not merely a matter of casual conversation. Suyu lacked the evidence to substantiate that his conclusions were derived from a series of studies. Revealing the alternative evolution of Phoeba would only serve to benefit others. and those who made discoveries would not forget him. Thank you. See you, Junjie beamed, unable to conceal his joy. This gives my research a new direction. Of course. Siyu smiled. I'm glad to be of assistance. Siyu, why not consider becoming a researcher instead of a trainer? Junjie suggested. I believe being a trainer suits me just fine. Siyu declined, shaking his head. Moreover, my knowledge about fairies is merely out of interest. He had no desire to become a researcher. The monotony of daily research did not appeal to him. Furthermore, witnessing Junjie panting after a short walk was enough to deter him from that path. He had no intention of ruining his health at such a young age. True. Junjie reflected on the transformation of Chimchar after being captured and chose not to press further. By the way, Siyu, he said curiously. I've been at the Research Institute for quite some time. Why have I yet to see Dr. Yamamori? Since I'm here at the Alliance Doctor's research facility. Shouldn't I have encountered him by now? Siyu had long wished to inquire about Dr. Yamamori's whereabouts but had not found the opportunity until now. And Junjie seemed to be in good spirits. The doctor has gone to study Eevee's evolution, Junjie replied. Eevee's evolution? Suyu's interest piqued, and he feigned curiosity. Are there evolutionary forms beyond the fire, water, and electric types? Oh, you also believe that Eevee has other evolutionary forms? Indeed, Eevee's genes are remarkably unstable. Since it can evolve using fire stones, water stones, and thunder stones, it stands to reason that it could also evolve using leaf stones or ice stones. Indeed, the evolution of Pokémon is a subject worthy of continual research. Junjie sighed, expressing his hope to discover more evolutionary forms of Eevee soon. It is indeed possible. Pokémon are so wondrous that there may even be species that evolve through the bond between trainers and their Pokémon, he proclaimed. Stepping into the role of a seer. Well said. A calm voice resonated from behind, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. The speaker was none other than Dr. Yamanashi, the esteemed head of the Research Institute. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman with cascading golden hair and an elegant stature, Cynthia, the future champion of the Sinnoh region, whom Suyu was quite familiar with. Ah, Dr. Yamanashi nodded, turning his gaze towards Suyu. The concept of evolution reliant on the bond between Pokémon and trainers is indeed intriguing. Doctor, I must take my leave, Cynthia interjected. Doctor. Yamanashi urged her to stay a while longer. Will you not linger a bit? The Elite Challenge is an event that only the champions of the Lily of the Valley Conference are qualified to participate in. Defeating one of the Elite Four grants the victor a chance to become a member of the Elite Four themselves. Cynthia had already participated in 3 Elite Challenges, achieving victory each time, yet she chose not to become one of the Elite Four. It seemed she aspired to leap directly to the title of champion. Suyu cast a glance at Cynthia, pondering to himself. That seems reasonable. Dr. Yamanashi smiled. However, given your prowess, this battle will pose little challenge for you. I dare say the youngest champion in the league will soon be born. After Cynthia departed, researcher Junjie eagerly inquired, Doctor, what about Eevee's evolution? His face was brimming with anticipation. Indeed, Eevee possesses more than 3 evolutionary forms, Dr. Yamanashi replied, nodding. Behold, the arrival of Leafeon. A flash of white light revealed a creature resembling Eevee, adorned with green foliage, emerging onto the open ground. I see, Siyu remarked, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Leafeon, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. Initially, he believed that poachers had inflicted significant harm, prompting the League to impose restrictions for the sake of the numerous Pokémon within the Eternal Forest. However, it now appeared that Dr. Yamanashi sought to experiment with Eevee's evolution using mossy stones within the forest. Leafeon, indeed, fits the description well, he mused. Junjie rushed forward, eagerly examining the Leafeon. Fortunately, Leafeon's gentle nature and prior acquaintance with Eevee allowed it to refrain from attacking him. Days later, news regarding Eevee's 4th evolutionary form spread like wildfire, causing a sensation. Another evolutionary form beyond water, fire, and thunder Eevee, Leafeon had emerged. Heavens! I never imagined Eevee could evolve into a grass-type Leafeon. Many grass-type trainers rejoiced, thrilled to have another option for their team. Dr. Yamanashi of the Sinnoh region had unveiled this new evolutionary form, and the subsequent paper was uploaded to the League's official website for trainers to access freely. The people of Sinnoh, upon learning from the news that Dr. Yamanashi had discovered yet another evolution for Eevee, were filled with understanding. It was no surprise that a 4th evolutionary form was uncovered by a local academic. Renowned as an authority on Pokémon evolution in Sinnoh, Dr. Yamanashi enjoyed a reputation that rivaled even the Elite Four, maintaining a lofty image in the public eye. Half a day later, within the confines of the Yamanashi Research Institute, Suyu pushed open the door and entered a laboratory filled with various instruments. "Dr. Yamanashi, you summoned me?" he inquired, feigning calmness while his heart raced. After all, this was a highly respected Pokémon researcher, and Suyu had captured the Chimchar without his consent. Although Chimchar had agreed, it still belonged, nominally, to the Yamanashi Research Institute. "You have arrived," Dr. Yamanashi acknowledged. "Have you brought Chimchar with you?" "Yes," Suyu replied, promptly producing the Poké Ball and releasing Chimchar. The moment Chimchar emerged, it leapt onto Dr. Yamanashi, demonstrating its affection for him. The doctor examined Chimchar closely for a considerable time before satisfiedly allowing it to play. Then, he turned his attention to Suyu and asked, "Are you aware of Chimchar's physical condition?" "I am," Suyu responded. "Then why did you choose to capture Chimchar?" "It cannot utilize fire-type energy, rendering it useless to many." Dr. Yamanashi scrutinized Suyu intently. The intensity of his gaze, combined with his naturally stern expression, quickened Suyu's heartbeat, instilling a sense of anxiety. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yamanashi's gaze sharpened further, piercing like a knife, as if probing Suyu's sincerity. Unfazed, Suyu met his gaze with determination. Thus, they exchanged looks, each challenging the other with intensity. "Indeed, you are correct. There are no useless Pokémon, only ineffective trainers." Dr. Yamanashi had thoroughly observed Chimchar, noting that under Suyu's guidance, its strength had significantly improved, nearing the level of excellence. As for Chimchar's condition, "I shall not keep you in the dark." The true situation? Suyu was taken aback by this revelation. Was there more to the story? Indeed, Dr. Yamanashi began. "As you may have learned from Junjia, the reason Chimchar cannot utilize fire-type moves is due to the continual dissipation of its internal fire-type energy. In reality, rather than dissipating, it is being absorbed by something within its body." "Something within its body?" Suyu inquired, puzzled. After capturing Chimchar, he had examined it thoroughly to uncover the cause of its waning fire-type energy. Yet, even researcher Junjia had been unable to discern the issue, leaving Suyu to abandon his inquiries. He had solidified the notion of training Chimchar as a fighting-type Pokémon, accepting its limitations. To his surprise, Dr. Yamanashi had already identified the underlying issues with Chimchar's health. Indeed, Dr. Yamanashi confirmed, there lies a pearl within its body that continually absorbs its fire-type energy, preventing it from utilizing fire-type moves. With the help of instruments, they observed a bright red point of light on Chimchar, the very source of its troubles. "A pearl?" Suyu gasped, glancing over. "Is there a way to resolve this?" he asked, urgency in his voice. "Certainly," Dr. Yamanashi replied. "Through my research, I have determined that this pearl appears to be damaged. During its self-recovery, it incessantly absorbs external fire-type energy, leading to the depletion of Chimchar's internal energy. Moreover, it is fused with Chimchar's body, making it inextricable. To address Chimchar's inability to utilize fire-type moves, we must tackle this pearl." The notion that a single pearl could absorb all of Chimchar's energy left Suyu in disbelief. How intriguingly mysterious this sounds. Is it true that the little fire monkey is the true protagonist? Does my monkey possess the potential of an emperor? How can we restore the gem within the little fire monkey? Suyu inquired. In response to Suyu's questions, Dr. Yamanashi did not hold back, stating seriously, "To restore this gem, we can only rely on the evolution of the little fire monkey." Evolution? What does that mean? Suyu asked. The evolution of a Pokémon is a process of genetic recombination and transformation of strength. During this process, it absorbs vast amounts of energy, which explains why a Pokémon's power significantly increases post-evolution. Only at the moment of the little fire monkey's evolution can we use its body as a medium to allow the gem within it to absorb a substantial amount of external energy, thereby gradually restoring it. But can't we directly provide the little fire monkey with a large amount of fire energy? Of course not. Dr. Yamanashi shook his head. Fire energy is too volatile. If a large amount enters its body in a short period, it would cause tremendous harm. If it were to rely solely on itself to absorb fire energy to replenish the gem, who knows how long that would take? So you pondered for a moment, then nodded in understanding before posing another crucial question. Will this have any impact on the little fire monkey? Although Dr. Yamanashi's method could resolve the little fire monkey's issues, so you still harbored some concerns. There will indeed be some effects, Dr. Yamanashi affirmed. As a consequence, the little fire monkey will not be able to significantly enhance its strength during the evolution process, which is a minor drawback. Moreover, it will require the little fire monkey to possess a remarkably strong physique to endure this process. As he spoke, Dr. Yamanashi cast a meaningful glance at Suyu. From the previous examination, he noted that the little fire monkey's physique had markedly improved compared to before it was captured, surpassing even its combat-type peers of similar strength. It was evident that Suyu harbored his own secrets. Initially, he had prepared a formula to enhance the little fire monkey's physique. But it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Phew, that is a relief. Suyu had feared there would be adverse effects. As long as it only meant that the little fire monkey could not significantly increase its strength during evolution, that was manageable. Strength could be built over time. Of course, through this method, once the little fire monkey successfully evolves into a blazing monkey, it will be able to fully control the gym, allowing it to wield fire-type moves. Additionally, this gym will confer many benefits upon the blazing monkey, ensuring at least its ascension to the elite level of Pokémon, Dr. Yamanashi added. Listening to Dr. Yamanashi's insights regarding the little fire monkey left Suyu feeling somewhat dazed. In summary, the little fire monkey's body is not flawed. Rather, it has encountered an opportunity, and its insufficient strength is the cause of its predicament. This gym is immensely powerful, and by following Dr. Yamanashi's method, the issue of the little fire monkey being unable to utilize fire-type moves can be resolved. Furthermore, it can master this gym, bringing it substantial advantages. Looking at Dr. Yamanashi. So you said, if you agree, I can formulate the optimal evolution plan for you. Dr. Yamanashi contemplated for a moment, as an authority on Pokémon evolution. He had considered this method for quite some time and believed in its high probability of success. Despite his keen interest in the gym within the little fire monkey, he was eager to resolve its issues. However, since Suyu was the little fire monkey's trainer, his consent and cooperation were necessary. All right, Suyu nodded, eagerly hoping the little fire monkey could resolve this issue soon. During their conversation, one of Suyu's Pokéballs shook slightly. It was the grass turtle, who had caused trouble and was currently confined in a small dark room. The grass turtle overheard the entire conversation and was astonished to learn of the little monkey's potential. Did that mean the little fire monkey was on the path to exceeding it? If it evolved into a blazing monkey, its power would surpass that of the grass turtle, imperiling its status. With this thought, the grass turtle burst out of its Pokéball and dashed out of the room. It needed to train diligently to ensure the monkey wouldn't catch up. While it's still not fully developed, I must get ahead and train harder. Just past noon, the sun remained brilliant, casting warmth upon the earth. In the shade of a tree, the little fire monkey trained diligently, while the grass turtle, lost in thought, gazed absent-mindedly towards the entrance of the research facility. Grass turtle, aren't you going to bid them farewell? Today marked the day when the grass turtle's companions, Pachima and Pachirisu, would embark on their journey as newly minted trainers. Having just turned 15, this was also the day they would part ways, which left the grass turtle feeling somewhat unsettled. No, I won't go. It's not like they won't be back. Shaking its head, the grass turtle ignored its own conflicting emotions, while Suyu focused on creating energy cubes. He wanted to say goodbye to the grass turtle one last time. However, after lingering for quite a while without seeing the grass turtle, he could only walk away, disappointed. Not long after, a faint sound came from behind Pachima. Simultaneously, a flurry of leaves, illuminated by the sun, fluttered towards them. Pachima. The sound resonated like a symphony of golden currents soaring into the sky, with colorful bubbles shimmering in the sunlight. Chapter 69. Journey to Kanto. On the road from Jinsha Town to the 220th waterway port, a weary young boy walked alone, feeling the refreshing breath of the sea as he approached the port. This boy was, of course, Suyu, who had departed from Dr. Yamanashi's research facility with the intention of traveling to the Kanto region to participate in the Quartz Conference a year hence. Compared to the Lily of the Valley Conference in the Sinnoh region, the Quartz Conference was significantly less challenging. However, this was not the reason behind Suyu's decision. During a video call between Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Okido discussing academic matters, Suyu happened to witness a fleeting glimpse of Ash and Shigeru on screen. Learning that they were about to turn 15 and embark on their own journey sparked his own desire, especially after spending several months at the research facility. As a trainer, it was time for him to set forth on his journey. He merely wished to witness the talents of the Pokémon master, not to ride on Ash's coattails. Before reaching the port, Suyu caught sight of the enormous cruise ship, the White Whale, gleaming in the distance. Its silver-white hull, adorned with various precious decorations, with its layered decks, was truly dazzling. What extravagance! Suyu chuckled to himself. Upon approaching, he retrieved the ticket that Dr. Yamanashi had given him and presented it to the guard for inspection. After a series of security checks, Suyu successfully boarded the luxurious cruise ship bound for the port of Korea City in the Kanto region. The ship's interior was equipped with an array of facilities, including entertainment options, gaming halls, cinemas, hot spring baths, card rooms, and swimming pools, everything one could desire. Particularly upon entering the main deck hall, it resembled a grand banquet hall. Bustling with elegantly dressed individuals from various walks of life, engaged in lively conversations, with an abundance of free food available. Those who could board such a luxurious cruise were undoubtedly affluent or held significant status, prompting Suyu to acknowledge that many were likely there for the social opportunities. Less than a few hours after boarding, small groups and circles began to form in the hall, with trainers discussing Pokémon training, gym battles, and the latest gossip about various affluent young women. Meanwhile, Suyu found himself somewhat aimless. The first thing he did upon entering the hall was to seek out food. Alongside him were his two Pokémon, the grass turtle and the little fire monkey, in the midst of a spirited competition among food enthusiasts. A contest was underway to determine who could consume the most. Recognizing his current inferiority to the grass tortoise, Suyu resolved to surpass his rival in other areas. This was not the first such eating contest that Suyu had witnessed. He had grown accustomed to it. Fortunately, he had previously spent his time in the research institute, exempt from meal expenses, and had taken advantage of the various fruits there to enhance the production of energy blocks. He had also undertaken various alliance missions to accumulate contribution points, most of which he had invested in strengthening his Pokémon, while a portion was used to exchange for rare resources. This situation persisted for quite some time until night fell and the cruise ship illuminated with vibrant neon lights. Under the glow, a formally dressed middle-aged man stepped onto the central stage and respectfully bowed to the audience. "Thank you for choosing our cruise ship, the White Whale. This journey will last 3 days, and to alleviate the potential monotony of travel, we have organized a series of entertainment activities over the next 3 days to enhance your enjoyment. We hope you will actively participate, of course. The top 3 in each activity will receive small prizes from us. The activity catalog will soon be displayed on the large screen, allowing you to select the events that pique your interest. I shall take my leave now, and I hope you all have a splendid time." Thunderous applause erupted in the hall, and the passengers aboard the cruise ship wore expressions of eager anticipation as Suyu turned his gaze towards the crystal screen in the center. Shortly thereafter, rows of text appeared, and staff distributed brochures detailing the various entertainment activities and their rules. The Pokémon Weightlifting Cup had a rule prohibiting large and fighting-type Pokémon from participating, with a reward of a year's supply of universal energy blocks. It was amusing that fighting-type Pokémon were excluded, making this a purely recreational contest, so you couldn't help but smile at the thought of Pikachu, Clefairy, and Jigglypuff struggling with weights multiple times their size. Perhaps he could let the fire monkey give it a try. As he contemplated, he continued to peruse the options. Since the fire monkey only obtained fighting-type abilities upon evolution, it did not violate any rules. Surely, not all Pokémon with fighting-type moves would be barred from competition. As he scanned through the list of about 10 game projects, Suyu quickly identified several his Pokémon could participate in, particularly given the generous rewards. In addition to weightlifting, there were 2 other events. One was the Pokémon Obstacle Run, wherein Pokémon would navigate a lengthy course filled with various obstacles, racing to the finish line in the shortest time to claim victory, with a reward of 6 luxury balls. The fire monkey would be suitable for this. The other event was the Frisbee Battle. In this game, Pokémon would be confined to a designated area while the machine continuously launched Frisbees. The Pokémon could use various skills to shatter the Frisbees, with both the speed and quantity of Frisbees increasing progressively. The first round would last 3 minutes, wherein the 2 Pokémon that shattered the most Frisbees would advance to the next round. The second round would pit the 2 advancing Pokémon against each other in the same arena to determine the ultimate winner. This contest tested the Pokémon's perception, speed of skill execution, and control, essential elements in achieving success. It was undoubtedly tailored for the grass tortoise, which had undergone similar training numerous times, making it a piece of cake for it. The reward was a choice of 1 evolution stone from among the water stone, fire stone, or thunder stone. Quite considerate, as it took into account the needs of the trainers. Even though it was a low-grade evolution stone, its value exceeded 100,000, making it a windfall. "This is perfect for you, grass tortoise," Suyu nodded in satisfaction. "Ah, such a hard-working fate, unable to rest even on the ship," the grass tortoise lamented, casting a glance at the eager and fidgeting fire monkey beside it, shaking its head. What a foolish monkey. The following morning, Suyu arrived early at the venue for the Frisbee competition. The arena measured 10 by 10 meters, flanked on either side by large machines with elongated openings, the very places from which the Frisbees would be launched. Additionally, A psychic-type spoink was tasked with loading frisbees into the machines and serving as a guard to protect the audience from errant frisbees. The timing of each event was staggered to allow spectators to enjoy each competition. Noticing the audience gradually filling the stands, Suyu prepared to enter the arena. His contestant number was 10, making him the last participant in the frisbee competition. This afforded him the opportunity to observe the performances of his competitors and conceal his own capabilities to some extent. Contestants, please enter from this side. A staff member guided Suyu. Before long, all contestants had arrived, and the competition was poised to commence. A bespectacled young man stepped forward. Addressing the audience, "Thank you for participating in and watching this frisbee competition. I am the referee for this event. I trust everyone is familiar with the rules. Within 3 minutes, the participating Pokémon must use any ranged moves to shatter as many frisbees as possible. The team that breaks the most frisbees will successfully advance to the next round, with the overall winner receiving a precious evolution stone. I'm sure everyone is eager to begin, so let us commence the frisbee competition." The first contestant was a female trainer, accompanied by her Pokémon, a Caterpie. With the referee's signal, the machines roared to life, launching frisbees at a rapid pace. The Caterpie, well-trained, unleashed bubble beam from its pincers, shattering the frisbees one by one. "Go, Caterpie, you can do it," cheered a young boy in the audience, appearing to be around 10 years old. However, it wasn't long before another machine activated, sending even more frisbees flying. The Caterpie, undeterred, released another bubble beam from its other claw towards the incoming frisbees. As the 2-minute mark approached, the machine seemed to be on steroids, dramatically increasing the speed and number of frisbees launched. The once comfortable Caterpie suddenly became frantic, its pincers flailing as it struggled to keep up. Though still managing some hits, it began to miss many frisbees, which crashed to the ground in shattered fragments. The pressure mounted, and the Caterpie's performance deteriorated. "Caterpie, stay calm," its trainer urged, noticing the Pokémon's anxiety. Thankfully, the Caterpie was not the only one being monitored. Cameras captured the event, alongside the spoink, which could accurately tally the number of frisbees shattered by each competitor. As the Caterpie panicked, the audience's emotions mirrored the erratic flight of the frisbees. Before long, the 3-minute time limit expired. What a pity, Caterpie was not in its prime performance by the end. The referee remarked, wiping away a nervous sweat and offering an awkward smile. It's understandable. This was likely Caterpie's first experience in such a competition, and it may not have adapted to the sudden increase in machine speed, becoming increasingly anxious and ultimately losing its rhythm. Subsequently, one contestant after another took to the stage, with performances varying in success. After observing several matches, it becomes evident that the contest involving the flying disc fundamentally tests the mastery and finesse of the Pokémon's skills, as well as their reflexes in response to the sudden acceleration of the discs. Prior to Suyu's turn, the other competitors had shattered a total of 190 discs within 3 minutes. Now, let us welcome our next contestant, Suyu, to the stage. Following the announcement of the previous contestant's score, it was time for Suyu's performance. Grass Turtle, do not exert yourself too much. Conceal your true abilities appropriately. Do you understand? Suyu whispered to Grass Turtle. Grass Turtle cast a glance at Suyu, leaving its agreement uncertain. Well, the final contestant has taken the stage. Let us see if he can surpass the record set by contestant number 5. The enthusiastic voice of the referee resonated through the venue, and the crowd displayed expressions of eager anticipation. As the match commenced, Grass Turtle stepped onto the platform, and the referee began the countdown. The machinery whirred to life once more, and with a loud bang, a flying disc was launched. Yet, Grass Turtle appeared momentarily stunned, standing still and seemingly unresponsive. What is this Grass Turtle doing? Is it unable to react? Some spectators scoffed. Is that all? I could do that too. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. Just as the disc was about to hit the ground, a leaf shot forth from Grass Turtle's head, cleaving the disc in two. Following this display of prowess, Grass Turtle demonstrated its formidable abilities, shattering disc after disc with its leaf blade technique before they could touch the ground. Did you see that? The referee exclaimed dramatically. This is the strength of Grass Turtle. Every disc was smashed just before it landed. It was evident that Grass Turtle was on track to break the record. Indeed, this was true strength. The spectators were in awe. After 2 minutes, the difficulty began to escalate, and Grass Turtle seemed to shift gears, unleashing a flurry of green leaves that scattered in all directions. The discs launched by the machine collided with the flying leaves and were systematically destroyed. Such extraordinary predictive ability. The audience gasped in unison. After 15 seconds had passed, Grass Turtle disregarded the still-firing machine, casually turning to exit the platform, leaving behind the sound of discs shattering. When the 3 minutes concluded, the results were tallied, revealing that Grass Turtle had shattered 191 discs, claiming the top position by a narrow margin. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. It was a resounding victory, and they cheered fervently. Only the trainer who had achieved 190 points, along with his Pokémon, glared at Suyu, mistakenly believing he had orchestrated this humiliation. Suyu, bewildered, was left to ponder the situation. Chapter 71. Exchange Pokémon. Grass Turtle had successfully advanced into the second round of finals with an overwhelming advantage. Compared to the trainer who took 3 full minutes to destroy 190 discs, Grass Turtle's performance was nothing short of remarkable. It surpassed the previous score with still 45 seconds remaining in the 3rd minute. To the audience, it seemed Grass Turtle had effectively secured the championship title. Its nonchalant demeanor had captured the attention of many. After a 10-minute intermission, the second round of finals officially commenced. The trainer of the previous Pokémon did not relent, despite the evident gap in skill. They poured their efforts into the competition. Pressure breeds motivation. Ultimately, the trainer achieved an impressive score of 210, yet it paled in comparison to Grass Turtle's astounding 300 points. It was not that the opponent was weak, rather, the opposing trainer had employed cunning tactics, forced to watch with tears as Grass Turtle claimed victory. Little Flame Monkey, here is a Firestone for you. Give it your all in the upcoming matches. Suyu encouraged, holding a carefully selected Firestone. Little Flame Monkey brimmed with confidence. Grass Turtle mused. What a joker I am. I toil for this prize only to have it used to elevate that unruly monkey above me. The entertaining competitions aboard the cruise ship continued, providing amusement for the passengers. During this time, Little Flame Monkey also triumphed in the Pokémon Power Cup, earning a Universal Energy Cube for a year. However, this Energy Cube proved useless to him. Consequently, Suyu had to negotiate with the staff to exchange the cube for Alliance currency. In the Pokémon Obstacle Course, due to Suyu using the Firestone that Grass Turtle had earned to aid its rival, Grass Turtle opted out of participation. Thus, Little Flame Monkey was the only one sent forth, but unfortunately, during the competition, a trainer's Pokémon, Electrode, frustrated by falling behind, self-destructed, inadvertently dragging Little Flame Monkey down, preventing them from placing in the top 3. The champion was claimed by a Herdier. Nevertheless, the cruise ship's owner demonstrated an understanding of social dynamics, rewarding not only the top 3 contestants but also providing consolation prizes to those who performed commendably. Each of these participants received a limited edition cap from the Alliance. This left Suyu somewhat bemused. He had no interest in it and simply tossed the cap into his backpack. It was all too flattering, claiming to be limited edition. Only someone like Ash would foolishly send out 100 postcards for a chance to win such a trinket. Now, it seemed he had received one for free. Perhaps he should just give it to him. As Suyu contemplated this, a young man clad in resplendent attire approached him. Do you require assistance? Suyu paused, then recalled that this was the individual who had previously won the Pokémon swimming competition. Your Grass Turtle has been well trained, the newcomer remarked with a beaming smile. Innocent flattery often hides ulterior motives, flashed through Suyu's mind. Friend, let us negotiate. I have taken a liking to your Grass Turtle. Name your price, and I shall purchase it. Grass Turtle is my companion. It is not for sale, Suyu replied coldly, casting a sharp glance at him. Moreover, trading Pokémon is illegal. The sale of Pokémon contradicts the Alliance's promotion of harmony between humans and Pokémon, asserting that Pokémon are companions to humanity. Thus, only breeding centers are authorized to sell Pokémon eggs or juvenile Pokémon. Selling fully developed Pokémon is against the law. However, many trainers have devised a method to circumvent this legal restriction: Pokémon exchanges. Under the pretense of lacking affinity with their Pokémon, they seek a suitable trainer. Yet this merely amounts to a disguised abandonment of their Pokémon, proving more egregious than those who simply release their unsatisfactory Pokémon back into the wild. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the young man persisted. If you are concerned about violating the law, let us exchange Pokémon instead. I can offer you another Pokémon in return. With that, he produced a Poké Ball. A flash of light revealed a timid Ralts, gazing at the young man with a mix of detachment and trepidation. It was evident that this Ralts was not particularly close to him, suggesting it had not been purchased but rather acquired through exchange. Recalling the instances of trainers marrying their shiny Pokémon, Suyu felt a pang of sympathy for Ralts. He wished to rescue it from the young man's grasp rather than allow it to be treated as mere merchandise. Nevertheless, Suyu would not abandon his own Pokémon. Leave. he retorted sharply, turning away and leaving the young man with only his back to gaze upon. The audacious fellow truly believes that if he does not exchange with me, I shall be left without recourse, does he? The young man gazed at Suyu's departing figure. A sinister expression etched upon his face. As the third day dawned, Suyu disembarked from the luxurious cruise ship, arriving at his destination, Withered Leaf City. Upon stepping ashore, he beheld several fiery horse ferries departing from the port, bound for the Seven Islands. Regrettably, he did not witness the return of the current stream ferry between the shallow blue city in the capital region and the port, nor the world-renowned luxury cruise ship, the Saint Anu. Shortly after Suyu disembarked, the young man who previously sought to purchase his grass turtle observed his retreating silhouette, accompanied by a respectfully standing elder in a suit. "Go, find someone to deal with this brat," the young man instructed coldly. "Young master, this is inadvisable. He is from the Alliance's direct lineage," the suited elder replied, shaking his head. "What of the lineage?" the young man retorted, his dissatisfaction evident in his glare at the elder. "He has spent several months at the Yamanashi Research Institute and seems to have some connection with Dr. Yamanashi. Should you persist in this course of action, I will have no choice but to inform the master." The mention of his father darkened the young man's expression, forcing him to abandon his thoughts of confronting Suyu, helplessly watching him depart. Unbeknownst to Suyu, the reputation of Dr. Yamanashi had spared his life. Beep, beep, beep. The phone on Suyu's person rang. He answered it, and Dr. Yamanashi's voice resonated through. "Hello, Suyu, you have arrived in the capital region, correct? I have already spoken with Professor Okido. You may proceed directly." Chapter 72. First encounter with Ash and Gary. After conversing with Dr. Yamanashi, and with time still on his side, Suyu decided not to linger in Withered Leaf City and continued his journey towards Masera Town and the Okido Research Institute. Originally known as Shirogane Town, the name was changed to Masera Town to commemorate the achievement of Professor Okido's great-grandfather, who ranked 931st among 10,000 trainers. Thus, Masera symbolizes purity and an untainted beginning, a place where dreams commence. Once, champions of the Quartz Conference emerged annually from Masera Town, earning it the moniker of Champion Town. However, as the trainers from this town have not secured a championship title for some time, the name has gradually faded from memory. Yet, the first name in Pokémon research, Professor Okido's Institute, has overshadowed the title of Champion Town, becoming widely recognized. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted, "Halt." A 30-something woman in a police uniform, accompanied by a houndour, emerged from nowhere, obstructing his path. "Greetings, please present your identification." She saluted while scrutinizing Suyu with a discerning gaze. Goodness, where did she spring from, making no sound at all? Suyu thought to himself, startled. He had been so lost in thought that he failed to notice. Wasn't his grass turtle supposed to alert him? With this thought, he glanced down, only to find the grass turtle had vanished from sight. With no time to reprimand it, Suyu retrieved the Pokédex that Dr. Yamanashi had gifted him. The message from Dr. Yamanashi read, "Go for it, trainer." From Masera Town. The voice of Dr. Yamanashi emanated from the device. After the officer verified his credentials with her equipment, she finally set aside her suspicions. "Oh, so you are a trainer from Sinnoh," she exclaimed with a smile. "You may pass. I hope you enjoy your time in Masera Town." She regarded Suyu as merely another trainer enamored with Professor Okido's reputation, and after offering a salute, retreated. Shaking his head, Suyu dismissed any further thoughts. After all, with the foremost Pokémon researcher, Professor Okido, based in Masera Town, it was only natural for Officer Jenny to scrutinize suspicious individuals. Despite Professor Okido's illustrious past as a champion, his superiority over Jenny was unquantifiable. This procedure reflected the Alliance's respect and was essential. There are two routes leading to Masera Town. The first is Route 1, connecting to Shirojima City, while the second is the southern Route 21 waterway. After drifting for several days on the cruise ship, he was not inclined to take the waters again and opted for the land route. Securing the untrustworthy grass turtle in its Poké Ball, he released his fire monkey. Together, they set off towards Masera Town. Time passed, and at last, Suyu arrived at the serene road's end, beholding the visage of Masera Town. Unlike Masera Town, this was a quaint rural settlement. The rustic atmosphere was palpable. Aside from a handful of households and the Okido Research Institute perched on the hillside, no other buildings existed, and the roads were merely dirt paths. The azure sky stretched infinitely, unmarred by clouds, while a gentle breeze wafted, carrying the fragrance of fresh grass. The town was devoid of the acrid stench of automobile exhaust and the clamor of urban life, enveloped instead in tranquility and harmony. In the expansive wheat fields, townsfolk toiled diligently, while Pidgeys occasionally swooped down from the sky during their breaks to forage in the fields. Witnessing this idyllic scene brought a smile to Suyu's face, and he had no intention of interrupting their labor. With quiet steps, he followed the path towards the southeastern corner where the Okido Research Institute awaited. Gradually, the houses of the townsfolk faded from view, replaced by a road leading up the hillside to the institute. After walking for some time, he spotted two youths with their backs turned to him by a small creek in the town. One had a spiky hairstyle, and the other, without a doubt, was Ash, the protagonist of our anime. The two were engaged in a tug-of-war, their hands clasped together as if in dispute. Suyu approached quietly, inching closer to overhear their conversation. "Gary, let go of my hand. I caught this," Ash shouted loudly. "You fool, Ash, you should be the one to let go. This is my find," Gary retorted, his tone increasingly combative. "Clearly, my fishing rod snagged this Poké Ball first," Ash protested. "It was my rod that hooked it first. Just because you're louder doesn't mean you caught it," Gary shot back defiantly. As Suyu neared, he focused on their hands, discovering they were grasping a red and white Poké Ball. "Since neither of you can convince the other, why not allow me to help resolve this?" Suyu interjected, announcing his presence. A handsome youth, not much older than they, had appeared, accompanied by a small orange monkey. "What Pokémon is that? I've never seen it before," Ash inquired, puzzled. "That is the fire-type starter from the Sinnoh region, the Chimchar." Then, he realized Ash had steered the conversation off course. "No, wait, Ash, that is not the main point." "Oh right. The priority is to determine the ownership of this Poké Ball," Ash realized belatedly. "What do you think, Gary? Since neither of us can persuade the other, let him decide," Gary suggested, pointing at Suyu. Both released their grip and presented the Poké Ball to Suyu, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Suyu chuckled softly, then grasped the Poké Ball firmly in both hands and, with a swift motion, snapped it in two. He handed the red half to Ash and the white half to Gary. "Since we cannot ascertain the entire Poké Ball's ownership, let us divide it for now." Suyu proposed. "You both ought to embark on your journey soon, yes? Let us settle this at the court's conference. The one who ranks lower shall relinquish their half to the other." "Haha, I got the Poké Ball," Ash exclaimed joyfully, adding a playful retort to Gary. "That should be my line. Don't you dare sulk when the time comes." Chapter 73, The Master of Instant Noodles, Dr. Oki. Without him, the two would ultimately have made this decision. He merely arrived at the opportune moment. "Who has a good relationship with him?" They both replied in unison. Then, exchanging glances, they resumed their playful banter. "You fool, Ash, why are you trying to talk like me? Why are you mimicking my speech?" Observing the two engaged in their light-hearted squabble, the little fire monkey beside Suyu chimed in with a call. Although they appeared to be at odds, it could sense the profound bond they shared, reminiscent of its own companionship with the Turtwig. Despite their frequent bickering, the depth of their connection was unmistakable. Shaking his head, Suyu chose not to intervene in the ongoing quarrel and continued along the path towards the Oki Research Institute perched on the hillside. As he approached, a guard stationed at the entrance greeted him, inquiring about his purpose. "Hello, this is the Oki Research Institute. Do you have an appointment?" the guard asked politely. "I am Suyu, sent here by Dr. Yamanashi," Suyu replied, producing his Pokédex to verify his identity. "Oh, so you're Suyu," the guard exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Clearly, the guards had been informed of Suyu's visit that day. After a brief procedure with his device, the guard did not hesitate to open the grand doors, allowing him entry. After passing through several meticulous checks, Suyu finally found himself inside the Oki Research Institute. At that moment, a young man clad in a white lab coat, unfamiliar and absent from any anime, appeared before him. He promptly took hold of Suyu's arm, leading him further in. "Hello, who are you?" Suyu questioned, somewhat perplexed. "My name is Yoshihiro, a student of Dr. Oki and a researcher at this institute. Dr. Oki is currently occupied with an experiment and cannot meet you just yet. I will take you to wait for him," Yoshihiro explained. Without resistance, Suyu followed him to a door gleaming with a metallic sheen. Yoshihiro presented a card to the identification device, and with a beep, the door slowly swung open. "You may wait here until the professor concludes his experiment," he said before hurriedly departing. With a resigned shrug, Suyu stepped into the room alongside his fire monkey. Upon entering, he was greeted by a clutter of documents strewn across the table and sofa, along with several empty instant noodle containers in the trash. "Indeed, Dr. Oki lived up to his reputation as a master of instant noodles, so you refrained from disturbing the papers, which appeared to be research reports. Instead, he chose a spot to sit and took out a book to read. Time drifted by half an hour, 2 hours, until the sky darkened. It was only when the fire monkey called out to him that Tsuyu snapped out of his engrossed reading, releasing his turtwig. He fed them their energy cubes while he himself indulged in the prepared forest jelly and moo milk. Meanwhile, Dr. Oki, having finished his meal, tossed the empty noodle container into the nearby trash. He turned towards the laboratory equipment, ready to resume his experiments. Just a few steps in, he suddenly smacked his forehead as if recalling something vital and dashed outside. Inside the room, Tsuyu was still finishing his dinner. With a beep, the metallic doors swung open. The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, and he looked up to see an elderly man with gray-white hair, dressed in a white coat over a red shirt, and sporting a square face. None other than the esteemed Dr. Oki himself. "Ah, you must be Tsuyu. My sincerest apologies for almost forgetting about you," Dr. Oki said, slightly embarrassed. "It's quite all right. Your research is important," Tsuyu replied, somewhat excitedly waving his hands. "By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? This is forest jelly. Please give it a try." As Tsuyu opened his backpack to present the food, Dr. Oki smiled. "A specialty from Baidaishi? It's been ages since I've had this." Just as he was about to accept the offering, he suddenly noticed Tsuyu's turtwig stealthily extending its vine behind him, rummaging through the backpack in search of food. "Oh, is this the turtwig that uses vines?" Dr. Oki's voice suddenly rose in excitement as he swiftly approached the turtwig, his gaze fixed intently upon it as if trying to discern its secrets. "Oh, the wind is strong," Turtwig thought, recognizing the familiar gaze of someone eager to study it, reminiscent of its experiences at Dr. Yamanashi's institute. Alarmed, it fled in a hurry. Seeing Turtwig dart away, Dr. Oki did not pursue it but instead turned his attention to the little fire monkey sprawled on the sofa. "Is this little fellow unable to unleash fire-type moves?" he inquired. "Yes, Doctor," Tsuyu confirmed. Thus, the two began to discuss Turtwig and the fire monkey. Before long, Turtwig rushed back into the room, seeking refuge behind Tsuyu, disregarding the presence of the inquisitive Dr. Oki. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by a familiar shout. "Hey, Turtwig, stop running." The clumsy Ash appeared before them, with Gary in hot pursuit. "Oh, it's Ash. What are you doing?" Dr. Oki asked, astonished. "You fool, Ash. It's obvious he's here to visit Grandpa," Gary remarked, ever ready to tease Ash. "So do you know Ash and Gary?" Dr. Oki inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Yes. I encountered them on my way to the Institute when they were arguing over a Poké Ball, so you succinctly explained his introduction to Ash and Gary." "Oh, I see. Ash, what are you doing?" Gary shouted, noticing Ash had taken a piece of forest jelly from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, while Turtwig had re-emerged to reclaim its rightful treat. Initially annoyed by Ash's relentless pursuit, Turtwig was infuriated. If not for the strong presences within the Institute, it would have gladly taught Ash a lesson about the wrath of Turtwig. Now, seeing Ash snatch its food, it could no longer tolerate it and jumped forward to reclaim its prize. Chapter 74. The first encounter with the Pokémon God. The following morning, within the Oki Research Institute, in a laboratory brimming with advanced equipment, the fire monkey found itself inside a scanning chamber. Dr. Oki's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, operating the system while exclaiming in wonder. "Incredible! Doctor, how's it going?" Tsuyu asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed a flurry of data on the LCD screen. It seemed Dr. Oki was oblivious to Tsuyu's question, wholly fixated on the monitor and busily typing away. With no choice but to wait patiently, Tsuyu stepped back. After what felt like an eternity, the chamber door opened, and the fire monkey emerged. Tsuyu immediately rushed forward, inquiring, "Doctor, how is the fire monkey doing?" "Yamanashi's method shows promise. If we can replenish the energy of the jewel during its evolution, the fire monkey will likely recover fully," Dr. Oki reassured him. Hearing this, Tsuyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It wasn't that he doubted Dr. Yamanashi's expertise, but rather, he had complete faith in Dr. Oki, the foremost authority in Pokémon research, ensuring that no detail would be overlooked. Moreover, Dr. Yamanashi had referred him to Dr. Oki with the intent of addressing such matters. "By the way, may I study Turtwig?" Tsuyu asked. Dr. Oak rubbed his hands and inquired. Initially, when he first learned that the Chikorita could master moves such as Vine Whip that other Chikoritas could not due to their physical structure, he attributed it to the exceptional aptitude of this particular Chikorita. However, after spending considerable time at the Yamanashi Research Institute, he gained deeper insights. He discovered that while there had been trainers with Chikoritas of exceptional quality, they merely exhibited superior comprehension and quicker skill acquisition compared to their less exceptional counterparts. Thus, he harbored concerns regarding any adverse effects this might have on the Chikorita and sought Dr. Yamanashi's expertise on the matter. Unfortunately, no definitive cause could be identified. The only conclusion drawn was that the Chikorita was in excellent health. It was prudent to allow Dr. Oak to investigate further, as it might yield answers to his lingering questions. One afternoon, under the golden sunlight, in the backyard of the Oak Research Institute, a pitch-black Chimchar struggled through squats. Its movements painfully slow, reminiscent of an elderly woman in her 80s. Contrary to appearances, beside it sat a round, pink creature resembling a giant egg, curiously observing the Chimchar with a delightful expression. To the Chimchar, however, this was a pink demon. The Chimchar's feelings stemmed from the effects of the move gravity executed by the Chansey. This move altered the local gravity, providing a comprehensive workout for the Chimchar's physique. To achieve this, Suyu had even bribed the Chansey, persuading it to assist. As training progressed fervently, a brilliant bolt of golden lightning suddenly erupted from a nearby laboratory. This was soon followed by a cacophony of thunder, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of Pikachu. What could this be? Suyu gazed toward the flickering lightning, a sense of familiarity washing over him. A sudden realization struck his mind, prompting him to dash toward the source of the thunder. Meanwhile, the researchers and Pokémon within the Institute remained unfazed, continuing with their tasks. Before long, Suyu arrived at the scene of the incident. There stood Dr. Oak, illuminated by the golden lightning, cradling a yellow mouse in his arms, the source of the dazzling light. Could it be the Thunder God? Suyu mused as he recognized the familiar electric mouse. The thunderbolt continued for quite some time before Pikachu ceased its attack. As the lightning dissipated, Dr. Oak's figure emerged unscathed. Doctor, what just happened? Suyu exclaimed, astonished to see Dr. Oak completely unharmed. It was well known that Pikachu's thunderbolt was a formidable attack. Even from a distance, Suyu felt a significant threat. Had such a powerful current struck Dr. Oak with no consequences? How could he not be astonished? Noticing Suyu's bewildered expression, Dr. Oak chuckled. Do not be surprised. You will understand when you reach the elite level. As he spoke, Dr. Oak revealed an astonishing piece of information. Suyu wanted to inquire further, but the look on Dr. Oak's face suggested he would divulge no more. Murmuring to himself, elite level. It seems the Pokémon world harbors many secrets. Doctor, is this the starter Pokémon of the fourth trainer? Suyu feigned curiosity, although he already knew that Pikachu would become Ash's starter Pokémon. Indeed, this little fellow has quite the temper, Dr. Oak replied with a hint of exasperation. However, isn't Pikachu's strength somewhat inappropriate? Suyu hesitated. The Thunder God's prowess was of exceptional quality, surpassing that of typical novice trainers' Pokémon by 2 levels, clearly unsuitable. The League would not make such an error. There had to be an underlying reason. Do not worry, that Ash fellow will handle it well, Doctor. Oak waved his hand dismissively. Was this indeed prepared for Ash? Suyu pondered silently. If one were to list the enigmas of the Pokémon world, the identity of Ash's father would surely rank high, considering Ash had captured numerous Pokémon, all stored here for free by Dr. Oak, and that Brock and Misty. The heirs of the Pewter and Cerulean gyms willingly accompanied him on his journey. Suyu found it hard to believe there was nothing amiss. Yet, he chose not to elaborate further and simply asked, May I see the starter Pokémon of the Johto region? Of course, Doctor. Oak assumed Suyu merely wished to broaden his horizons and did not refuse his request. He retrieved 3 Pokéballs, releasing 2 Pokémon, Bulbasaur and Charmander. The Pokéball containing Squirtle was empty, having been taken by someone. What a bother, that little Shigeru has run off with Squirtle again. Dr. Oak scratched his head. Since he could not see Squirtle, Suyu remained silent. Given that even Ash could obtain an exceptional Pikachu as a starter, he was not surprised that Shigeru, Dr. Oak's grandson, could have Squirtle early on. Chapter 75. An amusing combination. The morning sun bathed the earth in light, heralding boundless hope. Today marked the day Shigeru, Ash, and their companions set forth on their journey to become trainers, and it was also the beginning of Suyu's quest to become the champion of the Indigo League. Departing from the Oak Research Institute. Suyu, aren't you going to wait for Ash to say goodbye? Doctor Oak asked while operating Suyu's Pokédex on a machine. No, there will be many opportunities to meet on our journey. It does not hinge on this moment. Suyu replied, shaking his head in refusal. Very well, Dr. Oak returned the Pokédex, saying, I have uploaded the Pokémon found in the Johto region into your dex. You may consult it for any unfamiliar Pokémon you encounter. Thank you, Dr. Oak. Suyu expressed his gratitude. It's a small matter. I wish you a pleasant journey. Having left the Oak Research Institute, Suyu did not venture far. Instead, waiting along Route 1, which led from Masera Town to Tokiwa City. What are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to begin your journey and challenge gyms? Chikorita questioned, looking at Suyu with confusion. Ignoring Chikorita, Suyu turned to Chimchar, saying, Chimchar, it's time to witness the legendary Pokémon. Keep your eyes wide open. Huh? Legendary Pokémon? Are they stronger than the Great Sage? Chimchar looked at Suyu, bewildered. After spending so much time with Suyu and a surfing-loving Chikorita, it was not entirely ignorant and had heard enough about the legendary Pokémon's might. Here we go again, Chikorita muttered, thinking that their trainer was perhaps a charlatan. Always trying to fool his Pokémon. It was utterly skeptical about Suyu's claim of an impending legendary Pokémon appearance. Did he genuinely believe he could predict the future? If Suyu were to activate his abilities at this moment, he might overhear Chikorita's inner thoughts, making bets against him. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his powers, which could not selectively eavesdrop on a specific Pokémon and were too taxing on his mental energy, Suyu typically kept them inactive. Thus, the trio remained within a small cave that Chikorita had created in a tree trunk using its secret power. They lingered there until dusk approached. Fortunately, Suyu connected Chikorita's phone to the internet, preventing any complaints as they patiently awaited their anticipated encounter. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. The rain poured incessantly, and Suyu understood that after a long wait, the moment he had anticipated had finally arrived. He hurriedly pulled out his Turtwig and Chimchar from the hollow of a tree, quietly awaiting the ensuing spectacle. Turtwig, somewhat puzzled, thought to itself that perhaps their trainer had lost his mind, given the downpour. Before it could voice its complaints, a cacophony of frantic pedal strokes echoed from afar. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the figures of Ash and Pikachu emerged in the distance, pursued by a swarm of Spearows flapping their wings in hot pursuit. Upon recognizing Ash and Pikachu, Turtwig and Chimchar instinctively prepared to rush to their aid. Despite Ash's occasional annoyances during their time at the research lab, they could still sense his genuine heart towards Pokémon. Turtwig, Chimchar, hold on. Suyu quickly intervened. This was a moment where true bonds were forged in adversity. Ash had completely moved Pikachu, and the two had established a profound connection that must not be interrupted. Moreover, Turtwig and Chimchar found themselves perplexed. Didn't Suyu know Ash? Why was he preventing them from intervening? They soon grasped the reason. In an instant, Pikachu, battered and lying motionless on the ground, sprang to life, using Ash's shoulder as a springboard to leap into the air and unleash an overwhelming force. A golden sun arose, and the air resonated with the harmonious cries of countless birds. Before their eyes, the world transformed into a dazzling golden hue. Pikachu had powered up. The horde of Spearows, struck by this mighty blow, fell incapacitated, and Pikachu, exhausted, tumbled from the sky, only to be caught by Ash. Pika Pika. Ash successfully captured Pikachu. Meanwhile, Suyu's gaze wandered to a nearby thicket. At that critical moment, he sensed a subtle disturbance, as though someone was lurking nearby. Reflecting on Brock and Misty's past actions and Ash's enigmatic father, Suyu began to comprehend the situation. In the next moment, the previously overcast sky gradually cleared. The rain subsided, and a rainbow appeared. Suyu knew that the time he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Turtwig, Chimchar, be ready. The legendary Pokémon is about to make its appearance. He called to his companions, fixating his gaze on the sky. In the following instant, a creature resembling a phoenix, bathed in golden light, gracefully soared through the rainbow. Its powerful aura was palpable to Suyu and his Pokémon below. What in the world? Turtwig gaped at Suyu with incredulity, while Chimchar's eyes sparkled with determination as it focused on the silhouette of the legendary Ho-Oh. Ash, witnessing this scene, retrieved his Pokédex to scan Ho-Oh. Unable to identify, it is an unknown legendary Pokémon to humans. The moment Suyu laid eyes on Ho-Oh, he activated his psychic abilities. Instantly, a myriad of voices flooded his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. That's a fallen Spearow. What a beautiful bird. Could this be our evolution? Is it the golden Fearow? Suyu smirked at the absurd thoughts, yet upon reflection, the resemblance was indeed striking. He began to analyze the torrent of voices in his mind, hoping to eavesdrop on Ho-Oh's thoughts. His audacity was remarkable, daring to entertain such notions. Indeed. In an instant, Ho-Oh sensed Suyu's psychic waves and directed its gaze toward him. This observation revealed some intriguing insights. Initially, it had come merely to check on Ash, the chosen rainbow hero, but unexpectedly discovered something fascinating. Within its perception, Chimchar exuded a familiar energy, and Turtwig evoked a peculiar sensation. However, it did not halt its trajectory. Instead, it quietly noted this intriguing combination. Chapter 76. Your package has arrived despite Suyu and his Pokémon piquing Hoa's interest. The legendary Pokémon felt compelled to teach Suyu a lesson for daring to probe into its essence. A chilling voice resonated within Suyu's mind, and he felt an overwhelming presence envelop him, instilling a sense of imminent peril. He stood frozen in place, unable to move. After a while, he heard Ash's astonished voice, "Suyu, what are you doing here?" Only then did he feel the pressure dissipate, granting him control over his body once more. Ah, right. Ash belatedly realized the situation as Suyu handed over healing ointment to treat Pikachu. The two quickly set off toward the nearby city of Pewter. The subsequent events unfolded like those in the anime. Misty from the Cerulean Gym, carrying her charred bicycle, arrived in Pewter City in search of Ash. After a conversation, the two became companions. The next morning, they set out for the Pewter Gym. Suyu, however, declined Ash's invitation to join them, choosing to remain in Pewter City alone. He considered the complications of traveling in a group. What if they encountered a Pokémon they all desired? Moreover, Suyu harbored his own secrets, naturally reluctant to agree to Ash's proposal. 3 days later, at the Pewter City Pokémon Center, Suyu's mind remained unsettled. The implications of Hoa's final words suggested a connection to Chimchar, which had hindered its ability to use fire-type moves, as well as an intriguing interest in Turtwig. "Trainer Suyu, you have a package. Please collect it at the front desk." The announcement repeated thrice. "Hello, I'm Suyu here to collect my package." He presented his Pokédex to the attendant. "Here you go, this is your package." After verifying his identity, the staff retrieved a box from a cabinet and handed it to him. "Thank you." The Pewter Gym battle required 3 Pokémon, and the gym leader was Brock, the leader of Team Rocket. Suyu was not daring enough to challenge him at that moment, having lingered for 3 additional days solely to await this package. The sender was Master Yuan from Daku Town. Suyu memorized the address and carefully opened the package with a small knife, revealing its contents. 2 transparent glass vials contained azure, crystalline liquid, exactly the potion Suyu had requested researcher Junjie to procure, crafted by a master alchemist to enhance attack power. With the 2 potions in hand, Suyu proceeded to a rented training room. "Chimchar, Turtwig, please stop. I have something wonderful for you." Hearing this, the 2 Pokémon halted their training and approached him, fixated on the glass vials he held. "Patience," Suyu instructed, to test the potion's efficacy. He led them to a massive machine known as the Strength Tester. As the name implies, it could accurately assess a Pokémon's strength, measuring physical robustness and internal energy levels, offering a precision that surpassed a trainer's subjective evaluations. Suyu was already well-versed in the machine's operation and promptly activated it. Beep, 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 the testing commenced. The machine emitted a radiant beam that enveloped the grass turtle before it, subsequently causing 2 distinct metal plates to rise, one red and one yellow. The red plate was designed to assess the physical strength of the Pokémon, while the yellow plate was intended to measure the energy within. Suyu instructed the grass turtle to attack both plates in succession. Before long, the results appeared on the screen of the strength detector. It indicated an exceptional peak, mere moments away from breaking into the elite level. In Suyu's view, 2 deep yellow beams of light emerged on the screen, with one nearly half transformed into a lighter green hue. According to the manual of the strength detector, there were 7 color spectrums: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, corresponding to the novice, ordinary, excellent, elite, gym, champion, and master levels of strength. Not bad. It did not slack off. Suyu praised the grass turtle before allowing it to descend and proceeded to evaluate the strength of the fire monkey. The fire monkey was on the verge of reaching the mid-tier of the excellent level. "Well, you both drink it." Suyu distributed the potions to the 2 Pokémon. He had considered administering both potions to the grass turtle in hopes of facilitating a breakthrough to the elite level. However, given that the fire monkey had the lowest strength and had previously been abandoned by a trainer due to health issues, it undoubtedly required the enhancement more. If he were to give both potions solely to the grass turtle, it might evoke unnecessary thoughts. Thus, even though he couldn't maximize the potion's effectiveness by splitting it between the 2, he opted for the fairest approach. Gulp, gulp. Huh? The taste is quite pleasant. Is there any more? The grass turtle, still craving more, licked the last drop of liquid clinging to the glass vial. Unlike the energy cubes, which required time to manifest their effects, This potion worked instantaneously upon consumption. After both Pokémon had consumed the potions, Suyu promptly inquired, "How do you feel?" The grass turtle tilted its head, contemplating before replying, "Not bad. My body feels a bit warm, and there's a slight tingling sensation." "Me too." The fire monkey, with the lowest strength, felt the effect even more intensely. After half an hour had passed and both Pokémon had digested the potion, Suyu activated the strength detector once more. Indeed, the potion's effects were as the parchment had described. It enhanced the Pokémon's attack power. The grass turtle was on the verge of reaching the elite level. However, the potion's impact was not immediately evident, as the green portion on the yellow beam only slightly increased. In contrast, the fire monkey's progress was markedly clear, as the light of its beam deepened to a more vibrant yellow, indicating its strength had ascended to the mid-tier of the excellent level. Moreover, this reflected an increase in attack power, not merely in physical strength. This signified that once its physical prowess reached beyond the mid-tier of excellence, it would likely rival other Pokémon that had long entrenched themselves within that realm. Chapter 77. The Earth's Slope. This was merely the effect of one potion. According to the recipe notes, the stronger a Pokémon's inherent qualities, the more potions it could consume. Consequently, both Pokémon could benefit from additional attack-enhancing potions, resulting in even greater boosts to their strength. Having received the package and tested the potion's efficacy, Suyu decided it was time to leave the city of Shirquan, vacating his room and preparing to embark on his journey. However, before he could exit Shirquan, the shrill sound of police sirens filled the air. Motorcycles sped past as Miss Junch's voice rang out, instructing all to remain still. The entire city of Shirquan was swiftly locked down. "What now? I'm in a hurry. What is happening?" A fellow trainer, also preparing to leave Shirquan, inquired of a nearby bystander. "It's likely someone has provoked the Pokémon in the Shirquan forest again." The bystander chuckled reassuringly. "Don't worry, this has happened numerous times. They'll probably resolve the situation within an hour." "Really?" The trainer hesitated, seemingly skeptical. "Absolutely." As time ticked away, an hour soon passed. However, the lockdown remained in effect, and the commotion from the Shirquan forest grew increasingly tumultuous. This isn't right." The once confident bystander now appeared perplexed. Suddenly, an announcement echoed throughout Shirquan. "A Pokémon riot has broken out in the Shirquan forest. All trainers within the city are requested to assemble and repel their assault." Due to the severity of the situation, Miss Junshai issued an urgent summons. As a recognized member of the Alliance, Suyu could not abandon his post. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences should it be discovered later. Naturally, he had no intention of doing so and swiftly made his way toward the outskirts of Shirquan. Before long, he arrived at the entrance to the Shirquan forest, which had transformed into a battlefield. Fire, lightning, and torrents of water surged through the air, accompanied by howling winds that snapped trees in half. Before Miss Junsha and the Alliance personnel tasked with safeguarding the city, a flock led by a Fiero and a group of Spearows charged forward in aggression. "Fiero, Spearow, cease your assault. Do you wish to shatter the pact and ignite a war between humans and Pokémon?" Upon hearing Miss Junsh's words, Fiero and Spearow hesitated, recalling the Alliance's might. Yet soon after exchanging glances, they renewed their offensive, flapping their wings to create whirlwinds that barreled toward the trainers, the once bitter adversaries. Unexpectedly united in their assault against humanity, caught Miss Junsha by surprise with the gravity of the situation. There was no time for extensive contemplation. "Rapidash, use flamethrower," commanded Miss Junsha, as her Rapidash unleashed two torrents of searing flames to counter the whirlwinds conjured by Fiero and Spearow, engaging them in fierce combat. Their factions dispersed under the onslaught of the other trainers' Pokémon, scattering to battle elsewhere. Newly arrived, Suyu and the other trainers found themselves targeted by the likes of Pidgey and Fire Sparrow, drawn into the fray. The battlefield erupted into chaos, filled with cries and roars. Sharp claws and beaks struck fiercely as Pidgey, Fire Sparrow, and others launched their assaults. Despite their numbers, the trainers were overwhelming, and many Pidgey, Fire Sparrow, and other Pokémon fell from the sky, incapacitated. Some landed in a bloody heap, while others succumbed to the shockwaves of the ongoing skirmish, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. It was a grim sight indeed. This was Suyu's first encounter with such a brutal scene. The desperation of Pidgey and Fire Sparrow in their final moments left him breathless. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden flurry of wings erupted behind him. Fortunately, in that critical moment, the nearby fire monkey sprang forth, delivering a powerful punch that sent a charging Fire Sparrow hurtling away, its eyes swirling. "Thank you, Fire Monkey." Su exhaled in relief, addressing the Pokémon. The fire monkey grinned widely, waving its hand in acknowledgement. From that moment on, Su dared not divert his focus, positioning the fire monkey close to him to handle the immediate threats. Meanwhile, the grass turtle continued to fend off the advances of Pidgey and Fire Sparrow with its ranged attacks. Is the gym leader Sakaki not here yet? Miss Junsha shouted to her assistant. The prowess of Pidgeot, Fiero, and Rapidash is comparable. Initially, Rapidash could rely on its quick attack to hold them at bay. But upon witnessing the fate of Pidgey and Spearow, they resorted to a reckless strategy of exchanging injuries, relentlessly focusing their attacks on Rapidash. Rapidash was struck several times and was nearing exhaustion. Soon, it was clear that gym leader Sakaki would arrive shortly. As the two conversed, Fiero let out a furious cry and concentrated a beam of white light in its mouth, swiftly launching an attack towards Miss Junsha. Quickly, Rapidash, use Protect! Miss Junsha exclaimed in alarm. Rapidash dashed in front of her, erecting a white barrier that enveloped her, successfully intercepting the attack. However, Pidgeot let out a loud cry and transformed into an afterimage, colliding directly with Rapidash, sending it flying and rendering it unable to continue fighting. Without the defense of the elite Rapidash, the frenzied Pidgeot and Fiero unleashed a tempest, attacking the trainers and Pokémon around them indiscriminately. They even disregarded their own kind. Pidgey and Spearow, succumbing to their madness. In this critical moment, a calm voice of a middle-aged man resonated. Nidoking, Earth Power. A heavy thud echoed as the ground of the battlefield cracked open, and yellowish energy converged into a semicircular shield, resembling a dome that protected everyone overhead. The raging winds could not penetrate this barrier in the slightest. Rock slide. Enormous boulders appeared in the sky, blocking out the sunlight, plunging everyone into darkness. Soon after, a heavy thud was heard as the boulders landed, and silence enveloped the area. Before long, the yellow dome dissipated, and they re-emerged under the sunlight. Chapter 78, Bishas. As the crowd emerged from the yellow dome, they beheld the defeated Fiero and Pidgeot, crushed beneath the rubble, their eyes swirling in defeat. Pidgeot, and Spearow were scattered across the ground. A wave of relief surged through them as they collectively rejoiced. We are finally saved. Truly, gym leader Sakaki is remarkable. He resolved the battle with a single move. Indeed, gym leader Sakaki is the strongest in the Kanto region. How could he not be? A trainer from Pewter City said proudly. As a resident of Pewter City, they held immense respect for the Pewter Gym. The strongest? But isn't the gym leader of the Cinnabar Gym, Shiba, the strongest? He is a retired champion. Another trainer questioned. No. Gym leader Sakaki possesses champion-level strength as well, the Pewter City trainer asserted. As the trainers conversed, Suyu surveyed the surroundings before shifting his gaze to the approaching figure. While the others were unaware of Sakaki's identity, Suyu was acutely aware. This was none other than the leader of Team Rocket. Thank goodness for gym leader Sakaki. Miss Junsha exclaimed. It is my duty as the gym leader of Pewter, Sakaki replied with a smile. All right, Miss Junsha, I leave this to you. I will investigate the inner forest of Pewter to discern the cause of the chaos among the Fiero and Pidgeot. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Junsha nodded. After Sakaki's figure disappeared, Miss Junsha began directing the others to tend to the injured Pidgey and Spearow lying on the ground, while also maintaining vigilance against further incursions from other Pokémon in the forest. Within the depths of Pewter Forest, near a lake, a cold-looking middle-aged man donned a mask and sat atop a futuristic motorcycle, clutching a black Poké Ball. Should Suyu have been present, he would have recognized this man as Bishas, a senior officer of Team Rocket. Beside him, a Scyther was enveloped in a dark aura, relentlessly attacking its surroundings, causing trees to topple and dust to rise. The Pokémon hiding nearby either fell victim to its onslaught or fled in panic. Shalebi, aren't you coming out? Bishas sneered, scanning the area. Aren't you the so-called guardian of Pewter Forest? How can you ignore the cries of these Pokémon and the lamentations of the forest? Bishas had conducted extensive research on Shalebi and suspected that it was concealed within the Lake of Life. Yet, despite his relentless destruction of the lake's surroundings, Shalebi still did not reveal itself, infuriating Bishas further. Very well, I shall see how long you can endure. With that, Bishas and his Pokémon headed towards the various habitats within Pewter Forest. As the guardian of the forest, he could not believe that Shalebi would passively observe the devastation of its home without intervening. Before long, the Abra and Beedrill populations erupted into chaos. Surging towards the outskirts of Pewter Forest, the pressure on the outside world increased significantly. However, thanks to Sakaki's earlier decision to leave Nidoking behind for assistance. They managed to withstand the onslaught of the rampaging Pokémon. Haha, let destruction reign. Beast has cackled madly. Tyranitar, Hyper Beam. Reduce that swarm of Bulbasaur to ashes. A terrifying energy gathered in Tyranitar's mouth and was unleashed upon the fallen Bulbasaur and Venusaur. If struck, they would likely lose their lives. Fortunately, massive, solid boulders came crashing in from behind, intercepting the white beam of light. Damn it, who is it? Beast turned, glaring at the Rhyhorn. Tyranitar. Deal with. Before he could finish, a chilling voice interrupted. Enough, Bishaz. At that moment, Sakaki emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing Sakaki, the fury in Bishaz's eyes gradually subsided, allowing him to regain his composure. Sakaki, what brings you here? Humph. Sakaki replied, if I hadn't T-com. Would you have reduced Pewter Forest to ruins? Enough. The Pokémon revolt has already attracted the attention of the Alliance. Cease your actions immediately. Sakaki commanded, lacking any tone of negotiation. Despite being a senior officer of Team Rocket, he had no choice but to comply. Sakaki, I have discovered traces of Celebi. Just give me a little more time, and I will locate it. He has interjected. I said, halt your actions immediately. Sakaki's expression remained impassive as he addressed Bishaz. At this critical juncture of our ultimate weapons creation, do you realize that your actions could attract the Alliance's scrutiny and potentially jeopardize all of Team Rocket's efforts? Sakaki's eyes burned with fervor. Once the ultimate weapon is completed, what does Celebi matter? Even the Alliance cannot impede Team Rocket's progress. Faced with Sakaki's command, Bishaz, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to acquiesce. Humph, ultimate weapon? You better not be bitten by your own scheme. He scoffed at Team Rocket's plan, believing it wiser to gather strength and capture Celebi instead. After all, Celebi, with its time-traveling abilities, was far superior to other Pokémon, wasn't he? Outside Pewter Forest, Pokémon like Abra, Beedrill, and Rattata, engulfed in a dark aura, launched frenzied attacks against the trainers. What is happening? So you observe the irrational Pokémon surrounded by the dark aura, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Indeed, it's the Dark Ball. Miss Junsha's furious voice rang out. Dark Ball? What is that? The other trainers, noticing the unsettling behavior of the Dark Aura Pokémon, began to inquire. The Dark Ball is a type of Pokéball invented by evil organizations that significantly enhances a Pokémon's strength, making them even more ferocious. Miss Junsha, her expression grim, remarked, of course, such power comes at a cost. It is a trade of one's own vitality for strength, the greater the enhancement, the more life force one expends. Furthermore, the Pokémon will lose their consciousness, becoming mere instruments of destruction. Initially, when trainers heard that capturing Pokémon with Dark Balls could augment their abilities, they were elated, contemplating the acquisition of such Pokéballs. However, upon learning that this came at the expense of their consciousness and life, they quickly abandoned such thoughts. Yet, amidst Su Yu's observations, he noticed some trainers whose eyes glimmered with interest, clearly tempted. To them, as long as they did not use Dark Balls on their own Pokémon, capturing a wild Pokémon and draining its life force for strength in critical situations seemed worthwhile. Unfortunately, they were unaware that the creation of such Dark Balls, given their ominous capabilities, was not a trivial endeavor. Only those of higher rank within Team Rocket had the opportunity to obtain them, let alone disseminate them to others. It was a futile hope. Shaking his head at the diverse reactions of the crowd, Siyu recalled that in the original story, Dark Balls were utilized by Chaz to capture Celebi. Could it be that the turmoil in the Viridian Forest was caused by him? Was he currently attempting to capture Celebi? However, given the nature of the disturbances, coupled with the absence of Celebi which resulted in the forest's overgrown flora, Siyu could not be certain, even if he were. It was not a matter he could resolve. Moreover, the emergence of Dark Balls had already alerted Miss Junsha, and it was likely that news had reached the League. It wouldn't be long before someone arrived to investigate the cause of the Pokémon unrest. As Siyu pondered, under Miss Junsha's guidance, numerous trainers sprang into action to confront the rampaging Pokémon. Although their own Pokémon had sustained injuries or lost combat effectiveness, they managed to quell the chaos of the Pokémon controlled by the Dark Balls, thanks to the assistance of the Nidoking left by Sakaki. Fortunately, no major catastrophe ensued. Before long, Sakaki emerged from the Viridian Forest. Sakaki, what transpired inside? Miss Junsha promptly inquired. I have ascertained the situation. It seems a powerful poacher was capturing Pokémon within. Sakaki sighed, shaking his head. Unfortunately, by the time I arrived, they had already fled, leaving destruction in their wake. He vividly recounted the fabricated tale he had woven, showcasing his acting skills, especially given his position as the leader of Team Rocket while simultaneously serving as a gym leader under the league's scrutiny. Indeed, one might call him the greatest actor in the Pokémon world. Observing Sakaki's performance, Suyu silently scoffed. Is that so? Miss Jusha nodded in response, her tone resolute. However, those who dare to employ such malevolent Pokéballs shall not escape justice, no matter where they flee. After a brief exchange, Sakaki departed, while Miss Jusha assigned some officers to seal off the entrance to the Viridian Forest, awaiting the League's arrival. With the road blocked, Suyu, wishing to reach the pewter gym, could only opt for the train service between the two cities. However, the journey of a trainer is most enriched by the myriad Pokémon encountered along the way. Thus, he remained in Viridian City, awaiting the lifting of restrictions. As the sun set, casting a golden hue over the land, the world transformed into a radiant expanse. With the surrounding vegetation diminishing, stark gray rocks sporadically dotted the roadside. Suyu recognized that he had arrived at Pewter City, the first gym city on his journey. Known for its steep mountainous terrain and referred to as the Greystone City, due to its advantageous geography, backed by MT Moon. Pewter City had become a hub for mining various ores and fossils, evolving into one of the most renowned cities in the Kanto region. Notably, the only museum in Kanto. The Pewter Science Museum was located in the city's northwest, housing an extensive collection of fossils and serving as one of its major attractions, contributing significantly to the city's economy. Furthermore, as the city was surrounded by steep mountains, most trainers' Pokémon were of the rock type, such as Geodude and Onix. Upon entering the city, Suyu immediately noticed shops selling various ores, a hallmark of Pewter City. After a long day of travel, weary beyond measure, he stopped a passerby to inquire about the location of the Pokémon Center before proceeding. At that moment, a disheveled man with spiky hair and squinty eyes suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. He nearly startled Suyu. Is this the secretive skill of the people in the Pokémon world? He mused, recalling the earlier encounter with Miss Junsha. Hey, you there. Do you need some treasures? The man exclaimed, producing a gray stone from seemingly nowhere. My name is Wu Nong. This is your first time in Pewter City, isn't it? Realization dawned upon Suyu. Wu Nong, is that truly you? Is my name so troublesome to you? Wu Nong retorted, his forehead adorned with dark lines. Did no one teach you to respect your elders? However, before he could continue, Suyu swiftly ran away. How thrilling, he thought. As evening fell, the Pokémon Center buzzed with activity, filled with trainers exchanging information and discussing Pokémon breeding. The rooms were already at capacity. Fortunately, there were accommodations reserved for League affiliates. After presenting his Pokédex to prove his identity, Suyu received a room key from the staff. After entrusting his Turtwig and Chimchar to the staff for recovery, he retreated to his room to wash off the grime of travel. Soon, darkness enveloped the city, which was illuminated with vibrant lights. Suyu, accompanied by Turtwig and Chimchar, ventured to the most famous commercial street near the Pewter City Pokémon Center. The streets were adorned with neon lights, bicycles whizzed by, and the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. As they arrived at the food street, Turtwig gleefully darted from stall to stall, eagerly sampling the offerings. The city lived up to its moniker of the Greystone City, with benches and stalls constructed from blocks of gray stone, providing a unique ambience. While Suyu and his Pokémon awaited their snacks, a commotion arose nearby. Hurry up, big brother. They're about to close. A voice called out, capturing Suyu's attention. He looked up to see a youth, resembling Wu Ning, accompanied by his younger siblings. Tsubasa. Saburo, slow down, he shouted, each of his hands gripping a sibling as they rushed forward. Suyu did not anticipate that he would encounter Wu Ning's children so soon after meeting him. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance and paid it no mind. For they were not renowned figures, in this day and age, who isn't a protagonist in their own story. The following morning, Suyu made an online reservation for a challenge at the dojo. The dojo is responsible for safeguarding the safety of a city, and its master is perpetually occupied. Not every trainer who visits is guaranteed a challenge. Only those with appointments may partake. While awaiting confirmation of his reservation, Suyu perused information about the Nibi Dojo on the Alliance's official website. Among the multitude of dojos, many have numerous apprentices, yet the Nibi Dojo boasts a scant few, often relying on the dojo master's children, including the eldest son, Xiaojiang, who frequently battles against the trainers who make appointments. This led to local residents jesting that Wu Ning had so many children that he was compelled to have them assist in order to save money. Of course, this was merely a light-hearted commentary. As one of the 8 official dojos of the Alliance, the Nibi Dojo receives a share of the city's taxes, amounting to at least several million Alliance coins annually. Moreover, many dojo masters have their own side businesses, ensuring they are not lacking in wealth. The true circumstances are known only to Wu Neng himself. Time passed as Suyu trained his grass tortoise and little flame monkey while browsing online. Soon enough, a few hours slipped by. Ding! An alert sounded from his Pokémon wristwatch. Trainer Suyu, your request for a dojo challenge has been approved. The challenge is scheduled for today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Please arrive punctually, or you will forfeit your eligibility for this challenge. Suyu continued to scroll down, finding a lengthy list of rules regarding the dojo challenge already published on the Alliance's official website. The battles at the Nibi Dojo are conducted in a 2-on-2 format, where the dojo side sends out their Pokémon first. During the match, the challenger may freely switch Pokémon, while the dojo side cannot. The battle concludes when either side's 2 Pokémon lose their ability to fight. During the match, neither side's Pokémon may leave the battlefield. Otherwise, it is considered a surrender. The information about the dojo's battling Pokémon is published in advance online, allowing challengers to adjust their choices accordingly. However, the battlefield is a fixed rocky terrain, which greatly benefits the dojo master's rock-type Pokémon, enabling them to fully exhibit their prowess. Overall, the setup is fairly equitable. With several hours still remaining before the battle, Suyu ceased training for Grass Tortoise and Little Flame Monkey, allowing them to recuperate before quietly awaiting the challenge. Half an hour before the battle, he departed from the Pokémon Center and leisurely made his way to the Nibi Dojo. Moments later, he arrived before an imposing structure. "Hello, please present your reservation request." A staff member at the entrance halted him. After showing his reservation details and Pokémon Pokédex, he was ushered into a lounge. "Trainer, there are 20 minutes remaining until your scheduled time. There is another challenger ahead of you, so you may rest here. We will notify you when it is time," the staff member remarked before leaving. Observing the opulent waiting room, Suyu couldn't help but reflect on how affluent dojo trainers truly are. Shortly thereafter, 20 minutes elapsed. The door to the lounge was knocked upon, and the staff returned to guide Suyu toward the dojo's battle arena. Passing through a long, somewhat dim corridor, he was suddenly met with a spacious arena filled with numerous rocks. Standing opposite was none other than Xiaojang, whom he had seen the previous night at the Nibi City Food Street. "So, you are the trainer Suyu here to challenge me?" His eyes squinted, appearing as if he had just awoken. "Indeed," Suyu nodded, stepping onto the challenger's platform. "Very well, although I know you are already familiar with the rules. I will briefly reiterate. The challenger has the priority to attack and may switch Pokémon at will, while the dojo trainer cannot, until either side has lost both Pokémon. Now, let both sides prepare. The challenge commences." With a flourish of his flag, the referee, Zilong, announced loudly, "Go." "My first Pokémon." Xiaojang released a Geodude from its Pokeball. Observing Xiaojang's choice, Suyu promptly retrieved a luxury ball. "Go, Little Flame Monkey." Suyu's selection was Little Flame Monkey. In terms of strength, Little Flame Monkey was quite comparable to Geodude, making for an excellent training partner. After all, opportunities to train with the dojo master's successor are exceedingly rare. Is he underestimating me? Xiaojang thought upon seeing Suyu's Pokémon, his eyes widening slightly, yet still appearing somewhat drowsy. He scrutinized Little Flame Monkey closely, and a glint of admiration flickered in his gaze. As the future heir of the Nibi Dojo and an accomplished breeder, he possessed both extensive knowledge and a keen eye. In just a brief moment, he discerned Little Flame Monkey's impressive physical attributes and exceptional talent. Interesting, focusing on fighting types? Xiaojang mused internally. Little Flame Monkey, close in and you scratch. Suyu commanded, initiating a probing attack. Although Little Flame Monkey was unable to utilize fire-type moves, it had honed its other skills, such as Leer, Scratch, and Fury Swipes, to perfection. After being captured by Suyu, it had undergone rigorous training and consumed nutritious supplements to enhance its physique, resulting in formidable explosive power. In a flash, it darted towards Geodude, claws outstretched to strike. In response to Suyu's command, Xiaojang swiftly issued his own directive, Rock Polish, then rolled to evade the attack. Having faced numerous challengers, Xiaojang had developed a systematic approach to countering rapid assaults. Geodude was also exceptionally trained. As soon as Xiaojang issued his command, Geodude executed it flawlessly. A glimmer enveloped its body as it polished itself, becoming smooth and shiny. Ding! Smoothness level 1. Then, it curled up and rolled aside. Eek! Even though Geodude evaded quickly, Little Flame Monkey's claws still struck its body, leaving a faint white mark. Witnessing this, Xiaojiang's eyes, once narrowed, widened in surprise. Such explosive power. This speed, As expected of Xiaojiang, the speed of skill execution is remarkably adept. Suyu silently acknowledged Geodude's performance. However, he would not allow Geodude to continue rolling unimpeded. After all, if the rolling move persisted, Geodude would gain increasing speed, posing a significant threat to Little Flame Monkey. Approach it and resolve the matter with an enhanced punch. When dealing with rock-type Pokémon, fighting-type moves are undoubtedly the most effective choice, which is why Suyu would not forego this option. Moreover, the Little Fire Monkey can only utilize close-range attacks. As for the small stone, it should be ignored. It must continue to roll. Heeding Suyu's command, Xiaojiang wisely chose not to engage in a head-on clash. After all, he is not foolish. It is clear that the Little Fire Monkey's fighting-type moves are particularly effective against the small stone. Furthermore, Suyu has focused on cultivating the small stone's fighting-type skills, which could lead to a swift defeat if struck. Suyu furrowed his brow. It was apparent that the small stone was well acquainted with the battlefield. Whenever the Little Fire Monkey approached, poised to strike, it would cleverly evade the attack by utilizing the protruding rocks on the field, simultaneously increasing its speed. Trying to be a turtle, are we? Suyu coldly declared, Little Fire Monkey, shatter all the rocks in the arena. Since the small stone was unwilling to engage, it would be forced to stop. The Little Fire Monkey's fists, infused with fighting-type energy, relentlessly pounded the protruding rocks on the ground. As the rocks shattered, fragments flew towards the small stone, striking it directly. At the same time, the ground became littered with various sizes of debris, affecting the rolling small stone and significantly slowing its speed. Finally, a massive rock was shattered, and sharp fragments rained down onto the ground. The small stone, caught off guard, stumbled, interrupting its rolling move. Now is the moment. Suyu shouted, Little Fire Monkey, finish it with an enhanced punch. Observing the field strewn with sharp debris, which greatly hindered the small stone's ability to roll, Xiaojiang issued a direct command. Small stone, use rock blade. The pointed rocks were continuously hurled by the small stone towards the Little Fire Monkey. However, what was once an advantageous rocky terrain for the small stone had now transformed into an ideal refuge for the Little Fire Monkey to evade incoming attacks. The Little Fire Monkey deftly maneuvered left and right, taking advantage of the remaining protruding rocks to dodge the incoming projectiles. Boom. A fist the size of a sandbag struck the small stone with great force, sending it flying. As it hit the ground, clouds of dust erupted. Little Fire Monkey, deliver the final chi punch, Suyu commanded. The small stone, struck by the enhanced punch, displayed a fleeting expression of pain. Before it could recover, the ferocious Little Fire Monkey approached. Just as the Little Fire Monkey drew near, Xiaojiang's voice rang out again. As long as life endures, so too shall the battle. Small stone, unleash explosion. Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression changed dramatically. A blinding white light illuminated the entire gym, followed by a deafening explosion. Countless clouds of dust and debris shot skyward, obscuring the vision of those present. Before long, as the dust settled and the smoke cleared, the small stone lay on the ground with swirling eyes, incapacitated. Half of the rocky ground had vanished, yet the Little Fire Monkey was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, an unusual sound erupted from the ground as debris was pushed aside, revealing a dark opening. The weary Little Fire Monkey, covered in scars, emerged from the hole, panting heavily. Clearly, the Little Fire Monkey displayed remarkable cunning, rapidly adapting to the situation. Faced with the small stone's self-destructive move, it decisively utilized the dig move to evade. However, due to the proximity, even burrowing underground, it was still affected by the shockwave of the explosion. The small stone lost its fighting ability, granting victory to the challenger. Suyu. As soon as the Little Fire Monkey was visible, Zilang waved a flag to announce the result. Chapter 82. Victory over Xiaojiang. Observing the incapacitated small stone, Xiaojiang smiled wryly as he retrieved its Poké Ball, returning it within. The speed boost from the rolling skill, aided by the small stone's considerable size, had proven too swift for most Pokémon to counter, especially with the added rock polish move. This was a strategy he had devised to counter challengers, which had been successful in previous gym battles. Trainers relying on type advantages with grass and water types had found themselves overwhelmed by the small stone's speed. Little did he expect to encounter the peculiar Suyu, a fire-type Pokémon with such mastery over fighting-type moves and such formidable power. Furthermore, the terrain that had initially favored the small stone was now thoroughly destroyed, becoming a boon for Suyu instead. Reflecting on this, Xiaojiang swiftly retrieved another Poké Ball. Your little fire monkey's fighting type skills are commendable. Now, allow me to witness the might of its fire type moves. Xiaogang proclaimed. Thus, my second Pokémon is this one. Come forth, Onix. Roar. Upon its arrival, the colossal Onix let out a thunderous roar. While a typical Onix measures just over 8 meters, Xiaogang's specimen approached 10 meters in length. Its dark, rocky body was a clear indication of exceptional nurturing, having consumed plenty of precious minerals in its diet. Given its strength, even with type disadvantages, it would be difficult for any opponent to contend with this superior level Onix, especially considering Suyu's current half-exhausted state. Consequently, Suyu dispatched the Turtwig. Upon its emergence, the Turtwig was momentarily taken aback by the Onix's massive size and fearsome expression. Goodness, if that tail were to strike it, the little Turtwig would surely find itself grounded. Turtwig, greet it with Leaf Tornado. Suyu initiated the assault. The Turtwig shook its head, dispelling distractions, and with a flick, unleashed dozens of green leaves that soared toward the Onix with a whooshing sound. Given the Onix's immense size, it was virtually impossible for it to evade the barrage of incoming leaves. Xiaogang promptly commanded a counterattack. Onix, Iron Tail. The Onix's tail, adorned with small rocks that gleamed like metal, hurtled toward the Turtwig with a thunderous whoosh. Despite the inherent advantages of type matchups, the effectiveness of various moves hinges on their execution and adaptability. At that moment, clang! The sharp, knife-like leaves collided with the metallic tail, scattering in all directions and embedding themselves into the ground. The Onix's tail bore only faint white marks before rapidly returning to its original state. The residual momentum from the iron tail continued its assault toward the Turtwig. The Turtwig, startled, did not require a command from Suyu. A flash of white light enveloped it as it executed the agility move, darting to the opposite side of the arena. Boom! Clouds of dust erupted as debris flew. The ground was left with a deep crater from the force of the Onix's powerful iron tail. Recognizing that the Onix possessed the iron tail move, the Turtwig's long-range attacks like Leaf Tornado were futile. Thus, Suyu altered his offensive strategy, raising his hand and declaring, Seed Bomb. A flurry of green seeds were launched by the Turtwig, aimed at the ground around the Onix. The goal was to restrict its movement. Once the seeds took root, they would sprout vines capable of draining its energy. Naturally, Xiaogang would not allow the Turtwig to proceed unhindered. Sharp stones shot forth from the Onix, obliterating the incoming seeds into fine powder. Simultaneously, more sharp stones were launched toward the Turtwig. Seed Machine Gun. The Turtwig unleashed seeds like bullets, colliding with the sharp stones in a relentless barrage. The gym reverberated with explosions, clouds of smoke engulfing the arena, gradually obscuring the view of both the Turtwig and the Onix. The grass tortoise summoned its shadow clone and unleashed the leaf blade. Observing this phenomenon, Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sensing a golden opportunity, he instructed confidently. This is bad, Xiaogang thought to himself. The massive Onix, despite being concealed by smoke, could still be detected by the observant grass tortoise. However, the diminutive grass tortoise was nearly invisible to the Onix, akin to darkness beneath a lamp, compounded by the use of the shadow clone technique, which created perplexing illusions. Onix, Euro Ball. The immense Onix began to spin slowly, generating a powerful gust that dispersed the smoke. Simultaneously, the rotating Onix shattered the shadow clones, leaving only one grass tortoise, gathering its strength. Bang! The grass tortoise was sent flying, bruised and battered as it lay on the ground. Onix, finish it with Iron Tail, Xiaogang exclaimed with delight. Meanwhile, in a chamber within the gym, a large crystal screen displayed the battle between the two trainers. In front of the screen, several young children, Xiaogang's siblings, cheered. Hooray! Brother's Onix is going to win. Brother is amazing. Beside them, winning did not share their enthusiasm, instead watching the fallen grass tortoise contemplatively. As expected, an unexpected event occurred. The grass tortoise, which had been lying on the ground, transformed into a wisp of smoke and reappeared behind Onix. Bang! A loud explosion erupted as a large, hard-shelled seed detonated upon impact with Onix. The explosive force combined with the grass-type energy inflicted significant damage on the Onix. Grass tortoise unleashed the final solar flare. Rays of sunlight converged, forming a brilliant white orb in the grass tortoise's mouth, radiating intense light. Onix, get it together. Don't give up, Xiaogang encouraged, urging it to use a reckless charge. The Onix struggled, channeling its primal power to charge fiercely at the grass tortoise. Bind the grass. Suyu snapped his fingers, dispersing the energy within the grass tortoise. Immediately, thick vines burst forth from the ground, blocking Onix's path. Onix, be careful. Xiao Gang shouted anxiously. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash echoed, engulfing the area in smoke. The onyx was tripped by the robust vines, and the energy it had amassed exploded back upon itself. As the smoke cleared, in a deep crater, Onyx lay with swirling eyes, rendered unable to fight. Chapter 83, Guidance Battle? Within the gym, the previously cheering children now wore expressions of dismay upon witnessing the turn of events, as Onyx had been defeated. Wah, brother lost. How could he lose? Didn't he have the advantage? On the battlefield, Xiao Gang sighed as he looked upon the incapacitated Onyx. With both of Xiao Gang's Pokémon unable to continue, the challenge was declared a victory for trainer Suyu. Jiro waved a flag to announce the result. Though as a gym leader, it was not uncommon for him to be defeated by challengers. The tactics employed by Suyu, shadow cloning, and the final solar flare, had left him completely outmaneuvered. His mood was understandably sour. However, he acknowledged Suyu's excellent training of his Pokémon, which showcased impressive strength. Quickly regaining his composure, he approached Suyu. It's all right. Suyu replied with a nonchalant smile. He had no urgent matters and could afford to wait a few minutes. Your Pokémon are remarkably well trained. Are you also a breeder? Xiao Gang seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Indeed. Suyu nodded. That's fantastic. Xiao Gang, aspiring to be a master breeder, immediately launched into an enthusiastic discourse. Your Chimchar has soft, shiny fur. It's well trained. Judging by its explosive power during battle, it must be at least 15 times stronger than its peers. Moreover, its strength is impressive, surpassing many fighting-type Pokémon. Do you specialize in fighting types? Furthermore, the enhanced power of Chimchar's punch seems to stem from not only rigorous training, but also a mysterious boost. Could it be that your Chimchar possesses the Iron Fist ability? Xiao Gang rambled on, leaving Suyu stunned, unable to interject. Ahaha. Noticing Suyu's expression, Xiao Gang chuckled awkwardly. Apologies. I have a habit of rambling when I meet fellow breeders. Suyu waved dismissively. No problem. Your thirst for knowledge is commendable and something I can learn from. Just as Xiao Gang prepared to continue, a beeping sound resonated within the gym. Not an issue. Accepting the gesture of goodwill from a gym leader, Suyu did not decline. Young man, your grass tortoise is impressive. How about a battle with me? Turning around, he realized it was Wu Nang, the owner of the Nibby gym, whom he had previously clashed with verbally. Goodness, was he planning to settle the score from yesterday? As a gym leader of an important city, couldn't he be a bit more magnanimous? Observing the ambiguous smile on Wu Nang's face, Suyu felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively wanted to refuse. But Wu Nang was no ordinary individual. He saw through Suyu's thoughts and spoke directly. Your grass tortoise is merely a step away from advancing to excellence. Why not battle me and experience the prowess of elite-level Pokémon? You might find the breakthrough you seek. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt a flicker of intrigue. He glanced back at Wu Ning, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. Could it be that he genuinely wished to guide me and not exact revenge? If you win, I will gift you this disc inscribed with the skill-destructive beam. Seeing Suyu's interest piqued, Wu Ning produced a disc, enticing him. All right, I accept. Suyu declared decisively. It wasn't that he coveted the disc inscribed with the skill, but rather he genuinely wanted Grass Tortoise to engage in battle with an elite Pokémon to see if it could break through its limitations. Besides, even if it was to be taught a lesson, it would be the Grass Tortoise taking the hits, not him. Winning would yield a skill disc. What a deal. Grass Tortoise. Perhaps I am not human, but Suyu, you truly are a dog. If the Grass Tortoise knew Suyu's thoughts, it would surely leap up and deliver 2 slaps to him. Very well, your Grass Tortoise has just fought a battle. Let it recover at the Pokémon Center first. Wu Ning suggested. No need. Suyu declined the offer, then addressed the Grass Tortoise. Grass Tortoise. Use Sunny Day, followed by Solar Beam. The Grass Tortoise understood Suyu's intent. Sensing a formidable elite opponent, Suyu aimed to bolster its strength in advance. It was clever enough to act without waiting for Wu Ning's response, launching a white orb into the sky. Instantly, the sunlight streaming through the transparent ceiling of the gym intensified, becoming blinding, and the temperature around them began to rise. Rays of sunlight flowed into the Grass Tortoise, and before long, it appeared revitalized. Good lad, Wu Ning remarked with a glimmer of admiration. When Suyu made the appointment for the gym battle, Wu Ning had already gathered information about him, aware that he had received a Pokédex from Professor Yamazaki and seemed to have some connection with Professor Oak as well. Moreover, due to his considerable prowess, he felt compelled to offer guidance to Suyu. After all, he was a gym leader, and his responsibilities encompassed not only mentoring trainers who sought to challenge him, but also establishing rapport with promising trainers before they reach their full potential, thereby securing a form of invisible investment. Such relationships could prove advantageous in the future, presenting no risk and ample reward. In the realm of Pokémon, it is crucial not only to possess formidable strength to navigate the world, but also to cultivate a robust network of connections. For instance, if a trainer lacks strength, yet maintains a solid relationship with powerful Pokémon, few would dare to act against him, fearing retribution from those legendary creatures. Of course, aside from these considerations, Wu-Ning harbored a desire to teach him a lesson, seeking to avenge a slight from the previous day. However, this was a minor detail. Chapter 84. The Interrupted Battle and the Ambush. Gym Leader Wu-Ning, my Turtwig is ready to battle. Let us begin. So you declared, exuding confidence. Although our strength may be somewhat lacking, we must not falter in spirit. Wu-Ning chose not to expose Su Yu's subtle intentions. If he truly believed that such cleverness could enable Turtwig to triumph against a stronger opponent, he was sorely mistaken. Very well, my battling Pokémon will be this one. With a flick of his wrist, he released a Poké Ball, and a flash of light revealed a rotund, hefty figure. It was none other than the evolved form of Geodude, Golem, and not just any Golem. Its eyebrows were adorned with black iron bars, and its body was decorated with golden minerals. Is this the Alolan form of Golem? She gasped. The sturdy, gleaming physique, radiating a powerful aura, clearly indicated that it was no weakling among elite-level Pokémon. Indeed, this gentleman was intent on teaching him a lesson. So you could only hope that Turtwig would not be subjected to excessive bullying. Turtwig, Energy Ball. See, you initiated the offensive. A verdant sphere, imbued with potent grass-type energy, spiraled toward Golem. In response to Turtwig's assault, Wu-Ning remained still, only calling out when the energy ball was 3 meters away from Golem. Jinchi Punch. Golem's right hand formed a fist, gathering brown energy, and swung forward with tremendous force. Bang! Is this what you call a guiding battle? If it weren't for its quick reflexes, it might have been struck by its own move. That could have been fatal. So you thought, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Come on, boy. Show me what you've got. Wu-Ning chuckled heartily. At this level, you cannot hope to defeat me. You claim there is no ulterior motive? You're quite the cunning old man, so you mused silently, internally grumbling. However, pressure serves as a catalyst for motivation. Turtwig, can you withstand the hits? It all depends on whether you can rise to the challenge. Turtwig, sunny day, under the bright sun. Turtwig unleashed its grass-type move with remarkable speed. A tremendous amount of energy coalesced before it, erupting into a blinding beam of light directed at Golem. In the face of this powerful grass-type attack, Wu-Ning did not command Golem to retaliate as before. Instead, a layer of white light enveloped Golem, fortifying its defenses. And it stood motionless. Boom. The mighty solar beam struck Golem, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke. Moments later, the haze dissipated, revealing Golem unscathed. As if the attack had been merely a feeble electric strike, its impact significantly diminished. Witnessing this, so you found it hard to believe. Under the bright sun, Turtwig had unleashed Solar Beam without needing to charge, yet it had still taken a moment to strengthen its attack to elite-level power. Given the type advantage, he never anticipated Golem would emerge entirely unharmed. Am I dreaming? He rubbed his eyes and commanded Turtwig to attack again. Leaf Blade, Energy Ball, Seed Bomb. He unleashed all of Turtwig's grass-type moves upon Golem. Yet, Golem remained unperturbed, lying on the ground while Turtwig unleashed its full fury, much to Su Yu's frustration. As Turtwig seemed on the verge of a meltdown, Wu-Ning finally spoke up. Young man, do you understand what it means to be elite? Before Su Yu could respond, he continued, elite trainers are considered the backbone of the league, and only those possessing 3 elite Pokémon can truly be called elite trainers. For a Pokémon to ascend to the elite level, it must harness its ability, its hidden talent. Hidden talent? Su Yu inquired, astonished. Indeed, Wu-Ning nodded. Elite Pokémon share a common trait. They can wield their abilities with mastery. For instance, my Golem could withstand your Turtwig's numerous attacks unscathed because it activated its sturdy ability. As long as your attacks do not exceed its threshold, it cannot be defeated. However, activating this ability takes a toll on stamina and energy. But how can Pokémon without elite power sometimes activate their abilities? So you posed a critical question? As soon as he asked it, he regretted his words. Wu-Ning regarded him with a look of incredulity. Did you not listen? The distinction lies in the ability to consciously activate and control one's talent. Those Pokémon lacking sufficient strength that occasionally trigger their abilities are merely fortunate or possess superior potential. Moreover, A Pokémon's ability is its unique skill. So sporadic activation is not surprising. Often, trainers use the ability to gauge a Pokémon's potential, as Wuning elucidated. So you began to understand why Golem was so resilient and how Turtwig could swiftly advance to elite status. His gaze shifted to Golem, which had gone from mocking Turtwig to sitting on the ground, panting heavily, resembling a discarded stone. More of your explanations, Uncle Wuning, so you smirked, then added. But our battle is far from over. Turtwig, focus your energy ball on Golem and fire. Wuning's weathered face was filled with confusion. Are you not being courteous? You young man have no sense of honor. If it weren't for my desire to guide you, I would not have allowed Golem to expend so much energy activating its ability to endure Turtwig's barrage of moves. And now, instead of gratitude, you seek to take advantage of my efforts? Please, act with some decency. So you retorted, isn't winning through skill the essence of competition? Besides, our battle is indeed ongoing. I can't be held responsible. Turtwig could only commend Suyu's audacity, recognizing this as his first instance of praising the trainer's shamelessness. Golem had been taunting Turtwig, and the latter had longed for a chance to retaliate. Now was the perfect moment. However, events did not unfold as he had hoped. A thunderous rumble echoed from outside, abruptly halting their confrontation. Oh no, something's wrong, Wuning exclaimed, his expression changing dramatically as he recalled Golem and rushed towards the exit. So you quickly recalled Turtwig, eager to follow Wunong. Upon seeing Xiao Gang, who wore a worried expression yet remained rooted in place, he paused and inquired, Xiao Gang, aren't you going to take a look? No, there's no point in my going. I might as well stay here, Xiao Gang replied, gesturing slightly. Very well. I shall take my leave. So you understood his meaning as he observed the cluster of younger siblings gathered around Xiao Gang. A few minutes later, so you arrived at the source of the explosive sounds, the Nibi City Science Museum. On his way, he pondered that if anyone were to provoke an attack, it would undoubtedly be the museum, which housed a vast collection of fossils. These fossils were not mere decorations. In the Pokémon world, there existed individuals capable of inventing machines to resurrect fossils. Such precious fossil Pokémon. As anticipated, upon his arrival, he encountered Miss Jun Sha at the entrance, who had cordoned off the area with a warning line. Inside the museum, the sounds of battle resonated. Hold on. Entry is prohibited here. A police officer intercepted Suyu as he attempted to cross the boundary. I am here to assist, Suyu declared, presenting his Pokédex to verify his identity. Once inside, he was met with chaos, glass and stone fragments littered the ground. Miss Jusha, alongside Wuning and a cadre of Alliance personnel, was engaged in combat with several poachers. Nearby, two isolated underlings, equipped with spatial backpacks, were hastily collecting the displayed fossils from the exhibition cabinets. Among them, Wuning's attention was drawn to a woman with sunglasses and deep gray hair, who was confronting a massive salamence. Who are you? Why are you attacking the Nibi City Science Museum? Wuning bellowed while directing his Steelix to launch an assault. Ah, so you're the gym leader of Nibi City? The poacher sneered, if you wish to know my identity, then defeat me. Salamence, unleash flamethrower. A terrifying pillar of crimson fire surged towards Steelix, and even from a distance, so you could feel the oppressive heat. The nearby individuals were flushed from the intensity. Wave of darkness, intercepted. A dark force surged forth, halting the flamethrower. And a fierce battle ensued. So you did not remain a mere spectator. He dispatched his Turtwig and Chimchar to thwart the remaining two lackeys from plundering. Turtwig, use Leaf Blade. Fool, you're courting death. The two poachers, interrupted mid-action, yelled angrily, each sending out a Pokémon to attack Suyu. One was a fire monkey, the other a Sneasel. Both were of formidable strength, resulting in a fierce skirmish. Time slipped by, and suddenly, a yellowish energy, imbued with profound power, struck the poacher's salamence, eliciting a cry of pain. Damn it, has your Steelix comprehended the essence? The poacher exclaimed, incredulous. Indeed, surrender now. Suyu retorted. Essence. He momentarily diverted his gaze toward Wu Nang's Steelix, which was enveloped in a faint yellow energy, exuding an aura of enigmatic power. It seemed to possess an unexplainable might. Suddenly, Suyu recalled tales of Pokémon of the champion level. Rumor had it that such Pokémon wielded unique powers, magnifying the potency of their type moves. Could this be the so-called essence? It was said that a champion-level Pokémon had quelled a rampaging Pokémon tribe single-handedly, comprising several gym-level Pokémon, in mere minutes without sustaining any injuries. Suyu pondered deeply. You have merely grasped a hint of the essence. At best, you are a pseudo-champion, the poacher scoffed. Even a pseudo-champion is sufficient to defeat you, Wunong declared, Steelix, use Sand Tomb to finish it. Suddenly, a whirlwind of sand spiraled around Steelix, engulfing Salamence. Heh. I shan't entertain you any longer. The poacher produced a Poké Ball, releasing another Pokémon, Kingdra, use Poison Jab. A torrent of purple venom surged toward the swirling sands. But it only managed to slightly impede the onslaught before being struck hard. Instantly, the Kingdra, significantly weaker than Salamence, succumbed to defeat. Steelix, use Rock Slide to prevent its escape. Wu Nung commanded as the poacher attempted to flee. Yet, the poacher brandished a petrifying gun and fired an attack. Although the nature of his weapon remained a mystery, Wu Nung ordered Steelix to evade the strike. Steelix quickly dodged. This brought him a moment of relief as the attack struck the museum floor, instantly petrifying it. Master, don't abandon us. Master, take me with you. I am your most loyal subordinate. The poacher's underlings cried out in despair upon seeing their leader flee. Yet, given the poacher's ruthless nature, his meager subordinates were of no concern to him, and he left them behind. Wu Nung, lacking aerial Pokémon, could only watch as the poacher made his escape. Thus, he unleashed his fury upon the remaining poachers within the museum. The highest ranked of them was merely at the elite level and posed no challenge within minutes. They were all defeated and apprehended by Miss Junsha. As the battle subsided, the museum director emerged from somewhere, expressing gratitude. Wu Ning, I cannot thank you enough, he exclaimed. Grasping Wu Nung's hand, his face brimming with appreciation. That's enough, director. Safeguarding Nibi City's security is my duty. Wu Nung, a burly man, felt somewhat uncomfortable being held in such a manner and hastily interrupted. Director, why did the poachers target the museum? Wu Ning queried, scratching his head in confusion. There doesn't seem to be anything of value here. Indeed, it's merely a collection of stones. Why would it attract a gym-level poacher? The museum director was equally perplexed. Director, could it be? A museum staff member hesitated, stuttering. What is it? The director pressed, as all eyes turned toward him. Recently, there were rumors that someone had invented a fossil revival machine. Might that be the reason? Has the fossil revival machine truly been developed? The director frowned. Why was I not informed? A few days ago, your staff mentioned it awkwardly before you interrupted them, he recalled, feeling somewhat embarrassed. By the way, who is responsible for this matter? The director inquired. It is researcher Li Ko. And where is he? The museum director's temper flared. Goodness. How could he neglect such an important matter and instead run off to Mount Tsukimi to research other things? What audacity. Li Ko. Oh, Li Ko. It's not that I lack loyalty, the staff member thought to himself, secretly betraying him. Director, Li Ko has gone to Mount Tsukimi again. At Mount Tsukimi. Within a cave, a machine whirred and clicked. In 2 or 3 days, I shall complete the experiment, Li Ko proclaimed. A smile gracing his face as the light reflected off his round glasses. Poor child, unaware that he had been sold out, reveled in his own delight. At the entrance of the Nibi gym, Suyu looked at the disc with a puzzled expression. Accept this. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident, Long Stone would have likely lost. Wu Nung chuckled, patting his head. Then I shall not be polite, Suyu declared as he seized the 2 items. Were it not for his 2 lifetimes and a sense of shame, he would have wanted to shout out like Xiaoji. By the way, Suyu paused. Then released the grass tortoise and the little flame monkey. They understood that this was one of the credentials to participate in the court's conference, an achievement born from their efforts, marking a small step toward victory and a step closer to becoming a minor saint. The grass tortoise glanced at the overly excited duo, rolling its eyes in disdain. Typical stubbornness. After all, the little flame monkey had also sustained significant injuries, and the grass tortoise had depleted its energy. They needed to recuperate before indulging in a hearty meal, as this would be their last lavish dinner for some time. The days ahead would require them to brave the elements. As they strolled, Suyu thought he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he called out, Xiaoxia, hurry up. Weeve arrived at the Nibi gym, and I'm going to challenge it. Xiaoji, Suyu exclaimed. Ji, cough, cough, cough. Xiaoji, narrowly stopping in front of Suyu, was engulfed by a gust of dust. Suyu, it's you. What brings you here? Naturally. I'm here to challenge the Nibi gym, Suyu replied, his shoulders slumping. Pikachu, brimming with confidence, echoed, Pika, Pika. Wait a moment, Xiaoji. Xiaoxiao approached him, exasperated, saying, you need to make an appointment to challenge the gym. Is that so? Xiaoji sighed, deflated like a piku. Indeed. I was just about to head to the Pokémon Center to recover. Why don't you come along? Suyu extended an invitation. And the 3 of them made their way to the Pokémon Center together. During their walk, Suyu took out some Pokémon biscuits and offered them to Pikachu. Seizing the moment, he indulged in a long-desired action, playfully squeezing Pikachu's round, bouncy cheeks. The sensation was absolutely delightful. No wonder many people adored these charming Pokémon. They were not only a visual treat, but also a joy to touch. It was far more entertaining than any plush Pokémon toy. In the dining area of the Pokémon Center, allowing a few Pokémon to play and bond, Suyu sat across from Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. By the way, why weren't you two ahead of me by a few days? How come you're behind? Suyu inquired. Wow, this is delicious, Xiaoji exclaimed, shoveling a hefty portion of rice into his mouth, mumbling. It's all Xiaoxia's fault for being so terrified of bug-type Pokémon that we took a long detour. What? Xiaoxia exploded, her mouth agape as she launched into a tirade. ISNT at you, Xiaoji, who led us astray in pursuit of capturing Pokémon, causing us to get lost and stuck in the Tokiwa forest for so long? Besides, you're directionally challenged and still insist on leading the way. How can that be my fault? Her words flowed like a machine gun, leaving Xiaoji speechless and utterly flabbergasted. Suyu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking, goodness. Witnessing Xiaoxia's fury, Xiaoji wisely chose silence, shifting the topic. By the way, Suyu, how come you still only have 2 Pokémon? I already have 3, Xiaoji boasted. I haven't encountered any suitable ones. Suyu replied, do you think everyone has it as easy as you, capturing Pokémon without needing to nurture them? Suyu mused inwardly. Then your strength is significantly weaker than mine. I've only just started my journey, yet I have 3 Pokémon, while you, who became a trainer long before me, still have only 2. Doesn't that make me a genius trainer? Xiaoji asserted confidently. At this, Suyu nearly toppled over. Seriously? The strength of a trainer is determined by the number of Pokémon captured? Are you for real? With your lack of understanding regarding type advantages, you dare call yourself a genius? Chapter 86, Team Rocket. On moonlit mountain, the cool moonlight cascaded like water, accompanied by a biting breeze. The silver glow enveloped the earth in a mystical veil. Within a sturdy tree, the grass tortoise had carved out a hollow, where a warm campfire blazed, dispelling the surrounding chill. Outside the tree, the little flame monkey and the grass tortoise were braving the biting wind, engaged in rigorous training. The little flame monkey had grown accustomed to this daily regimen, while the grass tortoise was frustrated by its inability to inflict damage on Long Stone, leading to self-reproach and additional training. Eh? Where is that little fellow, Pippi? So you wondered, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Pippi. Moonlit Mountain was renowned for its Pippi clan, the enormous moonstones, and their mysterious ritual ceremonies. During his stay, Suyu had forged a bond with a particular Pippi. Pippi. As he pondered, several small figures bounded toward him in the moonlight. Hearing the sounds, Suyu dashed out of the hollow, arms wide open, to embrace one of the Pippi he had befriended, which was lured by the delicious food he had prepared. Here, this is for you. Enjoy. Suyu presented the carefully prepared food and energy cubes. Just as the Pippi reached out to grab them, it was intercepted by a following pixie. Its eyes fixed intently on Suyu. With no ill intentions, Suyu met the pixie's gaze, both of them sharing a lingering look. The remaining Pippi enjoyed playful antics with Suyu, the little flame monkey, and the grass tortoise for a while before gradually departing. The following day, just as darkness fell, the Pippi returned to Suyu, tugging at him to ascend to the summit of Moonlit Mountain. Tonight marked the full moon, the day of the Pippi clan's mysterious ritual, which was one of Suyu's reasons for befriending the Pippi. Moonlit Mountain was vast, comprised of several ranges with numerous paths. Without the Pippi to guide him, Suyu would never have found the Pippi clan's dwelling, let alone witness their ceremony. Moreover, according to information from the Alliance, the leader of the Pippi clan possessed elite-level strength, reigning as the king of this mountain range. Pippi, are we there yet? Suyu inquired after following the Pippi for over half an hour, having navigated several rugged slopes, traversed numerous caves, and crossed paths with groups of Zubat, Geodude, and Onyx. Pippi, we're almost there, the Pippi murmured, gesturing with its tiny hands. Suddenly, a commotion erupted to the right. Hearing this, Suyu rushed forward. Soon, he spotted 2 individuals clad in matching outfits emblazoned with a large letter, battling against a bespectacled youth. Is that Team Rocket? Suyu thought to himself. The youth's Zubat was no match for their Arbok and Rattata, one wing broken and bloodied, gasping for breath on the ground. Humph. Lacking ability yet attempting to be a hero, one scar-faced man in a lettered outfit scoffed. Enough of this nonsense, let us send him on his way. The other man interjected, Arbok, crush it. The Arbok slithered across the ground, quickly approaching Zubat, its gaping maw poised to strike. Zubat, the youth shouted in desperation. Without the sensation of capturing its prey, Arbok hesitated, only to see a red monkey pulling Zubat back. Just as it prepared to retaliate against the monkey, a pink creature suddenly attacked, launching a barrage of green leaves that struck it hard. In unbearable pain, Arbok let out a roar. The two members of Team Rocket also turned their attention to Suyu. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? Arbok, use Poison Sting. Lil Rattata. Unleash your signature move, Fong Attack. Yet, regrettably, their Pokémon were merely of the ordinary tier and stood no chance against Suyu, swiftly succumbing to defeat. Even the two Team Rocket members who were attempting to flee were struck in the calves by Suyu's deft finger snap, leaving them bloodied and captured. I am Liku. Thank you for saving me. The youth expressed gratefully towards Suyu. It was nothing, merely a trivial effort, Suyu replied, turning to the bespectacled young man. Hello, could you enlighten me on what transpired? Oh right. The Team Rocket members are dealing with Piplup and the others. You must go assist them. Liku recalled the urgent matter and spoke anxiously. All right, you stay here and rest, or seek help from Miss Junsha. I will investigate, Suyu declared. He then proceeded towards the summit of the mountain, accompanied by his Piplup and two other Pokémon. Before long, he arrived at the necessary path leading to the Piplup tribe, situated at the summit of Moonview Mountain. Taking out his binoculars and utilizing the moonlight, he surveyed the scene. At the summit, a significantly larger pixie leader was leading the Piplups in combat against Team Rocket members. However, several machines positioned halfway up the mountain continuously emitted rays that converged towards a device at the summit, forming a transparent barrier that suppressed the pixie leader's strength. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of Team Rocket, they could hardly withstand the onslaught, with Piplups frequently losing their battle capabilities and being captured in Pokeballs. Boom. A burst of pink brilliance shot into the sky, shattering the night's darkness. This allowed Suyu to ascertain the locations of their machines, as well as the personnel and Pokémon remaining behind. Piplup, seeing this flash of light, the Piplup on Suyu's shoulder became anxious and prepared to leap down to provide support. Fortunately, Suyu grabbed it just in time, preventing them from exposing their position. All right, Piplup, do not fret. I shall assist you. After assessing the positions of Team Rocket's personnel, a strategy suddenly emerged in Suyu's mind. Come, Piplup, follow me. How boring. Why did it have to be just the two of us guarding this wretched machine? One of the Team Rocket grunts complained to his companion. Just be content with it. That's a King-tier pixie. Despite the machine's suppression, it can still exhibit quasi-King level combat strength, which is quite dangerous. Who knows when it might erupt? The few people up at the summit may not survive. Unlike us, we only need to ensure the machine's integrity. This is the easiest task. Another Team Rocket member advised earnestly, sharing his experience as a survivor of several major events. Chapter 87. Feinting the east to strike the west at the summit of Moonview Mountain, where the Piplup tribe resides, a massive machine emitted a barrier. Nearby, a half-mast Team Rocket officer named Carter stood respectfully beside a bespectacled woman. Why does Lord Sakaki wish to target these Piplups and pixies? Carter inquired, puzzled. The information regarding the enormous moonstone has reached us. Team Rocket has long been aware of it. However, only the leader of the Piplup tribe, a King-tier pixie, can utilize its power to conduct a mysterious ritual during the full moon, enabling the tribe's members to evolve successfully. Moreover, the King-tier strength is not easily dealt with. Despite the machine's suppression, the pixie nearly broke through the barrier. Ultimately, some errors occurred during the weapon's manufacturing process, and Lord Sakaki ordered us to seek special powers in hopes of resolving the issue. The colossal moonstone here is rumored to originate from outer space. Perhaps it harbors extraordinary powers capable of solving our dilemma. Time is of the essence. The Alliance personnel may arrive shortly. Let us first deal with these Piplups. Observing that Carter intended to inquire further, the woman, Jean Niao, interrupted him. She then began directing her Pokémon to launch a fierce assault on the pixies, intensifying the pressure on the Piplup tribe. Meanwhile, what is that sound? A relatively young Team Rocket grunt remarked during their casual conversation. Is there a sound? The veteran grunt, having been part of Team Rocket for some time, questioned his companion. A rustling noise echoed from the nearby bushes, sharply alerting the two. Go check it out. The older grunt commanded his Pokémon, leading it towards the underbrush. As the walking grass approached, a small monkey, seemingly startled, suddenly burst from the bushes and fled into the distance. Using the faint moonlight and the flicker of flames from the monkey's tail, both grunts discerned the scene clearly. Is that a Torchic? The young grunt exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before a smile spread across his face. I can't believe we were assigned to guard this machine and stumbled upon a wild starter Pokémon. This is worth hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins, a true windfall. Capturing this Torchic and selling it would afford him the means to acquire more resources, elevate his Pokémon strength, and potentially become a squad leader. Stay here and watch the machine. I'm going after that Torchic. Unable to contain his excitement, the young Team Rocket grunt declared before dashing off with his Geodude in pursuit of the Torchic. Hey, be careful, the older grunt called after him. But the youth had already vanished. Shaking his head, he retrieved a Poké Ball, releasing a Zubat to guard the machine alongside the walking grass. Having survived several Team Rocket missions, he instinctively sensed something amiss. As time passed, the sounds of battle echoed from a distance. It appeared that the young grunt had caught up to the Torchic and gained the upper hand, which eased the older grunt's anxiety. However, just as he began to relax, a Piplup suddenly emerged from the original bushes, unleashing a column of crimson flame that illuminated the darkness and ignited the walking grass. The walking grass emitted a painful cry, collapsing to the ground with swirling eyes, having lost its combat capability. What? The older grunt shouted in shock and anger. Zubat, use Air Cutter. Just as he issued the command, a swift figure dashed through the air, crashing into Zubat and sending it plummeting to the ground. The assailant then opened its mouth wide, revealing a dark energy wave that struck Zubat forcefully. In a swift ambush, Suyu effectively dispatched both Pokémon of the older grunt. The grunt looked on in astonishment, pointing a trembling finger at Suyu. Enough of that. Just take a nap. With a swift motion, Suyu knocked him unconscious before heading towards the Torchic's direction. In a flurry of strikes, he quickly defeated the other Team Rocket grunt as well. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted as the machine emitted surges of electricity, billowing black smoke as Suyu's Pokémon dismantled it. Fortunately, the fierce battle at the summit of Moonview Mountain concealed the noise of Suyu's destruction, while the Team Rocket combatants remained preoccupied with the Piplups, oblivious to the weakening energy barrier emanating from the machine above. However, the leader of the Pikachu clan, Pixie, keenly perceived the loosening of its own limitations. A seasoned veteran, it immediately realized that assistance had arrived. Without revealing any emotion on its face, it feigned desperation to capture the attention of those around. Meanwhile, Suyu, who had already destroyed the first machine, continued his path, employing the same tactics. With a strategy of diversion, he swiftly dismantled the second and third machines. Eventually, he encountered a formidable opponent. The fourth machine was positioned closer to the mountaintop and emitted significantly more energy than the previous ones, making it crucial. The guarding Team Rocket was no weakling either. In addition to deploying 2 elite-level Pokémon, they had a third Pokémon of comparable strength to a grass turtle hidden away. The moment Suyu revealed himself, he was immediately intercepted, but fortunately, as the attacker, he had already inflicted considerable damage on the machine. However, this also alerted the other members of Team Rocket. Damn. These fools. They have already destroyed several machines. The secretary of Team Rocket, Zhen Yao, glared angrily at the red signal. Yet, the long-acting leader of Pixie erupted in fury. Pink fairy energy swirled around it, and from behind the clouds, a beam of pink light shot forth toward the attacking Duckbill Dragon and Gyarados. In an instant, Zhen Yao and Team Rocket's officer, Carter, witnessed the might of a champion-level Pokémon. With a single move, it defeated 2 gym-level Pokémon. A flash of black light appeared, revealing a Bangilas, surrounded by dark energy and radiating power comparable to that of Pixie. Before arriving at Moonview Mountain, Jin Yao and his team had meticulously gathered information about the area, aware of the presence of a champion-level Pixie Guardian. Thus, beyond these expensive, cumbersome machines designed to suppress its strength, they had a backup plan, Bangilas, unleashed at this critical moment. Although Bangilas had yet to comprehend its ultimate ability and ascend to champion level, it successfully withstood the wrath of the champion-level Pixie at the cost of its vitality, thanks to the Dark Ball's influence. However, the toll was steep. Its life force was rapidly depleting, which was why it had only been released now. After all, capturing this quasi-divine Pokémon had required immense effort, and they intended to utilize it at an opportune moment. Just as the evacuation began at the summit of Moonview Mountain, Suyu found himself in a precarious situation. What? Rage Potion? Suyu observed the 3 Pokémon with eyes ablaze in crimson. The Rage Potion was a short-term enhancement that could elevate a Pokémon's strength to a higher tier. But the cost was severe. Their bodies would be overwhelmed by frenzied energy, rendering them unable to fight for 3 months. Damn you. How dare you sabotage our Team Rocket's plans? I will not let you off. The gray-haired Team Rocket captain glared at Suyu with fury. Zubat, Air Slash. tear him to shreds. The air around them was drained, transforming into a piercing, invisible blade that collided with a wave of psychic energy. The condensed psychic force was shattered. In the air, Slash hurtled towards Tsuyu. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, dodging the attack just in time. However, the razor-sharp air blade struck the ground beside Tsuyu, tearing a deep gash in the earth. The two Pokémon, originally evenly matched, found the balance tipped as the Rage Potion empowered Zubat, giving it the upper hand against Tsuyu's Pokémon. On the other side, the Fire Monkey was being suppressed by Rattata, but thanks to extensive training with solid pastes, it held its ground. Meanwhile, the Grass Turtle, bolstered by techniques like Grassy Terrain, Leech Seed, and Absorb, managed to withstand the ferocious onslaught of a small rock Pokémon, which was nearly on par with elite-level strength but relied solely on instinct. The critical threat was indeed Zubat, as Tsuyu had anticipated. The gray-haired Team Rocket captain knew time was of the essence and had very little left. "Zubat, finish him," he ordered, but before he could complete his command, a sound of air being sliced through echoed. Fortunately, Zubat was there to intercept the steel ball that Tsuyu had launched. Nevertheless, despite Tsuyu's interference, Zubat's attack struck, leaving his Pokémon battered and on the verge of losing consciousness. Tsuyu let out a long sigh, collapsing to the ground. "I am still too weak. Tsuyu, are you all right?" Behind him, hurried footsteps approached. It was Ash and his companions, accompanied by Liku. "I'm fine." Tsuyu shook his head, his gaze shifting to the plaza at the summit of Moonview Mountain. "Steelix, stop them," Wunong commanded from atop a Fiero. Boom. The entire plaza trembled as a robust, earthy energy pillar shot into the sky, accompanied by a pink beam of light soaring alongside it. "Do you truly think we are made of paper?" Jinyo scoffed coldly. On the aircraft, Bangila's reappeared, unleashing destructive beams from its mouth that countered the attacks of Steelix and the Pixie Leader. Simultaneously, the aircraft launched an assault, firing lasers in every direction toward Moonview Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains crumbled beneath the relentless barrage, massive stones breaking free and rolling away. "Damn it!" Wunong, dismounting from Fiero, cursed, ordering Steelix to destroy the falling debris. Taking advantage of this chaos, Team Rocket managed to escape successfully. At that moment, the full moon illuminated the sky, while the massive moonstone atop Moonview Mountain emitted beams of purple light, synchronizing with the radiant moon. The Pixie Leader led a group of Pikachu in a ceremonial dance, with Tsuyu's Pikachu among them, positioned beside a collection of moonstones. "Wow, what is happening?" Ash exclaimed in astonishment at this miraculous scene. "This is the Pikachu clan's festival at Moonview Mountain," Brock quietly explained in his ear. Under the guidance of the Pixie Leader, the enigmatic ceremonial dance seemed to invoke something. Soon, a silvery moonbeam descended from the full moon, striking the massive moonstone and radiating shimmering silver light. The surrounding moonstones began to orbit the giant moonstone, gradually descending into the plaza among the Pikachu clan. With a flash, dazzling white light erupted from several Pikachu. That was the light of evolution. Incredible! The observers watched in awe at this rare spectacle. Not long after, the white light faded, and several Pikachu successfully evolved into pixies. With that, the festival came to an end, and the enormous moonstone dimmed once more, leaving the Pixie Leader, who had conducted the ceremony, looking utterly exhausted. "Pikachu, is this for me?" Tsuyu marveled as he beheld the newly evolved Pikachu cradling a purple moonstone brimming with energy. This moonstone, based on its quality, reached an exceptional standard, making it an incredibly precious treasure. The Pixie Leader nodded, signaling for Tsuyu to accept it. The Pixie Leader recognized that it was Tsuyu who had destroyed the machines that restricted its power. Otherwise, it might not have been able to hold out until Wunong and Miss Junsha arrived. Tsuyu assisted them in safeguarding their clan's treasured possession. Despite the invaluable nature of this exquisite moonstone, they generously presented it to Tsuyu as a token of gratitude. "I shall not refuse," Tsuyu replied with a smile as he accepted the precious moonstone from Pai Pai's hands. Chapter 89. Wallon City. After witnessing the enigmatic ceremony of the Pai Pai clan, Tsuyu chose not to depart with Xiaoji and the others, but instead proceeded to Wallon City. The series of events that had unfolded left Tsuyu feeling an acute sense of inadequacy regarding his own strength. Within the confines of Moonview Mountain, the only surviving Pokémon, aside from Geodude, Zubat, and Onix, were Pai Pai and a few others, such as Paras. Excluding Pai Pai, the other Pokémon were rather unappealing, either appearing unattractive or somewhat menacing. After all, while exceptional talent can be nurtured and enhanced through training, beauty and charm are innate qualities that cannot be altered. Handsomeness is a lifelong attribute. Of course, exceptions exist for demigod Pokémon like Tyranitar, but such beings are exceedingly rare. There have been no reports of demigod Pokémon inhabiting Moonview Mountain, and even if they did, Suyu's current abilities would render him incapable of capturing them. Suyu's focus had shifted to the Pai clan, a notion that the Pixie leader also endorsed. His highest regard was reserved for the Pai that had a close bond with him and had evolved during the ceremony, which he estimated to possess superior potential. However, this particular Pai appeared to be the descendant of the Pixie leader, being groomed as the next leader, making it extraordinarily valuable. The moment Suyu's intentions to capture it became apparent, he was met with a piercing glare from the Pixie leader as a warning. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that he was no match for Pai. Indeed, following the mysterious ceremony, the evolved Pai had significantly increased in strength, reaching the elite middle tier. Consequently, he could only settle for selecting other Pai that had evolved during the ceremony. Armed with the exquisite Moonstone, he aimed to select a Pai of superior potential, ensuring that it could ascend to the highest quality upon evolution. However, the Pai within the clan that possessed superior potential were either weaklings or had already evolved into pixies, failing to meet his criteria. His original intention was to find a Pokémon capable of rapidly developing combat strength rather than starting anew, which would demand more time. After all, his goal was to become the champion of the Quartz Conference, and beginning anew would likely prevent him from training 6 gym-level Pokémon before the event commenced. Thus, after much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of choosing a Pai as his third Pokémon. Fortunately, after spending a few days on Moonview Mountain, as his resources dwindled, his Turtwig's mastery over its abilities deepened, and in a few more days, it would successfully break through to the elite level. Inside the Pokémon Center, what Pokémon should I capture next? Suyu pondered as he observed the bustling trainers around him. 7 days had passed since the Pai clan ceremony, and he had arrived at the Pokémon Center in Hualan City, booking a room and scheduling a gym battle. The delay of 3 days was due to the Hualan Gym's 3 sisters hosting several water ballet performances, necessitating the closure of the facility. Wow, what are those 2 Pokémon? I've never seen them before. They are the starter Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, exclaimed one trainer. Why is that turtle glowing green? A chorus of astonished voices broke Suyu's train of thought as he noticed the curious glances directed towards his Chimchar and Turtwig. Being rare starter Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, their presence inevitably attracted admiration and envy. Chimchar was relishing delicious fruit juices and Pokémon pastries, while the originally gluttonous Turtwig seemed oblivious to these delicacies, emanating a rich green glow. Experienced trainers recognized this as a sign that Turtwig was on the cusp of mastering its ability and advancing to the elite level, prompting feelings of envy among them. Ding! A notification chimed from Suyu's Pokémon Watch, announcing that his scheduled gym battle had been postponed due to the preparations for the water ballet performance at the Hualan Gym. Upon seeing this, Suyu felt perplexed. Was the water ballet truly that significant? He decided to visit the Hualan City's forum. Oh my, the Hualan Gym is hosting a water ballet performance again. I adore Miss Sakura, exclaimed one user. I missed the last one. I must get tickets this time. What a ridiculous ballet performance. The gym leader should focus on running the gym instead. The title of the weakest gym in the Kanto region now belongs to the Hualan Gym, retorted another. Ah. The leaders of the Hualan Gym don't care about their reputation. Why are you so anxious? Why shouldn't I be? I'm a resident of Hualan City, and they are tarnishing our name. A fierce online debate erupted as detractors clashed with the devoted fans of the Hualan Gym's 3 sisters, exchanging barbs and insults. Observing the mixed reviews, Suyu scratched his head and decided to purchase a ticket, preparing to attend the performance. With the afternoon still young, Suyu rose, leading Turtwig and Chimchar out of the Pokémon Center for a leisurely stroll. Turtwig, let us go? He called out as the green glow around Turtwig began to dissipate. Patience is key. It's just a few days. Relax your mind. You may grasp it sooner. Turtwig glanced at him, then continued to follow, though it wished to remain focused on mastering its grass-type energy and activating its ability. Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, a wave of heat enveloped him. Feeling the scorching sun, the commemorative cap he had won came in handy, shielding his head. While it might seem somewhat rustic, it did not detract from his charm. As for Turtwig and Chimchar, one being a grass type and the other a fire type, the temperature posed no discomfort to them. Strolling down the street, Suyu felt elated and contemplated heading towards a bicycle shop within Hualan City. Welcome. The glass doors slid open automatically, revealing a lovely attendant with a sweet voice. Hello, sir. Welcome to the miraculous bicycle shop in Hualan City, home to the finest bicycles in the Kanto region. Which model are you interested in purchasing? Oh, the finest. Suyu replied with a subtle smirk. How many models do you have? Please, enlighten me. Certainly, sir. Please follow me this way. The attendant led him, gesturing to the right. We offer not only standard urban bicycles but also high-speed mountain bikes. Our shop's most renowned model is the Sonic bicycle, which boasts speeds several times faster than ordinary bicycles and is equipped with a turbo engine. When combined with the Pokémon Rotom, it can accelerate and achieve speeds rivaling motorcycles, even allowing for riding on water. This alleviates the inconvenience of not having a water-type riding Pokémon. This revelation intrigued Suyu, yet the thought of capturing a Rotom posed significant challenges. After obtaining the attendant's consent, he selected a bicycle and rode around Hualan City for a brief period, nearly attracting the attention of Miss Junsha due to his excessive speed, but fortunately, he was quick enough to evade her notice. After wandering in Hualan City for quite some time, he experienced some local specialties, such as energy drinks crafted from various fruit powders designed to nurture Pokémon, and skill learning houses that impart move techniques. Remarkably, the skill learning houses have garnered considerable popularity in a city dominated by skill discs, primarily due to the exorbitant cost of these discs, making the more affordable learning houses an appealing alternative. After all, not every trainer possesses abundant financial resources. Junjie researcher, it's been a while, Suyu greeted with a smile. On the other end of the video call was Junjie, who was observing several peculiar fish swimming within a large aquarium. As a member of the Yamanashi Research Institute, Junjie was exceedingly busy, engaged in various research endeavors. Particularly, after extensive discussions with Suyu last month, he had finally steered his research in a promising direction. Oh, it's you, Suyu. Junjie adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile. Thanks to your suggestions, I have made some progress on the evolution of the peculiar fish. Hold on. Suyu interjected decisively as Junjie seemed ready to elaborate on his research findings. Whenever this fellow began discussing his studies, he would go on at length, which Suyu found quite taxing. All right, Junjie, I have something I wish to inquire about. What is it? Junjie paused. Curiosity piqued as he focused on Suyu. Have you heard of Rotom? Rotom? Junjie responded, intrigued. What do you want to know about that creature? Suyu then shared his desire to capture a Rotom. The whereabouts of Rotom? Junjie pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a brief moment, his eyes lit up. I seem to recall someone spotting a Rotom in the forest mansion. I wonder if it still resides there? The forest mansion? Suyu raised an eyebrow. He was certainly familiar with the forest mansion, an abandoned structure in the Sinnoh region's eternal forest, now a haven for ghost-type Pokémon. Currently, being in the Kanto region, he felt it was beyond his reach. However, Rotom can also inhabit various electrical appliances or power plants in urban areas, so you might want to search those locations. All right, Suyu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Junjie. After chatting a bit longer, Suyu ended the call and accessed the Alliance's official website to check the exchange rules for Rotom. As he anticipated, the cost in Alliance coins for this unique Pokémon was quite steep, making it unaffordable for him. He sighed and exited the website. Speaking of which, there was an abandoned power plant in the Kanto region. Perhaps he could investigate there to see if a Rotom was residing within. Suyu mused to himself. The following evening, under the dazzling lights, a large crowd gathered at the Hualan Gym, filling the entire street as the underwater ballet performance was about to commence. Suyu strolled leisurely to the gym entrance, and after passing through ticket checks, he was guided inside the performance venue. The audience was a sea of faces, creating an exuberant atmosphere. As the time approached, the brilliant lights dimmed, plunging the venue into darkness. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the water, and with enchanting music, the Hualan sisters emerged from beneath the surface, gracefully dancing in the water. They leapt, showcasing their alluring figures, executing elegant aerial flips before melding back into the depths. Their enchanting movements vividly brought the image of mermaids to life. A multitude of goldfish leapt from the water, releasing colorful bubbles that cascaded throughout the venue. Thunderous applause erupted, and the audience cheered in delight for their performance. Wow, that was stunning. No wonder she is Miss Sakura. Indeed, absolutely beautiful. I wish I could watch them dance every day. Observing the Hualan sisters' seamless choreography, Suyu couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Their dexterity was impressive. If only they dedicated their training hours to their Pokémon instead of underwater ballet, the Hualan Gym would not have fallen to the status of the weakest gym in Kanto. The tickets for the evening's underwater ballet performance were priced at 1,000 Alliance coins, and the venue's thousands of seats were nearly all occupied. Given the sisters' striking appearances, it was evident that many attendees were more captivated by their looks than the performance itself. After all, this ballet had been running for quite some time, and the audience still seemed spellbound, which spoke volumes. Indeed, possessing beauty and allure has its advantages, and it was no surprise that the sisters focused their attention in that direction. The performance continued, showcasing various Pokémon like sea lions, jewel starfish, and goldfish, all presenting graceful displays. Under the shimmering lights and amidst the splashes of water, their alabaster skin radiated a faint, ethereal glow, resembling true mermaids in their exquisite beauty. As the performance neared its conclusion, a series of icy blue beams converged, encasing the center of the pool in ice and sculpting a magnificent mermaid statue, providing a perfect finale to the underwater ballet. Chapter 91. The Battle at Hualanjim. The night passed in silence. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Suyu halted the training of his Turtwig, recalled his 2 Pokémon, and made his way to the Hualan Gym. Despite many trainers claiming that the Hualan sisters were weak, it was crucial to remember that battles at Hualan Gym were conducted in a 3v3 format, and Suyu only had 2 Pokémon at his disposal. Moreover, one of his Pokémon, the Chimchar, being a fire type, could not utilize fire moves and lacked long-range attacks, making it a prime target in a water arena. Therefore, Suyu's strategy for the gym battle relied solely on Turtwig, and to ensure victory, he could not afford to let it waste its energy and stamina. Although he had confidence in Turtwig's abilities, he did not underestimate any opponent. Soon enough, Suyu arrived at his destination, the Hualan Gym. The gym was a lavish structure resembling a giant egg, adorned with a large photograph of a white sea lion, said to be the Pokémon of the first-generation gym leader. The entire gym was surrounded by a small stream, connected by a stone bridge. Suyu strode across the bridge and approached the gym entrance. "Hello, trainer. Please present your reservation information." After a thorough verification process, Suyu followed the staff member across an aquarium and swimming pool, arriving at the battle arena. The battle arena of the Hualan Gym differed significantly from the official Alliance battle settings. It was a circular pool adorned with stone platforms of varying sizes, surrounded by a rocky ring occupying 2/3 of the pool's area. "Welcome to Hualan Gym, Trainer Suyu." Upon seeing Suyu, a woman on the opposite side of the gym gracefully lifted her skirt and bowed slightly. "Oh, Mr. Suyu was present last night too?" Mutant chuckled, her face lighting up with dimples. "You flatter me." Aside from the format of the battles, the battle rules at various gyms were relatively similar. The Hualan Gym followed a 3v3 format, with each of the Hualan sisters battling one round. As both participants readied themselves, the referee waved a flag. "The battle between Hualan Gym Trainer Mutant and Trainer Suyu begins now. Come forth, Goldfish." As the gym's representative trainer, Mutant sent out her Pokémon first. "Go, Turtwig." Turtwig landed on a stone platform atop the water's surface. Once again, it was Suyu who initiated the attack without hesitation, as the grass tortoise unleashed its signature move, Leaf Blade. The horned goldfish submerged into the water. Peony remained unfazed. She was accustomed to challengers selecting Pokémon with attribute advantages. Moreover, she had the upper hand with the terrain, so she felt confident. The spinning leaves, accompanied by a rush of air, were rendered ineffective as the horned goldfish merely dove beneath the surface, the attack's force dissipated by the resistance of the water. Only a few splashes were stirred up, and the horned goldfish emerged unscathed. Ultrasonic wave. A purple wave of light gathered on the horned goldfish's horn, and Suyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The grass tortoise deftly evaded the attack by using the water's surface as a springboard, responding with seed bomb directed at the horned goldfish. However, the horned goldfish was incredibly slippery underwater, skillfully dodging the barrage of seeds. The water merely erupted into splashes without touching it. Seeing the horned goldfish disappear beneath the surface, Suyu remained unconcerned. If Peony intended to prolong the battle, he was unafraid. After all, competing in endurance with a grass-type Pokémon was merely a matter of attrition. Sunny Day. A luminous orb rapidly coalesced in the grass tortoise's mouth, which it then flicked upward, causing the light to explode in the sky, rendering the arena's sunlight significantly more intense. "Oh no," Peony thought to herself, sensing the increasingly scorching rays. Although her innate talent was not exceptional, she possessed a keen awareness of the ongoing battle. Since the grass tortoise had mastered Sunny Day, the energy it regained from photosynthesis would far exceed its consumption rate, placing the horned goldfish at a severe disadvantage. If this continued, the chances of the horned goldfish winning would diminish rapidly. Peony decisively issued her command. "Horned goldfish, move swiftly, then use horn attack." Hearing her directive, the horned goldfish transformed into a streak of white light, gliding along the bottom of the water until it surfaced behind the grass tortoise. It leaped, its horn glowing white. spinning as it charged toward the grass tortoise. Not one to be caught off guard, the grass tortoise reacted instantly, its mouth glowing with dark energy as it bit down hard on the horned goldfish's horn. The collision of dark and bug-type energies unleashed a shockwave, propelling the horned goldfish into the air. As it soared, it became a living target, one that Suyu would not let escape. Solar flare. The searing sunlight converged and shot toward the horned goldfish. Simultaneously, Peony issued her command. Positioned in the aquatic terrain, the horned goldfish executed its water-type move, expending significantly less energy and requiring far less time to perform. As the solar flare soared halfway across the arena, the horned goldfish unleashed its water pulse. However, the power of water pulse lay in its ability to ensnare the enemy within a watery sphere, causing confusion and constricting force. In the face of the formidable solar flare, the attack pierced through, creating a cascade of droplets. The solar flare accurately struck the descending horned goldfish, causing it to crash onto the water's surface and triggering a secondary assault. Horned goldfish. Peony shouted as she witnessed the horned goldfish crash violently into the water, sending up a massive splash. Moments later, as the waves receded, the horned goldfish lay belly up on the surface, swirling in a daze. The horned goldfish had lost its combat capability, and the first battle was claimed by the trainer. The referee immediately raised a flag to signal the result. "I can't believe you're so formidable. Even my sister's Pokémon couldn't inflict any damage on your grass tortoise," said Iris, wearing a yellow dress as she stepped forward. "But your next opponent is me, and I'm no pushover like my sister." Chapter 92, Absurdity. Who are you calling a pushover? Upon hearing Iris's words, Peony, who had been feeling somewhat disheartened, immediately retorted, engaging in a heated argument. "The one who lost so badly is clearly the one to talk." Iris shot back defiantly, and the two quickly fell into a quarrel. This is still a gym battle," Suyu's timid voice interjected. "Shut up." They both turned and shouted at Suyu before resuming their bickering. "Well?" Suyu sighed, turning to the referee for help, implying that their argument was inappropriate during the battle. The referee, maintaining a stoic demeanor, merely observed in silence, as if he were a statue. It was no surprise. The three sisters had a history of underestimating each other's trainers, and as a lowly employee, he dared not intervene, lest he risk his monthly bonus. "I'm just trying to make a living here." While the two were arguing, the grass tortoise was enveloped in green sparks, attempting to master its overgrow ability. Suyu did not wait long before the escalating quarrel of Peony and Iris finally drew out the third sister, Sakura. "All right, you two, stop arguing." Sakura rushed in front of them. "It's time for battle." "Humph. In that case, let actions speak louder than words," Iris scoffed, retracting her fan to release a Starmie. "Boy, are you going to switch Pokémon?" Iris glared menacingly at Suyu, as if she were ready to pounce. However, since she intended to let actions speak, that was clearly directed at him, given that he had so easily defeated Peony. "No switch," Suyu replied. "Fine, Starmie. Use rapid spin and teach that grass tortoise a lesson," Iris commanded, snapping her fan. A multitude of shimmering golden stars cascaded like a celestial river toward the grass tortoise. Unperturbed, the grass tortoise merely raised its head slightly, sending a flurry of leaves spiraling upward to meet the incoming stars. The clash erupted in a cloud of smoke. The grass tortoise continued to radiate a green glow, engrossed in its research, completely unfazed by its opponent, as if Starmie were merely an annoying fly. Witnessing the grass tortoise's nonchalant attitude, Iris's eyes widened, seething with fury, as if she wished to reduce Suyu to ashes. The grass tortoise's casual demeanor clearly indicated a disregard for her strength, inciting her anger. This? Suyu scratched his head helplessly at the scene. While it was indeed commendable that the grass tortoise was training and honing its abilities, focusing on other matters during a gym battle could be perceived as disrespectful, giving the impression that he was mocking her. "Starmie, use Psybeam." Iris's voice, filled with rage, echoed across the battlefield. Starmie emerged from the water, its red core emitting a dazzling light, pulsating with its fury. Though it wasn't a formidable opponent for the grass tortoise, it refused to lose its spirit. A burst of colorful, peculiar light shot forth from its core. The impact shattered the stone beneath the grass tortoise's feet, sending debris cascading into the water. Yet the grass tortoise remained unharmed, having leaped onto another stone before the attack could reach it, continuing its research, utterly captivated. It seemed oblivious to the ongoing gym battle and the taunting Starmie. "This grass tortoise is really testing Iris's patience," Suyu remarked hastily. The starfish, empowered by the gem of strength, launched a vibrant red jewel towards the grass turtle. Midway, it was shattered by a barrage of seeds, exploding in midair. Subsequently, A torrent of water surged forth, compelling the grass turtle to evade, yet the water cannon followed closely behind. Perturbed, the grass turtle grew increasingly impatient. Seizing the advantage of the sun's brilliance, it concentrated its energy into a radiant burst of sunlight, striking directly at the starfish's crimson core. In a moment of dire urgency, the starfish utilized its steadfast technique, summoning all its strength to withstand the blow, but it was already near the end of its capabilities. A leaf blade soared through the air, crashing into it, and the starfish elegantly collapsed into the water, its eyes swirling in defeat. The starfish lost its fighting ability, granting the grass turtle a second victory. The referee, maintaining a stoic demeanor, announced the result. "Huh, is this what you meant when you said you were stronger than me?" After witnessing the battle, Peony chuckled. An irate Iris retorted, "Be quiet. At least the starfish had a longer battle time than your goldfish." Though she too was a loser, she could not tolerate Peony's mockery. Peony shot back, "Your starfish couldn't even pique the grass turtle's interest." Observing Iris, who was rendered speechless, Peony continued to taunt, "Clearly, my goldfish outmatches your starfish." Watching Iris, who resembled an ignited powder keg, you felt an ominous premonition. The grass turtle had effortlessly defeated the starfish, akin to disciplining a mischievous child. This incident left Iris seething, compounded by Peony's derision. How could she endure such humiliation? As anticipated, a thunderous roar echoed across the pool arena, sending splashes of water that drenched the edges of the floor. Upon hearing the roar of Gyarados, both Peony and Sakura's expressions shifted, directing accusatory glares at Iris. "What are you doing, Iris?" Peony exclaimed. "This next battle is mine. What on earth are you up to?" Gyarados paid them no mind. Casting a glance at the grass turtle, which was so diminutive it could easily be swallowed whole, devoid of any desire to engage in battle, it curled up, exposing its belly, and lay placidly on the water's surface. Chapter 93. The Furious Gyarados. "Hey, Gyarados, snap out of it. Don't be like this," Iris urged anxiously. Unfortunately, Gyarados merely opened one eye to glance at her before leisurely thrashing its tail against the water, creating a cascade of waves that nearly drenched her. Observing this scene, Sakura couldn't help but face-bomb, exclaiming, "Look at what you've done." "Indeed, Iris, you've gone too far," Peony complained. "You know your strength is insufficient to command Gyarados, yet you chose to release it." Extracting a luxury ball, a beam of red light enveloped Gyarados' coiled form. "It's easy to summon a spirit, but hard to send it away. How can you blame me?" Iris protested, her voice rising in frustration. "If it weren't for your incessant mockery, I wouldn't have acted so impulsively." "Here we go again," Sakura sighed, weary of her sister's perpetual squabbles. Listening to their banter and the disobedient Gyarados, you discerned the unfolding situation. The aura exuded by Gyarados, coupled with its disdain for the grass turtle, convinced him that it was indeed an elite-level Pokémon. Moreover, its behavior indicated that Iris was insufficiently adept to command it. Similar to Ash's Charizard in the anime, whose rapid advancement in strength outpaced Ash's training abilities, causing Charizard to become unruly. Iris's Gyarados appeared to be in a comparable predicament. "Is that so?" Suyu nodded thoughtfully. "That is plausible. According to the battling rules of the Hualan Gym, Iris's release of an elite-level Gyarados was not technically against the regulations. The gym battles did not stipulate that they must use Pokémon of a specific strength, as long as they were registered on the league's website, whether personal or gym-owned. They were permissible. Furthermore, the strength could fluctuate based on the challenger's capabilities, allowing for Gyarados' inclusion. However, with Gyarados lacking the desire to fight, and the trio unable to effectively command it, even if the battle were to proceed forcibly, Gyarados would likely be deemed incapable of combat due to its disinterest. Suddenly, a flurry of leaf blades pierced the air, striking the water before Gyarados, causing a series of splashes. "Huh?" Gyarados questioned with a growl, opening its eyes to see the grass turtle fixated on it. "Hey, little turtle, go play elsewhere and don't disturb your Lord Gyarados' slumber." Gyarados shot a warning glare at the grass turtle before shutting its eyes once more. Thud, thud, thud. The grass turtle launched another assault, unleashing a seed machine gun that pelted the water's surface, creating a deluge of splashes that splattered onto Gyarados. The light spray barely registered as an itch for Gyarados, even eliciting a contented call, encouraging the grass turtle to continue. However, the grass turtle could not tolerate such provocation. With a glint in its eyes, it summoned another sphere of light, and a large, hard-shelled seed arced gracefully through the air, descending upon Gyarados. "Mr. Suyu, what is happening?" Sakura inquired, puzzled by the grass turtle's actions. "No worries, this little one seems unwilling to concede and wishes to engage in battle." Let it fight on its own, Suyu explained. He surmised that the grass turtle aimed to harness the pressure of battling Gyarados to ascend to elite status, thus he refrained from intervening. Just as they conversed, a resounding explosion erupted, enveloping Gyarados in a cloud of smoke. Roar! An enraged roar emerged from the haze. The explosion inflicted pain on Gyarados, stirring its massive form in the water as its tail thrashed against the surface, sending torrents of water cascading. As the smoke cleared, Gyarados glared furiously at the grass turtle. It could hardly believe that this seemingly insignificant opponent had the audacity to launch a surprise attack. Enraged, Gyarados retaliated. A powerful jet of water erupted from its mouth, propelled by tremendous force toward the smug grass turtle. Anticipating Gyarados' reaction, the grass turtle leapt agilely to another stone pedestal, evading the onslaught. The pedestal it had vacated was obliterated by the sheer impact of the water cannon, shattering into countless fragments that plunged into the depths. Having dodged the attack, the grass turtle was already poised for Gyarados' furious response. As it landed on the new pedestal, a multitude of leaf blades swirled around, transforming into sharp projectiles aimed at Gyarados. Yet, merely resembling flying knives, a whirlwind erupted, sweeping up the water in the battle pool, forming a water vortex that instantaneously deflected the incoming leaves, ensnaring the grass turtle within its grasp. Grass turtle. Suyu clenched his fists in anxiety. Within the whirlpool, the force of the water and the gale created a torturous grip on the grass turtle. And it did not end there. Gyarados, in a fit of rage, swept its tail, sending forth a deluge of water, swiftly closing the distance to the grass turtle. As the vortex dissipated, Gyarados opened its gaping maw, dark energy coalescing into massive black fangs, launching a fierce bite towards the grass turtle. Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass resonated as the protective circular barrier formed by the grass turtle shattered. The black fangs of the violent carp dragon clamped together fiercely. However, in the fleeting moment while shielded by the protective barrier, it had already leaped backward, simultaneously forming a dazzling golden beam of light in its mouth. Chapter 94. Breaking Through Under Pressure. Boom. The blinding beam struck the violent carp dragon, which was less than a meter away from the sprout turtle, with tremendous force, sending it flying into the water and creating a massive splash. A pained roar echoed as the violent carp dragon emerged from the water, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura, with rays of light gathering in its mouth. Meanwhile, the sprout turtle had already swum onto a lengthy stone, feeling as if it were being targeted by a colossal beast. A wave of fear washing over it. Although the intimidating aura emanating from the activated intimidation ability of the violent carp dragon enveloped it, the sprout turtle reacted swiftly and regained its composure. However, at this moment, the rays of light in the violent carp dragon's mouth had fully coalesced, and the destructive beam was unleashed, hurtling towards the sprout turtle. Crash! The sprout turtle also emitted a golden fiery beam from its mouth, colliding with the incoming destructive beam. Yet, the disparity in power was evident, and it was ultimately overwhelmed. The destructive beam struck the sprout turtle with immense force, shattering the nearly circular stone beneath it. Witnessing the sprout turtle being hit by the destructive beam and plunging into the water, a cruel smile crept onto the violent carp dragon's furious face. But just then, points of green light suddenly flickered on the tranquil water's surface around it. Gradually, the green light expanded, enveloping half the area nearby, including the sprout turtle, forming a lush green meadow. The verdant grass emitted strands of green radiance, flowing towards the water not far ahead. Simultaneously, something seemed to change within the meadow, accompanied by rustling sounds, as robust vines suddenly erupted from the ground, wrapping around the violent carp dragon's body. At that moment, the violent carp dragon, having just unleashed the destructive beam, was immobilized by the side effects of its own powerful attack, helplessly watching as these sturdy vines ensnared it. Moreover, it felt its strength slowly draining away, inexplicably flowing towards the water ahead. Looking around, it saw the sprout turtle rapidly paddling its limbs toward the elongated stone pillar. As green light points continued to surge in, the sprout turtle radiated a rich green brilliance. Upon witnessing this scene, Suyu's heart, which had been racing, gradually calmed down. It turned out that the sprout turtle, facing the violent carp dragon's destructive beam, had long anticipated that the fiery sunlight would be unable to withstand it. It decisively abandoned the fiery sunlight and instead utilized the gathered energy to summon the grassy meadow and parasitic seeds. Otherwise, even if the fiery sunlight could momentarily resist the destructive beam, it would not have been broken so swiftly. Feeling the energy within it constantly increasing, Along with the effects of the green radiance enveloping its body, the sprout turtle broke into a smile. Finally, standing firm against the furious violent carp dragon, it successfully grasped its own unique ability. At this point, should it wish, it could absorb the gathered energy to enhance its own strength, breaking through the limitations and successfully advancing to the elite level. However, facing the enraged violent carp dragon, this was clearly not the time to attempt such a breakthrough. Once the sprout turtle ascended the stone pillar again, the side effects of the violent carp dragon's destructive beam had long dissipated. It had not anticipated that after landing such a powerful blow, the sprout turtle would not only retain its combat capability but would instead ensnare itself. Furthermore, it could sense the sprout turtle's strength steadily recovering while its own energy was being drained by the vines, with one side increasing and the other decreasing. It would not be long before it succumbed to the sprout turtle, a prospect the violent carp dragon could not tolerate. With a swift change of thought, the violent carp dragon launched another assault. Its massive jaws opened wide as a whirlwind formed, swirling the water into a vortex and hurtling towards the sprout turtle. Confronted with the incoming attack, the sprout turtle found it nearly impossible to evade. Otherwise, the few stone pillars in the battlefield would be shattered one by one, leaving it without a foothold and vulnerable to the violent carp dragon's whims. Once again, sunlight gathered, unleashing a powerful fiery beam that directly shattered the water vortex, causing droplets to cascade from the air. However, at that moment, the violent carp dragon had already used the water vortex to obscure its vision and approached the sprout turtle from behind, its tail wrapped with a torrent of water, delivering a heavy blow that sent the sprout turtle back into the water. The rapidly changing situation left Suyu's smile frozen. Before the sprout turtle could emerge from the water, the violent carp dragon's attack came once more. The swirling water in the battlefield formed a massive vortex, lifting the sprout turtle out of the water and into the air. The constricting force of the water in the vortex slashed at the sprout turtle's body like knives, leaving multiple wounds in its wake. As the accumulated damage reached a critical point, with a sudden bang, the sprout turtle transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. This is bad, the violent carp dragon thought, just as it was about to act. But it was too late, unbeknownst to it. The sprout turtle had already reappeared not far away, and from the water, it seemed as though a blazing sun was rising, its brilliance piercing through the water. The fiery sunlight cleaved the water in two, striking the violent carp dragon with tremendous force. Under the lush terrain's influence, the power of the fiery sunlight had increased significantly, compounded by the draining effect of the parasitic seeds. At this point, even the violent carp dragon had less than a third of its strength remaining. However, bolstered by the grassy meadow, the sprout turtle, despite sustaining considerable damage and utilizing a substitution technique, still retained approximately half of its energy. Even though the grassy meadow was obliterated by the vortex attack, the sprout turtle still held the advantage in vitality. In this tense scenario, the violent carp dragon grew increasingly furious. Its eyes turned crimson, resembling a creature that had lost its sanity. Is this the reverse scale? Observing the violent carp dragon's state, a thought flickered in Suyu's mind. As the adversary of the violent carp dragon, the sprout turtle also sensed the dragon's frenzied aura and its escalating wrath, eager to destroy everything in its path. Roar. The deafening roar of the dragon echoed as the violent carp dragon launched another attack. Although it had lost its rationality, its instinctual awareness recognized the sprout turtle as the source of its fury, refraining from targeting Suyu and the others. A searing column of fire erupted from the violent carp dragon's mouth, rapidly advancing toward the sprout turtle, the intense heat causing thick white mist to rise from the water's surface. Chapter 95, The Underground Black Market. Oh no, not again. The sprout turtle was startled and immediately submerged, evading the strike. But that was not the end. A chilling beam of light coalesced from the violent carp dragon's mouth, shooting towards the water's surface where the sprout turtle had just been. In no time, a thick layer of ice formed on the water's surface, spreading outward in an attempt to freeze the entire battlefield, trapping the sprout turtle in the frigid depths. Though Chen Ning was referred to as Sister Ning, she appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old, with a refreshing short ponytail that fell to her neck. Despite wearing a simple suit and trousers, she exuded an air of competence and vigor. However, Gu Zheng and the others were insufficient, so after careful consideration, she decided to have an open and honest conversation with Lu'er. Since Lu'er was chosen by the matriarch, Gu Zheng was willing to trust her judgment and give Lu'er a chance. The lard-ridden foot struck the ground with a forceful stomp, propelling forward with a knife in hand, which was thrust into an arm that had seen better days at lightning speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng issued a decisive command. Upon glancing down, he noted that a quarter of the incense still burned, prompting a smile. Ding gang, well done, he remarked. Madame Liang, speaking as she took a pale pink silk shirt from her maid, insisted on helping Liang Jingxian don it herself, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. He declined her advances several times before finally accepting the garment and managing to send her on her way. Brother, you've already won. There's no need for such actions. Mu Yuhua stated. Lin Fei found the idea of playing the role of an 8th Route Army soldier amusing, as he performed a tune on the Suona to honor the Red Army, which was quite fitting and theatrically appropriate. Old Zhong is my mentor and a close friend of my master, Qin Feng said calmly, implying that Zhong Tong must also depart. The extraterrestrial technology had produced a reconstruction fiber of remarkable quality, capable of mimicking various earthly fabrics and even the texture of leather. Before Chao Rifa could speak, Qin Shou Jian slapped him sharply across the face, the stinging pain provoking a cry of despair. Who have I offended? Is it because I've disrupted the tea house? Outside the residence of the Cloud King, the cold wind and frost clung to 2 towering trees like bats, vigilant and ready to observe any movements. She won't come. Will she? Helian Shi suddenly interjected, disrupting Niepei Xiao's deep reverie. Typically, whether it be the 9-headed golden crow or the 9-tailed celestial fox, despite their multiple heads and tails, they seldom reveal their true forms. However, in this instance, Golden Feather and Golden Spin had transformed into their authentic selves to combat the sweltering heat produced by the 9 Suns fire. By the way, Xianger, since Qingsong wishes to stay in Dengzhou for the wedding, does that mean he intends to remain there? Lady Li and Li Feng pondered this upon receiving news from Li Xingzhou. Yet, during the wedding procession through Dengzhou to Gaochang, Hua Qingsong had not uttered a word. Nonetheless, any change is preferable to stagnation. Every minor alteration in the celestial realm signifies a gradual enhancement of innate cultivation. In the courtyard, Green Cloud was bringing a basin of water into Lu Xianger's room, while Green Wei organized items brought from the capital. Previously, 2 carts of goods had been left in the courtyard, still unpacked as Lu Xianger had fallen asleep. Now awake, she remained undisturbed by Green Wei's movements. Chapter 96, Fishing? Is it merely a matter of having hands? Rotom? The attendant pondered. I recall a shipment of Pokémon arriving recently, including a Rotom, but I am uncertain if it has been sold. Sir, please take a seat. I shall check for you, the attendant said, summoning someone to serve him hot tea before departing. Yin Luo exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck, her height suddenly surpassing his. He grasped Junqi's hand, feeling her cold palm, and instinctively tightened his grip. However, historically, no emperor had ever expanded the prince's residence for their son. It was either the prince's previous residence that was enlarged or a new one constructed altogether. After 2 days of Nightling's care, Yin Luo's condition became stable enough for treatment at any moment. No, the children are innocent, the plump cook said tearfully, unable to bear any further loss of children. Go, do not waste our time. I believe you will not act foolishly, Wu Jiang addressed Yihao. You truly are a scoundrel, He Xiangyi said resentfully, noting that his shamelessness was unmatched. With Emperor Wuo's abduction, Emperor Mo's jealousy towards Feng Yunran had already reached a boiling point, and now, with her beauty overshadowing his, the resentment and envy could not be contained. Qin Yu understood that whether the rumors from before or now, if they spread within the hospital, it would not bode well for her. It was imperative to instill fear in those individuals, making them aware that the consequences of wrongdoing far outweighed any benefits, thus fostering a sense of caution and restraint. Crushing those larger-than-life counterparts was feasible, but in the face of a formidable adversary like the USS Warspite, they would pale in comparison. Even the underpowered USS Alsace could outshine the Qiyu with its superior attributes. Su Feng felt the searing heat wave wash over him, and the essence of his eightfold slaughter Dao heart emerged, allowing him to unleash the final move of the 9 Dragons' Divine Fist. The photographs with Lin Jiao primarily feature the Emperor with consorts, the Empress Dowager, and high-ranking officials. The Warspite, with its crew comprising teacher Qiyu, assistant Nanji, Helena, and classmates from the island Wind and Yujin, formed the front line at the bridge entrance, prepared to eliminate any corpses attempting passage. Classmate Poison Island. You must have never heard this. Launching an attack requires weapons, and the combination of speed, strength, and experience yields the most potent effect. That is precisely what Third Sister accomplished. Regarding class honor, despite any past internal conflicts, when faced with significant challenges, unity prevailed. The ferocious waves surged, and the might of the fist became unstoppable, crashing down with tremendous force. Everyone was acutely aware that advancing to the 7th level of the Slaughter Realm was an arduous task. Drones flew toward the combat zone, capturing images of several soldiers in camouflage firing while retreating, their opponents barely visible through the thick fog. Tangy blushed, glancing outside before turning to her. Hesitating before shyly asking, "Are we now considered engaged?" He struggled to articulate the remainder of his thoughts. He truly perceived that the master of his home was exceedingly harsh. Previously, it had been about dragging him out. Now, it was about waking him in this manner. The days of offensive strategies were not far off. Luke excitedly relayed the situation. Chapter 97. Is this all it takes to subdue? Let go of me. Help. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the grass turtle squirmed in his embrace, flailing its limbs and shaking its head in a frenzy. Yet, fearing harm to Suyu, it refrained from exerting too much strength. Do not attempt to deceive it. It has already tasted the concoction during its creation, and the flavor was indescribable. Previously, when Suyu had it sample the energy cube, it had followed the same pattern. Mu Yang, albeit astonished, paid little mind to his thoughts, quickly carrying Luo Wan down from the upper floor. Boss Wan, please help me find another place. There are a few mouse droppings here, Wu Ming exclaimed, pointing at the shattered remnants of the table on the ground with a laugh. He believed the child would be fine, but after hearing Su De's words, he recognized the validity of the concern. Gu Qisho deserved to know everything, especially as it pertained to their child. Zonanchu, speak your mind. Night Wayan emerged from the room, blocking his escape. Su Jie smiled, achieving the desired effect of revealing Gu Qingzhou's true nature to everyone. She was convinced that public opinion could not allow Gu Qisho to continue living so serenely. Lin Feng was still dining, facing away from Du Shan, and when he heard someone call his name, he turned around. Ah, you should have complied long ago. Evening is just evening, he chuckled, observing Qin Zhao's cheeks flush once more while you paused her actions, watching Qin Xian search for his uncle, the president. By the way, Master, there's something I'm uncertain whether to discuss with you. Fu Xing recalled the events of his descent from the mountain. Alas, Sun Fengzhao evidently had not anticipated the sharpness of Qi Yu's counterattack, and upon witnessing the situation, he shouted in dismay. Fu Xing observed Qing Shui relishing her meal. He had scarcely moved all day and had lost the appetite to eat. Along the way, numerous notices regarding the upcoming trial in half a month were plastered everywhere. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few zombies wandering aimlessly beside abandoned cars, showing no inclination to approach the elite. The zombie armed with a sniper rifle was particularly troublesome. It would fire upon sight, leaving no opportunity for close combat, leaving Su Mubai in a state of utter frustration. Excluding the ability to freely enter and exit dreams, the overall strength of the strange snake was not particularly formidable. It was merely that it remained unseen by others, just as they could not see it, a rather equitable situation. Your appearance certainly does not suggest you are Xianqi. The matters concerning Xianqi and the immortal Li Yu are well known in the celestial realm. However, due to Xianqi's injuries, he has not descended to experience the tribulations of the mortal world, and proposing marriage at this time would be a breach of heavenly regulations. Since this hot spring has been entirely reserved by Naruto, there are no restrictions within. Upon entering, Mizuki and the others hurriedly donned their bathrobes and followed suit. Everyone felt a profound shock. Even golden immortals would not dare to attempt it. So one could only imagine their own reluctance to venture into such a perilous place where entering meant certain death. No one wished to take that risk. Chapter 98. The Abandoned Cave. Connecting the appearance of this sluggish shell beast with the Dole Beast, could it be that a tribe of Dole Beasts resides near this creek? Perhaps this sluggish shell beast is a progeny of the Dole Beast? Upon this realization, Suyu froze in place. His slight limbs could not withstand the lash of the sluggish shell beast, and the Dole Beast had approached him of its own accord. He had not lifted a finger. He was innocent. Until the sluggish shell beast drew near. In terms of finances, that would suffice. While it may not afford the finest Santana, it could certainly secure a vehicle from another brand, which would be quite impressive when we conduct business outside the factory, wouldn't it? Shin Tian spoke with gleaming eyes. For those unaware of the truth, such as the Minister of Defense, the decline from $10 million to 500,000 was still steep, but far more palatable. Yu Yuhan pondered for a moment and spoke accordingly. Presently, he could not conceive of a better strategy. He was still oblivious to the other party's true intentions. Was it merely revenge against the Yi family, or something more? If it was solely for the purpose of retaliation, they had achieved their goal and could easily vanish from sight. 1/3 of the material was indeed a rare artifact, of considerable value. Another third derived from a certain part of a creature, straddling the line between precious items and oddities. While the remaining third comprised various unusual substances, these materials were not classified as rare artifacts but were nonetheless quite scarce, with many having flowed into Jiuzhou from overseas. Humph. Zhao Kai scoffed softly, falling silent. Recalling Huang Yuemiao's graceful figure brought him considerable comfort. Yi Xian, your words are utterly implausible. You cannot be certain of what you may discover. The Star Sect is teeming with hidden talents, and the area surrounding the former residence of the first-generation patriarch is surely under strict surveillance. Wouldn't your investigation be akin to walking into a trap? Bing Weiyue cautioned. Although the scheming of Yuhan had temporarily stalled progress, the newcomers were gradually closing in on him. How could there be two coffins? Who lies within the crystal coffin? I pushed my 12th senior brother with force. He remained silent. I then turned to pull at my 15th senior brother. The 8 gates of the Golden Lock. Only one door may be opened at a time. This is an age-old law. No one knows the reason behind it. Such a definitive assertion is well-founded. Machines have previously been employed to locate mutants worldwide. If a school existed solely for mutants, they would have long since rushed to seek out allied organizations and propagate his supreme theory of mutation. Sensing an increase in the pressure on his hand, the ghostly hand Saint Doctor once more restored his muted voice and promptly inquired. Thus, she deduced that Lun Yin must have used some code to convey information to Yin Yi, prompting Yin Yi to respond in such a manner. This revelation struck him like a thunderclap, echoing in his ears, as he realized at that moment that he had become a pawn, having previously made arrangements. Huan Er did not display excessive shock at his sudden disappearance. She merely focused intently on the surrounding grass to observe his trajectory. Feng Xian gazed at Ren Petit-On in astonishment. Could a young man truly produce a superior spirit weapon? Rua Bai. How did you know someone would accompany us to the grave? If I weren't familiar with your character, I might suspect you had conspired with that night pearl. In the immortal trapping array, Su Xin asked curiously. Chapter 99, The Ruins of the Heavenly Cave? It is not uncommon for some fortunate individuals to discover ruins in the wild, unearthing treasures within and ultimately becoming formidable trainers. The Alliance's website features introductions and stories of trainers who have previously acquired such ruins. Therefore, upon encountering the myriad patterns adorning the walls, the first thought that sprang to Su Yu's mind was to restore these designs, reassembling them into coherence. My heart sank as I thought. Having already encountered this object and embarked on this path, I could only leave the consequences to fate. As I contemplated, the latter part of the sand painting presented 2 images, which I proceeded to examine. Lu Muji regarded Wei Jia with an incredulous gaze, reconfirming the revelation. Once upon a time, he had longed for such glory, to become the object of public adoration. Xiao Er understood that the young master was not one to vie for power and profit. She would mediate to ensure the emperor did not impose excessive demands upon him. Su Xiao Er spoke earnestly. Just then, a bold passerby who had ventured into the wolf fight slope burst out in panic. The crowd found it peculiar and astonishing. It was merely because Tang Yi had attracted 7 heavenly tribulations, raising expectations for him. The Iron Tower reported on the newly mobilized supplies and equipment. Regardless of whether the bewildered young master retained the information, after delivering his message, he bid farewell and departed. He realized that bringing Wang Durong here to work was an exceedingly poor decision. If this continued, it would not only ruin Wang Durong but might even lead to his own downfall. The 2 elders nearby nodded in approval as Yin ran. The foremost disciple of Qingyun's sect certainly brought them satisfaction. However, Tian Yi's expression was somewhat awkward, feeling that his earlier reprimand had been excessive. World, Zhang Feng Wei Mian. What is going on? Has there been a hacking incident? Or is this for real? They have publicly introduced this. Is this a master-disciple romance? After reaching the 3rd floor, everyone took their seats and introduced themselves, and the tree man was subsequently referred to as Professor Tree. However, this perfunctory interaction delighted Zheng Tian, who boasted to Yinping that his chosen name had received the team's approval, claiming to be a naming expert. After a restful sleep was interrupted by Eric's scream, the house filled with the ringing of the telephone. That was an excellent question. Cui Bin, without hesitation, immediately affirmed Yao Zheng's inquiry. He also understood the reason the giant ape had not harmed them. It turned out to be the guardian beast of the body emperor. Senior brother, are you all right? Ma Haohai grasped Tang Mingxiong's right hand, suddenly feeling frustrated at her own helplessness. Liao Huaming struggled to rise, eyeing the large, soft hand drenched in sweat on his forehead. His eyes ablaze with cold fury. Thank you, General Yin. As Yin Chu finished speaking, he found not only Fu Yunji but also Zhou Yang looking at her, collectively expressing their gratitude. Where is the pearl? What pearl? She and Tutu were oblivious, and after uttering that sentence, Tang Tang fainted again. When she awakened, she did not mention it. Chapter 100, Supreme Meditation Method. While Suyu was deciphering the stone tablet, the dazed beast approached the intricately patterned portal, attempting to restore the designs within. It seemed that what truly captivated were not the super energy crystals within the stone pillars of this secret chamber, but rather the treasures hidden deeper within. Unfortunately, despite its efforts, it could not shift the patterns above by even a fraction, and instead provoked an unknown totem that had just emerged from the stone tablet, which launched an attack on it. A hand reached out, gently brushing away the tears from her eyes. Yizito met the gaze of those profound eyes and was momentarily entranced, as if she had fallen into them. Unable to escape, within those depths lay anger, concern, and even heartbreak. From the moment Zhao Yang entered this private establishment, he understood that such an intimate venue was undoubtedly a haven for those dressed in fine garments to shed their facades and reveal their true selves. Xiao Fan retreated. As the demonic disciple pressed forward relentlessly, seemingly determined to pierce Xiao Fan's heart without relent, during this trip to the island for filming, the Tokyo government had specially arranged for assistance to help Han Shou resolve any troubles. The katana clattered to the ground, and Bai Qin angrily sat down, resigning herself. Wasting energy was unwise. In an instant, Zhang Deshuai felt admiration for Lin Hao once more, setting his sights on Lin Hao as his benchmark. If he could keep pace with Lin Hao, he would be entirely satisfied. Madame Butterfly wore a sullen expression, transforming into a streak of meteor as she darted outward, simultaneously flicking her delicate hand, releasing several petals in the process. Zhao Fugua glanced lazily at Lance. He then noticed the grim countenance of Long Yuanhao. Fully aware of the special bond Zitong had with him, though he had yet to realize it himself, Lance's actions at this moment left him perplexed. Indeed, under Qin Xinghua's exceptional performance, these several shots were completed in a single take, much to Han Shou's delight, saving a considerable amount of film. Upon witnessing this, Shun Wanjuan's eyes lit up as he quickly opened his default homepage on the browser. Eager to check on Xian, Du, a group exited the hotel, chatting and laughing. In truth, Ma Xiaoqiao was unaware of which hot pot restaurant was the best, and could only search nearby for a slightly upscale establishment suitable for a business banquet. Get lost. You two only know how to slander me. I reiterate, Zhang Jing and I are merely ordinary classmates. Look at you both. What are you thinking about all day? Wang Qinyu exclaimed with a laugh and a reprimand. One thing he found peculiar was that even if these mental illusions were interconnected, the title of the primordial tranquility god was introduced by the heavenly reason sect during the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. He merely wished to understand. He realized that he still knew little about the Gu family. Previously, he could not ascertain how much of what he knew was fabricated. In this region, new stars were being birthed, effectively making it a cosmic factory. According to our detection data, the mass of gas contained within the 3603 nebula was not the 400,000 times that of the Sun estimated from Earth, but rather approximately 450,000 times. The distinction lay in whether to send a son to become king in these distant realms or allow the nobles to indulge in local autonomy. Franz had yet to make a decisive resolution. The youth grasped Na Yu's hand tightly and began to run, the trembling petals scattering in their wake. In the past 2 years, 2013 saw the rise of Chinese concept stocks, with international capital fervently pursuing companies associated with China, leading major news media to become equally enthusiastic about reports on Chinese enterprises. Chapter 101. Am I eating myself? After acquiring the superpower meditation method, Suyu did not hasten to leave the relic cave, but instead remained to fully memorize the meditation method in his mind. After all, it was pouring rain outside. And while the meditation method had been deciphered from the stone tablet, it still retained an air of obscurity, requiring substantial time for full comprehension. On the afternoon of the second day, Suyu finally emerged from the relic cave. He glanced at the map, contemplating his next move as he headed to Longqi Palace, where physicians were always on standby to ensure the emperor received continuous care. Emotions running high, Jiang Muyun resolutely struck her thigh, forcing tears to flow. Nearby, a physician, upon witnessing this, promptly retrieved a red tray, placed some silver coins on it, and approached the artisans. Although he had ample justification for conceding, he was acutely aware that the old man within was entirely unreasonable. Once his stubbornness flared, he would certainly disregard any rationale. Bian Qing, an employee of the Anju Residential Company, made it a routine to inspect the residences every morning at 7 a.m. Generally, he would hold a briefing for customers about the residential conditions after 10 a.m. due to the frequent intrusion of wild dogs into the residences at night. This inspection had become customary. It was not until the following day that Mushi noticed him sporting dark circles under his eyes and inquired about his activities the previous night. Wei Dao had remained vigilantly stationed outside Mushi's door, curious as he heard his master sleeping soundly within. So, does this mean His Majesty does not trust the local generals in Liao? Sun Qingzong remarked. At this moment, the training ground was bustling with activity. Nearly all the young generation of the Feng family from Yinyan were present. Were it not for the absolute prohibition issued by the 10 Yama Kings against revealing any information regarding Mu Shi to the Celestial Clan, particularly concerning the Crown Prince's assistance in helping Mu Shi transcend his tribulations, Mengpo would have genuinely wanted to cleave the Crown Prince in two to alleviate her resentment. Tian Chunda analyzed the corpse. It appeared to be a laborer who had worked at a construction site. His face was tanned, and his hands were calloused. Though his hair had been washed, traces of white ash remained at the roots. We should investigate the deceased's identity at the construction site. The inn was modest, and by this hour, few diners remained. Zhang Yuan engaged in idle chatter with the innkeeper. Several sword emperors clashed instantaneously, and chaos erupted within the tomb. While others could only evade the battles of the sword emperors to avoid being caught in the crossfire, Xianmi hesitated to speak further, genuinely fearing that her master would strike her with money, and she meant what she said. Amidst the furious exclamations of the doomsday leisure, he gently pushed the ancient fan in his hand, unleashing a powerful pressure that surged forward. The townsfolk of Maoxian gathered at the well. Upon seeing the multitude of corpses, many recognized their own children among the dead, their hearts filled with terror. Witnessing their children perish in such a tragic manner, they rushed forward, embracing the lifeless bodies and weeping uncontrollably. And what about the water park? That won't do. Zhao Min has no swimsuit, and going there would be inconvenient. Let's go to the amusement park instead. I realized it's been ages since I last visited one. This time, I shall go with Zhao Min. The heavenly seal erupted around Ada, who appeared to be in dire straits, looking exceedingly disheveled. Having said that, Qin Yang suddenly charged forward, leaving the onlookers in shock. None had anticipated that he would choose to strike at this moment. Amidst Feng Yurong's furious cries, Chu Feng secured the door to his room and made his way back to his dormitory. If Feng Yurong sought to vent her anger, that would be a matter for another day. After a long day's toil, he could finally enjoy a well-deserved rest. Should Yuan Ponchio remain within the attack range of the Guardian formation, the divine power continuously emanating from the depths of the secret realm would not hesitate to let Yuan Ponchio experience what it felt like to be assaulted by divine energy. Chapter 102, The Unmanned Power Plant. The three fairies uttered exclamations of bliss. Truly, this exquisite delicacy was unparalleled, and they had not lifted their heads from the plate, remaining buried within it. Only the dazed beast was left, continuously sniffing the aroma in the air while munching on an energy cube, like a whirlwind. The trio and the one person swiftly devoured the dazed beast's tail, leaving nothing behind. At the entrance of Zhangjia, Sun Xiaoyan's eyes were slightly red as she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and murmured her prayers in silence. Suddenly, Longer vanished in a flash, charging directly towards the armored fish and the giant python. However, as the brute's fist came crashing down, Lin Fan did not flinch in the slightest. As if time had frozen, it was only when the fist was about to strike his cheek that he swiftly dodged. Having left the oppressive atmosphere of the Situ mansion, Situ Yuan finally exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief. Sword Forest? When Xingye felt a stir in his heart upon hearing the words of the fourth elder from Yun'in Peak, he recalled the last time he had visited Sword Forest, which had resulted in the convergence of the Rock Law and the Shock Law. Today, Gu Qiqing intended to attend the ceremony on her own. But Kret had arrived early to escort her, and since she was unfamiliar with the route, she had no choice but to follow him. When the first car appeared, we waved desperately, but the detestable driver didn't even glance our way and sped off into the distance. I, too, bear the surname Zhang. If those with the surname Zhang do not assist their kin, what does that say about humanity? I chuckled. Although the fierce wind was reluctant, it dared not oppose Yangxian, readily offering up its lifestone. The competing factions seemed to be at odds, and no one knew why they were engaged in battle here. It was all a mystery. Should Chiyu undergo an extreme awakening, he would undoubtedly betray them, potentially wreaking havoc upon the Great Qin Heavenly Court due to his overwhelming strength. You are Wang Yu, the chairman of the Shinba group? The Dragon War God? Liang Dali wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, dismissing the pain in his thigh, his speech becoming fluid. However, I find that what we are experiencing now bears a striking resemblance to another realm, Fangju remarked. Why should this matter to me? Your anger is of no concern to this baby, Wang Yu replied gleefully, his mood instantly brightening as he continued to tease her mercilessly. As Xiaoquang led Gao Jun into Kunshan, fights erupted everywhere, including battles among those of high bloodlines. Strangely, the aftermath of their clashes did not affect anyone or the surrounding buildings. For instance, when Lu Jianyuan, the young master of the Lu family, was defeated by Yang Xian, his father, Lu Hongfei, leaped forward to protect his son, only to be gravely injured by Feng Qingyang's words. From that moment on, the Lu family began its decline. My lords, I have summoned you here for a reason that you must already be aware of, the king stated. Shortly after, a person who had rushed over acknowledged him, followed by the sound of departing footsteps. Su Jiangyuan felt utterly exhausted, his head heavy and his feet light, and he had already collapsed onto the bed, drowsily drifting into unconsciousness. Yang Huan's chest wound was torn open once more, an overwhelming pain crashing over him like a tidal wave, causing him to faint again. Chapter 103, Ziyuan Town. Unable to endure any longer, the electric beast charged fearlessly towards the tri-union magnetic creature. Sparks of electricity crackled across its body, rapidly converging in its right hand, the palm erupting with brilliant golden light. Thunder Fist. When this punch was unleashed, it illuminated the dim room like a golden sun, far surpassing the bluish currents coursing through the tri-union magnetic creature. Outside the courtyard, Su Tao paid no heed to the sycophantic remarks of the royal army, but was calculating the time in his mind. After Major General Gu Shoufu finished speaking, several Japanese generals around him nodded in agreement. Clearly, Su Weiing was in league with the provocateur. By following the clues, they might uncover the truth. They were filled with despair and anguish. Yet, in this moment, they had to confront reality and accept the outcome. For a long time, Baixing International had only bestowed upon the Lu family this house, typically sending servants to attend to it, making this her first visit. Lu Xiaohan spoke candidly. Were it not for Zheng Hongkue and Zheng Qinggong, they would have yet to meet Zheng Zhilong, Zheng Zhiwan, Zheng Ming, and Zheng Xing, who had long since relinquished their positions. Without the decree of Emperor Lan Wu, these three dared not act independently. In short, the naval forces of Zhu Yozong had undergone a qualitative leap in both speed and combat effectiveness compared to the past. The 50,000 cavalry were elite recruits selected from various regions, not new soldiers, all possessing a certain level of foundation, thus negating the need for training from scratch. Therefore, Li Zicheng immediately capitalized on the situation. As she spoke, Sun Lu pressed a button. Below the aircraft, a circular second-generation cylindrical object began to emerge. Almost every mission, this sister would invariably appear, either deliberately complicating matters or usurping his business. For years, Morongbai had scarcely succeeded in any task, which had tarnished his reputation, earning him the title of the most incompetent assassin. Yun Qishi did not anticipate that his first question would be about this. Was he truly concerned about her marital life? I walked to the wall and took out a wooden carving from the colorful cabinet. For years ago, my skills were still rudimentary, allowing me only to carve simple items. The Yongtai camp was located on the outskirts, with no inhabitants for 2 miles around, so even when they trained with the sounds of battle, it did not disturb the peace. Although Old Li did not explicitly clarify the significance of this action, he considered that it aligned with his own views. While the United States may not have been the pioneer of sniper warfare, their involvement throughout World War II showcased their consistent engagement in such tactics, with experience comparable to other participating nations and technical prowess among the best. She bent down, struggling to lift the medicine bottle with her bound hands, her subdued voice betraying a sense of unwillingness. Spirit Lord, Zixian hurriedly helped him up, neglecting to explain further to the nearby sorcerers. Using her consciousness to transfer all 20 individuals into the clear cave, instructing Liu Guang and Yoshu to take good care of them. After all, once he produced the hero's rose, the initiative in the situation no longer rested with Wang Yu, although such an object would not pose a threat to him if it were merely city-destroying in scale. While Wang Yu could easily escape, he could not prevent its explosion. Chapter 104, Fishing Competition. The match featuring Shalona was thrilling, but unfortunately, so you missed the beginning of the battle. However, it mattered not. Such exhilarating contests, especially those challenging the Elite Four, would be uploaded to the League's official website. Immediately, their gazes towards Sunshin grew peculiar. With a simple gesture, one could select the prominent figures hidden among the rubble. What remarkable luck! Perhaps purchasing a lottery ticket at that moment could have yielded a windfall of 5 million. Wei Yinqing did not notice her displeasure but sensed her arrival. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be entwined with Hero in a manner he did not desire. In recent days, Jiang Dongming keenly observed a change in the eyes of both the officials and the common folk he encountered on the streets, whether they were clad in silks or coarse cloth, prompting him to share his concerns. The youthful body and face bore no extraordinary traits. But if one were to say something particular, it might be that this face was rather pleasing. The two beams of light wings behind the priest resembled floating cannons. Whenever the priest and his teammates unleashed magical skills, the wings would emit dazzling brilliance, absorbing the energy of the spells. The Empress Qingda, Zhao War, married Xiang Zifang, and after entering the palace, she served in the laundry department. The finance department managed the national treasury, while the tax department was responsible solely for tax collection. And the grain department oversaw national grain and pricing balance. Covering the shameful wet pillow with a blanket, Li Mu wiped his mouth and, stifling a yawn, eagerly remarked, "Night Song deity, how powerful do you believe this person to be?" Zhao Ziang inquired curiously. The soaring eagle neither dodges nor flinches, its weathered visage burning with shame. A man in his 30s, publicly humiliated as if he were a wayward grandson, could not help but feel a pang of discomfort deep within. Moreover, the preliminary examinations for the scholar's degree, the county and provincial tests, did not assess mathematical skills, prompting everyone to begin their studies only a year before the entrance. At that moment, the old duke cast a sidelong glance at the steward, his vague and ominous expression enough to instill terror in the stewardess' heart, who promptly knelt down. Lu Ning, observing the apparent reconciliation, was already accustomed to such scenes. Ning Rushiwei was notoriously difficult to handle. During breaks, he would rise after approximately 45 minutes of study to stretch. During these intervals, he would clean the chicken coop or assist his grandmother and mother with household chores, undoubtedly one of the best ways to win their favor. He sensed that the Marquis was certainly not present, and his fleeting hopes were swiftly extinguished by the realization that this troublesome populace was merely toying with him, leaving him in a state of growing trepidation. Emperor Yuxing furrowed his brow, casting a glance at eunuch He, who immediately understood the unspoken cue and led several individuals to clear the courtyard. The priest suddenly noticed the three of us charging at him like wolves, taken aback, and hurriedly summoned nearby people to block our advance. Shang Jiaoqi was engaged in a heated argument with a soldier, forbidding him from shackling Zhao Mingwei. Upon hearing the commotion, her brows furrowed in anger, and before anyone could react, she delivered a series of swift kicks that left him in tears. It was the depths of winter, and Gu Qingyun, shivering from the cold, could not fathom why his parents were absent. He mustered all his strength to emit a cry akin to a kitteness mewl. Though Guan Tianxing was decisive in his actions, a flicker of hesitation remained in his heart when it came to his town as residence. Zhang Wei's complexion turned ashen. Having just landed on the ground, he coughed up blood, his breath shallow and weak. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to maintain his composure, his eyes brimming with fury and gravity. Chapter 105, Road 11. It was a ferocious Gyarados. How could it allow such insignificant human trainers to bully it as if it were merely a fish? It intended to teach this ungrateful trainer a lesson. However, unexpectedly, it was the trainer's Pokémon that struck first with a jolt of electricity. How outrageous. This was utterly unacceptable. With a thunderous roar, the Gyarados opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of water. As he gazed at the spread of dishes on the dining table and the sleeping Yinner resting against its edge, Xiaoyi let out a soft sigh in his heart. The Chinese team executed a feint, with Marlowe making a bold advance down the deserted left flank, receiving the ball and skillfully maneuvering into the penalty area, where he swiftly took a shot. Shuelian quickly turned her gaze to the supermoon, and upon seeing it, was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the celestial body that nearly obscured half the sky bore an uncanny resemblance to Jupiter, with its familiar reddish-brown hues, its iconic great red spot, and its distinctive patterns. Was it not Jupiter? As the commands from the captain and first officer echoed throughout the bridge, the already tense atmosphere was further enveloped in a struggle teetering on the brink of life and death. Understood. Brother John, I'm heading straight to Brother Michael, Nina exclaimed, launching the Angel Type 3 swiftly into the sky, racing towards the Allied base. The next morning, Fang Hua hurried to the assembly hall to hear reports from Fanny and others. After approximately 2 days, a letter arrived from the capital at the Qi residence. With its arrival, the recently settled Qi household was plunged into chaos once more. Reaching a certain level of cultivation allows for the extension of one's lifespan, and naturally, one's appearance would temporarily halt its aging. Master, Are you referring to the future development of this world? He asked, somewhat astonished. Gu Cece previously thought that anyone in a black suit and white shirt resembled an insurance salesman or a real estate agent. It was no wonder she felt envious. Yun Xian preferred to invite Yin Shui to dance rather than her, which he perceived as blatant favoritism. That is not what I meant. I'm saying that if Mr. Yin doesn't establish connections in the capital, it will be quite difficult for your family to expand here. I trust you understand my point, Tang Yin interjected. Before leaving, the doctor specifically advised against provoking the patient in the near future. Given her current mental state, it was feared that the situation might not bode well. In essence, the implication was that Lu Manxi might still contemplate self-harm, or her mental condition could deteriorate. When he spoke to the owner who was roasting something, the owner turned to look at Xianyuan Taizhu, clearly taken aback. Sun Yingxiong had yet to fathom Lin Yu's intentions when he was suddenly kicked aside by Lin Yu. He wielded the needles with astonishing speed, sealing off several acupoints in mere moments, then revealed a cold smirk. Tang Luo bellowed with an air of confidence, striking forth with the dragon pattern dagger in a posture he deemed impressive. Heavens, what has become of me? What am I doing? Pressing the fingerprint button in the center, the cuffs clicked open and fell, allowing the dragon spike to suppress the almost explosive urge within, swiftly executing a move to snap the neck of the Caucasian captain, followed by a swift strike that left the arriving black man unconscious. Gu Yun regarded Negong Zhuohua, who lay reclined on the soft couch, feigning sleep, and respectfully reported, I wish to hear a heart-wrenching song. Just one song will suffice, Xiaoyan said with a gentle laugh, without needing to consider what others thought. Even Lin Wan herself was momentarily taken aback. She exchanged a glance with Qiu Ju and immediately sensed that the girl harbored mischievous intentions, but chose to observe how she would respond. The boundless sea. A beach of pure white sand, and seabirds soaring in the sky. Siyu stood barefoot on the soft sand, arms outstretched to embrace the sea breeze, inhaling deeply the salty air carried by the wind. This was a private beach in the city of dry leaves, rented by Suyu. You're taking your share. Don't take what belongs to others, Zhang Zian exclaimed, handing over the gifts intended for the three of them. The events of that night left Lin Yifan restless. The identities of the two masked individuals were shrouded in mystery, and it was certain that a formidable organization of cultivators backed them. It was unclear how much time had passed before he seemed to conclude their discussion, turning towards me with a glass in hand. If not for Qing Xian's strength having reached the pinnacle of the Xianyang realm, he too might have felt the effects of this violent aura. Yi Qingxin noticed that Yishuihan had not clinked glasses with her and cast him a slightly aggrieved glance, unwilling to put down her juice cup. He had many questions and thoughts to share with her. While the gathering was beautiful, it ultimately called for a moment of intimacy between just the two of them. The eliminated Luo was left without a caretaker, as the international metropolis she resided in prohibited private ownership of German shepherds. Her third owner happened to know Fu Tao. Who brought her here? Come and see my fiancée, he exclaimed with a laugh, revealing his true nature with a mischievous grin. Wang Kuo's thoughts were not without merit, though he failed to anticipate the might of Gu Yun's thunder slash. Yin Rong, her face flushed, nodded as she watched him bend down to sit in the driver's seat, observing him start the engine and drive away. She followed closely until his car disappeared into the villa area before she turned to enter. Melissa had become the sole heir that Nord could rely on, and he hoped that Zhou Nan would safeguard her well in the future, as he held great faith in Zhou Nan's character. The most elite of pseudo-essence devices could achieve an amplification of merely 20%, and even the average low-tier essence devices typically reached only about 30%. Those lacking sufficient cultivation at the scene emitted muffled groans as the long sword was drawn, suffering under the sword's intent. Gu Yun's expression shifted slightly as he circulated his internal energy to ward off the sword's aura, yet he still felt a twinge of pain in his eyes. Comprising 300 half-mountain peaks, each soaring to a height of approximately 100 zhang, these formations are truncated at the same elevation, exuding a sense of harmonious beauty that appears grand and magnificent, reminiscent of a celestial realm. At that time, he had memorized every expression and gesture of hers. Moments he believed to be fleeting and inconsequential, yet in retrospect, they were all carefully stored in his heart, a silent concession of affection. Ming Nan was acutely aware that they had re-examined all their leads twice, yet still found themselves devoid of any solutions. The method proposed by Du Jingqing was the only recourse available, yet the notion of utilizing Du for such purposes was one he naturally resisted. Uncle Yang, you and Dr. Zhang have taken charge of the village clinic. From where do you procure the various medicines? I noticed that most villagers seem to incur debts for their treatments. Do you possess the means to acquire the pharmaceuticals? I inquired with curiosity. The cantaloupe had not yet ripened fully, its flesh remaining crisp, sweet, and imbued with the distinctive fragrance of the fruit. A yin. She quickly approached Fu Xian, attempting to interrupt Li Ji's heartfelt confession. In their original plan, the Earth Mother ancestor could not fully unleash her powers due to the presence of the shaman clan, rendering her incapable of posing a threat to their Western teachings. Xiao and Shi was at a loss for words. Rather than hoping for dreams to materialize, she feared more for the worsening of Li Ji's condition.